Chapter 1, 3 Requirements. Ayaka woke up from a coma, his head still a little dizzy, but found himself in an unfamiliar environment, surrounded by a gloomy atmosphere. Ayaka shivered. Unexpectedly found that the whole body was full of coldness. Where is this and why am I here? Ayaka was surprised and began to look around. What appeared in front of him was a long, airball-shaped dragon that couldn't see the end at a glance. The floating air were all ghosts. These ghosts were 3 feet away from the ground and were moving forward a little bit slowly. On both sides, there were a few people with blue-faced fangs that looked like ghosts who were holding steel forks to manage them. Those ghosts are ugly in appearance, holding steel forks and whips in their hands. Whenever they find ghosts walking slowly or disrupting the order, they will wave their whips and beat them down. Give me rules, and when I see the judge and pass the trial, I will naturally let you go to reincarnation. A ghost yelled fiercely, and looked at it. Standard is a ghost with a slower pace, with a whip in his hand. After smoking it, with a snap, all the ghosts suddenly became quiet. Ayaka looked at all this in disbelief, and couldn't believe it for a while. Could it be that I was already dead? The soulless people moved slowly with the large team. After a long time, the surrounding environment began to change. Suddenly a majestic but gloomy building appeared in the field of vision, and the 2 large characters on the city gate suddenly made Ayaka. My heart sank to the bottom. Hell! It turned out to be a netherworld here. Am I really dead? Ayaka smiled bitterly and shook his head. I didn't think I had reported here so young. How did I die? Hidden disease, or violent death? No. Although I stayed at home and lacked exercise, my body was always very good. How to say I would die? Ayaka recalled diligently. He vaguely remembered that he was alone in the dormitory last night. I watched the Dragon Ball comic all night, reminiscent of the plot and sighed, and then fell asleep somehow. Ayaka recalled what happened last night, and the pace could not help but slow down. Pop! A leather whip was pulled off, interrupting the memory of Ayaka, and a fiery pain came. Don't linger, keep up with me. Guicha yelled at Ayaka. Resisting the pain without shouting, Ayaka knows that people have to bow their heads under the eaves. At this time, I can't resist it, or I will find it hard for myself. Ayaka followed the large army slowly like this, through the city gate, and finally entered the underworld boundary. After a while, I saw a huge palace in front of him, where the judges judged the ghosts. On the front of the palace, there are 100 gates that are more than 10 meters high. The long and narrow ghost road is divided into more than 100 paths in the front, and each path allows only 1 ghost to pass. Those ghosts will be divided into more than 100 teams, walk through the gate, and then be judged by the judge. The magistrate's workload is still quite large. Ayaka looked at the large number of ghosts in the front line, and my heart was completely empty. I'm dead. I didn't do any bad things in my last life, and why didn't I get into the animal life? At this time, a man in a white robe and a white hat on his head walked towards Ayaka. The man in white came to Ayaka and looked up and down Ayaka. Master Impermanence. The ghost chaser next to him yelled respectfully. In the underworld, the status of impermanence in white clothes is extremely high, ranking only under the 10 temple yama and a few judges. It can be described as a high position, and ordinary ghosts are naturally respectful. It's him. Bai Wuchang pointed to Ayaka, and suddenly let Ayaka flutter. The ghost judge Lu will be tried in person, I will take it away first. He said that with a big wave of his hand, he took Ayaka into his palm, and then walked towards the hall where Judge Lu was located without looking back. Ayaka felt a powerful force enveloping myself. No matter how hard I resisted, I couldn't break free, and when I recovered, I was taken into the hall of judges. Ayaka brought it? A calm voice sounded. Yes, Master Judge. Bai Wuchang replied with a serious expression. Ayaka looked back blankly, raised his head, and saw a middle-aged man in a tsingyi robe sitting solemnly on the desk, holding a black ancient book in his hand and slowly flipping through it, looking along the angle of view. Ayaka just can see the big bronzing characters printed on the side of the ancient book. Life and Death Book. The big golden characters pierced the eyes of Ayaka suddenly, and the solemn black was full of coldness, which made Ayaka feel a little trembling inexplicably. Judge Liu did not speak, and continued to flip through the Life and Death book in his hand. This unknown waiting is the most difficult one. Ayaka looked at Judge Liu nervously. The sound of flipping through the book was like a nightmare. Ayaka, he doesn't know what kind of trial will be waiting for him. Think about it for more than 10 years. Although I keep making small mistakes, I have never done any serious crimes. After graduating from high school, he gave up the opportunity to go to college and became an otaku at home. He hasn't gotten out of the door and didn't move forward. If he thinks about it, he won't give himself a severe sentence. Ayaka. Judge Liu put down his Life and Death book, his voice was slightly hoarse. Yes, I am. Ayaka replied carefully with a tremor in his heart. Haha, don't be nervous, just relax. Judge Liu showed an amiable smile, but Ayaka's thoughts in his heart are more like professional smiles. His heart suddenly burst, and he secretly said it's not good. Risky. Ayaka, male, born in 1991, father XXX, mother. Judge Liu talked about the life of Ayaka in detail. It was as small as scolding people for skipping classes, as large as fighting, and even the trivial things like stealing a few eggs from the neighbor's house when he was young. Ayaka, the cold sweat came out. Don't look at the record of Ayaka in the Book of Life and Death. It only uses a short line of words, but the amount of information contained in it is enough to fill several TS of mobile hard disk. Ayaka died in 2010 at the age of 19. Ayaka listened carefully, and he was relieved until Judge Liu finished reading his life. It was really ordinary people. Ayaka could not help but rejoice. It doesn't matter that there is no vigorous deeds, at least it shows his life. Didn't make any major mistakes? From your experience, your life is incomparably ordinary, and you belong to the most inconspicuous character among all living beings. Of course, these are not the reasons why I came to you. Judge Liu closed the Book of Life and Death. Ayaka looked at Judge Liu suspiciously, waiting for him to explain. Judge Liu smiled. The matter should start from hundreds of years ago. Due to the rapid expansion of the number of humans in the past 100 years, the manpower of the underworld has gradually begun to be overwhelmed, and the judges and impermanents are seriously insufficient, so we will go to the underworld of the nearby universe. With reference to some new management models, you must know that under the new model, the management of the underworld will inevitably leave loopholes to a certain extent. Although this loophole is extremely small, the possibility of error is infinitely close to zero, but now the error has occurred. Judge Liu pointed to the Book of Life and Death and said, according to the original record in the Book of Life and Death, you will become an outstanding scientist, will also receive a great honor, full of descendants and pass away at the age of 89. But due to management omissions, your life has undergone completely different changes. This is the fault of the underworld. Now I am compensating you on behalf of the underworld. I can meet your 3 requirements. Due to the oversight of the underworld management, his life has changed, so now the underworld has to compensate himself with 3 demands? Ayaka was stunned by the sudden news. It felt like something was falling in the sky, and the ups and downs of life were really coming too fast. 3 requirements. Did you mention it by yourself? Any request? Ayaka asked incredulously. Yes, as long as I can do it. Ayaka suddenly felt like I was surrounded by immense joy. The pie really fell down and waited for me to pick it up. I was wondering what kind of request I had to make. Since it was too light to compensate for my loss, Ayaka suddenly flashed in my mind after a long period of thinking. Can I enter the world of Dragon Ball and become a scion? Ayaka asked carefully. The Dragon Ball world, that is a fantasy world. Is it not okay? Of course, this is your first request. Enter the world of Dragon Ball and become a scion. In fact, strictly speaking, this requirement implicitly includes the two desires of entering the world of Dragon Ball and becoming a scion. The second requirement is that I want to have the perfect teleportation type that can be positioned without sensing chi, like the guardian of the East Realm King God, Jebet. Ayaka made its second request. Yes, let's talk about the third request. Judge Lu readily responded. The third requirement, I want to have an immortal body, one that will never die, and it must have the characteristics of being able to recover quickly no matter how severely injured. Ayaka gritted his teeth and said secretly. Judge Lu looked at him, for fear that he would not agree. This requirement is even more ruthless, including 3 invisible requirements of eternal life, immortality, and super recovery ability. Ayaka is really afraid that Judge Lu can see it. Haha, you kid. Okay, I've agreed to this request. Judge Lu agreed with a laugh. Judge Lu tried countless ghosts and couldn't see through anything, so be careful about the Ayaka. He saw it in his eyes, but he didn't care. Did you really agree? Ayaka can't believe it. He is very aware of how variable the third requirement is. The immortality alone is enough to cause chaos in the entire world. Hehe, if you are in the real world, I certainly have no right to give you immortality. You must know that birth, old age, sickness and death is the most fundamental law, but the world of Dragon Ball is just a fantasy world. You can modify the rules appropriately, even if it is destroyed. It won't cause any harm to the real world, so I don't care about those. Judge Lu finished speaking, he condensed a large amount of pale energy, and then poured the energy into the soul of Ayaka. By the way, I will give you a little discount so that you can always stay young. After reincarnation, the divine power remaining in the depths of your soul will transform your body and fulfill your requirements. After listening to Ayaka, my face was full of smiles. With these 3 requirements, the Dragon Ball world was appointed to him, and he couldn't wait to enter the Dragon Ball world. For so many years, you are the only one who dared to make these requests with me. I promise you will be very, very satisfied. Judge Lu smiled strangely at the impermanence of white clothes, but unfortunately Ayaka is immersed in the fantasy of the future did not notice. Judge Lu opened up a passage of reincarnation in the hall. The white impermanence nodded intently, pulling up Ayaka and throwing him into the reincarnation channel. Ayaka only felt the brain dizzy, and immediately lost consciousness. Chapter 2, Scion Ayaba. Vegeta Star, Infant Training Room. This is a place with very high technological content, and the space inside is also very large. The whole room is lined up with more than 100 baby beds. Each crib is made of transparent materials, and the beds are cushioned with comfortable cotton materials. These cotton materials are synthesized using high-tech technology to enable babies to get a better sleep. Since King Vegeta led the Scions to join Frieza, Vegeta's technology has also been fully developed. A green-skinned cosmic person with a big duckbill-shaped mouth is patrolling the baby room, and there are several cosmic people who also have green duckbills next to them. They are busy recording baby data. Patnas, the combat power is only 4, the lower-level fighters, it's really rubbish. The cosmic man who took the lead looked at the energy detector next to the crib, and said to the cosmic man next to him disdainfully. This seems to be the daughter of Labaya. Labaya is still very famous among the lower-level fighters, but the daughter born with such a low combat power is only a lower-level fighter. Individual excellence does not mean that his offspring can be as outstanding as him. This little girl will definitely have nothing to do in the future. A cosmic person looked at the record and reported the detailed information of the baby in the crib who was pointed at by them. Tisk tisk, they are actually the descendants of female scions. Scions are a fighting nation, and women themselves are difficult to become powerful weapons, let alone the daughter of a lower-level warrior. If you grow up, you may be able to find a strong one. Married, there is a backer. If it is not beautiful and there is no shelter, it will definitely be sent to the battlefield, and then it will be used as cannon fodder. The scions are getting more and more worthless. The infants born this year have such low combat effectiveness, sooner or later they will be abandoned by King Frisia. The cosmic man next to him agreed. Is that, what kind of fighting nation? Except for King Vegeta and other scions, there are very few fighters with a combat power of 10,000. I heard that some time ago, they also encountered the old opponent ZVR. It seems to be a loss. It looks serious. Another cosmic man said softly to their heads. By the way, the son of King Vegeta was also born a few days ago. It is called Vegeta. I heard that he has more than 600 combat power at birth. When he grows up, he may become a rare master among scions. Don't talk about it here, and quickly hand over the data to King Frisia. The leader of the universe scolded his subordinates. As soon as they heard of King Frisia, they all became honest, and quickly recorded the infant's combat effectiveness data. King Frisia has always been an invincible existence, and he can destroy the planet with a wave of his hand. This kind of power has exceeded their cognition, and they can't imagine anything comparable to King Frisia. That is a veritable king of the universe. As long as the mention of King Frisia, their hearts are full of awe. After these cosmic people left the baby room, the baby girl called Pattiness opened her eyes. Vegeta has just been born, so it is 4 or 5 years before Frisia destroys Vegeta. This baby girl is the Ayaka that reincarnated and entered the world of Dragon Ball, but he did not expect Judge Lu to reincarnate him into a woman. Damn it! Turned me into a woman. How can a woman mix in the Dragon Ball world? Thinking of the strange smile of the judge before reincarnation Ayaka, my heart was itchy with hatred. At that time, I didn't notice and didn't emphasize that I wanted to be reincarnated as a man. I really took it for granted. Now it's too late to regret it. Ayaka also thought about using the power of Dragon Ball to transform itself into a male body, but this body was transformed by Judge Lu's divine power, and the power of Shenlong should not be enough to change the characteristics of this body. Damn it, is that this in my life? No matter how unwilling to be in my heart, it seems that it won't help. Ayaka is a little discouraged to think about it. Forget it, if you have come, you will be at ease. I have just been born now. I will think about such complicated things later. Just now those cosmic people said that my name is Pattiness, which is really bad. I have to change one. Or I'll call it Tayaba in the future, and I will become the strongest fighter in the future. Thinking of the disdainful attitude of the universe before, Ayaka was angry. In a flash, more than a month has passed since Ayaba was born to Vegeta. In the meantime, Ayaba's father, the scion named Labaya, visited her once. But after seeing the detector data on the crib she was lying on, she was disappointed and never came to see her again. In his mind, Ayaba's life is estimated to be a waste that even an ordinary low-level fighter can hardly reach. If it's a boy, maybe you can stimulate your potential through battles, but it's a pity that she's a girl, and she's destined to have no achievements in the future. In Vegeta, girls will not be the focus of training unless they are the offspring of intermediate fighters or advanced fighters. That is to say, if according to the normal state, Ayaya has no flowers in this life. In this month, Ayaba gained the teleport ability that Judge Lu had loaded in the depths of his soul. This ability is just like one's own instinct. You don't need to be calm and concentrative. You only need a thought to use it. It is countless times more advanced than the teleportation that Monkey King learned later, and it is also better than the Realm King guarding Jebet. It's much more flexible. In the past month, Ayaya has not secretly ran out to play. Another ability, Immortal, Ayaha hasn't tested it yet. If you want to test it, you need to injure herself. Ayaha doesn't want to play self-harm, but she must be very powerful if she wants to come. At night, the entire planet Vegeta is full of festive atmosphere. The Scion Prince, the son of King Vegeta, was born with a 600-powered Vegeta at the full moon. For this reason, King Vegeta specially set a banquet in the palace. Those with high status and some well-known Scion fighters all participated in this banquet. Ayaba is quite disdainful of such a banquet. What about a combat power of 600? Is it worth such a big fanfare? Real honor is achieved by strong strength. Vegeta now has the hope of becoming a strong fighter. What is there to celebrate? Well, this is Aya's jealousy. Vegeta's full moon passed in a lively banquet, and Vegeta's star returned to its usual calm. The soldiers began to go out one after another to perform the tasks assigned by King Frieza. At the docking port of the spacecraft, there are individual spaceships coming and going. And the spaceships are constantly rising and falling. Hundreds of cosmic people in the distance came over, and they all carried a baby in their hands. According to the practice of Scion people, these babies were sent to different planets for exercise. The strength of the force to go to the planet is determined by the infant's combat power. Although the Scions admire fighting and can even be said to be very cold-blooded, it is impossible to send Scion children to those mortal planets. According to the traditional division of force, the planets with the highest combat power below 1000 are classified as low-level planets, those with the highest combat power between 1000 and 10,000 are classified as intermediate planets, and those with the highest combat power above 10,000 are classified as low-level planets. Advanced planet. Only the strongest warrior of the Vegeta star can surrender the advanced planets with a combat power of more than 10,000. Only 13 Scions, including King Vegeta, have a combat power of more than 10,000. Among them, King Vegeta is in the strongest state with a combat power of 100,000. Of course, the most famous of these 13 people is Badak, who was born as a low-level warrior, who is also the father of the future Monkey King. Through a series of battles, it is a miracle. It has nearly 60,000 combat power. Just today, all the children born in this year will be sent to different planets, and Ayaba is one of them. Since Ayaba only detected 4 points of combat power when she was born, and she was still a baby girl, she would be sent to the planet of Philako with extremely low combat power. Ayaba stared wide-eyed and watched as the children were sent into the spacecraft cabin and then flew into space. She is about to leave Vegeta and embark on her own journey. Ayaba is very excited. Her dream is ahead. As long as she leaves Vegeta, she can have her own space. She wants to make a brilliant future. The way to achieve your own strong. Ayaba was gently put into the flight cabin by a cosmic man. The spacecraft had already set the destination for Akosan, and both the sleeping mode and the Scion training mode were turned on. After the spacecraft lifted off, looking at the star Vegeta gradually disappearing, Ayaba said with emotion, "Who would have thought that such a beautiful planet would be destroyed by Frieza's energy ball in 4 years?" Then Ayaba closed her eyes and entered the Scion training mode, waiting for the arrival of her destination. Chapter 3, Beast Planet. In a blink of an eye, Ayaba's spacecraft has been flying in space for more than 8 months. With a beep, a computer prompt sounded from the spacecraft. The target Furoko is approaching, and it is expected that it will arrive on the planet Furoko in 1 sun day. Repeat, the target Furoko star is approaching, and it is expected that it will arrive on the planet Furoko in 1 solar day. With the sound of the reminder, the hibernation mode of the spacecraft gradually turned off, and Ayaba also woke up from her deep sleep. Is it here? Ayaya thought to herself. Although Ayaba has been asleep during the 8 months of flying in the universe, the computer has been instilling Scion fighting skills into her brain at all times. Now Ayaba's mind is full of various fighting methods, so she really wants to land on the planet Philako quickly, and then practice the skills she has acquired in her mind. Working hard to calm herself down, Ayaba closed her eyes and began to accept the last day of study. The planet Philako is a relatively primitive beast planet. 70% of the planet is oceans, and nearly 30% of the remaining 30% are polar regions covered by ice and snow. The land only accounts for about 20% of the entire planet, and the upper part is large. Most of them are jungles, with only a few plateaus and deserts, but all kinds of beasts and birds live on this land that is not very vast. The planet Filico is a low-level planet, and none of the strongest species on it has more than 500 combat power. It is enough for Ayaba. Such a planet is suitable for scions like her to exercise. After all, Ayaba's current combat effectiveness is still very low. It is not necessary to go to a planet that is too advanced, but it may be accidentally killed. Coo! A strange cry came. In the jungle, a big bird spread its wings and soared, and a leopard was waiting not far away, preparing to raid the elk drinking water by the river. Chaish! There were bursts of huge air-breaking noises in the sky, and then a spherical object glowing with red light fell rapidly from the sky. The animals below felt the movement from high in the sky, and they all rushed around quickly, leaving this place as much as possible. Boom! There was a loud noise. The violent impact sound shook the four directions, and then hit the thick sand. A shock wave spread from the point of impact to all places. Under the effect of the shock wave, the towering giant trees fell to one side one after another, and the whole tree was uprooted. Gradually, the smoke composed of sand and dust dissipated, and what appeared in front of us was bare sand and stone that had become unrecognizable and nearly 100 meters square, with a huge impact crater about 40 meters in diameter and about 10 meters deep in the middle. Call! The door of the spacecraft opened, and Ayaya crawled out of it, holding a single frame-shaped energy detector in his hand. Press the switch of the energy detector, and a beep sounded in the ear, and a series of data appeared on the screen. The energy detector detected that the highest combat power on this planet was around 467, which was more than 1,300 kilometers away, and then it showed dozens of signal sources with combat power above 300. The fighting power of this Furokoi is not very low. Ayaya continued to test, and found nearly 100 more than 200 fighting power. You must know that the turtle fairy known as the god of martial arts has only 139 fighting power. That's it. Ayaba took the energy detector to test her combat effectiveness. With a beep, a set of data appeared on the detector. 17. It was a little taller than when she was just born. Ayaba is not disappointed. Although her combat effectiveness is a little lower now, it is not difficult to become stronger with her special physique that is close to bug. Starting to practice. Ayaba made up her mind, and then started training according to the training method she learned from the spacecraft. Time passed day by day, and soon a month passed. A young figure in the jungle constantly waved his hand at the big tree in front of him for practice, and slapped his punches on the tree with bursts of fists. The small palm hit the big tree, and the big tree more than 1 meter thick suddenly shook for a while, and then a lot of leaves fell down. Ayaya put her palms away, squatted down suddenly and kicked out with a diagonal foot. He kicked heavily on the tree, and the tree fell with a squeak. At the moment the tree fell, Ayaya jumped afterwards. At 5 meters, Ayanaba smiled when looking at the fallen tree. With the training these days, Ayaba has been able to control the speed and strength of his punches very well, and the combat effectiveness is also slowly rising. He has 21 points of combat effectiveness. Next, Ayaba plans to challenge those who can attack. The beast of sex. Turning on the energy detector, Ayaba began to look for the beast that matched her battle. Soon she found the target. In the southwest, there was a signal source with a combat effectiveness of 26. Now that she had found her target, Ayaba didn't intend to stay and rushed over immediately. With a puff, Ayaba turned on and moved instantly, and disappeared in place. About 2 kilometers away from the previous position, Ayaya's figure appeared on the branch of a big tree. Looking around, she found that the surrounding area was surrounded by giant trees, the vegetation was very dense, and the ground not far away was rising. A few ledges, a large reptile resembling a dinosaur lay there, that was Ayaba's target. The large lizard has a very keen awareness. It found Ayaba at the moment Ayaba appeared, buzzing in the direction of the big tree where Ayaba was and ran over, and appeared in front of Ayaba in no time. It was hard to imagine a behemoth with such a bloated body actually has such agile skills. Boom! The lizard hit the trunk with a huge body, and the big tree broke and fell. Ling Yi took the opportunity to flash to the side of the dinosaur, slammed towards the ground and rushed towards the dinosaur. He clenched his fist and slammed into the abdomen. The big lizard turned over and fell to the ground, raising a thick layer of smoke and sand. The big lizard let out a painful cry, and its tail slammed towards Ayaha. Ayaba was taken aback, and when he was about to be attacked by the tail, a teleport disappeared, and then appeared on the back of the lizard's head. Watch out! Ayaya hit the big lizard's head several times. Woo-hum! Due to the heavy blow to the head, the lizard roared angrily, opening its mouth wide to reveal its sharp teeth and biting at Aya Leaf. The speed of that mouth was very fast, but Ayaba was prepared long ago, and she leaned slightly to one side, cleverly avoiding the big mouth. Then, with one foot on the ground, Ayaya did a few backflips and opened up a distance of tens of meters from the lizard. Then he swooped down and kicked the lizard's elbow, and the lizard swayed. He whispered a few times and then began to counterattack. The crack hit sounded, and the two kept attacking each other, and it didn't take long for both sides to wear scars. Ayaya and the big lizard moved a distance away, wiped off the sweat and blood from his forehead, calmed down and stared at the prey seriously. The skin of this large lizard is very thick, and ordinary attacks can't cause any harm to it. She is going to be really capable, she thought to herself. Fortunately, she is a scion. Although young, she has shown extraordinary agility and responsiveness. This is the characteristic of a fighting nation. Concentrate all the qi in the body on the index finger of the right hand, and the index finger slowly emits a faint blue light. Sword Guanbo. Ayaya let out a soft cry. A slender wave of qigong shot from the index finger and flew towards the neck of the big lizard. This wave of qigong gathered all the qi of Ayaya and penetrated the neck of the big lizard without any hindrance. The big lizard roared in pain, blood kept flowing out of the wound on his neck, and his body slammed to the ground, and soon lost his life. Seeing the big lizard fell to the ground and died, Ayaya also collapsed to the ground feebly, breathing heavily in her mouth. The qigong wave just now exhausted her whole body. This energy attack called Sword Kanamai was created by Ayaba after she realized the existence of qi and combined with Sion's moves. It is made by gathering the energy of the whole body, and it is very powerful, but with the pitiful qi content of Ayaya's current, after using this trick, it will fall into a state of exhaustion. In this way, Ayaya lay on the ground and slowly recovered her strength, and then slowly got up from the ground when she recovered completely. Seeing that the sky had become dim, Ayaba got firewood from all around and started preparing dinner. She cut a few pieces of meat from the lizard and grilled it on the campfire, but the taste was very ordinary. When she had enough food and drink, Ayaya jumped onto the tree and lay down in the branches of the tree and began to rest. Chapter 4, Battle Pterodactyl. At the dawn of the next day, Ayaya jumped down from the tree and began to do morning exercises. She jumped up continuously, placed her body in the air, and then kicked and fisted into the air. Ayaba moved very fast, leaving after images in midair from time to time. After practicing for about an hour, Ayaba stopped, and then stood still and gasped, her face turned red because of the vigorous exercise. Wiping off the sweat on his face and touching his stomach, he found that his stomach was already groaning from hunger. So her petite figure rushed toward the depths of the forest. She didn't plan to eat the lizard meat anymore. Now she needs to go deep into the forest to see if she can find some new food. After a while, he came back with a rabbit. The rabbit was removed from the fur and guts, and then set up a bonfire and began to barbecue. After eating breakfast Mimi, Ayaba turned on the energy detector, began to look for the object to be attacked today, and then ran to the target according to the prompts from the energy detector. It was a beast with a combat power of 30. Fanfiction. The unremarkable planet of life in the universe. On an empty plateau, there are weathered and cracked rocks full of fine cracks. Not far away, a child who seems to be only 2 or 3 years old is facing a huge pterosaur. With saliva hanging from the mouth of the pterodactyl's blood basin, it seemed to treat the young children as their own delicious meal. Papa, papa! The pterosaur flapped its wings and rushed down, but the child in front of him moved suddenly, and the sound of palms slapped against the rough leather instantly sounded. The fight kicked off. Numerous blue light-emitting qigong waves flew around randomly along with the sound of breaking through the air. The qigong waves hit the ground and exploded suddenly, splashing thick sand and gravel. Be in a mess. That child is Ayaba. Almost a year has passed since he came to the planet Filico. Ayaba is also 2 years old and close to 3 years old. But because of her mature soul and extremely special physique, she does not look like a child who is only over 2 years old. In this year, Ayaba has almost been fighting against the beasts on the planet Filoc. Frequent battles have enriched Ayaba's combat experience and her strength has also been advancing by leaps and bounds. She has mastered the combat skills derived from science in her mind. In so many battles, Ayaba will often be seriously injured, but because she has an immortal body, she will not really die as long as she is not dead completely. And what is considered as not completely dead? Simply put, as long as there is one more cell, she is not completely dead. And even if she was blasted to ashes in an instant, she could regain her human form after a period of time. This is the immortal body. In addition to the immortal body, she also got amazing recovery ability from the judge. Every time she was injured, she would recover quickly. At the same time, the science physique also gave her a lot of improvement. Several times, Ayaba was seriously injured and dying, but she escaped with special abilities. The perfect teleportation ability plays a decisive role at this time. In these frequent battles, Ayaba has broken through his limits time and time again, allowing her to grow continuously, and her application of Qi has also been significantly improved. Now Ayaba has almost mastered how the Earth's people use Qi to sense energy intensity. Method. Ayaba, who is just over 2 years old, now has a combat effectiveness of 145, which is higher than most children with the title of senior warrior. At this time Ayaba was facing a pterosaur, which was a relatively common species on the planet Filoc, but its strength should not be underestimated, only a little lower than Ayaba. Ayaba teleported to the sky above the pterosaur, and then shot a few energy beams at the pterosaur before the pterosaur could react. The energy beam hits the pterosaur's back accurately, making a boom boom sound. Under the attack of the energy beam, the pterosaur's back became bloody, and it smelled of scorched meat. Wow! The pterosaur roared in pain, staring at Ayaba with wide angry eyes, staring at Ayaba fiercely, and then quickly rushed towards Ayaba's location. Good job! Ayaba yelled, ignoring the pterosaur's immense body, flew up in the sky, and followed a turn to attack the opponent. Boom! A huge impact sounded. Both the bodies of Ayaba and the pterosaur were bounced away by the powerful impact and flew towards the rear. Ayaba turned over a dozen somersaults in the air, spread her hands to stabilize her figure in the air, and after eliminating the dizziness caused by the impact, she began to attack the pterosaur. The frantic pterosaur shook his dizzy head, and saw Ayaba's tiny figure daring to attack. He couldn't help but yelled in anger. The wings spread out on his body and it was 10 meters wide. When Ayaba was about to attack, the pterosaur flapped its wings vigorously, twisted its body quickly, and attacked Ayaba with its claws. Not good. Ayaba didn't expect the pterosaur to move so fast, but it was too late to stop. She was caught off guard by the pterosaur's claws, and her body fell uncontrollably from mid-air in a straight line. With a boom, a big hole was smashed into the ground. Almost as soon as the impact sound came, Ayaba's body jumped out of the pit in a flash, avoiding another attack from the pterosaur, and then jumped onto a towering stone pillar. At this time, Ayaba looked a little embarrassed, one arm was drooping, and blood was dripping continuously from the arm. This hand was severely injured and the bone was broken. The pterodactyl's claws contained tremendous strength, making Ayaka feel her whole body numb now. Regardless of the injured arm, Ayaka quickly dodged and avoided another series of attacks from the pterosaur. The mistake just now not only traumatized Ayaka's arm, but was also suppressed by the pterosaur. This made Ayaka annoyed. It was clear that the fighting power was higher than that of the pterosaur, but he was unable to win. The lion also used all his strength to fight the rabbit. It seemed that he was still careless, and he sighed inwardly. Ayaka lifted up his spirits and looked at the pterosaur solemnly. With a scream, she suddenly disappeared from where she was, and moved quickly at a super-fast speed, leaving dozens of phantom afterimages around the pterosaur. Chuck can only hear the sound of Ayaka's feet stepping on the ground. But it was unable to capture her location. The pterosaur flapped its wings and flew in mid-air, and its two eyes kept turning to observe the position of Ayaka. Good opportunity, Ayaka said secretly, and when she caught an opportunity, she rushed towards the pterosaur. She accelerated the speed of her movement and came to the pterosaur in an instant, raising her leg and kicking it over. The place where Ayaka attacks is where the wings connect to the back, so that it can better cause damage to the pterosaur. With a bang, the wings of the pterodactyl were kicked by Ayaka, and the whole wings flicked in the air. Due to the attack on the wings, the pterosaur quickly fell from the air with a pain, and suddenly lost the ability to fly. How could Ayaka miss such an opportunity, teleport to the position below the pterodactyl, and threw an energy ball in the past? Boom! The energy ball exploded, releasing a large cloud of smoke. After the smoke dissipated, the bloodshot body of the pterosaur was revealed. Ayaka saw the pterodactyl's miserable appearance and knew that he was not far from victory. At this time, you need to be more cautious to prevent the opponent's counterattack. Roar! The pterosaur screamed frantically, the huge roar shook the surrounding echoes, and the earth seemed to be shaking. Ayaka watched the pterosaur carefully, not allowing it to have any chance to breathe. After making up her mind, she moved at a high speed again and launched a powerful attack on the pterosaur, hitting the pterosaur prostrate and shouting angrily. At this moment, Ayaka launched a total of more than 850 heavy blows to the pterosaur, and it was already powerless to resist. The pterosaur roared at Ayaka in grief and angrily, his whole body began to emit a pale red light, and the energy was constantly rising. Not good. Ayaka quickly moved away from the pterodactyl with a startled heart. Boom! A mushroom cloud rose in the sky, and the powerful destructive force produced a shock wave visible to the naked eye. The shock wave spread at a very fast speed. Ayaka was swept in by the shock wave before he could avoid it. Trees and rocks were destroyed in an instant. After a long time, the dense fog formed by sand, rocks, and vegetation gradually dissipated, and visibility began to recover. Lingyi's small body was buried in the sand, and now Lingyi was wounded all over. Being hit by the energy of the pterosaur's self-detonation, the bones of the whole body were severely deformed, and the injuries were much more miserable than the pterosaur just now. If it weren't for her immortal body, she would have died by now. Ayaka struggled to crawl out of the dust, panting with a pale face. Chapter 5, Post-War Summary. Lingyi's injuries were very serious. There was almost no intact skin on her whole body, and blood was constantly bleeding, and the bones had also broken many roots in the explosion just now. She moved her body carefully, and the intense pain that came from her body immediately made her small face twisted, and every move was very difficult. Enduring the pain, he left the battlefield just now and came to a slightly flat open space. Ayaka collapsed with exhaustion. Unexpectedly this time it will become so miserable. Feeling the condition of her body, Ayaka smiled bitterly, and her bones were broken in many places, especially one arm, which was completely deformed and abandoned. The body is still too fragile, and the strength has not been able to keep up with the increase in strength. This will limit the use of strength when fighting. If the body is stronger, it will be able to resist even more powerful attacks. It's too bad for the strength to keep up with the combat effectiveness. We must strengthen our body strength as soon as possible. Ayaka was lying flat on the clearing, thinking about it, but the first thing now is to repair the injury as soon as possible. Slowly mobilize a little bit of chi in her body and begin to repair her injuries. Ayaba's body is not only immortal, but also has the ability to quickly recover. When she uses chi, the wounds on her body are positive. Healed at an astonishing speed, and the broken bones were reattached, and pieces of old skin peeled off from his body, revealing white and pink skin. After an hour or so, the whole body injury was completely repaired. Ayaba stood up, twisted her neck a few times, and stretched her body again. Suddenly, she heard a cracking sound like fried beans, and there was an indescribable sense of comfort. Ayaka breathed the vitality in the air greedily, a feeling of escaping from death spontaneously, feeling the abundant power from her body, the content of chi increased again. After this escape from the dead, Ayaba's combat effectiveness once again improved by leaps and bounds. The combat power is 270. Ayaka uses the energy detector to detect that 270 combat power can already be ranked in the top 50 on the planet Filico. In less than 2 years, Sun Wukong will be born, and when Sun Wukong was 16 years old, he had only more than 260 combat power when he played against the Big Devil. That is to say, he has reached this level 18 years earlier than Sun Wukong. After so many battles, Ayaka has a wealth of combat experience, and has a keen insight into the battle situation and the battle situation. Especially after this battle, she found a serious short rib on her body. The 5 important factors that determine the outcome of the battle are the judgment of the situation, the speed of the attack, the strength of the attack, the ability to resist and the ability to recover. The judgment of the situation is to be cultivated by long-term battles. There are no shortcuts to accumulate experience through non-stop fighting. Attack speed and attack power can be quickly improved, as long as the use of perfect training methods can be very fast growth, and the science cultivation method is very good. This is what Ayaba has. The last is the ability to resist and recover. Needless to say, Ayaba has sufficient confidence, but the ability to resist is also the physical strength bothered her. And there was no effective method in the Scion experience. After the battle, Ayaba also found several problems. She knew that she had a strong recovery ability, which was far superior to Monkey King and others, but it was better than Piccolo's rapid regeneration ability and the more perverted Shuru and Buola behind. It's not enough to say it. Pico's rapid regeneration is achieved by consuming the chi in the body to achieve deadweight birth. Ayaka can also achieve deadweight birth, but it has not been able to grow as quickly as Piccolo. However, the advantages are also obvious. Each time Ayaka loses her weight and gives birth, it is equivalent to a trip from the edge of life and death. After recovery, the combat effectiveness and intensity will increase significantly, but compared to Shuru and Bu, as long as one cell survives, the degree of immediate recovery is still too far away. It only took an hour to repair the injury just now. Ayaka thinks that the body that Judge Lu gave to herself shouldn't be like this. It's been transformed by divine power anyway. Is it possible that her body's recovery ability is enhanced by strength, and it can be done when her strength has grown to a certain level? Will it recover immediately when only one cell remains? As long as there is one cell, it can recover immediately, and then it will be equivalent to a simplified version of the immortal body. Ayaba's additional abilities are divided into 2 parts. Part of it is the characteristics that will never die. Take Monkey King for comparison. Monkey King will die if he is injured to a certain extent, but he will not die no matter how badly he is injured, but he will still be seriously injured or even unable to move, unless the attack energy is very strong, strong enough to be destroyed his body in an instant, but then he would not die, and would be reborn shortly after his body disappeared, but his injuries would have to recover slowly. The other part is the ability to recover. This part of the ability needs to be enhanced by one's own strength, until it reaches the best state as long as there is one cell. When these two parts reach their limit and then combine perfectly together, it is the real immortal body. Ayaka understands that his recovery ability needs to be strengthened a little bit by strength, that is to say, he has to practice through battle, and it is impossible to break through immediately. Judgment ability, attack speed, attack power, resistance, and recovery ability. Judgment and recovery ability depends on fighting to increase. Attack speed and attack power can make use of Scion's practice experience. In the end, only the ability to fight and fight is left. It seems that there is no way to cultivate, can it only be passively increased? Gravity room? Ayaka quickly rejected it. The gravity chamber is to increase the gravity on her body. It is used to cultivate speed and strength. The body strength is only additional, and the increase in body strength is not significant. The gravity chamber Ayaka will use it later, but not now. My body and strength are very disconnected, that is, no matter how strength increases, physical strength and strength will not match. This is not the problem of Ayaka alone. Monkey King and others also have this problem. Their strength has increased but their physical strength is not enough. If Monkey King's physical strength can match his powerful strength, then whether it is against Vegeta or Frieza, even the robot Cherubihind will not be so badly injured. For example, when Monkey King fights Vegeta, there is no way to stop Vegeta from moving. Although there is a gap in strength, but the physical strength cannot be ignored. If Monkey King can withstand a higher multiple of the World King's fist, Vegeta definitely it will not be an opponent. And so on. Ayaka thought of something. Vegeta. By the way, at that time, although Vegeta had higher combat power than Monkey King made up the difference in combat power when he made the King Fist, but he still couldn't cause much damage to Vegeta. Is there any good way for Scion to increase physical strength? Not right. He is also a Scion, unlike Monkey King, who suffered severe head injuries and lost his memory when he was a child, and forgot the fighting skills of the Scions, but he inherited the skills of the Scions. Artificial Moon. Ayaka remembered that Vegeta would use an ability called the Artificial Moon, but he would not. Was it because I missed it, or because this trick has not yet been developed, or is this trick only qualified for advanced fighters like Vegeta? No matter what, Ayaka plans to return to the place where she landed on Furoko, to find the spacecraft that carried her, and see what she could find. Chapter 6, Submarine Practice. In a calm and secluded jungle, the wind was blowing on the leaves, and the branches and leaves were swaying and squeaking. The sunlight sprinkled on the ground through the dense leaves, dotted with bright spots. The animals not far away lie down comfortably and enjoy a leisurely life. It's near here. Ayaka looked in the air. The dense jungles were very similar, and it was difficult to tell where it was. With a sound, Ayaka flew higher to increase his vision. There. Ayaka saw an area with no trees, speeded up and flew past and quickly came to the top of that area. The huge impact crater was still there, and fine grass grew out of the messy gravel. In the center of the impact crater, the spherical aircraft was half sunk inside, and the aircraft was half open, covered with moss. Ayaka landed, came to the side of the aircraft, and dug the entire aircraft out of the pit. There was a beep. Ayaka pressed the button of the aircraft, and the computer made a snorting sound, and it started to detect automatically. After the aircraft's self-inspection was completed, Ayaka took out the small training room inside and went into it, and then ordered the computer to inquire about physical strengthening information. Toot toot. The computer inquired about relevant information according to Ayaka's instructions, but Ayaka was disappointed in the result. The computer did not store the information about body strengthening, which meant that she had to explore herself if she wanted to strengthen her body. Up. Ayaka walked out of the cultivation chamber disappointedly, and directed an energy wave with his palm towards the cultivation chamber. With a bang, the training chamber was blown to pieces, thick black smoke was emitted, and then energy waves were directed at the aircraft. Now this aircraft is useless for Ayaka, there is no need to stay, the corpse must be destroyed as soon as possible. Looking at the destroyed spaceship, Ayaka was very depressed, and it seemed like a long way to go to increase her physical strength. At the same time, on the far-away star Vegeta. Report, the signal of spacecraft number 89 has disappeared. The Cosmos People's Report, which specializes in monitoring the condition of the spacecraft. Number 89 spacecraft, check the database to find the information of the people on board. A cosmic person who looks like the person in charge said calmly and quietly waited for the result report after speaking. The disappearance of spacecraft signals often happens and is not uncommon. As a member of Frisia's Legion, there are several regional battlefields fighting every day, and sometimes hundreds of spaceships lose contact a day. Most of these spacecraft that lost contact were turned into cosmic dust, which is the so-called combat attrition. The difference is that they are not responsible for the formation of battleships, but the spaceships of Scion newborns. The signal of one of them disappears, which means that a Scion child has lost contact. This should have been a major event, but because the cosmic people responsible for supervising these spaceships were not Scions, they reacted coldly to this. The report says that spacecraft 89 is carrying a female Scion named Patinus, file number X112316, which belongs to the descendants of lower-level warriors, and the intended target is the planet Filico. It has been determined that spaceship 89 has lost the ability to return. It is recommended that the spacecraft be deleted from the sequence. The person in charge nodded, that is the ship of Labia's daughter. It seems that the little guy is dead and deleted her data from the computer. What a pity, a ship with good performance. Notify the logistics department, the wastage of the spacecraft is deducted from Labia's reward. I can't blame these cosmic people for being so reckless, mainly because Scion children are trained in computers and will not leave the vicinity of the spacecraft until they are not strong. This spacecraft is made of special materials, and ordinary impacts can't cause any damage to it. It is definitely not something an ordinary Scion child can deal with if the spacecraft can be damaged. Most of the little guy is dead. These cosmic people are not good people. They came here because of King Frisia's orders. They would not care about the life or death of one or two Scions. Without the spacecraft, they would not be able to return even if they were still alive. This group of cosmic people's actions are exactly in line with Ayaba's heart. If there is no data record, they will not be remembered by other people, and it can save her a lot of trouble. People in the universe would never think that Ayaba has a complete memory of his previous life, and can become so powerful in just over a year. Ayaka flew gloomily, passing through one forest after another. Some weak beasts evaded far away when they saw her. When they met someone stronger than her, Ayaka didn't even bother to fight, and went around directly. Fly all the way to the sea and watch the vast ocean, Ayaba feels better. Puff. In the distance, several giant whales buzzed and sprayed out high water jets, and the water jets shot into the air and crashed into the water. 70% of the planet of Filico is the ocean, and a large number of creatures live in the ocean. Ocean. By the way, Ayaba clapped her palms and thought of ways to increase her body's strength. Using the pressure of the sea to force the body to become stronger, and then strengthen the body little by little according to the depth of the dive. The pressure of the sea water will continue to increase according to the depth of the dive, and all parts of the body can be under the pressure of the sea water, and there will be almost no missing. The more Ayaba thought about it, the more she felt that this method was feasible. She remembered the legendary body refining methods in the previous life, such as golden bells, iron blouses, and iron palms. These are all forced by external forces to continuously strengthen the body, but after all, it only becomes stronger locally. How can the pressure of the sea come in all aspects? Thinking of Ayaba, she quickly descended from the air and dived into the sea. 10 meters, 20 meters, 50 meters. As the depth of the dive continued to increase, Ayaba gradually felt the pressure of the sea water. Especially to the back, the pressure of the seawater almost doubled for every 1 meter of diving. Of course, this is not the case, but because the endurance is almost reaching the upper limit, Ayaka felt that she could no longer go down when she dived to 340 meters. She found that the bones of her whole body were squeaked by the seawater. The lack of oxygen in the brain made her feel dizzy, and she couldn't dive another meter. Ayaka stuck her head out of the sea, took a deep breath, and dived into the sea again. When she reached 340 meters again, she couldn't dive anymore. She gritted her teeth and dived down abruptly and dived another 10 meters. With a click, Ayaka's bones were squeezed to pieces by the pressure of the seawater, and her lower body became bloody, and blood oozes from her nose and ears. After teleporting to the land, Ayaka lay on the ground and panted heavily. Fresh oxygen entered the body to make her brain sober, and then greedily breathed out the air. Too impatient? Ayaka smiled bitterly after recovering. Fortunately, the Scion's physique is very special. Although all the pressure just now acts on the body, in fact, a large part of it is directly borne by the bones. It is very good to alleviate the blood caused by the sudden disappearance of the pressure. The fatal flaw of the sudden expansion of compressed gas is a blessing. The results of using the pressure of the sea to force one's body to become stronger are very obvious, but the price paid is also very high. If you are not careful, you will ruin the sea. Just the first time, Ayaka paid a heavy price, with crushing damage to the lower body, severe damage to the head and internal organs. Fortunately, she would move instantaneously, and teleport to the land when she could not persist, otherwise she would really die once. Up. It seems that I have to come bit by bit, first to adapt to the 300-meter deep sea. When her body fully recovered, Ayaka dived into the bottom of the sea again. This time she was very careful and stopped when she dived to a depth of 300 meters. At this depth, she had already felt the tremendous pressure of the sea water, her muscles were squeezed inward under the pressure of the sea water, her chest felt stuffy, and her internal organs were also squeezed. Ayaka tries her best to keep herself calm, slowing down her body's metabolism so that she can stay in the deep sea for a longer time. After diving day after day, Ayaka has adapted to a depth of 300 meters, and her body has not had any discomfort. She clearly feels that her body has become much stronger, and she will challenge a deeper place next. After a little self-cultivation, Ayaka dived to 350 meters, where she was hit hard before. Diving to this depth again still made her feel very uncomfortable. Squeezing the skin inward made her internal organs feel pressured. The bones all over her body squeaked, and her ears were suffering from intense pressure. After staying in this position for a while, Ayaka teleported to the land, and after a short rest, she dived again to a depth of 350 meters. After countless trials, Ayaka gradually adapted to 350 meters, and then continued to dive down. In a blink of an eye, another year has passed, and Ayaka is more than 3 years old, and by this time she has been able to dive to 500 meters. The 3-year-old Ayaka has grown a lot taller, and looks like 5 or 6 years old, and is no longer so small. Chapter 7, Jump. At night, Ling Yi was sitting by the campfire facing the sea. On the campfire, a big fish was grilled on a tree trunk. The big fish was more than 2 meters long and 1 meter wide, exuding bursts of fragrance. That fish was her supper. After such a long period of exercise, Ayaka's body has been strengthened a lot. The Scion's physique and her own super recovery ability have allowed her to carry out all kinds of extreme challenges without any worries, day after day, till now. Even every time she punches, she can feel her strength increasing. For her, the current body is in a period of vigorous growth, and the combat value base is relatively small, so the improvement is quite obvious. Thanks to the assistance of sea pressure, Ayaka's use of qi has reached the point of subtlety. Now she can control every qi in the body. If all the qi is converged, she looks like an ordinary little girl. No one would have imagined that such a small child has a strong fighting capacity. Since diving to 500 meters, the difficulty of every 1-meter dive has increased sharply, and the requirements for physical strength will be more stringent. Ayaka has set 5 levels of physical strength, 1 level for every 500 meters, and she has only just now start the 2nd level of practice. After dinner, Ayaka lay on the bed and looked at the shining stars in the night sky, feeling that the starry sky was really beautiful, and then fell asleep in a daze. 2007, 2008, 2009. Ayaka did push UPS, doing 3000 push UPS, and then started running again. These are all her daily compulsory courses. Generally speaking, simple exercise is quite boring and lacks the necessary entertainment activities. Why is it hard to train yourself almost crazy all day? But the Scion bloodline made her enjoy this kind of boring exercise, which is probably the benefit she got after coming to Dragon Ball World. She is very happy that she has chosen the Scion descent. If she has the character of the previous life and does not have extraordinary perseverance, the ghost knows if she has a chance to make a living in this life. After moving my muscles and bones, I jumped into the sea and dived to the bottom of 500 meters, and then continued to dive. The surrounding pressure rose in vain, and my chest became a little dull. 550 meters, 560 meters. Ayaka continued to dive, protecting her important parts with air to resist the pressure of the sea. Chong chong, the muscles all over his body were trembling constantly, and a sensation of soreness came up. The swelling sensation slowly disappeared, and it was replaced by severe pain. Ayaka stopped, and her body stayed in that position motionless. She had encountered this situation countless times, indicating that she had reached the limit she could withstand and could no longer dive. The severe pain is still coming, and at the same time, his own recovery ability is also starting to work. A special kind of energy secreted from each cell is repairing the damaged cells little by little. The cells are constantly broken under high pressure, and then new cells are immediately born to replace the cells that have just been destroyed. Repeatedly, the cells of the whole body will be replaced, and the regrown cells are far beyond the original in strength and vitality. This is what makes Scions special. The number of times a cell divides is generally limited, and it cannot continue to divide after a certain number of divisions. This is also the main reason why organisms have limited lifespan. But Ayaka didn't care. She was like a nouveau riche, squandering her almost infinite life potential extravagantly. Humph! Ayaka felt a muffled noise in her body, and then her whole body became relaxed, and the pressure of the sea seemed to be relieved a lot. The body has become stronger again. Secretly rejoicing in my heart, now my body strength is very strong. When Ayaka returned to the land, her white skin looked more crystal clear, as if it broke with a bullet, but the actual intensity was far beyond imagination. After a short break, he continued to exercise, and then flew to the depths of the continent to find new prey. Physical strength is an aid, allowing you to better exert your combat effectiveness, but your own combat effectiveness is also the key. Now that your body can keep up, you must strengthen your combat effectiveness even more. Ayaka found a new prey, a black panther with a combat power of about 300. Lingya launched a fierce attack on the panther, and countless Qigong waves rushed towards the panther. The black panther was hit by the Qigong wave and made a loud bang. The thick smoke obscured the sight, so that Ayaka could not see the black panther. With a swish, the panther reacted and launched an attack on Ayaka, and a sharp claw rushed towards her. Ayaka was prepared for a long time, stretched out a hand to grab the black panther's paw, and threw the black panther toward the distant rock. The black panther hit the rock with a bang, the rock was smashed, and the black panther disappeared at the moment of the impact. Ayaka's face solemnly observed the surroundings, and his ears listened to any voice of the person. Here! A heavy blow to the air. Bang! The panther's head was hit upright, and the whole body turned into a straight line and flew out. How could Ayaka miss this opportunity? His body swish quickly disappeared in place, appeared on the trajectory of the black panther's flight, and then clenched his fists with both hands and slammed it down. The panther was stunned by the successive fierce attacks. As soon as he calmed down, Ayaba's attack came again. Nearly 100 energy cannons flew down from a high altitude and hit the target accurately. Ayaba attacked again and fought with the panther with one punch and kick. At this time, the physical advantage was reflected. Often the attack of the panther would not have a big effect on Ayaba, but her attack did not. The panther can be extremely injured. Cracking a series of attacks, the surrounding environment has been bombarded by powerful energy that has become unrecognizable, and there are traces of pits and pits everywhere. Both are moving very fast, which is impossible to see with the naked eye. Boom! There was another violent impact, and Ayaya turned a few somersaults and the panthers pulled out nearly 100 meters away. Then he attacked with a shoe sound. The place where I stood originally sank half a meter in vain due to the strong impact, and the ground was covered with cracked gullies. Woo! The panther let out a mournful cry, the whole body was penetrated by Ayaba's punch, and then there was a huge explosion. In this battle, Ayaba won. This is the benefit of physical strength. The opponent's attack can't cause substantial damage to himself, but he can bring the other party a painful price. The Black Panther's combat effectiveness is actually comparable to that of Ayaba, but the physical strength is far less than that, which led to such an outcome. The summer comes and the cold comes, spring passes and winter comes. In a blink of an eye, another few years have passed. It has been 5 years since Ayaba came to the planet Filico. Counting the months of journey from Vegeta to Filico, Ayaba is now 6 years old. According to my own understanding of previous lives, Vegeta should have been destroyed by Frisia's energy ball for 2 years. The 6-year-old Ayaya has grown very cute, with a small and pleasant face, fair and tender skin, and a pair of bright and energetic eyes perfectly dotted on the face. The flaxen and reddish hair naturally crosses the shoulders. Wearing simple clothes made of animal skins, a wild beauty penetrates all over her body. She is definitely a big beauty when she grows up. According to the universe man, even if she cannot become a strong one herself, it is estimated that she will be able to rely on her appearance to approach an extraordinary strong one and obtain the protection of the strong. This way of sacrificing hue in exchange for survival is a very common phenomenon in this war-ridden universe, and many people envy it. But how can this be acceptable to Ayaba? And she, who is already a strong one, doesn't need anyone's protection. Should I leave for the earth? Ayaya thought to herself, but thought that Monkey King was just over 2 years old now, so she dismissed the idea. It's too early to go now, in a few years. With a scream, he flew towards a mountain, leaving a beautiful arc in the air. The strongest on the planet Filico is the saber-toothed tiger with a combat power of 467, but Ayaba's combat power has surpassed it 2 years ago, and now there is nothing on the planet Filico that is her opponent. The reason for Ayaya's delay in leaving is that she intends to break through the 5th level of her body on Filico, which is to dive 2,500 meters, but she has also completed this goal 2 months ago. These 6 years have been a magnificent transformation for her, from a worthless otaku to a scion with a combat power of 860. Of course, there are some small episodes and some small accidents. But in any case, these 6 years are very meaningful to Ayaba, and a brand new chapter begins. Chapter 8, The Fall of the Spaceship. Although I don't plan to go to the Earth right away, it's time to leave the planet Filico, and staying here will not help me much, so it's better to go to other planets and see. Ayaba's home was placed on a mountain peak with a cave on it. The den was originally a brown bear's den. Since Ayaba's arrival, it has been occupied by her. After simply tidying up things, Ayaba launched a teleportation to leave the planet of Filico, where she had lived for 5 years. On a planet very far away from Filico, Ayaba's figure appeared on it. Her teleportation ability has an obvious advantage, that is, the overview of the destination can be seen before teleporting, and it will not be wrong. teleports into space and even stars. The distance of teleportation is closely related to her ability. In the world of Dragon Ball, it seems that the differences between the various planets are not very clearly highlighted, and it feels as if the gravity and gas composition of each planet are not too different. In fact, due to the difference in the size and mass of the planets, planets that are countless times larger than the Earth appear in the universe, and their gravity is also very different from that of the Earth. Coupled with the difference in gas composition, it can be said that there are very few planets that are truly suitable for human activities. Of course, for those strong, it is really difficult for us to use common sense to measure them. Aya's teleportation only chose a planet suitable for life, and did not determine the destination in detail. When she came to this planet, she discovered that there was no civilization on this planet. Except for the weird plants like cacti, there was no other life visible to the naked eye. The air was still filled with a pungent smell like sulfur, which smelled very uncomfortable. Just as Ayaba was about to initiate the teleportation to leave, a bright fireball in the sky, something fell. With a loud bang, the fireball hit the ground and made a huge explosion. The sky was full of sand and dust, and a thick smoke filled the air. With Ayaba's eyes, she quickly discovered that it was a spaceship. What a coincidence! Ayaba smiled, and flew towards the place where the spaceship fell, and fell down when she was about to leave. It was a disc-shaped spacecraft with a diameter of about 150 meters. It was a small and medium-sized spacecraft. At this time, the spacecraft was smoking black and was obviously scrapped. Ayaba landed near the spacecraft and began to look at it. "Stand up! Hey!" The cabin door of the spacecraft opened, and a man came out from inside. The man was 30 years old. He was dressed in a beige leather coat and a one-shouldered animal fur on his neck and wrists. "It's fluffy cotton. Where do you seem to have seen such a cool look?" Ayaya was taken aback for a moment, and the vague shadow in her mind flashed past, as if she had some impressions. "I always feel where I have seen this man's look, but I can't remember it for a while. By the way, this is the costume of the Yardrat star." After clapping her palms, Ayaya finally remembered, this is the traditional costume of the Yardrat people. Perhaps many people don't know about the Star of Yardrat, but if you mention the clothes that Monkey King wore when he returned to Earth after Namek's defeat of Frisia, many people would have an impression. It's this Yardrat star. It was a planet full of all kinds of magical secrets, and Monkey King's teleportation was learned from there. The man from the star Yardrat also saw Ayaya, with some surprises in his eyes. He didn't expect to meet humans on this deserted planet. Are you from Yardrat?" A very polite voice sounded, but after the question, Ayaba was stunned. He spoke the language of science, how could the Yardrats listen to it? "Get it? My name is Podia, I am a star of Yardrat, girl, you are." The man reflexively replied when he heard Ayaba's question, and then he saw the tail behind Ayaba before he reacted, "So little girl, you are a scion." Since the destruction of the Scion planet, he thought he would never be able to see Sai again. It's a human being. Scions are very famous in the universe, and the reason for their fame is that they are competitive, which is not a good reputation. Although they are powerful, they often give people the impression that they remain at the barbaric level, without the humility and elegance of the strong, not to mention the national attraction of the reign and quiet, especially after following King Frisia. Scion became one of the several battle teams on the front line of Frisia Legion. For this reason, Frisia has a lot of infamy. Of course, Vegeta, the home planet of Scions, turned into powder in the universe, and all Scions were instantly removed from the universe, which also brought a considerable shock to the entire universe. Such a powerful fighting nation suddenly disappeared? The destruction of the home planet and the fact that a large number of Scions are gathering on the home planet, it can be said that very few Scions have survived this catastrophe. In the universe, there are peace-loving nations, and there are also nations that like fighting. Those peace-loving nations are naturally happy to hear that the scions have suffered natural disasters, but those who like to fight think that the disappearance of the scions is a great loss. The death of rabbits and foxes are sad, things hurt their kind, and the disappearance of a strong nation is embarrassing. The man's answer stunned Ayaka, who actually understood the scion language. Podia saw Ayaka and didn't know why she stayed there and didn't speak, thinking that the other party was lost because of hearing that her home star had been destroyed. Little girl. Podia looked at Ayaka worriedly. Why can you understand me? Ayaka reacted and asked in confusion. This is a secret technique of our Yudrit star. As long as you hear what the other party says, you can immediately copy the other party's language system. Podia explained. It's so amazing. Ayaka's eyes showed longing gaze. This kind of secret technique must be learned. Uncle can teach me. It's okay, it's not a big secret technique, but the secret techniques of our Yudrit star are very difficult to learn. Besides, in this environment. Podia looked at the surrounding environment and shrugged. Let Ayaka stay aside first, then walk into the spaceship and rummagically look for it to see if there is anything useful. Alas, it's all broken. Ayaka looked at Podia for a long time but couldn't find a good thing, and asked, Uncle, what are you looking for? I'm looking for something that can repair the spacecraft, but unfortunately they are all useless. Podia stopped helplessly. Without tools, this spacecraft could not be repaired. The pungent smell in the air made him feel very uncomfortable. Little girl, what is your name, and why are you alone on this planet? My name is Ayaka, and I have always lived by myself. Podia has also dealt with other scions, knowing that they will send their children to other planets for exercise. So it was natural to think that Ayaka was also one of the children who were sent out. Well, you scions are so combative, you were sent out at a young age. What about the aircraft that was sent to you? He thought of the aircraft that carried Ayaka. Destroyed. Ayaka told the truth. Her words disappointed Podia, and the spaceship was destroyed and could not leave. This planet is a barren star. There is no food on it except cactus-like plants. It is impossible for people to survive on it. Ayaka was very funny seeing Podia sitting listlessly on the ground, and secretly took out the energy detector to detect him. The boom detector made 2 soft beeps. 1785. Podia's combat effectiveness is not low, it is more than 900 combat effectiveness higher than her, no wonder she dares to wander in the universe alone. Now, Uncle Podia. Ayaka discussed to Podia, if I take Uncle you away from this planet, you will teach me the secret technique of learning languages. Okay, if I can leave here, I will teach you everything. Podia responded casually, and then reacted, wait, what did you say? You said you can leave here. Of course. What about the aircraft? Didn't it mean that it had been destroyed? Could it be that there was another spacecraft? No. Podia was speechless. The child was just a child. How to leave the planet without a flying machine? He took Ayaka for granted as a little girl who didn't speak her mind. Seeing that Podia did not believe in herself, Ayaka was unhappy. Uncle, don't you Yudrit have a trick called teleport? Podia naturally knows teleportation, but it needs to be sensed by Chi. He doesn't at all, even there are very few people who teleport on the planet Yudrit. Not to mention the distance between the planet of life and the planet of life is so far away. Ayaka stretched out and placed it between her forehead to make a teleportation gesture. In fact, her teleportation doesn't require tricks at all, and can be activated directly with her mind. I will move instantaneously. Seeing Podia didn't believe her words, Ayaka showed dissatisfaction on her face. Shuo's instant movement disappeared in front of Podia, and then reappeared 50 meters away. Podia looked very surprised and opened his mouth wide in an unbelievable look. This little girl can really move instantaneously, but how did she learn that it is impossible to use it without a strong chi? He could see that Ayaka did use teleportation, not high-speed movement, even he himself could not use teleportation, but the little girl in front of him used it. This is really of a ghost. It's as if my family's heirloom secrets have not been learned by myself, but seeing the neighbors' children have used them freely, how absurd. How about it, can you teach me the secret technique? He smiled triumphantly, because Ayaka was not high enough, so he could only pat Podia's knee. Podia nodded, apparently he hadn't recovered yet. Chapter 9, Arrive at Udrit. Ayaka grabbed Podia's foot and closed his eyes to find the location of the Star of Udrit. Fortunately, the Star of Udrit is not too far from here, found it. A life planet appeared in his mind, which is the hometown of Podia, the Star of Udrit. Then launching a teleportation, Ayaka and Podia disappeared from where they were all at once. The Star Udrit is located in the eastern part of the northern galaxy. There are countless magical secrets on it. The Stars of Udrit are a peace-loving people. They are hospitable and hate fighting, but they have developed countless magic tricks. Although the individual's combat effectiveness is extremely high, they have never actively invaded others, and the reason why the entire area east of the northern galaxy close to the Star of Udrit is relatively peaceful is their credit. In this area, the Udrits are like big brothers, and they are loved by the weak cosmic people nearby because of their pure character. After Ayaka came to the Star of Udrit, they were warmly welcomed, especially after learning that Ayaka had brought her back to Podia. She was more friendly to her, and now she lives in Uncle Podia's sister's house. The houses of the Udrits are all built on stone pillars. On top of the stone pillars tens of meters high, a spherical building is built, which looks like a giant lollipop from a distance. Ayaka wore the Udrits' costumes prepared for her by Uncle Podia's sister. As soon as she walked out the door, she ran into the Ant Bunatai next door. The Udrits generally have not weak combat power, even peasant women. The identity of Ant Bunatai, her combat effectiveness is more than 500. So when I first arrived at the Star of Adlat, Ayaka was really shocked to see so many powerful players shaking in front of her eyes. It's no wonder that the Stars of Udrit can sit on the position of the big brother in the nearby area, and that strength is really not covered. Hi! Where is Xiaoling Yi going? Ant Bunatai greeted enthusiastically. I'll go to Uncle Podia. Podia is on the mine's side. Pointing to the location of a hill to the east. Ayaka nodded, smiled, and thanked Bunatai, and then went to Podia. He still owed himself a secret technique. Ayaka soon found Podia, who was collecting ore in the mine. This is a rough job. If it were other cosmic people with comparable combat power, it would inevitably drive those weak nations to do these tiring tasks for them. But here is different. Even Podia, who has a combat power of over 1,000, has to do these tasks himself. What a simple nation this is! Ayaka sighed. His strength is so strong that other planets can be the king and hegemony, and he is still working hard here. Seeing Ayaka coming over, Podia stopped her work and jumped out of the mine. Expressing his intention to him, Podia suddenly realized that he almost forgot about it, patted his head, smiled and took Ayaka to an open place, and then began to teach her the secret technique of language. The mystery of Udrit is very cumbersome to learn, and it will involve all kinds of fields. Let's say that the language mystery that Ayaka is learning now is the simplest kind of secret, but it also involves humanities, psychiatry, ideology, chaotic algorithms, and other complex things. Ayaka was dizzy, and she admired the predecessors of Udrit who created these fascinating studies. After Podia's constant explanations and her own assiduous exploration, it took 3 full months to learn this secret technique. After learning, Ayaka has decided that this is indeed a very practical skill. At least there will be no barriers to communication with the Namekians in the future. As long as they speak the language of the Namekians, they can calculate the skills through chaos. They learned the language. One day, Ayaka was lying on the roof basking in the sun. During this time, her little life was very leisurely. Suddenly a figure appeared beside her. Ayaka, the great elder wants to see you. The other party said straightforwardly. He is the guard who guards the Great Elder. The Ydrit people are the same old-fashioned management as the Namek people, and the Great Elders represent the highest authority. The Great Elder Ayaya met him when he first came to the Star of Ydrit, and he was a fat old man. I don't know what the Elder is looking for. Following the guard into the hall where the Elder lived, Ayaya thought to herself. After waiting in the hall for a few minutes, the Great Elder came out, holding a yellowed book in his hand, and 7 or 8 elders behind him. Each of them was a high-ranking authority, and I didn't expect all of them to appear today. A female elder stepped forward and touched Ayaya's head. I have been on Ydrit for a few months, so I should have a better understanding of this planet. Ayaya nodded. The Jadratras are a peace-loving nation, which is very rare in the universe. Although their combat effectiveness is not top-notch, their wisdom is definitely number 1 in the universe. The female elder continued, we have created countless secret arts. This is only the pursuit of our family, but we are unwilling to get involved in the struggle in the universe. You saved Podia. We are willing to be friends with you. Scions are a fighting nation, but I can see that you are different from other scions. Ayaya didn't know what the elders meant when they said these things to herself. They didn't realize that they were different from ordinary people's physical characteristics, and she felt a little flustered when she thought of this. But she thinks too much, and the Star Jadarat didn't see her physique. The Grand Elder looked at Ayaba and said solemnly, you have the potential to be far superior to ordinary scions. Maybe you will become the legendary Super Scion. Our Ydrit tribe has a secret technique that can predict the future. We predict that one day in the future the universe will be shrouded by a dark force, and you may be able to relieve that crisis. Ayaba understood that the crisis that can affect the entire universe should be Majin Buu. In her understanding, Majin Buu will be terminated by Super Scion, but it is not her, but Monkey King. You have learned the secrets of language. In order to deal with the crisis, you can choose to learn 2 other secrets. The elder handed the yellowed book to Ayaya. This is about the secrets of the Aldrat star. You can choose 2 of them, and we will arrange for someone to teach you. Ayaya was stunned by the sudden news. Is there such a good thing? Happily took the book from the Great Elder. Unexpectedly, the Great Elder was so generous to let herself choose. Ayaba flipped through the books page by page. There were too many secret techniques recorded on it, and each of them was very useful. It really stumped her to pick 2 of them. Can I take it back and study it? You have to choose these 2 secret techniques yourself. The elders smiled and nodded. They didn't plan to let Ayaba pick it out now. After all, it is still very difficult to choose 2 from such a thick book. Ayaya was holding the book with joy and planned to walk out of the hall. Wait! An elder stopped Ayaya. Ayaya stopped and looked at the elder bewildered, wondering what was wrong with him calling him. Your tail will cause you unnecessary trouble, let me pull it out for you. Ayaba shook the tail behind her, only to remember that this tail might be her only weakness. Although she had undergone a difficult practice, this tail was still her weakest place. She originally planned to let the gods of the earth remove it after going to the earth. Unplug it, since Elder Star Ydrit is willing to help, that would be great. The scion tail is related to the giant apization. In the early stage, the giant apization is far stronger than the human form, so it is an indispensable magic weapon for life, but in the later stage, the effect of the giant apization will not be so prominent. By then instead, the tail became a burden. Some of the occult abilities of Star Jadrat are not inferior to the magical abilities of Namek. Ayaya turned around and leaned her tail towards the elder who stopped her. The elder held Ayaba's tail, and suddenly Ayaba felt that her strength had decreased a lot, and her body became weak. This tail is really my own weakness. It has also undergone a lot of practice, and it can withstand the pressure of the deep sea. Why is it that the whole body will be weak when caught? No wonder Monkey and Vegeta pulled out their tails in the later period. The elder clenched Ayaba's tail and used the secret technique ability. Ayaka felt a numbness in her buttocks as if she had been electrocuted, and then suddenly felt a chill, and the entire tail had been pulled off. Ayaka took her tail, thanked the elder, and left the hall. After leaving the main hall, Ayaka sent an energy wave in her hand to completely destroy her own tail, leaving only a faint smoke in the air. Chapter 10, Learning Secrets. Can that kid really save the universe? An elder asked after Ayaka left. No one answered. No one of them can say that they can accurately predict the future, but according to the sights seen in the secret arts, it is indeed the scion who saved the universe. I don't know, there is an unspeakable smell in Ayaka, there is a mystery that even I can't see through. Finally, the elder waved his hand and said calmly, whether she is the last person to save the universe, she is. We are friends of the Jadrits. Ayaka ran to the home of Podia's sister holding a book describing the secret technique of Adrit. Friendly Adrits greeted her from time to time on the road. Soon Ayaka returned to where she lived, gently closed the door, and sat at the table to carefully read every secret technique inside. There are nearly 10,000 kinds of secret techniques recorded in the book, each of which has a unique function. On the third page, Ayaka saw the record of teleportation, and then skip this one and continue to look down. Excluding some of the secret techniques used in life that are useless to her, specifically select those secret techniques suitable for combat, and then analyze and compare them one by one, and strive to choose the most suitable one among them. Ayaka spent the night and night studying, and even if Podia's sister came to ask her to eat, she did not respond. Finally, after a night of fighting, she chose 2 secret techniques that she believed to be very practical. The first secret technique is called Unsighted Eye. It is a pupil technique that is very suitable for use in combat. When the unseeing eye is opened, the eyes will appear light blue, which can greatly enhance the combat awareness. It can more naturally grasp the rhythm of the battle, and it can play a very good auxiliary role in the battle. Misuian also has a more convenient ability, which is to determine the opponent's combat effectiveness, regardless of whether it is deliberately hidden. It can accurately give the opponent's combat effectiveness value. After a series of comparisons, Ayaka feels that the unseen eye is still very practical. It can play a very good auxiliary role in future battles. It is much better than the energy detector. Even if the strength is hidden, it can't hide under the unseen eye. The second secret technique Ayaka chose is called Sound Energy, which is an ability suitable for surviving in cosmic space. Now Ayaka is steadily improving in terms of combat effectiveness and physical strength, but she cannot get rid of her dependence on oxygen alone. Entering outer space or the deep-sea hypoxic environment will bring her fatal damage. Although Ayaka is immortal, she cannot survive in space. If the enemy enters the space to attack her, she can only stare. Jineng can let her get rid of the restriction of oxygen. After entering outer space, she can absorb the free energy in the universe, which not only allows her to survive in space, but can even bring her extra energy supply to fight against the universe. Human time couldn't be more suitable. After finalizing these 2 secret techniques, Ayaka ran towards the Elder Hall without stopping. The guards of the hall didn't stop seeing Ayaka's arrival, obviously they knew her purpose. The elders saw Ayaka and asked, "My child, have you already chosen?" Ayaka nodded, and told the elders the 2 secret techniques she had chosen. After listening, the great elder smiled involuntarily and praised, "These 2 secret techniques are very good, but the cultivation is very difficult. Even within our Yadrit clan, there are very few people who know these 2 secret techniques." "Not much." Turning his head to give a few orders to the official around him, the elder smiled and said, "I will arrange for Pamikuka to teach you, and you will learn from him in the future. Pamikuka is a rare and powerful warrior of our Yadrit star. We are also very relieved to teach you." Several elders laughed. After a while, a strong middle-aged man walked in, wearing clothes unique to the Yadrit star, but there was a little difference, it was a battlesuit. There are 2 scars on his face. He is Pamikuka. Pamikuka greeted the elders first, and then looked at Ayaka, is this little girl who wants to learn secret techniques. Yes, her name is Ayaka, a friend of our Yudrit family, you have to teach her well. Pamikuka nodded, and said kindly to Ayaka, in that case, the little girl will follow me from now on. He said that there was a friendly smile on his face, but that smile was accompanied by 2 scars on his face. But it seems very fierce. Hello. Ayaka hurriedly responded. Although Pamikuka's smile looked terrifying, she could see that Pamikuka was friendly to herself, and Yudrits were basically very easy to get along with. Leaving the main hall, Ayaka followed Pamikuka to a special training room. In this room were placed various exercise equipment. Many Ayaka did not see the purpose at all. Pamikuka explained the purpose of these devices in detail for her, and then began to teach. The first thing to learn is unseen eyes. Although Pamikuka explained in great detail, Ayaka was still confused. This unseen eye deserves to be an advanced secret technique in the Yudrit tribe. The principle is much more complicated than the language secret technique she learned before. The two are not on the same level at all, and they are not comparable at all. After Pamikuka's constant demonstrations and explanations, Ayaka only understood the mystery of misunion a little bit, but she was just getting started. Once Ayaka mischievously took out his energy detector to detect Pamikuka, wanting to know how much his combat effectiveness, but unexpectedly, the detector exploded with a boom when the value rose to 12,000. After all, it is an old-fashioned detector, and the upper limit of the energy that can be measured is not too high. But from then on, Ayaka studied harder. This Pamikuka is a strong man with a combat power of more than 10,000, and his advice is very helpful to him. Ayaka worked hard to learn from Pamikuka, raising her own questions from time to time, and Pamikuka also answered her carefully. As time passed quickly, Ayaka's strength improved by leaps and bounds under Pamikuka's guidance. After nearly a year of learning, Ayaka finally learned the unseen eyes. At the first time when the learner didn't look at her eyes, Ayaka turned to Pamikuka. Her eyes slowly glowed with a pale blue light, which is a feature of unseen eyes. Ayaka suddenly felt as if her brain had been cleaned up again, and she felt a little cool, and her mind became extra clear. A string of numbers appeared in front of Ayaka, 34,000. Unexpectedly, Pamikuka has 34,000 combat power, which is 16,000 more combat power than Vegeta's attack on the earth. Then he observed himself with his unsighted eyes. 1850. Ayaka was stunned, and she couldn't imagine that her combat effectiveness had increased so much in just 1 year. Suddenly she became happy again, and sure enough, the effect of having a strong person is different. She is very looking forward to learning the world ability, and she doesn't know how much her strength will increase by then. Pamikuka knew that Ayaka was very happy now, and did not interrupt her interest. After more than a year of getting along with him, he knew the little girl in front of him very well. She was a serious, hard-working, and very cute child. After the excitement, Ayaka happily urged Pamikuka to teach herself Jianneng. She can't wait to learn it. Missing eye is an auxiliary secret technique, which can play a very good additional role in combat. The world energy is the secret technique of cultivation and survival, which can not only allow oneself to survive in the universe, but also provide additional energy support for oneself. If one enters the universe to absorb the energy of the universe, then the strength will definitely increase more rapidly. Ayaka knew that with her own power now, she would definitely be invincible on the earth. Even if she looked at the entire universe, she could compare with a lot of planets. But these are far from enough. You must know that once the Dragon Ball stepped out of the Earth chapter, the increase in the power system was simply not a human matter. The front is a few hundred to increase the combat effectiveness, very powerful, right? The latter is even more powerful, with an increase of tens of thousands. In the middle and late stages, it was too perverted, and the fighting power soared like life, as if it could be increased for no reason. At that time, the battle was simply squandering. In Ayaka's view, it was a waste of time, and his eyes were tingling. Ayaka is a person with a sense of crisis. People who have no vision must have near worries before starting. So a little faster, why bother? When we reach millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of combat power in the future, we will follow their example and squander it generously. Be a strong man with combat effectiveness. Chapter 11, Practice in the Universe. The next step is to learn Jianneng. The secret technique of Jianneng is more complicated than unseen eye, because it is about the transformation of human body characteristics, so that life forms can survive in the universe, and can also absorb the energy of the universe. The knowledge involved is more complex and profound. Before studying, Ayaka first involves cosmology, space science, life science, and psychology. Fortunately, she has a little foundation in psychology and space science, and learning is a little easier, but other knowledge is especially life science and cosmology. The things involved are too esoteric, and Ayaka's learning is unspeakable. She has been learning these boring things for 6 or 7 months. The ancestors of the Udrit people are really indescribable in short words. Such profound things can be explored. Ayaka's admiration deepens. With so many secrets, as long as you learn one, it is very useful. Fortunately, the Udrit tribe is a peace-loving nation. Many of the secret arts they have created can only be learned by kind-hearted people. Otherwise, these secret arts alone will mess up the entire universe. Ayaka thought, the reason for this restriction is probably due to the protection of Dragon Ball world itself. After thinking about it, she continued to study with the information. Time passed slowly, and finally one day, Ayaka made a joyful voice, finally understand these things. After 9 months of fighting, Ayaka finally got the information, and she was liberated. In courage, the next step is to practice and transform the body. Shishi. In outer space, a petite body lay flat in the universe, with a faint light radiating from his body. Not far away, a strong man was practicing. His attention remained on the girl beside him. The girl was lying peacefully in the universe. A wave of invisible energy gathered from all around and entered the girl's body. The influx of energy made her face look a little ruddy, and her flaxen reddish hair wafted down to her shoulders. 2 strands of broken hair hung in front of her chest, and the tips of her hair showed a faint red color. This girl is Ayaka. It has been more than 2 months since she came to space for specific practice. At first, it was a bit unnatural, but now she has adapted to the universe and can survive without relying on oxygen. The energy of the universe converged little by little into the body, giving Ayaka an indescribable taste, warm and extraordinarily comfortable. Let's stop here today. The girl opened her eyes and ended her practice. Then he returned to Udrit with Pamikuka. Strolling on the street of Udrit Star, holding various ingredients in his hands, taking small steps leisurely. It's been 2 years since Ayaka came to the planet Udrit, it's time to leave. Before leaving, she would like to thank Uncle Podia's family for taking care of her. Today, she specially prepared to cook a hearty lunch. After lunch, Ayaka told them that they were about to leave. The Podia family was a little surprised, but they quickly reacted. Although she was very unwilling to leave, Ayaka knew that one day Ayaka would come. She was about to leave. Seeing that Ayaka had decided to leave, she had to tell her to take good care of herself. Ayaka nodded. After more than 2 years of getting along with each other, she was very affectionate for the Podia family. Reluctantly left the Podia family. And then went to Pamikuka's house to say goodbye to him. Thanks to Pamikuka's teaching in the past 2 years, her strength has grown so fast. Pamikuka is equivalent to her teacher and must say goodbye to him before leaving. Are you leaving? Pamikuka said calmly as if he had known it a long time ago. Ayaka nodded, feeling a little sad. Time flies so fast, it's been 2 years, I'm leaving here to go elsewhere. Don't neglect to exercise, strength is to retreat if you don't advance. Pamikuka is very dedicated to remind although he knows that even if he does not say that this child will work hard to practice. Ayaba twitched her nose, and her parting sorrow suddenly surged. "Thank you, teacher Pamikuka." Ayaba had nothing to say, and bowed deeply to Pamikuka and left. Looking at Aya's back in the distance, Pamikuka's lips moved, and he shook his head. "This kid." Saying goodbye to the elders one by one, Ayaya initiated an instant movement and left the planet Yudrit. During the 2 years of living on Yudrit, Ayaba has gained a lot. Not only did she learn the mysterious and powerful secrets, but she also got some friends and teachers who are worthy of being close to and relying on. And Ling Yi's combat effectiveness has also exceeded the 4,000 mark, and she has grown a lot taller. At the age of 8, she is already 1 meter and 2 meters tall and looks like a little beauty. Swish! 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 After several teleports, Ayaya landed on an asteroid belt, which was already the northern region of the northern Milky Way, far away from the eastern region where the planet Yudrit was located. Okay. Ayaba stayed on an irregularly shaped asteroid and found a wave of energy nearby. This asteroid belt is relatively close to the star it is in, and the energy should be emitted by the star. Ayaba didn't intend to waste any time, so she sat on the asteroid and used the world's energy to absorb energy. The energy that strayed around was gradually gathered by the Aya Leaf realm energy, and soon became an invisible wave into Aya Leaf's body. Aya's body began to emit a faint coercion, and there seemed to be a layer of streamer on the skin that was constantly wandering. When entering the body, the energy gathered like a mist, causing the line of sight to be slightly distorted. The energy continuously enters the body to make Ayaba's strength continue to rise, and the vacuum of the universe is constantly acting on Ayaba's body. A mysterious force in the cell began to produce and repair the damaged cells, causing the cells to constantly renew and replace, and Aya's body continued to grow stronger. Ayaya is sitting on the asteroid, slowly accumulating a thick layer of dust on her body. She is still absorbing cosmic energy, her body has slowly adapted to the vacuum environment, and the mysterious power in the cells is no longer there. Appeared, the strengthening of the body ceased. Ayaba woke up from the concentration, stood up and moved her body. A series of cracking sounds came from her body, and a long-lost refreshing energy spread to her heart. Observing his own situation with his unsighted eyes, he was surprised to find that his combat effectiveness had reached 12,000. His combat power exceeded 10,000, reaching 12,000. Ayaya was very surprised, her combat power exceeded 10,000 so quickly. Such a fast cultivation speed is also very rare in the history of science. I couldn't help but feel a little complacent. Those in the universe who looked down on themselves at the beginning would be frightened if they knew their own condition. Of course Broly and Son Gohan are excluded by her. Broly is a legendary Super Saiyan who was born different from ordinary Saiyans, and he often loses his mind and cannot be counted as a normal person. And Sun Wukong Ayaya doesn't care about it at all. It is purely open. How can there be such a metamorphosis as a Saiyan who can become a Super Saiyan second-order transformation when he is 9 years old? In the case of Monkey King, the author was opening it up to him. Didn't it return to normal during the Bu chapter? Excluding Broly and Son Gohan, he is the fastest in his cultivation. Of course, Son Gohan will open up and so will he. Ayaya is very confident that with her own physical conditions, it is safe to surpass the Monkey King family and even the powerhouse of the entire universe. After some sorting, Ayaya teleported away from the asteroid belt and reappeared on the very distant Kano planet. Chapter 12, Kevlar's Sight. The calm and deep universe is vast, and the seemingly calm space is dotted with little stars and twinkling lights. The entire universe appears peaceful, but in this seemingly peaceful environment, there are various dangers. Kano planet is one of countless living planets in the northern part of the northern galaxy, and the entire northern part is under the rule of King Kevla. Kevla is Frisia's elder brother, and his strength is even more terrifying than Frisia. They are members of the strongest race in the universe, born on the Winter Star. The people of his tribe were frozen from birth, and the longer they were sealed, the stronger their strength. After all, they were an ultra-rare fighting nation in the universe, and their talents and potential were very strong. Compared with them, the Scions, who claim to be fighting nations, are also quite different. Like his younger brother Frisia, Kevlar used his powerful strength to brutally suppress those planets that dared to rebel against him, and engaged in planet trading. Under his hands, he gathered a large number of powerful fighters and scientists. When Ayaba appeared on the Kano planet, it happened to coincide with the cosmic people under Kevlar attacking the Kano planet. Boom! As soon as Ayaba appeared, she heard a deafening explosion, thinking that she must have come to a planet where war was in progress. Looking up to the sky, a huge space aircraft carrier is suspended in the air. This is a large military spaceship with a diameter of 1 kilometer, and it is generally owned by only large forces. Numerous tentacles protrude from the bottom and sides of the aircraft carrier, and each tentacles emit energy cannons mercilessly. Boom! 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 The towering buildings were hit by energy shells and exploded. The collapsed stones fell to the ground, and thick gunpowder smoke was caught. The residents of Kano Star were frightened by the sudden disaster, crying helplessly and escaped. Behind them, a group of cosmic people wearing spacesuits with one-handed energy cannons kept chasing, and captured all Kano Star people. It seems that it's not time to come by myself. Ayaya shook her head, as if she was in trouble again. Moreover, the moment he appeared should be the beginning of the invasion. When the foreign forces launched an offensive with their front feet, they followed. She doesn't want to care about what's happening on this planet, because she can't care about it. The universe is too big, and things happen from time to time, and the most important thing is that she has only one person, even if she drives away this time. After the intruders, she couldn't stay and continue to help them. Maybe the intruder will be ruthless, and the next invasion will be even more bloody. Ayaba couldn't let herself be restrained here. Thinking of these, she was ready to move away from here. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a cosmic person saw her, and then actually fired an energy cannon at Ayaba. The energy bombarded Ayaba's body with white smoke, and Ayaba was not harmed. But the behavior of this cosmic person angered her. You cosmic person who wants to suppress this planet, then suppress it. Why did it provoke me? Do I have to be the savior of the world? Ling Yi thought uncomfortably. She saw that these cosmic people had very low combat effectiveness, not even 200. They were relying solely on the energy cannon in their hands. And they even provoke her unconsciously. He disappeared with a whistle, and came to his back before the cosmic man hadn't reacted, and hit him to the ground with a punch. Run! Seeing that Ayaya is not something he can deal with, other Cosmos people hurriedly fled towards the base camp. This person who suddenly appeared was definitely a strong man. But Ayaba didn't plan to let them go. After a series of crackling beatings, she was sent to report to the king. Good guys do it to the end. Ayaya feels that she is really too kind, and since she has taken the shot, let's help kill all those cosmic people. Ling Ye flew to the top of the space carrier, condensing a wave of qigong in his hand. Who is that? The commander inside the aircraft carrier saw Ayaya who was about to send a qigong wave in the air, and exclaimed in horror, Go, hurry up and inform Master Yue Dun. Boom! Ling Ye launched the qigong wave in her hand, and the aircraft carrier made a deafening explosion, and then fell from the sky. The escaping Kano Star saw that the space carrier that had destroyed his homeland was destroyed by a stranger, and the stranger was still floating in the air. He immediately cheered excitedly and worshipped Ayaba as a god. Ayaba accepted their worship with peace of mind, and picked out a person with a certain identity and asked him about it. Only then did she learn about the news of several nearby planets. This is actually Kevlar's territory. A surprise flashed in her heart, and Ayaba couldn't imagine that she had run to Kevlar's territory. Kevlar can't deal with it by herself, let's leave as soon as possible. She immediately thought of running away. Ayaba still doesn't dare to face Kevlar. It is said that he has the ability to transform once more than Frisia. Regardless of whether this rumor is true or not, he is more powerful than Frisia, but it is certain. The little girl over there. A voice came from a distance. Ayaba saw a bald cosmic man flying over and stopped above her. When the Kano star saw the flying cosmic people, they all yelled in horror and fled everywhere. Soon there were only the bald universe and Ling Yet. Who are you? Ayaba asked unhappy. My uncle is Master Uedun. The bald universe yelled arrogantly. That attitude made Ayaba's brows wrinkled involuntarily. Ayaba felt that the cosmic man's aura was not very strong, but it was difficult to guarantee whether he had hidden his strength, so he opened his unsightly eyes to observe. 7800. The cosmic man's combat effectiveness is indeed a little higher than the revealed chi, but not much higher. It seems that the cosmic man is really not very good at using chi. The combat power of 7800 can indeed be arrogant in the universe. After all, the overall strength of civilization in the universe is low. In Ayaba's memory, the scion who came to Earth called Nappa, but the combat power of 4000 is already arrogant. There is no edge. As a cosmic person with a bit of strength, he can be appropriately arrogant, but that is in front of people weaker than himself. Now he is arrogant in front of me, it's really looking for death. What? When Udun didn't react, Ling Ye stepped on the ground lightly and rushed up. A broken cry. Where Ayaya was standing, the 100 square ground suddenly sank 3 meters, the winding ravines were full, and the ground suddenly turned into a broken wall. Bang! I don't know when Ayaya has arrived in front of Udun. And a fist hit him. The leap suddenly turned into a straight line, passing through several tall buildings, deeply embedded in the ground. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and flew out from the ground angrily. At this time, he looked at Ayaba face to face, and he didn't expect that the little girl in front of him had such a strong force. Uedun never thought that Ayaya's strength would be higher than him. He only thought that he was negligent just now, and it happened that this girl also had some supernatural powers. Ha ha ha, little girl, you actually hurt my uncle, and my uncle will make you worse off than death. There was an evil light in his eyes, and he licked his lips. He rushed towards Ayaba quickly, but when he was about to attack Ayaba, a small slender hand grabbed his arm and forced him to stop abruptly. The little hand held it tightly like a pair of tongs. His arm made him unable to move at all. How come? Udun couldn't believe it, this little girl was stronger than herself? With a clatter, the bones of the arm were crushed abruptly, and then pulled hard, and the whole arm was broken off. What? Uedun held the broken arm and screamed in pain, his face turned pale, sweat seeped from his cheeks, and Ayaba's eyes were full of fear. Throwing away the broken arm in her hand, Ayaba looked at him cruelly. Monster, it can't be her opponent, you must leave quickly. Udun's brain was panicked, but he also understood clearly that he was definitely not her opponent. Run away. Must run away. Hey! His body turned into a white light and fled towards the distance, but he discovered that he was tragic. No matter where he went, the little girl always appeared in front of him. You can't run. Ling Ye said calmly, and then sent a Qigong wave at Uedun. Boom! Uedun's whole body was hit by the Qigong wave, and his body was instantly gasified by the high energy reaction of the Qigong wave, leaving only some blackened debris in place. On a planet not far away, inside a huge fortress, a man with a wine glass sat on the throne and sipped the red wine. In front of countless computers flashing red or green lights, creaking sounds in the case, a bunch of cosmic people busy operating these devices. Master Downey, Mr. Uedun's life signal has disappeared. A cosmic man reported nervously. A brief astonishment flashed across the face of the person called Downey, and he quickly drew it away. He stood up from the throne, put the wine aside gracefully, with an evil smile on his face. Chapter 13, Downey. Check where the guy Uedun lost his life signal. Downey said calmly. The subordinates hurriedly got busy for a while, and quickly found the exact location. My lord, Mr. Uedun lost his signal on Kano planet. Planet Kano is the planet with extremely low combat effectiveness. It's really a waste, even the mess can't be cleaned up. Downey showed disdain on his face, and then ordered his subordinates to prepare the aircraft for the planet Kano. As a member of the Kevlar King's army, Downey disdains the kind of trash that Uedun has a fighting capacity of less than 10,000. He went to the Kano planet this time just to find a pastime, as a Kevlar machine. The members of Force A also rarely meet opponents in the universe. It's not that he is arrogant. In the northern region ruled by King Kevla, apart from the terrifying King Kevla and several other mecha troops, almost no one is his opponent. Even in the entire northern galaxy, his strength it is also among the best. Downey didn't think there would be any powerful existence in the weak star field where the planet Kano was located. Like Frisia's Kainyat team, Kevra also has his own troop mecha. The Kainuite team has 5 members, while the mech team has only 3. They are Captain Shavza, Team Lishi, and Downey. Although the number is very small, the mecha unit is far superior to the Kainyat team. Each member of gains strength is at the level of the Kainyat team captain. Upon hearing Lord Downey's order, the subordinate cosmonauts immediately prepared a spaceship for him and set off toward the planet Kano. Cannon planet. Since knowing that she had come to the domain ruled by Kevra, Ayaba didn't want to stay any longer, but in the end she couldn't stand the painful pleading of the Kano stars and agreed to them out of this area. Ayaba sat on the wreckage of a tall building that had become a ruin, watching the Kano stars pack their belongings and board the spaceships, feeling sad for them. This is the sorrow of insufficient strength. Facing a strong enemy and unable to resist, I can only run away. My lord, everything is ready to go. With sadness on his face, the Kano star reluctantly boarded the escaped spaceship. Ayaba nodded and stood up to board the spaceship with them. Are you going to escape to that planet? Sitting in his position, fastened his seat belt, Ayaba asked the person in charge next to him. The person in charge looked at the fading home star and seemed a little lost. There is a planet where our people live somewhere in the northwest. We plan to go to them. Ayaba nodded sympathetically, but didn't know how to comfort her, so she looked away. The spacecraft flew in space for a week, and the Kano star gradually came out of grief and was no longer so silent. What is that? One day, a Kano star who was in charge of air route inspection saw what? Ayaya looked out the window after hearing the words, and saw a disc-shaped spaceship not far away. On the spaceship there was also a gear pattern, which was the symbol of the mecha unit. Where have you seen this spacecraft? Ayaba muttered to herself, suddenly remembering that Frisia was using this type of spacecraft on Namek. Not good. She screamed and reacted. Isn't the gear pattern a sign of the Kevlar Guard's mecha unit? I saw it when I first watched the animation. Damn it, why are the mecha units here? My lord, do you know what it is? Seeing Ayayi's loss, the Kano star couldn't help feeling anxious, as if the sky was about to fall. What makes the powerful young lady so nervous? Ayaba stared at the disc-shaped spaceship outside with solemn eyes, and said to the Kano star people seriously, the people in that spaceship are very powerful. I will stop the spaceship later. If you leave at full speed, can you escape? It's up to you. Hearing this, the Kano star looked at Ayaba with a worried expression, and several children were already crying in fright. Ayaya waved her hand to calm them down, and she was not sure enough to ensure that the Kano star craft could escape smoothly. Listen to me and leave at full speed later. After speaking, Ayaba disappeared from the front of the Kano star by using teleportation, and appeared in front of the disc spacecraft. The Kano stars looked at each other, looking pale at the eye leaf in space, with worry in their eyes. Listen to your lord, turn on the spaceship with all your strength. The spacecraft speeded up abruptly and quickly disappeared from sight. Ayaya watched the spaceship go away, praying secretly in her heart, "I hope they can reach their destination smoothly." Then he stared at the disk spacecraft of the mecha unit with dignity. With Ayaba's understanding, he should not be their opponent yet, and his advantage is the ability to survive and be immortal in the universe. Then destroy your spaceship first. A pale blue energy ball gathered in his hand, and then it was thrown at the spaceship. Inside the spacecraft, Downey watched the Kano Star's spacecraft escape with a calm look. He didn't pay attention to the incompetent clutter. Instead, it was the petite figure in space that aroused his interest. What kind of race is she? Her strength seems to be very good. Unexpectedly, such a small girl has such strength. It seems that she defeated Uedun. In time, it is definitely a major threat to the mech forces. Boom! The energy ball hits the spacecraft, causing an explosion on one side of the spacecraft. The vacuum environment of the universe continuously the air in the spacecraft into space. The alarm inside the spacecraft keeps ringing, and finally has to be forced to land on a planet not far away. Ayaba also descended on the planet. She wanted to know the strength of the mecha troops. In the original work, the mecha troops appear in the theater version, but the Dragon Ball feature film often conflicts with the content of the theater version, which makes it difficult for her to judge some events. Downey covered his mouth and did not inhale the harmful substances produced by the spacecraft explosion, and seemed to walk to Ayaba very casually. "If I can do it myself, few people in this North Yunhee can get this honor. It seems you good luck." Ayaba's eyes were dignified, and she felt a huge sense of oppression from Downey's standing position alone. "Let me see how strong you are, little girl." Downey turned on the energy detector, beeping data 12,000. "Ah, there are 12,000. Downey looked surprised and kindly suggested, "It's rare for you to have such a fighting capacity. Why don't you follow me and play for King Kevala?" "Impossible." Downey showed a regretful expression, feeling a pity that Ayaba could not be recovered, in this case. "Then go to hell." Downey swished and disappeared from front of him. Ayaya carefully observed the surroundings, quickly determined Downey's location. And then stretched out a fist to attack him, and his fist attacked Downey. However, when the fist attacked, Ayaba felt something was wrong, and this fist actually fell through. It's an afterimage. It turned out that the fist attacked only an afterimage, and Ling Yi carefully examined and judged, and her eyes kept turning in the direction she saw. Suddenly, she felt something wrong on one side and moved her body quickly. Bang! Downey's fist hit the ground, and the whole land surged violently. The ground within a kilometer range was beaten into a huge pit, with ravines crisscrossing and unrecognizable. So close! Ling Yi flew high into the sky, looking at the ground that turned into a crater, thinking with lingering fear. Chapter 14, Fiasco. Worry about yourself. At some point, Downey had already arrived above Ling Yi. When Ayaya was startled, and the pores all over her body shrank into a defensive posture. Downey clenched fists with both hands and slammed Ayaba's head violently. Ayaba felt dizzy for a while, and his body quickly fell down. When she was very close to the ground, Ayaba hit the ground with chi, stabilizing her body by rebounding. At this time, Downey followed again and launched a fierce attack on Ayaya. Ayaya was passively defensive, and his body was quickly covered with scars. Boom! 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 Ayaya and Downey came and went, attacking each other with punches and punches. Because they were moving at high speed, only two phantoms could be seen flickering. The scene of the battle continued to expand, and large tracts of land were destroyed by mountains, lakes, forests, and grasslands. Ling Yi stopped and panted heavily. Her stamina had been exhausted a lot. On the other hand, Downey only had a damaged battle suit on her body, and there were basically no injuries on her body, and her breathing was still the same. Call out! Downey's figure disappeared again, and he kicked Ayaba in the belly. Ayaya caught the foot with both hands, but the whole person was kicked away from a distance. If it were not because of her strong body, the kick just now would have kicked her hands together. The gap is too big. Feeling that the whole hand is still numb, Ayaka has several thoughts flashing in her heart, and with a wry smile, she opens her unseen eyes and looks at Downy 145,000. There are as many as 140,000. It's no wonder that I can't beat it. It seems that the other party is just playing and not really capable. Ayaka sighed secretly. She deserved to be a member of the mecha troupe. Her strength was really terrifying and suffocating. But she was unwilling to escape like this. Fight! Her eyes flashed with a pale blue light. Ayaka's heart was cruel, and her expression sternly struck Downy. Nearly 100 Qigong waves were shot out in his hand, and each Qigong wave carried a frightening aura. Downy grinned and licked his lips disdainfully, stood upright, and stretched out a palm to resist the Qigong wave. Turn! Lingye gave a soft drink, and the Qigong waves changed direction when they were about to attack, and hit Downy from another direction. Downy sharpened his eyes and was hit by the Qigong wave. A huge mushroom cloud rose up in the entire area, and the heavy dust blocked the sunlight, making the whole land suddenly dark. This is not over yet. Ayaka is gathering strength to launch her own trick. Sword Guanbo! She yelled softly. A spiral Qigong wave was launched in her hand. Jian Guanbo directly hit the target, and in the blink of an eye, a larger mushroom cloud rose up, and the explosion produced a huge shock wave, which suddenly covered all the dust that covered the sky and the sun. Empty! Lingye exhausted her breath, propped her hands on the ground, panting heavily, and her body fell together. The sweat moistened her cheeks, and her face looked extremely pale. After some of the smoke dissipated, the sky returned to calm, and a terrifying-looking huge deep crater appeared on the ground, as if it were caused by a planetary impact. However, Downy stood unharmed in the middle of the huge pit. How is it possible? Ayaka looked at incredulously, her eyes flickering. Unexpectedly, this can't hurt him. She squatted feebly. There was really no way she could do it this time. Her chi was almost exhausted. The little girl is really good. It's a shame to kill you. Downy shook his head and sighed, but he was a little regretful. But you can't blame me. Why don't you want to work for King Kevla? As he said, a half-moon energy slash was condensed in his hand, and without much thought, he slashed towards Ayaba's head. Puff! The energy was cut empty. Hey! Downy's face changed suddenly. He was shocked to find that the little girl had disappeared, and then he felt a weak energy response that appeared in outer space. In this moment she went to outer space unexpectedly. It turned out that at a critical time, Ayaka initiated an instant movement. Due to the tight time, she could not choose a specific location. Just like a headless fly, she entered the universe based on feelings. Ayaka was lying flat in the universe, with a panic in her heart, almost died. But fortunately, she had a trick to save her life, and she finally got rid of Downy's entanglement. Thinking about Downy's strength, her face is extremely ugly, and the members of the Mecha army are so terrifying, so how terrifying their master Kvila and Frisia are. For the first time, Ayaka felt that her strength was so vulnerable. I am still too weak. Ayaka shook her head, and when she was about to cultivate her body, she suddenly felt a palpitation. Turning his head, he didn't know when Downy actually came to his side. Damn it, how can Downy survive in space? Ayaka suddenly felt like crying without tears. She couldn't escape even if she wanted to escape. Now she has no breath in her body. Is that your supernatural ability? It's amazing. Downy was curious about Ayaba's tricks, and was very jealous of how to use this trick, but she didn't think about it, so she didn't ask. Doing nothing and endlessly, she sent a powerful wave of Qigong directly to Lingye. Lingye was shocked, and she closed her eyes in despair when she saw the Qigong wave hit him. Hey, it's not a good idea to die first. Boom! There was a bright light flashing in the universe. Although there was no sound, the strong dazzling light indicated that there was an unprecedented big explosion in this place. In the big explosion, Ayaka was blown to pieces. Powder. Seeing that the little girl had been blown into cosmic dust by the Qigong wave, Downey smiled viciously, and then notified his subordinates to send a spaceship. Soon after, the spacecraft came from a distance, and Downey flew through space into the spacecraft, and departed on the spacecraft. After a long time, at the place where the explosion just happened, a cell appeared out of thin air, pink and invisible to the naked eye. Then gleamed with pale golden light, and mysterious power appeared from this cell. The cell proliferated rapidly. After several hours, it formed a meatball the size of a ping-pong ball. The meatball kept squirming and slowly became larger, until it grew to the size of a baby 3 days later, with the head, hands, and feet faintly identifiable. After another 3 days, Ayaka was reborn, thanks to her immortality, otherwise she would be really dead this time. Because this time it was directly the death of shattered bones, it took a long time to resurrect, but because it was shattered bones, all the cells in the upper and lower body were replaced. After rebirth, Ayaka's strength became stronger. I don't know how long it took. When she returned to her heyday, her combat power had reached 18,000, a full increase of 6,000. This battle was the most aggrieved one since Ayaka was born, and the whole one was abused unilaterally. The pain is dead. Ayaka swears that one day she will get back all this 10 times, 100 times. Ayaka recalled the battle with Downey, and found that she had done incompletely in some places. During the battle, she completely followed his eyelids. Also, although she has a lot of secret skills, she has too few tricks. It seems go to the earth to study hard. Although the fighting power of the people on earth is not high, their use of tricks and spirit is outstanding. If 2 people with the same fighting power fight, it will definitely be a victory for the people on the earth. It's time to leave for the earth. With this thought in her heart, Ayaka couldn't bear to want to go to the earth immediately. However, Monkey King is only 4 years old now, and Ayaka decides to go to earth in another 2 years. I have to work hard to improve my combat effectiveness in the past 2 years. After all, after arriving on earth, there will be no one who can fight, and without so many peculiar environments in the universe, breaking through may not be so easy. Ayaka plans to go to Earth when she is 10 years old, when Monkey King is about 6 years old, and then the Dragon Ball plot will begin in 6 years. Chapter 15, Heavy Star. In a huge star system in the universe, messy meteorites collided with each other without any trajectory, and then shattered into several smaller meteorites. In the position of the star system close to the Sun, a steel planet quickly revolved around the star. The steel planet has no atmosphere, and the overall color is dim. There is no water on the Earth, hot, barren, boring, and strong gravity is its main theme. A tiny figure is struggling to jump, and every jump is more than 10 meters high. The size of the steel planet is extremely large, and the gravity is also extremely large. Under the strong gravity, it is very difficult to stand up on it. 12,998, 12,999, 13,000. Ayaka made 13,000 consecutive jumps and then stopped, wiped the sweat from her face, her eyes revealed determination, and then she started running again. Ayaka kept running until her steps became a little staggering, and there was a strong soreness in her thighs. The feeling of fatigue and pain continued to hit the upper body. With a poof, his body fell to the ground and fell asleep exhaustedly. 10 hours later, Ayaka woke up, and then began high-intensity training. After every exercise, her body would secrete magical power to repair injured cells and muscles, and at the same time, the meridians and bones would be strengthened. Ayaka continues to exercise on this planet with strong gravity, and her strength is rapidly increasing over time. Since losing to Downey, Ayaka has felt intensely dissatisfied with her own strength, thinking of ways to increase her strength. Higher than the gravity that she bears is a good challenge for her. When Ayaka first came to this planet, she was completely unable to move under the pressure of the strong gravity. After several days of adaptation, she could barely stand up and walk, and after a long period of practice, she reached the current level. The steel planet is barren, and there is no atmosphere. The iron lump is the most abundant, and there is no sign of life. Fortunately, Ayaka can survive on it for a long time thanks to the magic weapon of Jianning. Boom boom! Several qigong waves shot out, shining with blue light. Ayaka moved to the front of the qigong wave to make a resistance posture after sending out the qigong wave. Boom! A huge explosion occurred when the qigong wave hit the body, and the smoke dissipated. Ayaka stood there undamaged, patted the body and removed the debris from the explosion. A light flashed in his eyes, and his body slammed. Click! The steel ground suddenly produced wave-like undulations, and the hard ground cracked with reddish grooves. Ah! Ayaka used all her strength. The chi in her body burst out from her body, forming a huge energy ball. The energy ball emitted a bright light. At this moment she was like a dazzling new star, and the debris on the ground slowed down. Slowly got rid of gravity and floated beside Ayaka. Wow! The whole body's chi sprayed around with Ayaka leaf as the center, a large amount of chi condensed together, like a roaring dragon ruthlessly swallowing everything around it. High purity energy generates extremely high temperature, and suddenly melts the iron on the surface. The powerful shock wave slashed across the bumpy ground, rubbing against the harsh sound of hissing. The tyrannical energy gradually subsided, and a huge pit of 50 square meters and more than 2 meters deep appeared beside Ling Yi. Inside the huge pit was flowing molten steel liquid, and some light blue smoke floated on it. On the periphery of the giant crater, the destruction zone, which stretches for several kilometers, presents a circular shape. Looking at the earth destroyed by her own chi, Ayaka smiled a little on her face. Strength is steadily improving. Okay, do another 20,000 push UPS. She clapped her hands, and she made another decision that made the strong man embarrassed. So he fell on the ground and did push UPS. I was exhausted every time, and then rested for more than 10 hours, and continued to exercise after the body recovered. Ayaka insisted on practicing on the steel planet until she felt that she could no longer improve her strength. The gravity of this planet can no longer allow my strength to break through. Ling Yi sat on a towering mountain. Underneath was the ground that was pitted by her own destruction. Without a stronger external force, my strength will grow slowly, or even stagnate. He stretched out a white and naive little hand and clenched his fist, and squeezed out 100 meters away. The qigong wave shot out from the fist, smashing into a bottomless cave 100 meters away. The strength has been improved many times than before, but it is not Downey's opponent. Although her strength has improved a lot, Ayaka knows that she is not Downey's opponent yet. The strength of the mecha unit is so powerful. If you don't work hard to improve your strength, you will be left behind by the plot. Monkey King and Piccolo were not strong in the early days of Dragon Ball, and it can even be said that they are weak and small, but after entering the Namek Star chapter, their strength has increased at an incredible speed. In addition to their own blood and excellent qualities, their mentality is also very important. They practiced with the mind of a real martial artist, which is unmatched by Ayaka and even more powerful cosmic people. Get stronger and stronger, and constantly improve yourself. Although the overall strength of the earth is low, the martial arts above do have a long history. After a long period of exploration, different genres have summed up a complete training system. They pay attention to the spirit and state of mind. For example, the Turtle Fairy and Wutedu are low in strength, but they can all be called martial arts. Compared with the cosmic people and scions who only focus on power, the cultivation methods of the earth people have more potential. One is squandering and the other is frugal. If it is not for the blood of the earth people themselves that they will not have strong power, who will? It's really hard to say that it is the overlord of the universe. Ayaka is just taking advantage of the scion bloodline, and she thinks she is still far behind in terms of basics. In other words, she is still largely at the level of profligacy. After arriving on Earth, we must carefully polish the foundation and understand the martial arts of the people on Earth. Ayaka has made plans for the future. At this time, several golden phantoms flashed in the universe. The golden phantom area was very wide, with a long tail behind it, brightly illuminating the entire space. Hey, what is this? Ayaka looked at the golden spot in the space, with a curious expression on her face. When she came into space, she discovered that huge stars not far from the steel planet were surging violently at this time. And the surface of the stars was hot. The fire snake roared wantonly, ejecting a large number of energy particles into space. Solar storm. His eyes flashed with excitement, and he unexpectedly encountered a solar storm, and this solar storm had obviously just begun and was still brewing. Although the energy of the solar storm is very tyrannical, the energy produced is not small. Don't miss it. Ayaka sees the solar storm constantly throwing out charged particles, and her heart is itchy, thinking that she needs to use the energy of the world to absorb all these energy. It is very dangerous to directly absorb the energy of the particles emitted by the sun. If you are not careful, you will be burned by its hot high temperature. She hasn't been arrogant enough to bear the anger of the constant star planet. But Ayaka doesn't really care about these things. She has an immortal body, no matter what kind of energy she can't really die, and such a large-scale solar storm is inexhaustible. If you miss it, you don't know what to do. How long to wait? Ayaka flies to a place closer to the sun, where it can absorb more solar particle energy. However, the temperature is also exceptionally high, and Ayaka has already felt the tingling sensation on her body due to the high temperature. If people in the universe who are familiar with science watch her actions at this time, she will definitely make a joke that she doesn't even know how to write death words. The temperature is really high. The body was burnt by the sun at close range and it looked a little red, and bursts of scorching pain hit my heart. Ayaka endured the discomfort from the body and started to absorb it with the world energy. The energy of the sun. Flop. A large group of solar particles rushed towards Ayaka, but was absorbed by her body bit by bit. Obviously, the feeling of absorbing the sun particles was uncomfortable, and Ayaka's brow furrowed tightly. Little by little solar energy enters Ayaka's body, and the scorching and tyrannical energy continues to rampage in the body. Although the energy is always maintaining the state of the body, the solar energy is not so tame, and it will be countless in a short time. The cells are killed. The new cells quickly replace the dead cells and continue to struggle with solar energy. Ayaka controls Jineng to slowly tame the solar energy, and the tamed energy will gradually converge into her bones and internal organs. In this process, each part of Ayaka's body was strengthened one by one. After a few months passed, Ayaka has been immersed in the practice, and the cool feeling produced by the renewal of the whole body's cells made her intoxicated. The whole posture of a masochist. Chapter 16, Kylan. After a good night in the hotel, Ayaka came to the Universal Capsule Company the next day. She wanted to buy some tools for life in the wild. The Universal Capsule is a high-tech product developed by a subsidiary of the Buma family. Small capsules can hold motorcycles, cars, airplanes and houses. I simply bought a double-story house and a few pieces of electrical equipment such as refrigerators and color TVs, and the money robbed from the gangsters was almost spent. This money is really not spent. He took the box full of universal capsules in one hand, and found that there was not much money left in his hand. The Earth is different from the planets Ayaka has stayed on in the past, and money is indispensable for living on it. We must get some more money as soon as possible. Walking on the street, without carrying anything in his hand, the clothes bought by the waiter were all packed into the universal capsule. Ayaka wondered where to get some money, and suddenly, she saw a gold and silver shop in front of her. By the way, there is another place in the Dragon Ball world that is full of gold and silver treasures. Ling Yi remembered that when Sun Wukong was dealing with the Red Ribbon Legion, he had entered a pirate's bottom treasure house with General Brew of the Red Ribbon Legion, which was full of gold and silver treasures. It's a pity that so many treasures in the original work ended up sinking into the sea. Since I'm here, these treasures have been accepted unceremoniously. Ayaba's figure flashed and disappeared from the street. Fortunately, there are no pedestrians on the street, otherwise you will be frightened if someone sees a person disappearing suddenly. Ayaya flew over the ocean, looking at the magnificent, blue ocean, searching according to the memory he knew, it should be nearby. After flying around the entire sea area for a few weeks, Ayaba roughly judged the position, then dived down and dived into the bottom of the sea with a poof. She quickly found the entrance to the treasure based on the impression in her memory. Fortunately, the chance of finding this entrance is still very large. Hey! Ayaya got out of the sea and came to a closed seabed space. This place should have been carefully arranged by the pirates, and institutions are set up everywhere. In Ayaya's memory, Monkey King and General Brew suffered a lot of attacks when they came here, and there are several robots guarding the treasure. Avoiding numerous traps and robot guards, Ayaba came to the front of the secret room where the treasures were stacked. There was a thick stone door in front. Behind the stone door is the secret room where the treasures were stacked. After the stone door was opened easily, Ayaba walked in with a smile on her face. The secret room is full of gold and silver treasures, which have been robbed by the pirates over the years, but Ayaba is now cheap. Taking out the box that had already been prepared, Ayaba quickly filled the treasure in handfuls. Among these treasures, Ayaba did not find the Dragon Ball in the original book, but it is right to think about it. The Dragon Ball in the original book was discovered by Monkey King when he was looking for the 4 planets more than a year after summoning the dragon. It should be at that time. The pirates found it brought to the bottom of the sea. Looking at the empty room, Ayaba showed a sly look on her face. And then teleported away from the bottom of the sea. The pirates will vomit blood when they see their savings for many years being transported. Ayaba came to a big city and chose a very large gold and silver exchange shop. A smaller store was afraid that she would not be able to eat so much of her goods. But even so, when Ayaya took out the piles of gold and silver jewelry, she still shocked the waiter. At first, the waiter saw that she was a child and didn't believe she was here to sell things, but looked at the whole pile. The gold and silver in the hall shed sweat on her face. She won't hand over the treasury, right? The real situation is similar to what the waiter thought. Ayaba didn't transfer the treasury, but she emptied all the savings of the pirates. Seeing the waiters in the entire Jinyan building hurriedly counting the numbers, Ayaya lay comfortably in the VIP room, sipping a glass of drink in her hand. Finally, the owner of the Jinyanlu wiped his sweat and tremblingly handed the 2 bank cards to Ayaba. "Miss, you brought 11 tons of gold and 18 tons of silver, including jewelry, a total of 3.67 billion Earth currency." Ayaba smiled and took over the 2 bank cards. With these, she won't have to worry about money anymore. One of the 2 bank cards holds 3.6 billion and the other 70 million, both of which are universal. After leaving the Jinyanlu, Ling Yi went to the seafood market again, ready to buy a few tons of sea fish. Ayaya plans to go to Kailan Tower and exchange some fairy beans for Kailan Ferry. When she wants to come to Cat Ferry, she should like to eat fish, and many Dragon Ball fanfictions talk about trading fish with Cat Ferry for fairy beans. Whether it's real or not, these fish are not worth much anyway, it is better to try it. Fairy bean didn't show any value in the early stage of Dragon Ball, but it made people not hungry. But in the later stage, it has become a life-saving magic weapon, not only can quickly recover physical strength, but also instantly treat any kind of injury. It's a pity that the fat man from Akalabi had eaten too much in the early stage, causing a serious shortage of fairy beans in the late Dragon Ball stage. Otherwise, Sun Wukong and others would not die so many times. Ling Yi has an immortal body and has a strong recovery ability. She does not need fairy beans, but not everyone has the same physique like her. She has some fairy beans on her body, which can be used by people around her in an emergency. Ask the staff to divide the 10 tons of marine fish into 10 boxes, and then press the button. A burst of white smoke came out and turned into 10 small capsules. Ayaka picked up the capsule and put it in a box, and then left the seafood market. The universal capsule is really convenient. One box contains 10 tons of sea fish. Holy Land, Kailan. Kailan Tower is located in a forest near the Holy Land Kailan and is guarded by a dedicated Indian tribe. Ayaka flew above the holy place Kailan, and saw a long tower soaring into the sky from a distance. The top of the long tower penetrated into the clouds and was blocked by white clouds. That's the Kailan Tower, it's really high enough. The ancestors of the Earth people don't seem to be simple, creating such a miraculous building. According to the legend, it is impossible to reach the top of the Kailan Tower without climbing with bare hands. Although Ayaka sneered at this legend, she didn't believe it very much. But in fact, human beings can't reach it by transportation, at least not yet. Landing below Kailan Tower, Ayaka observed it up close. The body of the Kailan Tower is constructed of special stone materials, and various totem patterns are carved on it. Those totems may be ancient human beliefs in gods. Legend has it that Kailan immortal lives on the top of the tower. As long as you climb to the top of the tower and get the approval of Kailan Fairy, you can subdue the super holy water that enhances your strength. This caused many warriors to come to Kailan to challenge Kailan Tower, giving Kailan the name of a holy place. There was a fairy on the top of the tower, but Ayaka knew that it was a cat fairy who had lived for an unknown number of years, and he even lived in the Kailan Tower earlier than the gods. Stop! Who are you? A man's voice came from behind, and Ayaka saw an Indian with stripes on his face coming out of the forest holding a bow and arrow. That's Upa's father, Blah, the Indian leader. Ayaka knows Bola. He was killed by Tao Bibai, the #1 killer in the world, because he was guarding Kailan Tat. Later, Monkey King used the power of Dragon Ball to resurrect him. At this time Bra was still relatively young, and behind him was an Indian woman with a baby in her arms. It should be Upa and his mother. After Ayaka's explanation, Bra put down the bow and arrow in his hand. For the girl who came to challenge Kailan Tat at such a young age, Bra was full of affection. After teasing Upa, who was still asleep in her infancy, Ayaka bid farewell to the Bra's family and marched towards Kailan Tat. Chapter 17, Deal with the Cat Fairy. Ling Yi faced Kailan Tower and rushed into the sky with a swish, bringing a strong shock wave and quickly disappearing into the white clouds. Below, the Pala family stared at the sky where Ayaka had lost track of them in amazement. They didn't expect such a small girl to have such a powerful force. After a long time, Bra closed his mouth, looked at his wife and said incredulously, "That girl, maybe you can really see the fairy Kailan. Yet, it would be great if Upa could be as strong as her in the future." Passing through the white clouds, Ayaka quickly saw the oblate tower top in the sky. "It's almost here." Ayaka smiled. With a hard effort, an air current spurted from her feet, and her speed was increased several times, and an invisible whirlwind was generated behind her. "Hey!" Ling Yi's figure came to the top of Kailan Tower, leaped lightly, and entered the top of the tower, and saw a white fat cat sleeping on the bed with several water tanks beside the bed. "This is the cat fairy. Like the animation, I heard that she is over 800 years old." Ayaka walked to the cat fairy and picked up the cat fairy's beard. "Woo!" The cat fairy was awakened by her. Looking at the girl who appeared in front of her, the cat fairy did not recover for a while, and after a long while, it was surprised. There was a girl who climbed the Kailan Tower, and still such a cute girl. With a faint smile on Ayaka's face, she told the cat fairy her purpose. "Kailan Fairy, hello. I heard that you have a magic fairy bean here. After eating it, you can stay hungry for 10 days. I'm here to follow you do the deal." Ayaka avoids the weight and ignores it. She didn't mention the important role of the fairy bean at all, only saying that it can make people not hungry. The cat fairy licked his paw, squinted and said, Xiandu, where did you hear it? I heard it from Immortal Turtle. Immortal Turtle climbed the Kylan Tower 300 years ago and had seen immortal beings. Ayaka came prepared and said calmly. Turtle immortal? It turned out to be that kid. Cat Immortal didn't doubt Ayaba's words. Immortal beings now have a lot of them, and they don't have much value at all. Relatively speaking, they prefer fish. You said trading, what do you use for trading? Seeing that the cat fairy had no doubt, Ayaka breathed a sigh of relief, as long as she could trade the fairy beans. Take out a box of capsules full of fresh marine fish, open one of them, bang. White smoke came up, and a large box of marine fish appeared there. This is a ton of fresh sea fish. I have 9 capsules with different kinds of fish in them. The cat fairy dropped the cane in his hand, rushed to the box of marine fish, and kept smelling with his nose. How do you want to trade? Fairy beans are very precious. 1 ton of sea fish is exchanged for 10,000 fairy beans. I have 10 tons here. Give me 100,000 fairy beans. He took out the other 9 capsules. The cat fairy flashed and grabbed the capsule in Ayaba's hand, as fast as a gust of wind. Protecting the capsules containing the fresh sea fish personally, the cat fairy walked to the groceries, looked through the boxes and cabinets, and finally found a jar of fairy beans in an unbearable corner. You can see that Ayaya's head is covered with black lines. What a ruined fetish! After receiving an altar of immortal beans, Ayaya didn't count them carefully. But it seemed that the number was more than 100,000. Having obtained the fairy beans she wanted, Ayaba became happy, her eyes showed a happy look, and she started talking with the cat fairy. The cat fairy is also very curious about the girl who climbed the Kylan Tower so young. Little girl, who is your master? Is the turtle fairy? No. Ayaya shook his head. I will go to him, but I will not be his disciple. The cat fairy nodded, and the turtle fairy was indeed not suitable for accepting female disciples. Your strength should be very strong. Do you want to grab the super holy water? The cat fairy licked his paws. Ayaba knew that the other party did not understand his strength, so he let out a small amount of chi. Although these chi are only a very weak part of Ayaba's body, but it also has nearly 500 combat power, much stronger than the gods on earth. Suddenly, the cat fairy felt the overwhelming momentum emerging from Ayaya. That momentum turned into a violent wind and swept around, blowing things on the Kylan Tower. The cat fairy was shocked by the breath of Ayaya, and his body was a little unable to move, even from the gods. He had never felt such a strong aura. Hey! After Ayaya's aura condensed, the cat fairy wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Unexpectedly, you are so strong, you are simply a monster. Ayaba smiled embarrassedly. No one on earth would be an opponent even with the aura just now. Above the Kylan Tower, the temple. The of heaven looked at the lower realm with shock. Just now, he felt a very terrifying breath, which made him feel suffocated. God, what was the breath just now? Bobo said, standing beside the god, with some worry. He also felt that aura just now. It was a powerful aura that was absolutely absent on earth. Even the big devil Big back then was far less powerful than that aura. If the owner of that breath is evil, no one will be his opponent. Unexpectedly, there is such a powerful human being on the earth. If he hadn't taken the initiative to reveal his breath, we would not have known his existence. Tian Shen looked down with a solemn expression, and slowly said, that person is now in Kylan Tower. It seems that he is not an evil person. There has been an existence on the earth whose strength surpasses the heavenly gods. I don't know if it is a blessing or a curse. The heavenly cast his eyes into the distance and said with a worried expression. Looking at the shocked look of the cat fairy, Ayaba couldn't help but smile, and said with a faint smile, well, do I still need super holy water for my strength? The cat fairy calmed down for a while, and said with a complex expression, which super holy water is needed? No one on earth is stronger than you. Even the gods are not your opponent. There are many more powerful beings in this world. I was severely injured by them some time ago. You shouldn't be an earthling. The cat fairy judged that there would be no more powerful existence on earth. Even if there were, the battle that severely wounded Ayaka could not hide his breath. The cat fairy didn't know or care about the fact that Ayaka might lie to her before. The fairy bean has not yet demonstrated its value. Yes, I'm from Vegeta. Vegeta is located in the corner of the northern galaxy, very far away from the Earth. Ayaka saw the cat fairy looking surprised and continued, the planet we live in was destroyed by a disaster. Among them, there are only a handful of people who have survived, so I came to the Earth. But you can rest assured that I like the Earth very much and will not destroy it. Ayaka said, casting her gaze to the higher temple, what she said to the gods. If Ayaka doesn't explain clearly, the gods will not sleep peacefully. Now that they have come to the Earth, they need to say hello to the top management of the Earth. It turns out that she is from other planets. Are aliens so strong? The does not know about other planets, but he is very satisfied with Ayaka's kindness, since this girl who claims to be from Vegeta has already explained it. She will not interfere with the Earth, so don't pay special attention to it. The cat fairy licked his paw, picked up a fresh fish and brought it to his mouth. Then I wish you a good life on Earth. It knew that the gods must have known the situation here, and since the gods did not object to it, they had let this girl live on Earth by default. Ayaka has gotten the fairy beans she wants, and has greeted the cat fairy and the gods. Next, Ayaka will go to see Xiao Wukong. Monkey King is 4 years younger than herself. It is considered that Monkey King should be more than 6 years old now. Up. Saying goodbye to the cat fairy, Lingye jumped off the Kylin Tower and flew towards Baizai Mountain. Chapter 18, Monkey King. Baizai Mountain is located in a mountain range in the northern hemisphere, surrounded by steep mountains. Due to its remoteness and frequent beasts, Baizai Mountain is sparsely populated and traffic is very inconvenient. Ayaka went straight to Baizai Mountain after he came down from the Kylin Tower. He planned to use teleportation to find Monkey King directly, but suddenly Ayaka realized that she might have overlooked a very important link. My own teleportation is different from what Sun Wukong learned later. My teleportation does not require chi to be used for positioning. Will it make me dependent on it in the long run, thereby reducing my sensitivity to chi? Thinking of this, Ayaka stopped in the air, a cold sweat oozing out of her back. Fortunately, I woke up early. Teleportation may seem convenient to use, but it may leave a hidden danger for herself. Ayaka decided to avoid teleportation as long as it is not a planet-to-plane travel in the future. Teleportation can only be used as an auxiliary ability in combat, not as the main skill in combat. Lingye flew in the air for a while, roughly found the position of Baizai Mountain, and then landed. The mountains stand here, the environment is leisurely and quiet, all kinds of strange pine and strange rocks are scattered on the peaks, and the scenery is infinitely beautiful. After some searching, Lingye came to a large pool and found a set of deep purple exercise clothes on the rocks on the opposite bank. This dress belongs to Monkey King. It seems that he is nearby. Lingye leaped to the opposite rock, took out a piece of cloth and spread it on the ground, and then sat on the ground, waiting for Monkey King to arrive. "Yukai, who are you?" A crisp voice came, and a naked child appeared with a big fish dozens of times bigger than himself. He was shocked when he saw Ayaka and quickly turned back. "You said warily. This is the Monkey King. The heart is really pure and cute. But the strength is still very weak, and the combat power is only 15. Ayaka looked up at Monkey King and said with a smile, "I am not a monster, I am a human." Sun Wukong had never seen anyone other than his grandfather, and he didn't even know what a woman looked like. Suddenly he saw Ayaka who looked different from his own, and treated her as a monster. Sun Wukong put aside the big fish in his hand and stared with a vigilant look. "Nonsense! If you are a human, how come you look different from me?" Punch! Ayaka smiled, and she couldn't imagine that she had suffered the same experience as Bauma. Monkey King is really too simple to distinguish between men and women. You are a boy, and I am a girl, of course you look different. Woman. After listening to Ayaba's explanation, Monkey King was a little puzzled, and his gaze at Ayaba still didn't relax at all. Yes, men and women look different. Didn't your grandfather tell you? Sun Wukong suddenly realized that he remembered what his grandfather had said to him. Really, Grandpa mentioned to me, so you are a woman. As he walked forward, he looked around Ayaya curiously, and Monkey King found Ayaya. There is no tail, why don't you have a tail? And the hair is so long. Ling Yi was surrounded by Monkey King, feeling speechless, and she couldn't help but chuckle after hearing his words. It's not that everyone has a tail like you, men and women outside have no tails. Monkey King remembered that his grandfather didn't have a tail, so he believed Ayaba's words. Ling Yi picked up the clothes on the ground and asked Monkey King to put them on. After putting on the clothes skinny, Monkey King asked curiously, "My name is Monkey King, what's your name?" Ayaba. You can call me Ayaba, of course, you can also call me sister directly. Ayaya thought for a while and said that it was very appropriate for Sun Wukong to call her sister. I am 4 years older than Sun Wukong, and both have Scion ancestry. It's not wrong to lay the foundation with him since childhood and let him call her sister. Sister. Monkey King tilted his head, remembering that Grandpa said that he wanted to call a girl older than himself his sister. Dragging the big fish that had just been caught, Monkey King and Ling Ye were walking on the road. Monkey King asked, "Then what are you doing here, sister, Baizai Mountain?" "I'm here to find Sun Wufan." Ayaya couldn't say that she was looking for him, so she moved out of Sun Wufan. And looking at Sun Wukong's innocent appearance, she very much doubted whether he understood the meaning of sister. "Are you coming to see Grandpa?" Sun Wukong's eyes were a little gloomy. Grandpa passed away a year ago. Ayaya remembered the plot, saw that he was feeling down, and comforted, "I'm sorry. I don't know your grandpa has passed away. Your grandpa once helped me. Since he is no longer there, I will take care of you from now on. Take this opportunity to climb up the pole to make an important connection with the protagonist. Sister will live with me in the future." Monkey King asked happily. "Yes, I will take care of you in the future and tell you, my strength is very strong, and I can help you in your practice in the future." Listening to Ling Yi saying that she is very strong and she still needs to help herself in cultivation, Monkey King frowned and said unconvinced, "I was trained by Grandpa since I was a child. How could you be stronger than me?" "Because I am an elder sister, of course my elder sister is better than my younger brother." Ayaya knocked Monkey King on the head jokingly, causing Monkey King to shout loudly with dissatisfaction. The two became acquainted with each other quickly, and soon they came to their residence on the top of Baizai Mountain. Monkey King's residence is a square house made of bricks and tiles. The 4 corners on the roof of the house are all raised high. It is a house full of Chinese flavor. There are bamboo forests and cedar trees all around the house, and the wind makes an instigation sound. There is a large open space in front of the house, which should be where Monkey King practiced exercises, and there was also a pile of chopped wood on the side. Monkey King dropped the fish in his hand, ran into the room, and saluted the dragon ball placed in front of the incense niche. Ayaya saw the 4 planets on the mat in front of the incense niche, and there was a red stick beside it. These were the 4-star dragon ball and the wishful stick. Monkey King still thought that the 4 planets were his grandfather. Ayaya also saluted, which was regarded as a respect for Sun Wufan, a martial artist. Monkey King jumped up and ran to the open space in front of the house, removed the scales and internal organs of the big fish he caught, and then began to prepare to set up firewood. "I'm almost starving to death. Today I will ask my sister to eat grilled fish." Ayaya looked at Monkey King. Those who are familiar with the car and the road will remove the scales and internal organs of the fish and set up the firewood, with a smile on their faces. Children with Scion descent seem to be very good at survival skills. Ayaka is so is Monkey King. This is probably the characteristic of a fighting nation. Otherwise, how dare they send young babies to strange alien planets? After the firewood was set up, Monkey King ran back to the house looking for a tool to start the fire, but Monkey King did not find the fire object after searching for a long time. Ayaka shouted into the house, "Wukong, don't look for it, I will help you light the fire." Sun Wukong walked out of the house, scratching his head embarrassedly and said, "Sister, I forgot where I put the match." Ayaka shook her head helplessly, pointed her finger at the stacked firewood, and let out a light blue. The color Qigong is emitted. Puff! Qigong hit the firewood with a slight explosion, and a pile of firewood immediately burned. Monkey King looked in surprise, his mouth wide open. Monkey King had never seen such a magic trick before, and was shocked. What a miraculous trick! He jumped up and said, imitating Aya's actions just now, and he stretched out his fingers and pointed back and forth vigorously, but he couldn't make a Qigong wave like Aya did. Ling Yi knew that this was due to the lack of qi in Sun Wukong's body and he was unable to send out Qigong waves, and said with a smile, "This is the use of qi. Your qi is very weak, and you can't use this trick. First, let yourself be if you want to learn, your elder sister can teach you." Ling Yi looked confident. Sun Wukong nodded hurriedly. He now believes that the strength of his sister is far above him, and he is very happy that Ayaka teaches his own practice. "Oh, so full, so full. I can't eat any more." Monkey King patted his bulging belly and said contentedly. A big fish several meters long was almost wiped out by him alone, and Ayaka only ate a little. Strangely speaking, Aya's appetite used to be as big as Monkey King's, but since she has practiced the world energy, her appetite has become smaller and smaller. Now she is like a normal girl, and sometimes she doesn't even need to eat. Isn't it going to be Bigu? Ayaka was startled. The eternal immortal body, if you add Bigu, you won't become a god. Chapter 19, Sister and Brother's Ordinary Life. Ayaka was taken aback by her own thoughts. Is it true that she has become a without knowing it? Ayaka quickly recovered, she was already much stronger than the gods of the earth, and it was not an exaggeration to say that she was a god. After dinner, the sky has dimmed. There is only one bed in Monkey King's room. After all, Ayaka is a girl. Although Monkey King is still young, but sleeping on the same bed as him, it always feels a bit strange. In her consciousness, the standard image of Monkey King is still what he looks like when he grows up. So he prepared to take out the capsule house he bought. In order not to make Monkey King a fuss, Ayaka also specially explained some common sense about the outside world for him, but when she threw the universal capsule, Monkey King was still taken aback and shouted with magic. In the end, Ayaka dragged the unwilling Monkey King into his house, and then put him in hot water and let Monkey King take a bath in it. "Sister!" Monkey King ran into Ling Yi's room naked. "I can't use those things." After Ayaka heard this, she thought about it, so she took Monkey King into the bathroom, wiped him with shower gel, and started bathing him. After washing the Monkey King, Ling Yi took out a set of pajamas, let Monkey King put it on, and then let him go to a room to sleep. Ayaka soaked in the bathtub, amused, "What I am doing now is exactly what Boomer did later." After washing away the sweat, Ayaka put on her pajamas and lay on the bed comfortably, planning in mind the road ahead. The night is dim, the surroundings are quiet, and there are occasional bugs calling. Suddenly, Ling Yi remembered a plot in the original book. Monkey King ran into Baoma's room at night and took off Baoma's underwear. At first Baoma didn't know, but in the end the old man of Gaixianren was in vain. Thinking that Monkey King had a bad record, Ayaka quickly got up and locked the door. "I almost forgot the plot. Monkey King was still young at the time, and I didn't know that those things could not be done to girls. It seems that besides teaching Monkey King practice, it is also necessary to strengthen his education of outlook on life. The next day, as soon as it broke, crackling punches came from my ears. Early in the morning, it disturbed people's dreams. Ayaka yawned, put on her clothes, and walked out of the room with sleepy eyes, and saw that Monkey King had exercised in the open space. It's really hard work, I started practicing so early in the morning. Ling Yi said to Monkey King while adjusting her hair. Sister! Monkey King cried out when she saw Ayaka come out and stopped exercising. Ayaka smiled and nodded, and asked, "How did you sleep last night?" "I slept very well, but the bed is too soft, I'm not used to it." Monkey King said with a smile on the back of his head with his hand. "I'm going to prepare early, and I'll call you to eat later." After speaking, he went into the kitchen. Seeing that Ayaka had gone back to prepare breakfast, Monkey King continued to exercise, shaking his fists and raising his feet from time to time, rubbing the air with rapid movements, rolling up a whirlwind and making a hissing sound. About half an hour later, Ling Yi made breakfast and asked Monkey King to come over for dinner. Passed a towel to Monkey King to wipe off the sweat on his body, and then sat in the seat to eat breakfast. She didn't prepare much for herself, but she prepared a lot for Monkey King. In front of Monkey King, there were a full 1 meter high and dozens of cages of buns. Watching Monkey King gobble down a cage of steamed buns, choking and drinking a whole glass of water from time to time, Aya's face was filled with a smile. She felt that this scene was so real that she and Monkey King were like real family members at this time, and she gradually took the role of a parent. After all, he had some blessings for this Dragon Ball world except for cultivation. After breakfast, Ling Yi and Monkey King came to the open space of Baizai Mountain. She wanted to see what the foundation of Monkey King was. Monkey King found a wooden stake with a diameter of more than 1 meter, gritted his teeth and threw the stake into the sky. Ho! Sun Wukong stared at the wooden stake thrown into the sky, his body suddenly jumped up, his figure flashed, and he flew to the side of the wooden stake, kicking dozens of feet against the wooden stake in an instant. The wooden pile was severely hit from the center and broke apart into dozens of pieces of different sizes. The pieces fell from the sky and piled up in a pile. Ayaka couldn't help but nod. Although Monkey King didn't know the improvement and use of Qi, his use of his own power was quite impressive, and there was almost no leakage. It is worthy of being a child cultivated by Sun Wufan. He has a very solid foundation. Only after careful training, he will become a great strong. Ayaka did not hesitate to praise Monkey King. Speaking of guidance, Ayaka is actually very distressed. All she can teach Monkey King is the improvement of Qi and the skills in battle. Other things are not suitable for Monkey King. What Ayaka learned was the Scion practice method, and if this method was handed over to Monkey King, it would only bury him. The promotion of Scions depends on 2 aspects. The first place is the pedigree. The Scions with pure pedigree can get twice the result with half the effort, while those with impure pedigree require more effort. Of course, it does not mean that ancestry determines everything, it just shows a relative priority. On the other hand, it is self-cultivation. Scions are a fighting nation, and they have a very good feature, that is, whenever they are on the verge of death, once they recover, they can greatly increase their combat effectiveness. This is because the Scions have a deeper understanding of the enemy's attacks when they are dying, and their combat pedigree urges them to find ways to crack them. Often, they are on the verge of death, which is worth a long period of hard work. Of course, there are advantages and disadvantages. Every time you are on the verge of death, it is a process of serious injury. If you recover normally, it will take at least a few months or a few years to recover. Frisia has an efficient life-saving device, and there are magical fairy beans on the earth, both of which greatly shorten the time it takes for Scions to heal from them. If you deliberately let yourself be on the verge of death, and there is no strong enemy attack, although there is a partial improvement effect, it is basically due to the body's stress response, and it is impossible to increase it substantially. Ayaka has already figured this out. Every increase in her can be said to be accompanied by serious injuries. In the time of Furo-kun, she was on the verge of death in battle and when she was cultivating on the seabed, both of which improved combat effectiveness. It's not the same. So Ayaka concluded that in order to quickly improve combat effectiveness, in addition to daily exercise to ensure that, the most important thing is actual combat. Ayaka decided to only improve Monkey's chi and fighting skills for the time being, and let the turtle immortal guide the others. Although the turtle immortal is not strong, he is very good at teaching his students. Gaku, you are optimistic. Ling Yi said to Monkey King solemnly. She threw a log into the sky, her eyes condensed, and then swooped forward, and the whole person disappeared instantly. Monkey King turned his eyes around, trying to find Ayaka, but he couldn't find it. At this time, there was a sound of cracking in the sky, and saw the squally wind roaring in the sky. The momentum was overwhelming, and between the electric light and flint, the log was divided into more than 100 neat wooden sticks. The cut surface of these wooden sticks is smooth and neat, just like a knife cut, and the size is not bad at all. Thump thump thump. A stick neatly fall together, piled high hills. It's amazing. Monkey King watched Ayaba's performance and clapped his hands excitedly. Sister, how did you do it? These pieces of wood were cut to the same size. This is the use of chi, Wukong. Although you have exerted your strength to a great extent, you still don't know how to use chi. Ayaba said with a serious look, and formally teaches Monkey King, now what you have to learn first is to learn how to sense chi, and then continue to strengthen the atmosphere. Once you have enough chi, you will still be able to use it. Only in this way can you become strong. Monkey King listened carefully, and his eyes revealed a strong desire for knowledge. Seeing the look of Monkey King, Ayaka nodded in satisfaction. Close your eyes and don't think about anything. Let yourself be calm and feel your body with your heart. Then gather your attention and carefully feel the changes in your body. Monkey King quickly became spiritually transparent and tried hard to sense the chi in his body. Perhaps because of his innocence, Monkey King sensed the existence of chi faster than Ling Yi, and couldn't help but shouted happily, really, there seems to be a hot thing in the body. Seriously, don't talk too much. Ling Yi reprimanded unceremoniously, putting a hand on Monkey's chest to help him grasp the existence of chi more quickly. Although Sun Wukong's physical aptitude is not very good, he cannot possess huge power at one time, but his understanding is very good, very suitable for cultivating the mastery of chi on earth. In just a few days, Sun Wukong has mastered the chi in his body. Although these chi is still very weak and unable to exfoliate Qigong, the past few days have made Sun Wukong clearly feel the changes in his body. After each practice, he will feel his body warm, and there is a flow of air in his body from time to time. Flow inside. I heard Ayaka say that as long as she has enough chi, she will teach herself many tricks. Every time he thought of learning Ayaka's tricks, Monkey King would jump up and down with excitement. As the days passed, it has been nearly a year since Ayaka moved to Bayazishan. In this year, Ayaka not only taught Sun Wukong about chi, but also some simple cultural knowledge. At least not so that he could not even count as in the original book. In addition, Ayaka did not slack off her practice. Although the growth rate of her strength slowed down after she came to Earth, it was still rising steadily. Chapter 20, Use of Chi. After more than a year of practice, Monkey King has strengthened the chi in his body. At this time, his anger was no less than that at the beginning of the original plot. With Ayaka's instructing professor, Monkey King's strength is constantly getting stronger. One day, Ayaka began to formally teach Monkey King about the use of chi in combat. Gaku, attack with your strongest power. Ling Yi said to Monkey King, and then stood on the side indifferently, completely undefended. Monkey King nodded earnestly, then put on an attacking posture, looking at Ayaka solemnly on his face. Ho! Monkey King yelled, his body leaned forward slightly, and then his figure flashed, rushing towards Ling Yi like a gust of wind, and a whirlwind was generated in place because of the speed being too fast. In an instant, Monkey King had arrived in front of Ayaka and launched a fierce attack on her. Flap! Pop! Pop! Sun Wukong's stormy offensive did not cause any damage to Ayaka. Ayaka was smiling, and she flickered freely in the Sun Wukong's offensive. Not a single time, she was able to attack her. Then stretched out a finger and easily accepted Monkey King's attack. This time I'm attacking, Ling Yi said to Monkey King with a light smile. Her gaze was like a torch, she could see through the flaws in Monkey's attack at a glance, then tapped her finger and gently touched Monkey's chest. Bang! Monkey King seemed to add a heavy hammer to his body flew backwards suddenly, fell heavily to the place, and suddenly lost his ability to react. It's amazing! Monkey King barked his teeth and said with a pained expression on his face, it was just a light touch. I didn't expect it to be so powerful. There are too many unnecessary movements when you attack, which will reduce your attack power and make it easier for your opponent to find flaws. Ayaka stretched out her finger and said to Monkey King, a real attack is enough. Let go of the extra moves, condense a little, and make a fatal blow. Of course, this is when the strengths of the two sides are very different. If the strengths of the two sides are similar, then don't think of a fatal move, but a deadly one. Seeing Monkey King listening carefully, Ayaka was also very interested. Explaining. In the case of similar strengths, any flaw may be fatal. At this time, you must completely abandon the extra moves, try to hit 7 points and save 3 points, you can't recruit full force, and leave no room for maneuver. It's still regretful to be Kung Long. Ling Yi pointed out Monkey King's mistakes in the attack, and Monkey King listened carefully to Ling Yi's explanation. However, the universe is so big that the opponents encountered are often very different in strength, so the overall strength of the advantage is very important. Next, Ayaka began to explain the use of Qi. Before attacking, you must be as powerful as a rainbow, and move forward. As he said, a majestic aura emerged from Aya's body. This aura was like a black cloud pressing down on the city, which made people tremble, with endless aura of destruction inside, making Monkey King. Suddenly, it seemed as if he was in the Azura Purgatory, and his whole body shuddered, and cold sweat came out of his back. When you attack, you must attack like a thunderstorm, and as fast as lightning. Ling Yi's figure flashed, and suddenly disappeared from the place where she stood just now. There was a crack of several meters in the area where she was standing. Da-da-da. There were footsteps in my ears from time to time, but I couldn't sense her presence. Ling Yi slowed down so that Monkey King could see his movements. In an instant, Ling Yi appeared in the sky, the earth, and the forest. After images filled the entire Baizai mountain, Monkey King opened his mouth in shock. The moment the attack arrives, it must be as stable as Mount Tai and as heavy as a rock. Ayaka stopped her fast-moving footwork, stopped and continued to explain. She clenched her fists and knocked them against each other. Suddenly, a strong shock wave came from between her fists. The shock wave with a powerful cyclone suddenly bends the surrounding bamboo forests and trees. The strong cyclone also caused Monkey King to close his eyes. When he opened his eyes, Monkey King saw Ayaka leaping to a height of tens of meters, and then dived down. Boom! Ling Yi hit the ground with a fist. Suddenly, the ground began to shake, and the entire clearing quickly sank centered on Ayaka's fist. A strong sense of vibration was swept along with a visual impact that could not be seen directly. When everything calmed down, a huge crater more than 100 meters wide was formed in front of Monkey King. Monkey King was shocked by Aya's series of actions. In his cognition, even his grandfather, Monkey King, did not have such a powerful force. Looking at the already messy open space, Monkey King said with a trembling voice, "These are all the power of Qi." Ayaka nodded, smiled, and said, "Yes, these are the use of Qi, after all, human physical power is limited. And qi can make the human body produce more terrifying combat power. Wukong, your qi is not that strong yet, you can't be like me, but there are a few tricks you can already learn. Ling Yi intends to teach Monkey King Tortoise School Qigong and Empty Dance. As for Afterimage Fist, Sun Fist, and so on, Ling Yi intends to let Sun Wukong come across in the future and then realize it by himself. She can teach Sun Wu the use of air, but Ayaka prepares to go with the flow and not interfere too much with the part that involves his growth. It is easy to teach him by himself, but for him to understand deeply, he can only do it by himself. Really? Sister, what trick do you want to teach me? Monkey King said excitedly, eager to move. The first trick is called Turtle Qigong. Ling Yi stretched out a finger and said to Monkey King. Kuipei Qigong is the housekeeper of your grandpa's teacher Gaixianren Wuxian, and your grandpa will do it too. After all, tortoise-style Qigong is a trick that concentrates the release of the qi in the body into the body. When a person's qi has accumulated to a certain amount, it can be released as long as there is a window. There is also a problem of efficiency in the process of releasing qi. Gipei Qigong can be regarded as an efficient release. The same goes for the caves and waves of the crane immortal. Grandpa's teacher. Sun Wukong's eyes widened. Since his grandfather's teacher is the housekeeper, his power must be very powerful. The turtle immortal is known as the of martial arts, and his skill is very good. It is the lustful problem that has reduced him a lot. In Ayayi's mind, the turtle immortal is also mixed, with admiration and contempt. The second trick I want to teach you is dancing kongshu. This is the crane Xian Liu's unique technique, which is called together with the Gaixian Liu. Crane and Gaixianren are brothers, and the skills in his sect are also very practical. This you have never learned how to recruit your grandfather. Seeing Sun Wukong looking intolerable, Ayaya smiled and started teaching him tortoise-style Qigong. First, she made a rough gesture of the kick-starting style of Gipei Qigong, with a blazing blue Qigong wave shining between her hands, and then launched the Qigong wave towards the distant mountain. Boom! Gipei Qigong hit the opposite hill and flattened the opposite hill in half. Seeing the powerful power of Turtle School Qigong, Monkey King cheered with open eyes and smiles. Then I learned Ayayi's movements and used the turtle-style Qigong, but Monkey King didn't grasp the principle of releasing the turtle-style Qigong. Just a little Qigong wave gathered between his hands, it quickly turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared. Ling Yi carefully explained the starting methods and precautions of the tortoise school Qigong, and then let Monkey King practice it alone. Sun Wukong was a little sleepy and forgetful when he practiced. Ayaya gave him the methods and precautions, and he kept practicing. A few days later, Monkey King was finally able to release Turtle Qigong. Although the power of the Gipei Qigong he used was slightly insufficient, it was more like a fire-extinguishing tail gas, but it was more than 4 years ahead of the original work. Next, Ayaya began to teach Monkey King Crane's secret skill Dancing Sky. Condense the qi on your feet, then raise yourself little by little. Ling Yi taught to Monkey King, first let him learn to float. Wukongshu is a very good combat skill. With Wukongshu, many things become convenient. According to the instructions, Monkey King slowly floated up. Seeing that his comprehension was not bad, Ayaya worked harder to teach, and finally one day Sun Wukong could fly freely. Another year has passed. Ayaha, who is 12 years old, has entered puberty a few years ago. The girl's body has begun to develop, and her have gradually bulged. Having studied biology, she knows that this is the accumulation of subcutaneous glands and fat. So when dressing, she also chooses some loose clothes. She doesn't want to have a deformed body. After the embarrassment of the body at the beginning, Ayaba has gradually adapted to the body of adolescent girls. The development of the chest is inevitable, and it has begun to take shape. Of course, these are still very secret changes at the moment, not for outsiders, but the dramatic changes are not without. Ayaba's stature has begun to grow rapidly, and now he has reached a height of 1.68 meters, which is close to 1.67 meters, which is exactly the height he has grown. And since her body began to develop, her strength has also increased significantly. It seems that only when the scions enter the developmental period, the growth of strength will open the gate and enter the fast lane. Now Ayaka has fully felt the rapid changes. In addition, Ayaka has her hair growing up, and her hair reaches her shoulders. In addition to the 2 strands of long hair hanging on her chest, she also wears a long braid behind her back. The dress is full of the playfulness and beauty of a young girl. Moreover, such dressing does not interfere with sensitive activities at all, and of course it does not affect the exertion of strength. Chapter 21, Great Apization. Under the moonlight, the glazed moonlight shines between the bamboo leaves, mixed with the mist that has just risen, making the night look very hazy. The west wind blows the tender bamboo, and the bamboo body sways enchanting and makes an instigating sound. A slim young girl stood between the green pine and tender bamboos, holding a cup of fresh hot tea in her hand, looking out at the mountains in the distance. Sister. Behind him, a child with a tail on his whispered. Ling Yi turned her head to look at Monkey King. What's the matter? Can't sleep? I'm hungry again. Monkey King touched his stomach embarrassedly, and said shyly. Ling Yi rolled her eyes, looked at Monkey King helplessly, and went back to prepare a snack for him. Obviously, I ate so much at night, so why did I get hungry again so quickly? Did he start to grow taller? Thinking that Monkey King was already 8 years old, it was time to grow taller. However, after reading the original book, I also know that Monkey King has to be really tall after defeating the big demon King Piccolo. Ayaka was preparing supper in the kitchen, when she suddenly felt a strong vibration and roar of beasts outside. Oops! Ayaka suddenly remembered that today is a full moon. Isn't she so sorrowful because of the beautiful scenery? Full moon, great ape! So quickly ran outside the house. The scion can transform into a great ape under the full moon. When Monkey King becomes a great ape, he will lose consciousness and completely become a mad beast. When Ayaka came to the courtyard, she saw a huge ape more than 10 meters high snarling frantically, pulling a big tree in her hand and waving wildly around. The giant ape jumped up and down, making the courtyard pitted and unrecognizable. Ayaka looked at the ruined yard and some of the flowers and plants that she had planted herself, and her heart burst into anger. The great ape saw Ayaka with his red eyes, and madly threw away the big tree in his hand, and attacked Ayaka. A coldness flashed in her eyes, and the corners of Ayaka's mouth could not help but lifted slightly, not putting the giant ape in her eyes at all. She leapt gently into the air, letting the giant ape's huge arm lifted, and the giant ape roared to the sky in anger, and a beam of Qigong wave sprayed out of her mouth. Will you still use Qigong wave if you lose your mind? Ling Yi was slightly surprised, and with one hand he slammed the giant ape's Qigong wave in another direction. Boom! The Qigong wave hit a mountain, making a huge explosion, and a mushroom cloud rose far away. After becoming a giant ape, the combat power has increased tenfold. In the fight just now, Ayaka accurately saw that the giant ape-shaped Monkey King had a combat power of 430, 10 times the usual. This kind of combat power is comparable to the strength of Monkey King at the beginning of Dragon Ball Z. Although the Great Ape transformation is a great weapon of the Scion, it can increase the strength of the Scion by more than 10 times, but in the Dragon Ball main story, this kind of strength surge is not unlimited. After the surge, the strength is reaching after 100,000 combat power, it will no longer continue to grow. In other words, the Great Ape is only suitable for fighting Scions below 100,000. Even if the Great Ape is transformed into a combat power of more than 100,000, the increase in strength is very small. But the huge and clumsy body gives the enemy more chance. However, the unfavorable factors of the giant apeization are broken in the outside show, that is to explain the giant apeization from another angle. As far as Ayaka's current understanding is, the great ape transformation is the life-saving trick of the scions in the early stage, but the latter's effect is not very powerful. Seeing that it was unable to harm Ayaka, the giant ape could not help but violently jumped up and down, let out a roar, and shot several qigong waves from the giant ape's mouth. Although it could not hit Ayaka, it caused great damage to the surrounding area. This is not the way to go, the good environment will be destroyed. Ling Yi frowned slightly, thinking displeased, let it attack again, and the entire Baizai mountain will be destroyed. Ling Yi looked straight at the giant ape, and suddenly, a powerful aura emerged from Ling Yi. This aura was like a giant dragon flying out of the abyss, constantly roaring and roaring. The earth began to shake, and the bright moon in the sky seemed to be lost. Glorious! In the powerful and compelling breath of Ayaka, the great ape unexpectedly stopped his destructive action, and his body began to tremble. Although the great ape had lost its reason, it was instinctively shocked by this huge sense of oppression and was unable to move. A qigong chop condensed in Aya's hand. Suddenly, the figure flashed and disappeared from the spot in an instant. It came to behind the giant ape as fast as lightning. When the giant ape failed to react, it issued qigong to its tail. Cut! Fuck! The giant ape's tail was cut off by the volley, and the thick tail fell in the earthquake, causing dust. The great ape let out a huge roar, then fell to the ground and passed out into a coma. After the great ape fell to the ground, its body gradually became smaller, and finally returned to the appearance of Monkey King. Looking at Monkey King lying in the ruins, and then at the cracked ground that was destroyed by him, Ling Yi smiled helplessly, shook his head helplessly, and hugged Monkey King back into the room. The next day, Monkey King woke up from a coma. He had no impression of what happened last night. Because of his tail being cut off, Monkey King lost his balance for a while and fell to the ground with a pop. Monkey King asked Ling Yi in confusion, "Sister, why did my tail break? Can't it grow out again? Besides, your tail is also your weakness. Wouldn't it be good if it's gone?" Ayaka lay on the sofa in the lobby, with her chin in one hand and the TV remote control in the other. Monkey King stared in confusion, wondering how his tail broke. "I thought to myself, since my sister says it will grow again, it's okay. Wukong, how is the practice of tortoise school qigong and empty dance?" Ling Yi watched no good TV programs, so she put down the remote control and asked Monkey King. "I have mastered it all." As he said, Monkey King flew in front of Ayaka using the dance technique. His movements were very natural. "Since you have all mastered it, then I should take you out of here. Are you leaving Baizai Mountain? Where are we going?" Monkey King trusted Ayaka very much, and had no objection to leaving Baizai Mountain with her. "Sister, I will take you to see your grandpa's teacher, Immortal Turtle." Ayaka said with a smile. Immortal Turtle, also known as Teacher Wu Tian, is called the of martial arts. It would be great to let him instruct you. "Really? Grandpa's teacher, that must be very powerful." Monkey King heard Ayaka want to take him to see Immortal Turtle, and the Immortal Turtle guided him to practice. His face was filled with excitement. Ayaka nodded and said, "The strength of the Turtle Immortal is the strongest among the people on earth, and the Turtle Immortal Lu created by him is also a top martial arts school. Only the Crane Immortal of his younger brother Crane Immortal can keep pace with it. In the entire universe, Immortal Turtle is not strong at all, and Ayaka certainly wouldn't say the latter. In any case, Gaixianren is weak, but his martial arts skills are still worth learning. Your grandfather Sun Wufan is the eldest disciple of Gui Xianren, you are the grandson of Sun Wufan. Gui Xianren will definitely be willing to give you pointers." As Monkey King listened, his head kept lightening. A few days later, when Monkey King fully adapted to the state of losing his tail, Ayaka prepared to take him to find the Turtle Immortal. Monkey King carefully wrapped the 4-star Dragon Ball in cloth and put it in his backpack, then took the wishful stick and walked out of the room. "Don't you take something else?" Ling Yi asked when he saw that Monkey King was carrying only a backpack and his hands were empty. Just bring Grandpa's 4 planets. Monkey King replied. Ayaka nodded and didn't say anything. Even though Monkey King didn't bring anything, her capsule house also stored her usual changes of clothes. Press the button of the room, puff, a white smoke rises, and the room becomes a capsule. Ayaka picked up the universal capsule on the ground and put it into her travel bag, and then flew into the sky with Monkey King. Gaixianren is known as the of martial arts and is a disciple of the master Wu Taidu of the generation 300 years ago. Nowadays, Gaixianren and his junior brother Hexianren are the highest martial artists on earth. In the early days, the Turtle Fairy only accepted 2 disciples, Sun Gohan and the Bull Demon King, but now he no longer accepts disciples, and lives alone on a small island overseas. According to the original record, Ling Yi first arrived in a city with Monkey King, and then found the town where the Turtle Fairy brought Monkey King and Kellen to deliver milk. After arriving in the town, Ayaka inquired about the residents of the town and determined the location of the Gaixian house. Chapter 22, The Old Turtle Fairy. The sea is as calm as a mirror, reflecting sparkling waves in the sun. In the distance, 2 black shadows were flying rapidly on the sea, with a whirlwind behind them. After the flight, the cyclone split the calm sea and rolled up 2 fierce wakes. Are we there yet? After flying for a while, Monkey King asked Ling Yi. Ayaka looked at the nearby islands and said lightly, it should be nearby. Then, according to the description of the villagers in the town, she looked for the Turtle Fairy house where the Turtle Fairy lived. The 2 continued to fly nearby, and soon I saw an island. There. Ayaka pointed to an island with a pink hut and said, that's the Gaixian house where teacher Wu Tian lives. After flying for so long, finally found the target, Ayaka took Monkey King's hand and swiftly speeded towards the turtle. The house rushed away, and a high wave suddenly splashed behind him. At this time, Immortal Turtle is wearing sunglasses, lying on the sun lounger, basking in the sun. Suddenly he saw a very beautiful girl with a little boy falling from the sky and coming to him. Dancing Kongshu! Immortal Turtle cried out in surprise. Unexpectedly, the 2 people in front of me turned out to be the stunts of the dead rival Hezian Liu. Are they disciples of Hezian Liu, who came to trouble me? Immortal Turtle looked closely at Ayaka and the 2. At first there was a hint of vigilance, but he was quickly fascinated by Ayaka's beauty, with a wretched smile on his face. Oh, but this little girl is so cute. They are really plump and tender, and the thighs, the snow-white skin, the soft curves, no more, the nosebleeds are about to flow out. Sun Wukong was taken aback by the wretched look of Immortal Turtle, and asked Ling Yi quickly, what's the matter with this grandfather, is he okay? It's okay, he just has too much energy. Ayaka said disdainfully, with a terrifying smile on her face, and her face was gloomy thinking, to see this lady with such a wretched eyes, this account should be recorded first. Grandpa, are you teacher Wushan? My name is Ling Yi, this is Monkey King's grandson, Monkey King. Ling Yi put on a sunny smile, and smiled while holding Monkey King, he is here to learn from you. Martial arts. Gohan's grandson. Immortal Turtle put away his wretched expression and looked up at Monkey King with a serious face. As the world's top warrior, he actually felt an unusual aura in Monkey King. This child has a very pure anger, the anger of Guizian Liu. Gohan said before that he adopted a child, right? Yes. Ling Yi nodded and replied for Monkey King. Unexpectedly, in addition to adopting a boy, Gohan also adopted a beautiful girl like you. Ayaka shook her head and said, I was not adopted by Monkey King. I and Monkey King are not sisters and brothers. That's it. Immortal Turtle nodded, how is Gohan now? I won't come to see my old man. Grandpa has been dead for several years. Monkey King said in a low voice, sadly. Dead. Immortal Gyron was surprised, then sighed, feeling sorry for his disciple's death so early. Turning his gaze to Ayaya, the rare gaze didn't bring any fascinating look. Little girl, what you just used was Hexian Liu's dance technique. Are you a disciple of Hexian Liu? Ling Yi's complexion was as usual, and she said without a trace of pride, no, it was developed by myself. I don't know the crane fairy stream in your mouth. I'm completely self-taught, and have developed the dancing technique. Immortal Turtle was a little stunned. He developed the dancing technique at such a young age. What kind of aptitude is this? Staring at Ayaba carefully, and seeing that she is not lying, he sighed, little girl, you are very good. Not only that, Monkey King can also send Qigong. Ling Yi said. Really? Hearing that Monkey King would use turtle-style Qigong, Gaixian's eyes flashed golden light. Monkey King, let me see your turtle-style Qigong. Monkey King turned his head to Ayaya, and when he saw Ayaya nod his head lightly, Monkey King took a stance and made the starting gesture of turtle-style Qigong. Turtle. Monkey King gave a soft drink, his hands claws, and then his hands slowly moved closer. He picked up the qi in his body and slowly gathered the qi into his hands, releasing a sense of oppression from Monkey King. Send. The air on the two claws gathers more and more, gradually causing the air to be transparent and twisted, and the air on the body is like a tiger coming out of its cage, unscrupulously displayed. Gas. Monkey King slowly put his hands away, then moved to his waist, the qi condensed in his hands gradually piled up. In the end, the quantitative change produces a qualitative change, and the qi is transformed into a Qigong wave, which emits dazzling blue light in the hand. Gong. The Qigong wave on the waist was pushed forward suddenly, the claws spread forward, a powerful Qigong wave was suddenly launched, and the dazzling blue light made people have to close their eyes. Turtle Qigong continuously flies forward along the surface of the sea, and the super high speed brings up a strong cyclone, agitating a series of straight waves. It's really good tortoise school Qigong. It was Sun Wufan who taught you. Gaixian saw Sun Wukong using the authentic tortoise school Qigong and couldn't help but laughed happily. My own Gui Zian Liu has outstanding disciples, and seeing that such a small child can use Gui Pai Qigong. You must know that it is impossible to develop Gui Pai Qigong without 50 years of skill. It can be concluded that the child's aptitude is quite good. I was not taught by my grandfather. My sister taught me tortoise school Qigong and Wukongshu. Monkey King told me the truth. Your sister taught you? Immortal Turtle turned her gaze to Ayaya, wondering where she learned it from. Ling Yi was about to wear help, and quickly explained, Sun Wukong's grandfather once helped me, and also taught me tortoise school Qigong. Later, when I climbed the Kylin Tower, I developed empty dance skills from the cat fairy. This rhetoric is completely nonsense, but no one will check it, which is a good excuse. Hearing that Ayaba climbed the Kylin Tower and saw the cat fairy, the turtle fairy didn't doubt it. It's okay to be able to accept the guidance of the cat fairy and develop the Wukong technique. Then what is the purpose of your coming to me? Gaixian asked. Ayaya finally entered the topic, smiling and saying, the only thing I can teach Wukong is the use of qi and fighting skills. After all, my cultivation method is not suitable for him. So I want teacher Wu Tian to accept Wukong as a disciple and teach him to practice. Accept him as a disciple. Seeing that Monkey King was looking at him expectantly, he touched his hairless head and nodded with a smirk. It's not bad to accept him as a disciple with outstanding ability. Okay, I will accept Monkey King. From now on, Monkey King will practice under my sect. Immortal Turtle tapped the palm of his hand with his hand and decided to accept Monkey King as his apprentice. Ayaba breathed a sigh of relief, with a faint smile on her face, wishing to complete the task successfully. And Monkey King laughed happily when he saw that Immortal Turtle was willing to teach himself to practice. At this moment, Immortal Turtle moved to Ayayi's side again, put his hand on Ayayi's shoulder, and said trivially, then Ayaya, your brother has already worshipped me as a teacher, are you also? I don't mind accepting you as a disciple. As he said, the hand that immortal turtle put on Ling Yi's shoulder began to become dishonest. Ayaka felt Gaixian's impudence, and her face suddenly became gloomy. "Old man, dare to take advantage of me, go to hell." As he said, he punched the immortal turtle on the chin, and flew the immortal turtle into the sky, turning it into a shining spot in the sky. In the Gaixian house, Monkey King slowly sorted out his clothes. Ayaka sat on the sofa and read magazines, but Gui Xianren only has women's fitness magazines. On the side, Immortal Turtle, who was clutching his injured chin, continued to offer Ayaba to Ayaba, wanting Ayaba to be his disciple. "I'm starting to regret bringing Monkey King here." Looking at the old man who is constantly showing his courtesy, Ayaya flipped through the magazine in her hand. After knowing that Ayaya would live temporarily, Immortal Turtle's mood suddenly rose, and he decided to immediately guide Monkey King to practice. He turned a box and cupboard out of a heavy tortoise shell from under the bed and let Monkey King carry him on his back. The tortoise shell weighed about 50 kilograms. After the tortoise shell was put on his back, Monkey King's actions suddenly slowed down. Ayaya saw the turtle immortal pointing Monkey King on the side, and was happy to see it, and turned on the TV to look on her own. Of course, Ayaba also hopes to learn martial arts skills on Earth, but the current teaching of Monkey God to Monkey King is too simple and does not involve advanced fields. She has mastered it a long time ago, so she doesn't bother to follow it. Starting Point Chinese website www.qidian.com welcomes readers to come and read. The latest, fastest, and hottest serial works are all in the Starting Point. Chapter 23, Dr. Brives. On the beach in front of the Gaixian house, Monkey King was lying on the ground with a turtle shell on his back and doing push-ups, while the turtle immortal sat on Monkey King's back, banging Monkey King's hands and feet with a cane from time to time, criticizing his actions. Ling Yi was lying on the beach chair, closing her eyes to rest her mind, but she was always paying attention to the teachings of the fairy turtle to Monkey King in her heart. As a scion, Ling Yi has his own set of cultivation system, and his strength is far superior to that of the Gaixian, but the Gaixian's practice method is very effective, especially the precise use of qi, which is worth learning. It has been more than a few months since I came to Gaixian Wu, during which Ayaba kept watching the practice methods of Gaixianren, and had already kept in mind the practice methods of Gaixian Liu. It's a pity that Gaixian Liu's practice method is only suitable for low-strength humans, and it has little effect on the scion who has already approached 140,000 combat power. It can't be said that there is no effect, but it is difficult to see the effect of that level of exercise. Gaixian Liu's training method can indeed lay a good foundation, but it is a pity that a little exercise has not allowed me to make a big breakthrough. Ayaya looked at Monkey King's sweaty face, and exclaimed in her heart, "Should I make it?" Gravity Room. Ayaba remembered Vegeta's hard work in the narrow space of the gravity room in the original book. The gravity room is too heavy, and that kind of training method is not suitable for girls to practice. Should I find a big gravity planet to continue my practice? But when I think about it, I feel that it is too single. Although the effect is good, always relying on the same cultivation method does not seem to be conducive to all-round improvement. Suddenly, Ayaba thought of an inspiration: if you use Dragon Ball to make a wish and let Shenlong make a multifunctional battle suit, then you can solve many problems. Thinking that Ayaba couldn't help but get excited, apart from her own gender factor, there are two main problems that puzzle her. The first question is how to further strengthen one's own strength. Gaixian Liu's training method is very effective, but unfortunately it is not suitable for high-intensity training. Therefore, by coincidence in the original work, Sun Wukong and others used the gravity chamber method to achieve high-intensity exercise, supplemented by the practice of Gaixian Liu method, so that the strength can be improved by leaps and bounds. The second problem that troubles Ayaba is the explosion of clothes caused by the impact of energy during battle. In the later battles of the original work, the practice clothes could not resist the impact of powerful energy at all, and would fight naked at every turn. As a girl, Ayaba does not want to burst into battle. If you use Dragon Ball to create a battle suit that can change gravity at ordinary times and instantly repair the damaged part during battle, Ayaba's two problems can be solved perfectly. Ayaba does not require Shenlong to create a battle suit for her that can resist energy attacks without being damaged. If the power of Shenlong can't do this, then it is best to let Shenlong create a battle suit that can instantly recover after being attacked by energy. The combat uniforms you come here are always okay. At least you can't let others see your body. Thinking of this, Ayaba suddenly had an urgent expectation, and wanted to collect dragon immediately, and then summon the Shenlong to realize her wish. During the meal, Ayaya told Sun Wukong and Gaixianren about her idea of going out. Monkey King was a little bit reluctant. Ayaba smiled and said, "I just leave for a while, and I will be back in a few years." Gaixianren knew that people like Ling Yi could not live in Gaixian Island for a long time. He didn't have much thoughts about her leaving, but it was a pity that such a lovely girl had left. "By the way, Wukong, I want to borrow your 4 planets for a while, and I will pay you back." Ling Yi asked Monkey King for the 4 planets. Monkey nodded and agreed, reluctantly giving the 4 planets in his breast pocket to Yi. "Don't worry, I will be back in 1 year at most 2 years. Ayaba said with a smile. Then he turned his gaze to Immortal Turtle. His face was like fickle weather, and he said that he would change as soon as he said, "Old man, give me your Dragon Ball too." The Immortal Turtle was taken aback for a moment, but he seemed to have been accustomed to seeing Ayaba's arrogance recently. He took out the Dragon Ball hanging around his neck and asked, "This little bead was picked up in the sea before. I thought it was so special. Now, does it have any effect?" "No." Ayaba denied it in one go. In the original book, Bauma got his Dragon Ball only after he saw the underwear, but in fact Bauma didn't know that she didn't wear underwear at that time, so this incident is very tragic for Bauma. The key part of the fresh and tender girl he was actually watched by an old man, and watched it 2 or 3 times in a row. If Immortal Turtle knows the role of Dragon Ball, I don't know what kind of request he will make. But Ayaba still underestimated the wisdom of the Turtle Immortal. He had already judged from Ayaba's attitude that the Dragon Ball must have any meaning. Said trivially to Ayaba, "Little Ayaba, as long as you kiss me, I will give it to you, how about it?" After Ayaya heard this, she became angry, and some blue veins appeared on her forehead. She gritted her teeth and said, "Die, old man, do you want to die?" Feeling the anger in Ayaba's words and a powerful murderous intent, the turtle fairy untied the rope from his neck and handed the Dragon Ball to Ayaba. "Hey, that's the truth." After getting the Dragon Ball, Ayaya floated in the air using the dance technique, and said to the Monkey Kings, "I will definitely be back in 2 years. Gaku, you have to practice hard. And the old man, teach Wukong to me, don't teach him those messy things, or be careful of your skeleton." Without waiting for Immortal Turtle to react, Ayaya made a sudden force, turned into a phantom, and quickly disappeared from the sight of Monkey King and the others. When Ling Yi disappeared, Gaixian sighed, "Gaku, your young lady is really terrifying. It's a pity that you have such a cute appearance and terrible personality. I don't know how to respect the elderly." After speaking, he still looked like the world is in a scorching state. After Ayaba left the Gaixian house, she ran directly to the West capital. At this time, Bauma was only over 12 years old, and probably couldn't make Dragon Ball radar, so Ayaya was looking for Bauma's father, Dr. Brives. Let him help build the Dragon Ball radar. Ayaya's speed is very fast. But in a while, she has already reached the sky above the West capital. Ayaba landed in an alley while people were not paying attention, and then began to inquire about the address of the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Company. West is a prosperous city, and its technology is nearly 150 years more advanced than other cities, which is an incredible gap. In the western capital, there are all kinds of bizarre spherical buildings and sky train tracks, and abstract overpasses crisscross, with suspended jet cars driving above them. With her lovely appearance, Ayaba sacrificed her hue several times, and easily asked the pedestrians about the address of the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Company. According to the address, Ayaba found the Universal Capsule Company, and then found the residence of Dr. Brives. Balma's house is a 4-story hemispherical building with a very large area. Various flowers and trees are planted around the house. It is the residence of a wealthy family. Ayaba pressed the doorbell, and shortly afterwards, the greasy Dr. Brives walked out of the indoor laboratory with a cigarette in his mouth and opened the door. When Dr. Brives saw Ayaya at the door, he found that the girl in front of him was about the same size as his daughter Balma, and asked a little unexpectedly, "Miss, are you Balma's classmate? Balma is not at home now." Ayaba shook his head. "No, Dr. Brives, I'm not here to find your daughter, I'm here to find you. Look for me." Dr. Brives was a little surprised, not sure what the girl in front of him was looking for. "Come in and talk." He smiled and led Ayaha into the room. "Please feel free to drink anything you need." "Sorry, can you let me finish my work first?" Ayaba smiled and nodded, then sat on the sofa and watched TV. Half an hour later, Dr. Brives finished his business, and after washing up, he came to Ayaba. "Miss, what do you want me to do?" Ayaya took out the 2 dragon in her hand, and the 2 dragon put together a golden light from time to time. "I want to ask the doctor to build a radar that can detect the special radio waves emitted by these 2 dragon balls." Chapter 24, Dragon Ball Radar. Dr. Brives picked up a dragon ball and looked at it curiously. "I think I should be able to build a radar to detect its special signal, but it will take a few weeks." Hearing that Dr. Brives was willing to help build the Dragon Ball radar, Ayaba smiled on his face and politely expressed his gratitude to Dr. Brives. At this time, Buma's mother came over with fruit and entertained Ayaba. "Ah! The little sister is so cute. Have you ever made a boyfriend?" Our Buma still refuses to make a boyfriend. Balma is only 12 years old. For Balma's mother, Ayaya really didn't know how to complain. Rejecting Balma's parents' request to stay, Ayaba found a hotel nearby to stay. Washed away the dust all over her body with hot water, and Ayaba lay down on the bed wrapped in a yukata, thinking to herself, "The 7 dragon now have 2 in her hand. At present, we only know that the cow devil has 1 in her hand, and Buma and the dragon in Chowder's hand shouldn't be obtained yet, and they may be somewhere else. It seems that these few still need to wait for the doctor to build the Dragon Ball radar." Ayaba plans to stop thinking about these things. In order not to affect Monkey King and Buma's search for Dragon Balls, like the Dragon Ball of the Bull Demon King, I have to send it back to him after I use it up. The next day, Ayaba came to the Universal Capsule Company. The headquarters of the Capsule Company has things that are not available in other cities. Ling Yi specially purchased a new villa house at a high price. This villa is very similar to the Balma house, and it is also a hemispherical house with many glass windows open on it. The house has 4 floors, and there are more than 30 rooms in it. If you count the hall, kitchen, bathroom, etc., there are always more than 50 small areas. Ayaya spent a lot of money again, arranging electrical equipment, curtains, sofas, etc. in each room, and in the end it cost a total of about 600 million. Simply brushing away 600 million from the card, Ayaya thought distressedly, with 3.6 billion deposits, 600 million is spent on a better house. This money is really not spent. Turning this huge villa into a capsule and carrying it around her waist, Ayaba began to wander the West capital. As one of the most technologically advanced cities on the earth, the Western capital has many amusement facilities. Ayaba played several playgrounds, took pictures at some famous attractions, and finally went to the clothing store even more boringly, tried on many beautiful clothes, and passed a handful of living hangers. Addiction. 2 weeks later, Ayaba came to Balma's house again. Pressing the doorbell, it was Balma who opened the door this time. A little girl with blue hair and casual clothes appeared in front of Ayaba. Ayaya knows that Balma is actually a good girl, but because the early definition of Dragon Ball is a comic cartoon, Balma looks a little idiot. Since entering Dragon Ball Z, the change of style has also reflected Balma's gentle and virtuous side. The Vegeta and his wife are also considered to be affectionate, and each other is happier than the days when Monkey King and Kikai get together. Up! Boomer saw a beautiful girl standing in front of the door, and asked, "Miss, who are you looking for?" Ayaba smiled and said, "You are Boomer, right? I'm here to find your father, Brives. Doctor, see if the radar made by the doctor is complete. You are the one who wants Dad to make that strange radar. Dad has been studying the two beads these days, and the radar has basically been completed." With that, Balma led Ayaha into the living room and asked her mother to entertain Aya. "Yeah, go call Dr. Brives by yourself." As soon as Balma's mother saw Aya's arrival, she enthusiastically served her a drink. After a while, Dr. Brives walked over with the Dragon Ball radar and 2 Dragon Balls. "Little girl, your 2 beads are really amazing. As long as they touch each other, they can emit golden light by themselves. I haven't found the reason for them to shine." As he said, Dr. Brives put the Dragon Ball and the Dragon Ball together. The radar was handed over to Ayaba. "This is the radar you want. Although it can already find the mysterious signal from these 2 beads, I always feel that something is missing. As expected, the music playback function should be added, or else. You wait 2 more days, let me perfect it." "Does this need to add MP3 function?" Seeing that Dr. Brives was still struggling with his strange aesthetics, Ayaba couldn't help but chuckle. Looking at the Dragon Ball radar in hand, the Dragon Ball radar made by Dr. Brives is very similar to that of Boomer, but it is more complete than Boomer. In addition to the signal zoom function, it is also specially equipped with a global map, so that it is more convenient to find Dragon Ball. Ayaba looked at the Dragon Ball radar with satisfaction and said gratefully, "You don't need to add that function. Now the Dragon Ball radar is very complete, thank you very much." With that, Ayaba bowed to Booma's father to express his gratitude. Dr. Brives laughed and touched his head with his hand, happy that he could complete another invention. As for collecting money, he had never thought about it. At this time, Balma looked up the Dragon Ball curiously, and asked Ayaba, "Miss, what do you use this strange bead for?" Ayaba smiled and said, "Balma, we are all the same age, so call me Ayaba." Balma was startled and looked at Ayaba with a surprised look. "This tall, beautiful girl, and are you the same age?" With such a comparison, Balma immediately became frustrated. She lost, no matter what aspect of her body, she lost. These 2 beads are called Dragon Balls. They are magical items made by the gods. It is said that as long as you gather 7 such beads distributed around the world, you will be able to summon the gods. The gods will satisfy any one of the summoners not exceeding the gods. The desire for ability, like becoming the world's richest man, becoming the head of state, or regaining youth, Shenlong can easily achieve it for you. So amazing! Boomer asked with bright eyes. Even Dr. Brives's face showed an unexpected look. Boomer pleaded with Ayaba and said, "Then, Ayaba, can you take me to find the Dragon Ball?" Ayaba shook her head embarrassedly, and did not agree. "No, the journey to find Dragon Ball is full of crisis. You are still young now. Wait a few years. How about we travel together when we are 16 years old?" Dr. Brives also thinks that Ayaba's words are reasonable. Of course he is not worried about letting his daughter go out. Miss Ayaba's words are very reasonable. Wait for you to get older, so that Mom and Dad can rest assured. Balma shook her head dissatisfiedly. Isn't Ayaba looking for Dragon Ball alone? She is the same age as me, and she is not much older than me. I am not the same. I am a friend of Teacher Wu Tian. I am very strong, and I am not afraid of those crises, but you don't have the same strength as me. Let's go out in a few years. Ayaba explained patiently. But Bauma didn't believe that Ayaba would have great strength at all, but being controlled by his parents, she could only give up the idea of going out with Ayaba to find the Dragon Ball. Ayaba grabs the Dragon Ball radar and presses the search button. Beep beep beep. A few times, the radar screen shows the location of the 7 Dragon Balls, and the red triangle in the center shows where you are. There are 2 Dragon Ball signals on it, and the map next to it is marked west. The words are all. With the specially added map, it is more convenient to find the Dragon Ball. Ayaba smiled and said goodbye to the Bauma family, and then flew into the sky. With a swish, they disappeared into Bauma's sight, leaving behind the Bauma family, who was already dumbfounded. How can Ayaba fly? Boomer stammered. It seems that Miss Ayaba really has special abilities. No wonder she dares to travel the world alone. Dr. Breves said calmly, wiping the frame of his glasses. Bauma, you don't have that power, so you have stayed at home for me for the past few years. Boomer nodded dejectedly, and secretly made up his mind, in a few years, I will build my own Dragon Ball radar, and then I will look for Dragon Ball. Chapter 25, Frying Pan Mountain. After leaving Bauma's house, Ayaba flew toward the place shown on the Dragon Ball radar. The first stop she was going to was Frying Pan Mountain, where the Bull Demon lived. According to Dragon Ball radar's prompt, Ayaya soon arrived at Frying Pan Mountain. At this time, Jianpan Mountain has not been covered by the flames in the center of the earth, and a towering castle is built on the top of Jianpan Mountain. Bull Demon King is the second disciple of Gaixianren, and his heart is not bad. It's just because of his rough appearance and unique outfit that makes him look like a big devil. The nearby villagers were afraid of the Bull Demon, and were afraid to step into the Frying Pan Mountain where he lived. Ayaba flew directly to the sky above Frying Pan Mountain, and then landed on the castle. She looked at the majestic castle in front of her, and she couldn't help thinking, unexpectedly, the Bull Demon is still a local tyrant. If it weren't for this castle to be destroyed by the flames, the wealth that Kikai could inherit would be full. Life is so difficult. Who? The girl's weak voice came from behind the stone pillar. A strangely dressed little girl with a helmet on her head and a cloak behind her walked out. The little girl was about 8 or 9 years old, her eyes were a little flustered, forcing herself to look at Ayaba calmly. This is Kiki. Ayaba looked at the little girl, her thoughts beating quickly. For this girl, who can be called a childhood sweetheart with Sun Wukong, because she didn't understand love in her childhood, she made a marriage contract with Sun Wukong and kept abiding by her childhood agreement. After she became an adult, she found Sun Wukong and married him. Ayaba was impressed. For Kiki, Ayaya has a very good impression. Although her love with Monkey King is too simple, Monkey King once gave her an apple and made her blush for a long time. However, Kikai has dedicated her life to Monkey King and this family. After the death of the original Monkey King, his 2 sons were left alone to raise, but the property left by the Bull Demon King was only enough for the family to live hard. No matter how she looked at it, Ayaba felt that Gaku was actually very sorry for Kiki. Ayaba smiled and looked at Kiki. I'm a friend of your father's teacher Guizianren, I'm here to find your father. Come to see Dad? Kikai asked suspiciously. She thought for a while, and she didn't feel Ayaya was like a bad person. Hearing that she was looking for her father, she took Ayaya towards the lobby. In the lobby, the Bull Demon King was sitting at the dining table, gnawing at the meat in his hand, and the servant on the side carefully handed over plates of dishes. Seeing his daughter come in with a strange girl, the Bull Demon King put down the food in his hand. Daughter, this is beef that has just been slaughtered. Would you like to taste it? As he said, he started to eat for himself, chewing beef in his mouth, and asked vaguely, Who is this little girl, yours? Friend. She said that she was a friend of Immortal Turtle and came to see you, Dad. Kikai refused the proposal of the Bull Demon King and said quietly. Teacher Wu Tian's friend. Niu Devil stood up, throwing away the meat in his hand, and came to Ayaka. "Are you really a friend of teacher Wu Tian?" The Bull Demon King has a heartfelt respect for the turtle immortal. And only the teacher Gui immortal and the big brother Sun Wufan can give him such respect. Ling Yi nodded. In order to convince the Bull Demon King, Ling Yi especially stretched out his palm to condense a wave of Qigong in the palm of his hand. At that time, the non-Gaixian Liu that could use Qigong waves on the earth was the Hexian Liu and nothing else. "My name is Ling Yi. Look, this is Turtle Qigong." Ling Yi smiled. The Bull Demon King looked at the dazzling blue Qigong wave in Ling Yi's hand, and couldn't help nodding. "Yes, this is Master Wu Tian's skill Gipei Qigong, then you are really teacher Wu Tian." "Friends? I don't know what teacher Wu Tian ordered you to find me?" Neo Demon asked. "It's not that immortal turtle is looking for you, I want to ask you for a favor." The Bull Demon asked curiously, "Little girl, your strength is very strong, what else can I help?" Since Ayaka can use the tortoise-style Qigong, then the strength should be higher than her own. Ayaka took out a Dragon Ball and asked the Bull Demon King, "According to my radar, you should have a bead like this one here. I hope you can lend it to me." After the Bull Demon listened, he picked up the Dragon Ball. "When I put it in front of my eyes, it seemed to have a faint impression, but I forgot where I put it." The Bull Demon smiled embarrassedly, and returned the Dragon Ball to Ayaka. "I remember there was such a thing, but I didn't pay much attention to it. Now I forgot where it was." Ayaka took the Dragon Ball and shook his head and said, "It doesn't matter, as long as there is it, I have Dragon Ball radar here, and I can find it soon." Pressing the button of Dragon Ball radar gradually narrowed the search range. According to the radar, the Bull Demon King brought Ayaka to the treasure house. Pushing open the door of the treasure house, Ayaka saw that it was filled with gold and silver treasures, and was shocked by the wealth of the Bull Demon King. "What a tyrant, no less than what I got from the treasure house under the sea." Ayaka rummaged through a pile of gold and silver treasures, and soon found the Dragon Ball buried underneath. The surface of the Dragon Ball was still shimmering with golden light. After receiving the Dragon Ball into the bag on his waist, Ayaka said happily to the Bull Demon King, "Thank you so much. I will send it back when I use it up. That little bead looks a bit special, you can take it if you want, and you don't have to return it." The Bull Demon gave the Dragon Ball to Ayaka without paying attention. "How about that? I will definitely return the Dragon Ball after I use it." Ayaka shook her head. She knew that if the Dragon Ball was not returned, Monkey King and Bulletin Ma might not come to Frying Pan Mountain in the future, so Wukong and Kikai's the marriage is about to break. Although the story of Dragon Ball has inevitably changed because of his arrival, Wukong and Kikai's marriage can't be broken. Thinking of Monkey King and Kikai's marriage, Aya's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but want to match them up. She looked at Kikai with piercing eyes, and whispered to the Bull Demon King, "Uncle, I have a younger brother named Monkey King, who is the grandson of Sun Wufan, the disciple of the Gaixianren, who is about the same age as Kikai. He is now practicing under the Gaixianren's school. I want to see if we can let Kikai be with him in the future, what do you think?" When the Bull Devil heard this, he became interested. Is the grandson of brother Wufan, now he is practicing under teacher Wushan. The Bull Devil looked at his daughter Kikai, and then quietly asked Ayaka, "What about the child named Monkey King? So, how strong is it?" Ling Yi immediately patted her chest and set up a package ticket. "Don't worry, Wukong is very simple, and the strength is very good. He has already learned tortoise-style Qigong. Such a good son-in-law is hard to find with a lantern. I will bring Wukong to you in the future. If Kiki doesn't have any objections, we will settle their marriage. How about?" Ayaka promoted Monkey King to the Bull Demon King. At that time, if Kikai has no objections, I certainly agree. The Bull Demon still cares about Kikai, and everything is based on Kikai's opinions. But since Monkey King is so good in Aya's mouth, there must be a lot of hope for success. Without the knowledge of Monkey King and Kikai, their sister and father are already planning a lifelong event for them. At night, the castle on Jianpan Mountain was brightly lit. In order to welcome Ayaba's arrival, the bull demon held a special banquet for her. During the banquet, Ayaya took out a photo of herself and Monkey King, and handed it to Kikai. "Kiki, this is my brother named Monkey King. If you meet him in the future, get along well." Kikai took the photo and looked at the boy named Monkey King in the photo curiously. She thought that the Monkey King in the photo was quite lovely. At this time, Ayaba deliberately lowered her voice and said, "Maybe he is your future husband." After Kiki heard Ayaba's words, her face flushed, and then she ran away embarrassedly. Seeing Kikai running away shyly, Ayaba smiled leisurely, and turned back and said to the Bull Demon King, "It seems that Kikai is not opposed to this matter, and it may really happen in the future." He said with the Bull Demon King haha laugh out loud. And Kikai was also impressed by the boy named Monkey King who might become her husband. Chapter 26, Summon Shen Long. After getting the Dragon Ball from the Bull Demon King, Ayaba kept searching for the next one. Following the display of Dragon Ball radar, Ayaba came to a COL surrounded by mountains. Wow! The crow crowed between the branches and flew through the air with a flutter. The small COL is surrounded by mountains. Due to the relatively low terrain, there is little sunshine all year round, which makes the whole COL seem extraordinarily quiet. Ayaba walked on the path full of weeds, and the branches exposed beside the path pulled the sweater on her body from time to time, pulling the sweater so that it was covered with of thread. Looking at the sweater full of thread balls, Ayaba felt very depressed. "I originally bought it because it looked good, but I didn't expect it to be like this so soon." Looking up at the sky above her head, Ayaya can only speed up her pace, find the Dragon Ball that fell nearby and leave as soon as possible. Here! Wow! A roar sounded in the front, and the roar produced several echoes. The echoes continued to spread in the COL, and a group of startled birds flew across the sky. Ayaya heard the sound and saw that a huge black bear appeared in front of him. Ayaba didn't want to pay attention to the black bear, and wanted to take a detour and leave. But when the black bear saw Ayaya, it rushed towards her as if it had seen food. Ling Yi frowned, glanced at the black bear displeasedly, and a cold chill flashed in her eyes. Chug! The black bear hurriedly stopped, feeling the chill in Ayaba's eyes, and ran in the opposite direction with a whine in his mouth. It's still acquainted. Seeing the black bear pidion running away, Ayaya smiled involuntarily, and then continued to walk into the COL. After walking for about half an hour, Ayaba stopped and looked at the Dragon Ball radar in her hand. 4 dragon were displayed in the center of the radar, minus the 3 that Ayaba was carrying. The 4th Dragon Ball was nearby. Ayaba searched around, but found no trace of Dragon Ball, which made her feel strange. The radar shows that Dragon Ball is in this place, why can't it be found? Ayaya rummaged in the nearby grass, shrubs, and gravel piles, but she couldn't find it. That's right. Ayaya remembered. In the original work, it seems that a Dragon Ball was found in the bird's nest. Is this Dragon Ball also in the bird's nest on the tree? Ayaya left the ground with a dance technique, came to a position equal to the height of the tree, and then began to look for it. Sure enough, she found a bird's nest on a big tree. In addition to the 2 giant eggs, there was an orange Dragon Ball in the bird's nest. Ayaya picked up the Dragon Ball, and she was happy. There are 4 dragon in her hand, you can summon the dragon if you find 3 more. Thinking about it, Ayaya flew up high in the air with enthusiasm, moving towards the next goal. With the help of the more advanced Dragon Ball radar, Ayaya found the 5th and 6th dragon in the gravel hill and the desert, and then flew towards the location of the last Dragon Ball. According to the radar, the Dragon Ball was located in the deep ocean at the last moment. Looking at an ocean with magnificent waves and crazily surging waves, Ayaya smiled lightly, and the last Dragon Ball was at the bottom of the ocean. With a plop, Ayaya jumped into the sea, and then dived continuously. This sea area is not deep, even if it is on the bottom of the sea, it can still be illuminated by sunlight. In the sea, various corals and reefs have been shaped into various peculiar postures over long periods of time, with red or blue crustaceans adsorbed on them, making the bottom of the ocean show a different kind of scenery. Ayaka shuttles between various colorful fishes, constantly looking around, trying to find the 7th Dragon Ball. Found it! Ayaka cried out in surprise. She found the 7th Dragon Ball on a ledge full of corals and water plants. Ayaka reached out to pick up the Dragon Ball and put it into the cloth bag. When the 7 dragon gathered together, the frequency of shining light increased, as if the dragon was about to burst out of its shell. Landing on a deserted island, Ayaka poured out the 7 dragon from the cloth bag. Hue! Hue! The 7 dragon kept shining with golden light, and each time they flickered, they made a soft moan similar to a dragon. Ayaka looked at the shining Dragon Ball on the ground, and felt a little uncontrollable excitement. Finally, the dragon will be summoned. Come out, Shenlong! Ling Yi shouted at the Dragon Ball, full of expectation. Suddenly, several thunderous sounds sounded in the sky, and a large cloud of black clouds gathered. The overwhelming dark clouds gathered together as if Mount Tai was pressing on the top, and soon obscured the entire sky, causing the surroundings to plunge into terrifying darkness. Boom! The golden lightning was like a series of angry dragons, constantly shuttled and smashed straight through the black clouds. The thunder roar was deafening, as if the world was the end of the world. The golden light shining from the Dragon Ball grew bigger and brighter, echoing the golden lightning in the sky. At this time, the distance between the sky and the earth seemed to be suddenly shortened, and it was no longer possible to distinguish between the sky and the earth. Ayaka was also stunned by this doomsday-like scene. This Shenlong appeared on stage. The scene is really magnificent. Roar! The 7 dragon burst out a lot of golden light. The golden light snaked and flew away to the sky, blending with the lightning in the sky, and a huge dragon roar resounded through the sky and the earth. Ayaka knew. Shenlong has appeared. In the sky, the green dragon hovering in the dark clouds, and finally staring at Ayaka with red eyes. Human, say your wish, I can satisfy any of your wishes. Ayaka resisted the excitement in her heart and took out a box of 100 sets of clothes from underwear to coats, hairbands to shoes from the universal capsule, and the styles were the most novel and popular on the market. Shenlong, please transform my 100 sets of clothes into combat uniforms that can freely change the load and restore the damaged parts in an instant. Shenlong looked at Ayaka in silence. After a long time, he said, sorry, this wish cannot be realized. Your wish contains 2 wishes, you can only choose one of them. Ling Yi couldn't help rolling her eyes. This Shenlong was not so shrewd, which made it distinguish it. Originally, she wanted to write a request full of paper, and then let Shenlong realize the above wish. The Shenlong in the Dragon Ball world is really humane like Judge Lu. Since Shenlong can only realize one of the above wishes, Ayaka must figure it out. After simple thinking, Ayaka said to Shenlong, Shenlong, please turn all my 100 sets of clothes into clothes that can freely change the load. After thinking about it in Ayaka, 4 years later, the first wish in the original book was completely wasted by the oolong. It's better to add repair functions to your clothes at that time. Now it is more necessary for the weight-bearing function. It takes 4 years. You can increase your combat effectiveness a lot. It's not too late to find Dragon Ball to summon Shenlong after 4 years. The reason why I chose 4 years later instead of the next year is because it has not been a few years since the opening of the original plot. If I intervene too much, it may affect Shilongju's position. With 4 years set aside, there will generally be a repair process. Because the original work did not explain the previous Dragon Ball wishing situation, that is to say, as long as the interval is not too short, when the original work starts, those basic settings should not be affected too much. It's so easy. Shenlong's eyes glowed red, and then all the 100 sets of clothes in the box shone white. Ayaka picked up a sleeveless jacket, and realized that this jacket was really different, and a different kind of breath entered Ayaka's body. Shenlong said, "These 100 sets of clothing have passed the breath recognition, and only you can use them in the future. When using them, you just need to silently bear weight on them. Your wish has been fulfilled, so goodbye." After saying that, the Shenlong turned into 7 dragon balls, and after spinning a few times in the sky, it flew towards all parts of the world. Since Ayaka was experimenting with her own clothes, she didn't notice, but after the dragon ball flew away, she came back to her senses. "Oops, I forgot to intercept the dragon ball." Ayaka regretted that she didn't cut the dragon ball off just now. Now they have turned into stones and flew around the world. If you want to find the 4 planets again, you must wait until a year later. Chapter 27, Shrine. You can only collect Dragon Balls again in 1 year. At least the Monkey King's 4 planets and the Bull Demon King's 1 can be retrieved. Ayaka quickly unbuttoned her clothes, took off all the clothes on her body, and then put on the underwear and coat modified by Shenlong, and finally put on the boots. Ayaka took out an orange ribbon again, and put it on. Tied around the neck. Coupled with Ayaba's attractive figure in adolescence, it looks particularly vigorous, youthful, and beautiful. Ayaka is very satisfied with her outfit, which fully embodies her beautiful side. The weight of the clothes was silently changed in her heart. In an instant, Ayaba's body seemed to be pressed by the top of Mount Tai. Her hands and feet were restrained by the heavy clothes and collapsed. The ground also cracked, and nearly half of her feet sank into the ground. Although the clothes on her body have produced a huge weight, their shape has not changed at all. There is no slight pressure, as if those weights do not exist at all. Ayaka used her chi to gently lift her body, resisting the huge weight that the load suit brings to the ground. In fact, the load-bearing suit is not as simple as carrying the weight. Ayaka experimented and found that the gravity of the load-bearing suit was not caused by the gravitational force between the clothes and the ground, but by the entire space below. Even if she teleported into the universe, she could still feel the gravity brought by the load-bearing clothes. The weight of the load-bearing suit itself has not changed, but when it is worn on Ayaka, it gives Ayaka a huge force. This is a tier with space. Unexpectedly, Shenlong could create such a magical prop. And strangely, this force of gravity is very evenly distributed on every cell in the body. Ayaka detected her combat power with her unsighted eyes, and found that as long as the load-bearing suit function was turned on, half of the combat power that was originally close to 140,000 was used to offset the pressure of the space on her. The higher her combat power, the better the field power. The higher the distance, the greater the oppression of space on her. She reduced her breath to half of the original, and found that still half was offsetting the space pressure. Half of it acts on the space, which is simply too bad. Let's take a look at the load. I don't know if there is an upper limit for the weight of these clothes. Ayaka's interest greatly increased, and she continued to increase the weight of her clothes, increasing the weight by ton, and soon discovered that the space oppressed her. There was no increase due to this, and it was always maintained at half the limit, but she also gradually felt the real weight increase, until Ayaka felt a certain amount of pressure. Sweat beads gradually appeared on Lingyi's forehead. At this time, every piece of clothing on Ayaka's body weighed nearly 10 tons, including underwear, boots, hairbands, and ribbons totaling more than 100 tons. These are real burdens. This time it's a mobile fortress. Ayaka thought, looking at the clothes on her body. In order to resist the damage caused by the heavy gravity on the ground, Ayaka should not only carry the weight on her body, but also use chi to support her body to prevent the body is too heavy to cause damage to the ground. Above the Kylin Tower, the temple. God, the sky turned dark just now, could it be? Standing on the edge of the temple, Bobo asked the who was watching the lower realm. Just now when Ayaka summoned the dragon, the sky suddenly darkened, reminding Bobo of the way the dragon was summoned decades ago. Yet. The wrinkled his brows and said, someone just collected 7 dragon and summoned the Shenlong. Then, what wish did the other party make? Although the body of the Shenlong was made by Bobo, Bobo has always had complicated feelings for the existence of the Shenlong. Popo entered the temple earlier than the gods and understood the nature of human beings. Popo was very worried about the harm it would cause to the world if the Dragon Ball fell into the hands of evil people. You know the person who summoned the Shenlong. It is the little girl from an alien planet who arrived on Earth a few years ago. The said slowly. Seeing Bobo's somewhat surprised eyes, he continued, I haven't seen him in a few years. The strength of the child should be more diligent. Although he did not clearly feel the growth of venting, the child should be digesting and precipitating. It is a terrible guy. She promised. Her wish is to transform her 100 sets of clothes so that she can freely change her load. It seems that the child is also a martial artist who focuses on cultivation, not an evil person. After listening to the explanation of the gods, Bobo relaxed, as long as the Dragon Ball is not used by evil people. The kid has improved a lot, and this is not necessarily a bad thing for the earth. The said with piercing eyes. The knows his own situation, and now he is in his twilight years, he has begun to think about the successor of the god. God. Bobo called to the gods. Bobo has been in the temple for many years and has served the gods of the previous generation. He has a deep affection for the gods. Ha 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 ha. They laughed, and said with some emotion, I am not qualified as a god, and I have brought devastating disasters to the whole world. He remembered the turmoil of the great demon King Piccolo more than 300 years ago. Scenes of the world. Seeing the gods enter the palace on crutches, Bobo stood silently behind him, knowing that the gods had guilt for this world. But this is not the fault of the gods. Ayaba put on a gorgeous load-bearing suit, feeling the strength that she can exert now. Swish! Swish! Ling Yi disappeared out of thin air and began to move at high speed, leaving countless after-images in the sky and the earth, and then Ling Yi stopped and sent a wave of Qigong to the distant ocean. In an instant, the light blue Qigong wave emitted a brilliant brilliance, and straight across the sea level, rolling up 2 rows of huge waves, and sinking a desert island in the distance. Boom! The sound of the explosion was accompanied by the shock wave. The shock wave brought a strong storm, hitting the waves on the sea, and a high mushroom cloud soared into the sky. After being restricted by the load-bearing suit, probably only a small part of the original combat power can be released. Ayaba visually inspected the island that was destroyed by her and produced a mushroom cloud. Even if her strength is limited, she still has no rivals on Earth. The strength hasn't grown much in the past few years, and the stable life has almost come to an end. Since that extinction, Ayayi's whole body cells have been completely replaced. Although the combat effectiveness has also exceeded 140,000 in one fell swoop, the subsequent sequelae have gradually emerged. Firstly, the past few years on the Earth have been too comfortable, and secondly, due to the sequelae, Ayaba always finds it difficult to improve the combat effectiveness. If it hadn't been for puberty, when the scion was reborn, she wouldn't know how long she would be silent. After entering puberty, she can clearly feel the body crackling like fried beans, and the improvement is quite a lot, but the actual combat effectiveness has not improved much. Ayaba suspects that she feels too good about herself. The reason should be that the soul and the new body need a process of refitting. It seems that if you are not a last resort, you must not choose. Fortunately, Aya leaf has a long lifespan. Even if it has been depressed for a few years, there will still be another day of budding. Moreover, the elimination of reproductive birth is also a reincarnation, the only drawback is the problem of time. The scion's cultivation system is too demanding, but it ignores the basics. After Ayaba was born, she found that her self-regulation seemed to make up for this shortcoming. This is a kind of evolution. If you come a few more times, it is estimated that you will not learn anything, and you will be able to improve your congenital deficiency. But how long is it going to be depressing? There are gains and losses. The more serious the defects, the longer it will take to fit in after rebirth. This time I caught up with puberty and the body was in vigorous germination, so it only took a few years. If it weren't so coincidental, maybe how long it will take. Ayaba didn't dare to gamble, and Ayaba herself didn't want to die so simply. This time the fit period should be over soon. She feels that the load-bearing suit is an opportunity. But if one's strength is strong enough, even the load-bearing suit will be useless. Now as long as its function is turned on, it can generate space compression equivalent to half of its combat power and a substantial gravity bonus. Maybe to a certain extent, it will reach the upper limit. Ayaya guessed that the load-bearing suit could only be useful for people like her with a strength of less than 100 million. If the strength rose to a certain level, the load-bearing suit would definitely lose its effect. If the load-bearing suit is compared to a terminal, its output must be limited. The strongest people on Earth now are the Celestial God and Bobo, followed by the Turtle Immortal, Crane Immortal, and Tao Bibai. How can I make my own strength more refined? Ayaba is very concerned about her own strength, and what she cultivates is the Scion system, and the Scion cultivation method have great flaws on the basis of the early stage, which is not conducive to the development of the later stage. Ayaya needs to find a teacher who can guide her own practice. She wanted to find Gaixian for advice, but after meeting with Gaixian, she discovered that Gaixian's cultivation is still a low-level practice after all, which is not necessarily suitable for her. The only ones left are the gods and Bobo. Ayaba also wants to go to find the Realm King, but she has to think about it. Although the Realm King is very knowledgeable, the Realm King teaches some general training and cannot be meticulous. Ayaya's guidance on the basis of practice. Forget it, go to the temple and look for the gods. In the end, Ayaba decided to go to the temple and seek the gods and Bobo for guidance. With Eshu, Ling Ye flew up at high speed and flew towards the temple. Ayaya quickly came to the holy place of Kailan, and then flew upwards along the Kailan Tower, and then continued upward after passing the Kailan Tower, passing through the clouds full of thunder and lightning. In the end, Ayaba reached the hemispherical shrine located at a very high position in the sky. Hey! Ling Yi stopped her figure and stepped onto the temple with one foot. Hello! Ayaya said hello to the black skin in front of him, like an Arab Bobo. Ayaba knew that as Bobo, who had lived in the temple for a long time, his strength might still be higher than that of the gods. Looking at Bobo, whose eyes were wide and without expression, Ayaba felt a lot of pressure, and said in a sorrowful voice, "This is the real state of the heart, like water still." "Hello, little alien girl." Bobo said hello after a long time. "Now I also live on the earth, just call me Ayaba." Then, "Miss Ayaya, I don't know what happened to you when you came to the temple." Bobo calmly said his question. Ayaba smiled and said, "I came to the temple, hoping that Mr. Bobo would teach me to practice." Bobo was startled by Ayaba's words, and it took a long time before he said, "Miss Ayaba's strength is far above me and the gods. Why do we need our guidance?" "Because the method of my cultivation is too hard to achieve, I have left a lot of mistakes in the basics. I hope Mr. Bobo can point me to make up for the basics." As for the strength, Ayaba said, secretly increasing the weight on his body was relieved, and his strength was restrained at the same time, and his combat power was controlled to 260 at once, which was equivalent to the strength of Monkey King defeating the great demon King Piccolo. Looking at Ayaba, who was suppressing her strength, Bobo said in surprise, "It turned out to be weight-bearing and another mysterious mechanism. If this is the case, then you can stay." Chapter 28, The Test of the Gods. After Bobo's permission, Ayaba stayed in the temple. The life in the temple is very boring, but fortunately, Ayaba is also a person who can stand loneliness, and does not produce irritability. At this time, Ayaba was cultivating in the temple, constantly waving his boxing palms in the air. When it is quiet, it is like a beautiful flower shining in the water, and when it is acting, it is like a weak willow and helping the wind. Ayaba's dress at this time is very moving. She is wearing a snow-white long-sleeved sweater with an amber casual shirt on her upper body. She is wearing a pair of tight-fitting black trousers and a denim culottes on her lower body, with a strip of beige wrapped around her neck. The colored ribbon is like a budding flower. If there are people around, it will definitely attract people's attention like a giant magnet. Bobo watched Ayaba's movements from the side, and offered her opinions from time to time to help Ayaba keep changing the deficiencies in her actions. Ayaba, when you act, you must keep your heart as static and fast as lightning, and don't have too many thoughts. Bobo said to Ayaba. Ayaba nodded her head, and then constantly adjusted her movements, trying to make her heart stop. Ayaba is also an excellent martial artist, but lacks a basic teacher. With Bobo's guidance, Ayaba quickly made up for his shortcomings. Time flies, Ayayi's foundation has become more stable under Bobo's guidance, and she has been able to fight without being disturbed by foreign objects. Refining the heart has been accomplished. After several months of training in the temple, Ayaba completely made up for the lack of foundation and laid a good foundation for future development. On this day, Bobo stopped Ayaba and took her to a room below the temple. Walking down the winding stairs, Ayaba was full of doubts, wondering where Bobo was going to take herself. Is it a spiritual time house? It's not right to think about it. Although the air in the spiritual time house is thin and the temperature varies greatly, the gravity is many times that of the earth. But a person can only go in for 2 days in his life, and it doesn't seem to make much sense for him not to enter the spiritual time house. The spiritual time house mainly relies on the harsh environment to temper the physique of the cultivator. The vast but empty lonely environment tests the psychological endurance of the cultivator. In fact, it is not a big deal. 1 day out of the year. Speaking of the bad weather in the spiritual time house, Ayaya can only sneer. The thin air, the temperature difference between -40 degrees Celsius and 50 degrees Celsius, and the equivalent of 10 times the gravity of the Earth, dare to call a harsh environment by combining these 3 points? This makes Ling Yiqing, who has experienced the inhumane situation of the heavy star, bear it. As for the psychological torture of emptiness, our Ayaba is used to being alone, and she doesn't spend much time with others. It has to be said that Dragon Ball has completely lost its balanced power system in the later stage. A terrifying strong man who can blow the earth with one punch can actually break through with a load of hundreds of tons of heavy objects. I remember that when little Goku was a child, he could still push the hill. How could he go back as long as he was? The spiritual time house was originally set up to fight for time in front of the enemy, and it didn't have much practice meaning in itself. The spiritual time house doesn't make any sense to him. This Bobo should know it. So, where does he take himself? While Ayaba was thinking about it, Bobo already took her to the door of a room. Pushing open the door, Ayaba saw that inside the black house, there was a device similar to a diesel generator in the corner, and next to it was an operating device with red or green buttons and several handles. In the center of the room, one could faintly see a huge magic circle. This is... Ayaba seemed to have seen such a room where she could not help but closed her eyes and thought. By the way, this is not the content of the original book. In the original plot of the animation, Bobo once turned on the time machine to send Monkey King back to Mr. Wutedu, the teacher who had seen Gaixianren more than 300 years ago. Could it be that Pope intends to send himself back 300 years ago? Although the original plot is not part of the original content, it is also a Dragon Ball plot after all. Just like the theater version, there is even a great conflict with the original. In comparison, the original TV plot is only a supplement to the original. In Ayaba's view, Dragon Ball's original TV plot is still very good, making up for the practice process of Monkey King for several years. Miss Ayaba, your training in the temple has been completed, so I plan to send you to other places to practice, learn from each other's strengths, and gather the best of 100 families. At this time, Bobo also made Ayaba the heir of the gods. Cultivate the idea. Ayaba is not quite clear about the plans of Bobo and the gods. She smiled and said happily, "Thank you so much, Mr. Bobo, I really don't know what to say." Bobo asked Ayaba to stand in the center of the magic circle, and walk to the console to start the device. "Wait a minute." An old voice came from outside the house, and the walked over with a cane. "God! Why are you here?" Popo greeted when he saw the coming over. The nodded to Bobo, then looked at Ayaba. Ayaba also stared at the with widened eyes. "My boy, I need you to go over 300 years ago to defeat a big demon named Piccolo." The said his purpose. 300 years ago, a big demon Piccolo endangered the whole world. The Demon King shrouded the entire world in a dark panic. Although the strong man in the human race later sealed the great Demon King Piccolo at the expense of his life, I hope you can defeat him. Let me defeat the great demon Piccolo. Ayaba was startled, and defeating the great demon Piccolo was too easy. What Ayaba was worried about was how it would affect the current world if she returned to 300 years ago and defeated the great Demon King Piccolo. Does it have no impact at all, just as Trunks will change the destiny of the Dragon Ball world in the future, but his own world will not change, or, it will completely change the current world. The probably saw Ayaba's concerns and explained, "You don't have to worry about the impact on the world now, because in my memory, when the great devil in our world endangered the world 300 years ago, you didn't have you appeared. In other words, you are not a participant in this world's great devil event of the year. Now I send you back 300 years ago. No matter what you do, you will not be able to affect this world, but will only make another difference." World. Ayaya understood that, because the world itself did not have her own participation 300 years ago, no matter how she changes the world, it will have no effect on this place. If I am involved in a certain world, will that world be changed? Ayaba asked. That way, that world will not change, because you yourself are participating in the history of that world, and the future of that world is the future formed because of your participation. Tianjin replied. Many people are obsessed with a paradox, which is to go back to the past and kill their grandfather, so that there is no birth of their own, and the event of the grandfather's killing cannot be realized, which causes the paradox. In fact, this is not a paradox, but rather limited thinking. Imagine that if it is the parallel space theory, then it is two unrelated worlds, and naturally there is no way to interfere. The death of the grandfather only caused the subsequent changes in the world of grandfather death. The other is the same world theory. People who traveled back to the past tried to kill the grandfather. Obviously he could not succeed, because his existence told us that the grandfather was not dead. His intention to kill his grandfather was not implemented smoothly, that is to say, he himself was already a participant in history, and at the point of time he traveled in the past, he also traveled back from this point in time. He became the promoter of history instead of changer. Perhaps the grandfather and grandmother knew each other because of the unexpected event that he wanted to kill the grandfather. In this theory, many people think that time travels forming a loop that goes on infinitely. In fact, this is another misunderstanding, because from the perspective of the time axis, the two spacetimes are not proceeding at the same time. People who think that the infinite loop often thinks that the world will continue to develop when it reaches the crossing point, and it will travel back to the crossing point. People in the past are re-traveling in accordance with the historical trajectory. It is very subtle that they use the view that the two worlds are proceeding simultaneously without thinking. In fact, in reality, we have not met people from the future, so the possibility is that the time span of the time machine is extremely small, a few days, a few hours, or even a few seconds. Or maybe the time machine can't be made at all. Another is the world line theory, which believes that there is only one world, but with different scripts. If the plot is changed slightly, the original script will end at the change point, and the world will enter another script to continue to develop. If it is a change through time and space, it will obliterate the whole world development within the arc by obliterating time and space, and change the plot by instilling all the pattern of human memory fills this gap and then develops after crossing the point. Due to the small changes in the plot, the life and death fate of everyone is not changed much, and if a major event changes enough to affect the world process, the world completely enters another world line, and then the fate of people will also be changed drastically. Killing the grandfather, if it can be killed, that is, I deny the original history after the moment of the grandfather's death. And that history is obliterated, thus filling the memory, and entering the real track after the crossing point and continuing to develop. The time theory is roughly based on these three types. Among them, the parallel world theory is the most widely used, and it is also explained in cosmic physics. If there are two universes with the same mass, under the premise of following the same laws of physics, starting from the singularity Big Bang, all of them will continue the same pattern, only some accidental factors slightly change the world, roughly two parallel universes. In addition, the same world theory is the most authentic, and the world line theory is the most novel and logical. The meaning of the gods shows that Dragon Ball is an applicator of the parallel world theory. In other words, no matter how you change, it won't affect this world. Suddenly, Ayaka thought, isn't there a countless number in the Dragon Ball world? Super time fighting? Okay. I will kill the great demon king. Ayaka had no worries in her heart, and readily agreed. Seeing Ayaka promised to defeat the demon king Piccolo, they heaved a sigh of relief and told Bobo to turn on the time machine. Beep, beep. The machine made a beep, and the magic circle in the center gave out a dazzling white light. Puff! A strong white light flashed, and the dazzling flash pierced people to close their eyes. After opening their eyes, only a few faint blue smoke remained in the house, and Ayaka's figure had disappeared from the magic. In the array. God! Do you really want Ayaka to kill the great demon king? After Ayaka disappeared, Bobo asked the gods worriedly. The great devil should have been killed long ago. If the great devil is killed, then there will be no gods and dragon in that world, and the whole world may be able to be changed. The closed his eyes and slowly said, this is also a test for Ayaka. If she can kill the great demon king, Ayaka will be eligible to inherit the position of God. You plan to hand over the position of God to Ayaka after Ayaka is back. Bobo didn't plan to oppose the of heaven, and asked Ayaka to inherit the position of God, and Bobo agreed. And he also knew that Ayaka definitely had such strength, and the just needed a better reason. Ayaka's strength is very strong, and she has a kind heart, so she can't be better to inherit the position of God. Ayaka didn't know that these were tests that the gods did to select the heirs of the god. As long as Ayaka kills the demon king Piccolo, she will become the new god. Chapter 29, Wutedu. Time travel is full of unknowns and uncertainties. If you are not careful, you will get lost in the unknown world. Ayaka only felt her body numb for a while, as if she had been electrocuted, and when she recovered, she had already appeared in a large forest. In the entire forest, the trees are tall and straight, with lush branches and leaves, and birds stop on the trees from time to time, making creaking sounds. Ayaka walked slowly out of the forest along the mountain path and came to a small town with a very small population. Seeing the pedestrians coming and going on the street wearing quaint big shirts, Ayaka couldn't help thinking, it seems that it was more than 300 years ago. The clothes were very simple. She did not pay attention to those men and women at all. A stunning look cast at her. Ayaka came to a waterfall unknowingly, saw a set of women's clothing on the ground, and vaguely saw a graceful and exquisite body behind the rocks of the waterfall. Someone bathed there. Ayaka is not interested in peeping in the past. If it were the previous Ayaka, she would not let this opportunity pass. But now Ayaka is a woman herself, and a girl who is outstanding in both figure and appearance. For many years of her beautiful and attractive body, she has basically had a strong immunity to her women. Moreover, the two lives of human beings have different supreme pursuits. Just as she was about to leave, Ayaba saw from a distance behind a big tree, a man in a purple shirt was hiding there and peeping. It turned out to be a peeping woman taking a bath. Ayaya was surprised and walked in the direction of the man silently. "It's pretty, isn't it?" Ayaya quietly came to the man's side and asked softly. The man nodded and wiped off the nosebleeds from his nose. "It's so beautiful, my Fang Fang is so cute." Fang Fang. Ayaya was a little familiar when she heard the woman's name, and remembered that it was the girl the turtle immortal had a crush on when he was young. Could this man be the turtle immortal when he was young? At this time, Wu Tian came back to his senses and found that a very beautiful girl appeared next to him. Thinking of his voyeurism being exposed, Wu Tian was about to yell "Ah!" Ayaya quickly covered his mouth with her eyes and dragged Wu Tian away. "Miss, you are so cute, can I know your name?" After leaving the place of right and wrong, Wu Tian accosted Ayaya. Sure enough, the deathlessness hasn't changed. It's no wonder that immortal turtle is so charming, it turned out to be like this when he was young. Ayaya gave Wu Tian a sullen look, without answering. Wu Tian could only silently shut his mouth, and was dragged by Ling Yi to the bazaar. "Where is Mr. Wu Taitu's gym?" Walking on the market, Ayaya turned her head and asked Wu Tian. "Ah! You are looking for Master Wu Taitu's gym. I am Master Wu Taitu's disciple, let me take you there," Wu Tian said. Ayaya smiled secretly, knowing that you are Wu Taitu's disciple a long time ago, otherwise why would he ask you? In this age, the Earth's technology is still underdeveloped, and a small town is also very small. It didn't take long for Wu Tian to lead Ayaya to the gate of Wu Taitu's gymnasium. Wu Taitu's gymnasium is not very big, there are only about 30 students in it. Wu Taitu is an outstanding martial artist with unique insights into Kung Fu. Ayaba came to Wu Taitu to get to know this man who has quite a lot of knowledge in martial arts. Entering the gymnasium, passing through several training dojos, Ayaba came to the inner compartment of the gymnasium, where Wu Taitu lived. From a distance, Ayaya saw an old man in a white martial arts suit sitting on the wooden floor, holding hot tea in her hand. "Hello, Mr. Wu Taitu." Ayaba stepped forward and said very politely, "In Xia Ayaba, a martial artist from afar, I heard of the name of Mr. Wu Taitu, and came to visit the master and seek advice from the master." Wu Taitu put down the teacup in his hand and looked sharply at Ayaba, as if he wanted to see through her. "This girl, I feel a natural smell in your steps. It seems that your understanding of martial arts is not below mine." Ayaba smiled modestly, without denying it. It is also a very happy thing to be able to learn from a real martial arts master. As he said, Wu Taitu stood up and invited Ayaba to the dojo. Ayaba knew that Wu Taitu was paying attention to himself and wanted to learn from him. Ayaya adjusted the weight on her body, condensed her internal breath, suppressed her combat power to 200, which was about as strong as Wu Taitu, and then assumed a fighting posture. Wu Taitu stared at the girl in front of him solemnly. It is hard to imagine that such a young girl already possesses the strength no less than his own. Ayaya also looked solemn. Wu Taitu's posture made her see a different martial artist, and the majestic aura was rushing towards her face. Wow! Wu Taitu's figure disappeared from Ayaba's face. Ayaba's eyes kept turning, and his gaze closely followed Wu Taitu's figure. Hey! A fist suddenly appeared at Ling Yi's waist. Ling Yi fell sideways, avoiding the punch from her waist, and the strong wind hit the ground with a sudden noise. Ling Yi flashed, avoiding Wu Taitu's series of offensives, wave after wave of offensives, like wolves and tigers, constantly roaring and roaring. Ayaba stepped back and withdrew tens of meters, then straightened his posture, dived, and charged towards Wu Taitu. Wu Taitu's eyes flickered, staring at Ayaba's movements. Bang! Ling Yi fisted towards him, but it was a pity that Wu Taitu used his elbow to follow him. Seeing Ayaba's unpretentious attack, Wu Taitu nodded involuntarily, and then quickly launched an attack on Ayaba. Shoo! Wu Taitu appeared behind Ling Yi from an incredible angle and threw his fist at Ling Yi. Ayaba had already noticed Wutedu's actions, and when her punch was about to hit her back, she smiled indifferently and fell to the ground, avoiding Wutedu's attack. The two of you came and I kept attacking. The speed of the attack was getting faster and faster, and slowly only the crackling sound of the fight could be heard. The two have fought each other no less than 100 times. Boom! Tato Mu made a heavy punch, but Ayaba gently cut it open with his hand, making the punch miss. After a long battle, there was no trace of confusion between the two of them, and it seemed that neither of them had the real ability to fight. Ling Yi leaped back to leave a certain distance with Wutedu, and then sent out a Qigong wave with one hand. The blue Qigong wave flashed with dazzling light and flew towards Wutedu. When Wutedu saw Ayaya using the Qigong wave, he spread his hands unhurriedly and took the Qigong wave down. Boom! Qigong wave exploded in Wutedu's hands. The destruction caused by the explosion made the wood-made ground shattered into debris, and the wind rose and filled the entire dojo. Good opportunity! Ayaya seized the moment of the explosion, and rushed over, launching a general attack on Wutedu. Caught off guard, Wutedu was hit by Ayaya's palm and flew nearly 10 meters away. Wu Tian, who had been stunned by the battle between Ayaya and Wutedu, saw his master being beaten into the air, and hurried over to help Wutedu up. It seems that I lost, Wutedu said with a calm expression, without any pretensions. Sure enough, the hero was born a teenager. Little girl, your strength is definitely among the strong in the world. No, I lost. Ayaba shook his head, raised his arm, and was cut open at the armpit near the chest. I don't know when. Ayaya knew that it was Wutedu's men who were merciful. If it wasn't for the fear that he was a girl, and Wutedu hadn't been able to attack his chest and temporarily withdrew the force of the shot, the blow just now would definitely hurt him seriously, so it was him who fell to the ground. Of course this is just an assumption. With Ayaba's current physical fitness, even if Wutedu makes a few head-on attacks, it won't be a big deal. Ayaba didn't feel how terrible the defeat was. Even though Bobo and the gods had instructed her, she still lost to Wutedu with the same combat power. It can be seen that Wutedu's martial arts level is not inferior to Tian Shen and Bobo. It is no wonder that the secular people have been named fairies. The titles of Immortal Turtle and Immortal Crane were also inherited from him. Even if Ayaba's actual combat power reached 140,000 at the moment, how to make good use of them is worth thinking about. Every effort is made. Ayaka had already decided to lay a solid foundation before coming to Earth. In Gaixianren's cultivation still doesn't look good to her, and the level is too low. In Bobo and the gods, she has been promoted, but in Wutedu, it seems that there is room for improvement. This is not in vain for her to come over. Presumably the gods and Bobo are also aware of Wutedu's martial arts attainments. As long as he learns Wutedu's martial arts achievements, Ayaba believes that there should be no more microscopic realm in the world. At that time, his own foundation has been completed, and then he can increase his combat effectiveness without any scruples. Ha 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 ha, Miss Ayaba is indeed an outstanding martial artist. Wutedu smiled heartily, and said to Ayaba with a fist, I welcome the young lady to come and learn at any time. Ayaba also responded to Wutedu and said that he would stay nearby. Ayaba knew that when the big demon king Piccolo appeared, Wutedu would take his disciples to fight. As long as he lived near the Wutaido dojo, he could not only learn the experience of the Wutaido, but also grasp the big demon king Piccolo. Whereabouts? Chapter 30, Big Devil. Ayaba settled down in the small town and slowly integrated into the town. The villagers also had a great affection for Ayaba, a young girl with a very novel dress. Slowly, Ayaba has lived in the small town for a year, during which Ayaba often went to Wutedu's gymnasium to learn martial arts with him. This let many villagers know that this quiet and lovely girl actually possesses the power to destroy the world. During this year, Ayaya has been wearing a load-bearing suit, controlling her strength in her early 200s. Ayaba knew that with the temple and this year's practice, although he temporarily gave up the pursuit of combat effectiveness, he must know that the partial improvement will also be magnified to the overall improvement. Therefore, Ayaba's own strength has broken through to 150,000 combat effectiveness. One day, Ayaba came to the gymnasium where Wutato was located, but found that everyone inside was silent. Wutato was thinking seriously about something. When Ayaba came in, Wutato said, "Ayaba, a nearby big city was destroyed by the big devil Bik not long ago, and everyone in it was killed. According to the calculation, the next target may be here." When Ayaba heard this, she got energetic, and her eyes flickered and said, "Is it the big demon king Piccolo?" "Yes, big devil Bik has successively destroyed dozens of big cities. I didn't expect to come to us this time." Wutato said solemnly, "Villagers in nearby villages are worried about being attacked by Great Demon Bik. Evacuation. The power of the big demon king Piccolo has spread all over the world in the previous wars, and now the whole world is falling into the panic of the big demon king. Master, let's unite some people to defeat the Great Demon King," the young Gaixian suggested to Wutato. After hearing this, the disciples on the side all talked and agreed, "Yes, Master, or let's go to the Great Demon Lord." Wutato stood up and stretched out his hand to suppress the discussion among the disciples. Turning his gaze to Ayaba, he asked, "Ayaba, what do you think?" Ayaba agreed with the disciples and said, "I think we need to join forces to stop the Demon King Piccolo. But for this battle, we only need to go to the two of us, and we don't need to bring others." Wutato nodded, and then Wutian said unwillingly, "Master, take us, we also have to fight the big devil." Taking a glance at Wutian, Ayaya swept across the sky with a powerful aura. For a moment, Wutian and the others seemed to be floating in the ocean, a kind of cold biting chill spontaneously. "I can't catch even a little bit of my aura, how do you deal with the Great Demon King Piccolo? Stay here for me to practice well, if we fail, at least you will pick it up." Under Ayaba's oppression, the disciples could only lower their heads and no longer mention what they said to deal with the Great Demon King. Wutato looked at Ayaba with a smile and said, "In this case, Ayaba and I will deal with the Great Demon King Piccolo." Hearing what the master said, Wutian and other disciples echoed with tears, hoping that master could destroy the Great Demon King Piccolo in his heart. By the long winding path, Ayaba and Wutato put on their backpacks, bid farewell to the disciples behind them, and embarked on the road to crusade against the Great Demon King. Behind them, the disciples blessed Ayaba with their tears. Wutian looked at Wutato and Ayaba's back and prayed in his heart, "Master, you and Ayaba must succeed in destroying the devil." This kind of tragic way of expedition made Ayaba very helpless, a mere piccolo, making herself inevitably sacrificed. 3 or 4 days after Ayaba and Wutato left, they came to the city destroyed by the Great Demon King Piccolo. At this time, there were ruins everywhere, abandoned farmland and collapsed houses formed a depressed doomsday scene, and the sky was also stained blood by the dark power of the Great Demon. Seeing the decay and decline that had appeared because of the Great Demon King, Wutato's face and eyes widened, and the anger in his heart had reached the point where he could not vent his anger. Ayaba may have seen the doomsday scene on the planet Kano, and she has only a heartfelt disgust for everything in front of her, and her brows are slightly frowned. "Let's go directly to the Great Demon King's castle." Wutato nodded and agreed with Ayaba's proposal that he wanted to solve the Demon King who threatened the entire world as soon as possible. In front of the gate of the Great Demon King Piccolo's palace, Ayaba and the two looked at the gloomy and dark palace in front of them like a devil's lair, looked at each other, and then stepped into the palace gate. "Hey, there are even humans coming to the Great Demon King's palace. It's really looking for death." A shrill voice came from the roof, and Ayaba saw a green-skinned lizard man with a pair of devil wings. "This is the subordinate of Big Demon King Piccolo, it's disgusting." Ayaba looked at the lizardman in disgust. When the lizardman appeared, Wutato aroused a strong momentum all over his body, ready to kill him at any time. Feeling the contempt of the two humans in front of him, the lizardman became furious. "Humans, I want you to know the fate of offending Master Parkrow." The lizardman incited the wings on his back and flew towards Ayaka. Ah! The lizardman's attack failed, and when it pounced, Ayaka and Wuteta disappeared. Then only a bang was heard. Ling Yi turned the lizardman into ashes with a wave of qigong. "Hurry up and find Demon King Piccolo," Wuteta said, and Ayaka nodded and continued to walk towards the depths of the palace. From time to time, some of the subordinates of the great Demon King popped up on the road, but they were simply solved by Ayaka and the two. Soon, Ayaka came to the great Demon King. The young great Demon King sat on the throne wearing clothes marked with the word magic, looking at the two humans in front of him with a strange expression. "Ha ha ha ha, a group of humans just came to die not long ago. I didn't expect someone to come again so soon." The great Demon King arrogantly said, "Since you are here, this king will make you regret coming here, and this king wants you to die." Looking at the arrogantly laughing Demon King Piccolo, a cold killing intent flashed across Ayaka's face. "With the arrogance just now, I also want you to completely disappear from this world." Shoo! Wuteta started his hand, his body disappeared instantly, and he quickly came to the big Demon King Piccolo. A fist brought a powerful momentum and smashed it down. Boom! The powerful attack stirred up a huge whirlwind, the vigor waved like a stormy sea, and lifted the dust on the ground. Great Demon King Piccolo sensed the mighty power of the blow in front of him and hurriedly dodged. Finding that he had underestimated these two humans, Big Devil Big couldn't help but become angry, and his cold eyes swept towards Ayaka. Two people, a terrifying killing intent seemed to be condensed into a ball. Wuteta looked at Big Demon King Piccolo solemnly, carefully gathering the chi in his body, ready to attack the big devil at any time. "Ho!" Wuteta snorted, his whole body's momentum soared several times. The overwhelming aura was like a tiger that just came out of its cage, constantly roaring and hissing. In the huge momentum that suddenly increased, Bigda the Demon King's face was even colder, and he couldn't think that the aura of this human being was only a few points worse than his own. Ayaka next to him also showed a surprised look. Unexpectedly, Wuteta had such a strength. He thought that his fighting power in focusing on the details of martial arts was not too strong. It seemed that he had already used the trick of pressing the bottom of the box. World-shocking palm! Wuteta screamed, his body flashed abruptly, and he came behind Big Demon King Piccolo inconceivably. In the horrified gaze of Big Demon King Piccolo, a palm glowing with golden light struck down, and the golden palm brought a strong flash of electric current, drawing a terrifying arc in the air. With an uncontrollable aura, the world-shocking palm swept down with a mighty thunder, smashing the Big Demon King Piccolo tens of meters with a palm, hitting the stone pillar of the palace heavily. Ayaka saw Wuteta resorting to the shocking palm of the world, and couldn't help but wait and see. With the blow just now, it was obvious that Wuteta had the upper hand. Chapter 31, Earth-Shattering. Ah! The great Demon King Piccolo let out an angry roar, wiping the purple blood from the corner of his mouth. "Damn it, it hurt me." The Demon King Piccolo swears that he will completely tear the human in front of him. Evil and cold eyes glanced mercilessly at Ayaka and the two of Ayaka. The Demon King Piccolo licked the corner of his mouth, with a grim smile on his face. He pulled his fist tightly with one hand, and said evilly, "Injured, then, prepare for the baptism of death." The aura of Big Demon King Piccolo kept rising, the whole palace began to sway constantly, and a whirlwind swept all around with him as the center. The breath of death and desolation rushed to his face, as if he was in the boundless purgatory, and the surrounding was full of blood. The smell of shurum made Ayaka frown involuntarily. It seems that the strength of the Devil King is much stronger than when Monkey King dealt with him. Is it because he is at his peak now? When Wuteta faced the powerful aura rushing towards his face, his expression became dignified, his eyes focused on the Big Demon King Piccolo. "Now, let you see the strength of this demon." After speaking, the big demon suddenly flashed, and once again appeared next to Wuteta, a sharp claw with a strong corrosiveness towards Wutedu. Attack over. Wutedu's expression remained unchanged. He changed his defensive posture, fixed his feet and raised his elbow to resist the attack of the big Demon King Piccolo. Hiss! The huge corrosive aura corroded Wutedu's elbow martial arts uniform. Wutedu's face changed slightly, and he suddenly turned around, pulling a few meters away from the great Demon King Piccolo. But when Wutedu stabilized his figure, Big Devil Piccolo didn't know when he came to him and attacked Wutedu's heart. Boom! A slender little hand tightly grasped the demon claw that came down from the attack. At the moment of crisis, Ayaka made a decisive move to catch an attack from the great Demon King Piccolo. The corrosive breath continued to swallow the little snow-white hand, making a sizzle corrosive sound. Wutedu couldn't help showing a worried expression when Aya's small hands were swallowed by the corroded breath. Ayaka looked as usual, her right hand tightly grasped the devil's claw, and then her small hand squeezed tightly, a terrifying explosive force poured out from Ayaba's fingers. Kaka! Ayaba pulled off an arm of the great Demon King Piccolo. Ah! The whole arm was torn off by Ayaba, and the Demon King Piccolo let out a painful roar. How could this happen? Big Devil Piccolo looked at his broken arm and said in disbelief. He looked dodging and started to sweat on his forehead. Wutedu was also shocked by Ayaba's astonishing move. He knew the strength of the great Demon King Piccolo. How could Ayaba tear off his arm in such a simple way? Bick, do you know that I came to this era to wipe you out? At this time, Ayaba said calmly without having to conceal it. What? The great Demon King Piccolo was startled by Ayaba's words. In this era, isn't the girl in front of him from this time and space? Yes, I am not from this era. I come from 300 years later, entrusted by the gods 300 years later, to come and destroy you. God! Big Demon Bick understood that the girl in front of her was actually sent by another one of her own 300 years later. Do you think you can kill me? The big devil laughed wildly. In this world, no one can beat himself. A mighty breath suddenly exploded from the great Demon King Piccolo. It was a sense of pressure that was even more terrifying than before. The palace began to shake, and small cracks appeared on the walls. At this time, even Wutedu broke out in a cold sweat under this maddening breath. This strength is not weaker than the second-generation Bick at the beginning of Part Z. But how insignificant such an aura is to Ayaba, she doesn't pay attention to the aura of Big Demon King Piccolo. Ayaba narrowed her eyes and looked at Big Demon Lord Piccolo like a clown. Feeling the mocking look on Ayaba's face, Big Devil Piccolo vomited blood in anger. Ayaya shook his head. You know, there are countless strong men in the entire universe. They can pinch you to death like an ant, so don't sit and watch the sky. And I happen to be one of them. Suddenly, Ling Yi's eyes glowed with a faint light. My eyes can see through anyone's combat effectiveness. The Earth is a planet with extremely low combat effectiveness. Mr. Wutedu has about 200 combat effectiveness, which is considered the most powerful among human beings. Ayaba turned her blue eyes to the great Demon Piccolo, and the Devil Piccolo. You have 340 combat power at your peak now. Looking at Wutedu's puzzled eyes, Ayaba continued, my combat power is much higher than you think. In order to practice on the Earth, I specially put on a load-bearing suit, and a total of more than 100 tons of load. And he also deliberately restrains the use of Qi in normal times. And my real combat power is 156,000. As she said, Ayaya reduced her weight to 0. As the weight disappeared, so did the oppression of space. Suddenly, a shocking and photographable aura rose to the sky. The earth seemed to begin to oscillate. The entire palace collapsed under a powerful momentum. The dust was swept around by the strong airflow, and the earth centered on Ayaya sank several meters down, and it was covered with deep winding. The gully, the unfighted earth suddenly became pitted, and the powerful cyclone swept over the sky, making it impossible to look directly at it. The sky and the earth seemed to become irritable because of Aya's breath. This is the first time Ayaba has released her breath unscrupulously. All of a sudden, a kind of emotion that the sky is high and the birds fly spontaneously emerged. Seeing Ayaba, whose aura suddenly changed, Big Demon King Piccolo and Tito Wu were stunned. They couldn't imagine that there would be such a powerful person in the world. How can that be? Big Demon King Piccolo showed a crying expression and said bitterly. With such a monster-like person in this world, how can his ambition to rule the world be realized? Demon King Piccolo, it is impossible for you to escape today, so obediently die. Ayaba said with a calm expression on the face of King Piccolo, as if he had been sentenced to death. The Demon King Piccolo screamed frantically, "No, I am a terrifying Demon King. Everything in the world is under my control. I want to fill the whole world with darkness." Noisy. A sharp cold light flashed in Ling Yi's eyes, and a golden energy wave suddenly burst out of her body. The powerful golden energy was like a giant dragon, roaring up to the sky, with a powerful aura that made the whole world afraid of it. Heading towards Big Demon King Piccolo. Boom! The great devil Piccolo was hit by the golden energy wave without resistance. The surging golden energy wave continued to expand and compress, and the great devil Piccolo instantly turned into ashes under the absolutely powerful energy. At the same time, the gods in the temple and the 7 dragon everywhere in the world turned into a legend. Watching the great Demon King Piccolo, who had brought panic to the world and was invincible, turned to ashes in a wave of energy from Ayaba, Wu Taita did not recover from the shock for a long time. Until now, Wu Taita couldn't believe that the girl in front of him had such terrible power to destroy the world. But the pitted and unrecognizable earth around me kept telling myself that all of this was true. After regaining her breath and restoring her weight, Ayaba turned back into that petite and elegant little girl. Seeing Wu Taita's shocked look, Ayaba smiled faintly. The things God asked him to do have been completed, and he has also learned the martial arts experience of Wu Taita. The next step is to wait for time and let Bobo pick him up. Unexpectedly, you came from the future. Wu Taita's face was full of shock, and he was stunned by Ayaba's identity. P.S. I have been catching a cold for the past few days, my head is aching from coughing, and my condition is not good. Fantasy Journey of Fairy has not been updated. This Dragon Ball is also consuming the archive. Chapter 32, A Changed Future. After a brief exchange with Wu Taita, who looked undecided, Ayaba and Wu Taita returned to the town together. Looking at the beautiful girl beside him, Wu Taita couldn't believe that such a powerful force was hidden under her slender body. Back in the town, the villagers cheered excitedly after learning the news that Big Demon King Piccolo had been eliminated. At night, a grand celebration ceremony was held in the town. Both Ayaba and Wu Taita were surrounded by enthusiastic villagers and kept toasting and laughing to them. The banquet lasted until the early hours of the morning and then slowly dissipated. Ayaba also experienced the joy that the villagers had erupted after a huge panic. This time Big Devil Piccolo was killed by her intervention, the trajectory of the world has been slightly different, and Wu Taita has not died. The next day, Ayaya got away from the enthusiastic villagers. Hey! Ayaya let out a sigh, she really didn't adapt to the feeling of being surrounded by everyone. Wu Taita came to his side and said with a smile, Ayaba, the villagers are very grateful that you killed the devil. Ayaba rolled her eyes, and said helplessly, I killed the Demon King Piccolo. It was commissioned by the gods. Even without me, the Demon King would be sealed by you in history. Wu Taita shook his head and said, I know the strength of the big devil very well. If it weren't for you, the big devil in history will be sealed by me according to you, but I will definitely pay a high price if I want to come, so I still want to thank you. You. Ayaba smiled and nodded, accepting Wu Taita's thanks. In history, Wu Taita led his disciples to defeat the great Demon King Piccolo, and the first Wu Taita failed. But with his strong vitality, Wu Taita did not suffer serious injuries and died. He left alone, leaving a message to his disciples that he would definitely return. Later, Wu Taitu came back and used the demon seal wave he learned to seal the big demon king Piccolo into the rice cooker, but he also paid the price of his life. In the end, the turtle immortal and crane immortal sank the rice cooker with the great demon of Piccolo into the sea. Ayaka thought for a while, now that he killed the big demon king Piccolo, then the gods and dragon would all disappear from this world. In the future, Monkey King and Bauma will not meet, and all history will change. Suddenly, a bad feeling flashed in Ayaba's heart. The demon king Piccolo was killed by himself, and Sun Wukong and Bauma will not meet in the future. However, the scions at the beginning of Part Z will still come to Earth. Even if Vegeta and Frieza will not come to Earth and Namek, the cyborg will not appear either. However, Majin Buu's eggs will still be on Earth. If Majin Buu appears, Ayaba's mood suddenly turned bad, and she faintly regretted killing the great demon king Piccolo. Dragon Ball. The link of the Dragon Ball world is the Dragon Ball, so the big devil and the gods of Piccolo, which are closely related to the Dragon Ball, also have a very important connection with the main storyline. The gods don't know what the Earth will face in the future. He only thinks that if you kill the great demon king Piccolo, the world will be peaceful, so he sent himself to kill Piccolo. But the result of his own action may be that there is no Dragon Ball warrior to deal with. Majin Buu. Ayaba's face became difficult to look, because of a momentary negligence, the world may fall into eternal darkness in the future. Wait, there seems to be no Majin Buu in the world of Trunks in the future, will this world also? Damn, you can't have this kind of gambling thought. The world of Trunks may just be Majin Buu not born yet. If Majin Buu appears in this world without Dragon Ball traction, it will be all over. Ayaba racked her brains, trying to find a way to make up for it. When Wu Taitu saw Ayaba frowning in meditation, he thought she was in trouble, so he couldn't help asking, Ayaba, what's wrong, is there any physical discomfort? Ayaya shook her hand and didn't say anything, it was too late to say anything now. Perhaps for the people of this era, the Demon King Piccolo was the first to be eliminated, and no one can tell what happened 300 years later. Finally, Ayaba told Wu Taitu about his concerns. After listening to Wu Taitu said solemnly, Ayaba, what do you mean is that killing the Demon King Piccolo now may have an impact on the future and make the future the enemy can't be destroyed? Ayaba nodded and said, I come from the future. In the future, because of the existence of Piccolo, a group of powerful Earth warriors will gather in 300 years. They will be more evil with the Demon King Bipik again and again in order to protect the Earth. Fighting monsters. But now Piccolo has been wiped out by me, and I am worried that those warriors will not appear again. Ha ha ha. Wu Taitu laughed heartily, and said under Ayaba's surprised eyes, although Piccolo doesn't exist anymore, we are still there. Let us train future fighters. Nothing. For the future, Wu Taitu will also work hard to cultivate outstanding disciples, let them pass on our beliefs, and cultivate strong and outstanding warriors for the Earth. Wu Taitu's words were like a thunderbolt that shook Ayaba's mind. Yes, no matter what the future enemy is, even without the of Dragon Ball, I can leave enough faith for the future. Reuniting Dragon Ball warriors. Suddenly, Ayaya became open-minded, and her previous depression and confusion were wiped out. Yes, although there is no Dragon Ball's resurrection function, if it is arranged cleverly, it should be able to reach the ultimate goal of defeating Demon Buu in general. Then let us create a new world. Ayaba said to Wu Taitu with solemn eyes. Wu Taitu smiled and nodded. In order to deal with the existence of something more evil than the great Demon King Piccolo, he had to start planning for the future now. Wu Taitu summoned his disciples, arranged, began to recruit disciples, and broke the old rules of the martial arts school, and taught his own unique skills in order to cultivate the best disciples. Under Wu Taitu's guidance, the young Gaixianren and Hexianren gradually improved their martial arts realm, and there was no incident that later turned into enemies due to Wu Taitu's death. As time passed by little, Ayaka knew that the day when she left this world was approaching. She is also planning to leave something to prepare for this world to deal with cosmic people and evil creatures in the future. After all, it was because of my own negligence that the future was uncertain. Wu Taitu saw Ayaka take out a rice cooker, and asked inexplicably, "What are you doing with the rice cooker?" "I feel that I will leave this world soon and return to the original world. I want to leave something for this world, at least it can play a role in the future when there are changes," Ayaka said with a smile. Putting the rice cooker in the middle of the yard, Ayaka stretched out her arm and took a deep breath. A half-moon-shaped vitality chop condensed in his hand. Puff! A scar appeared on a white arm, and blood dripped down the arm and fell into a wide-mouthed bottle that was already prepared. "Ayaka, what are you doing?" Wu Taitu asked in a puzzled manner while horrified. Ayaka ignored Wu Taitu's question, endured the pain from the wound, and filled the jar with his own blood. In the end, he quickly put the jar into the rice cooker, and then used his qi. Suddenly, a surging breath of energy was transmitted from the body of Ling Yi, and Ling Yi carefully condensed a golden qigong ball, put the golden qigong ball into the jar, and then sealed it against the rice cooker. Mao Fengbo. Ling Yi condensed her breath with one hand and used the magic Fengbo to the rice cooker. A long blue dragon snaked towards the rice cooker, and Mo Fengbo emitted a bright light, which made people have to close their eyes. With a bang, Mo Fengbo hit the rice cooker and sealed the jar containing Ayaba's blood all at once. Ayaka picked up the rice cooker with her own blood on the ground and wiped the sweat from her forehead. The wound on her arm had stopped bleeding due to its powerful healing ability and could be repaired soon. Wu Taitu stepped forward with concern and reached out to take the rice cooker that Ayaka handed over. Ayaka said, "Don't worry, I have a strong recovery ability, and the injury on my arm will heal soon." Chapter 33, Ayaba's Suggestion. As soon as Ayaka finished speaking, the wound on her arm glowed with golden light, and then in Wu Taitu's surprised gaze, some small of flesh grew from the wound. The meatball kept moving, slowly getting longer, bringing a slight itching sensation, and gradually a flawless arm appeared. "Hey!" Ling Yi shook his wound-healed arm, a faint brilliance flowing on the white jade-like skin, and underneath the skin that seemed to break with a finger, there was an astonishing intensity. Wu Taitu saw Ayaba's recovery ability with his own eyes and opened his mouth in surprise. He had never seen anyone who could heal his injuries in such a short period of time. Wu Taitu shook his head with an incomprehensible look. "I think you are the real monster." Ayaba smiled lightly, and she was very satisfied with her ability to recover. Although this will consume a lot of her energy in a short period of time, dragging a stump to fight with others is not as good as fighting with a healthy body with a little lower overall strength. The knight she had expected was correct. Sure enough, her resilience will gradually become stronger as her strength increases, and with her current resilience, she is almost no worse than that of the Namek. Ayaba accepts all Wu Taitu's words. She still has a very clear understanding of herself. "I am really a monster now, and I am still a true undead monster. However, I really like being such a monster." Ayaba handed the rice cooker in her hand to Wu Taitu, and said solemnly, "I have an immortal body. As long as there is one cell, it can regenerate indefinitely. The sealed bottle in this rice cooker contains my blood sample. In theory, it can also be said to be me. It's just because of the existence of my deity that I can't be transformed into another self, but when I leave this world, this blood sample should become a new Ayaba and become my clone. I have injected enough vitality into the blood sample. I hope you will save this rice cooker. When there is an irresistible evil in the future, you will open this seal and release my clone." Wu Taitu solemnly took over the rice cooker with Ayaba's clone sealed, and said solemnly, "Don't worry, Ayaba, I will definitely save her." At this time, Ayaba remembered that there were no gods in this world, and that Anu had to be re-elected. Among human beings, Wu Taitu was a very good candidate. "Mr. Wu Taitu, have you ever been to Kailan Tower?" Ayaya asked. "Karan Tower? Wu-Taitu shook his head. Although I don't know why Ayaba would ask herself about Kailan Tower, he still replied, I know the Holy Land Kailan. It is said to be the holy land of martial arts, but unfortunately I have never been to Kailan Tower. Ayaba hopes that Wu-Taitu can go to Kailan Tower and become a new god, so he said, in the Holy Land Kailan's Kailan Tower, there are cats and immortals. That is the existence of Mr. Wu Shui is not inferior to Kailan Tower. There is still a above the sky. God? Is it the who sent you to this age? Wu-Taitu asked in surprise. Yes, the gods are the gods of the earth, responsible for guarding the order on the earth. The gods and Piccolo are one body, but the gods cannot remove the big devil from the lower realms for some reason, so let me kill the big devil. Ayaba said the secrets about the gods, thinking that the gods in this world have disappeared, and her face was a little lost. The and the devil are one, and the death of the devil means that the of the earth has disappeared. Therefore, I suggest Mr. Wu-Taitu go to the Kailan Tower, maybe you can inherit the seat of the god. Wu-Taitu had sincere admiration for the Tenjin who guarded the earth and willingly disappeared with the great demon king, but he was not interested in the position of the Tenjin. Wu-Taitu shook his head and rejected Ayaba's suggestion, I don't have the idea of becoming a god. Ayaba knows that Wu-Taitu is a martial artist who is dedicated to martial arts, and only has a different pursuit of martial arts. Mr. Wu-Taitu, after becoming a deity, he has the opportunity to meet Lord Realm King who is in charge of the entire Northern Galaxy. Lord Realm King is an outstanding master of martial arts, as long as he can get the guidance of Lord Realm King, there will be a huge breakthrough. Seeing Wu-Taitu seemed to be a little moved, Ayaba continued to persuade, after becoming a god, Mr. Wu-Taitu will no longer be a mortal womb. Then you will have a lifespan far beyond ordinary people, so that you can better protect the earth. For the peace of the earth, you have to become a god. She continued to bewitched. After Ayaba's constant suggestions, Wu-Taitu's attitude finally loosened. He hesitated and said, in this case, okay, I'll go to the Kailan Tower. Seeing Wu-Taitu finally agreed to go to the Kailan Tower, Ayaba's face turned. When it came loose, as long as Wu-Taitu was willing to go to Kailan Tower, he would basically be certain to become a new god. After a few more days, Wu-Taitu took the rice cooker with Ayaba's arm sealed, and set off for Kailan Pagoda, and handed the martial arts hall to the two disciples Gaixianren and Cranaxianren to take charge. Seeing that everything has been arranged, Ayaba can leave this world without worry. From Wu-Taitu to become a new god, the martial arts hall trains martial artists, plus his own sealed clone. Even if a powerful enemy appears in the future, it should be able to deal with it. The reason why the blood sample was sealed in the rice cooker with the magic seal wave was mainly because he did not want to let his genes pass. If there is also Dr. Crazy here, maybe the Dragon Ball fighters will meet his own before the appearance of Majin Buu. The robot is cloned. Her abnormal Aya knows it, and it can be said with certainty that with her defying physique, she will become stronger in the later stage, and only herself will be able to defeat her at that time. Although the cloned robot may not have the same characteristics as Ayaba, the Scion bloodline is undoubted. Even if it is dazzled because of its characteristics, it is still an improved Scion bloodline, which has the potential to exceed the vast majority of pure Scions. The rice cooker asked Wu-Taitu to bring it to the temple. As long as the time is right, the Ayaba clone will be born. At that time, you must tell that clone. Don't go around in the early stage to avoid genetic exposure. She is not the deity, naturally does not have the characteristics of an immortal body, only has an infinite lifespan and super strong healing ability, so she must not die in the middle, she cannot destroy the body like the deity. Aya yet also bid farewell to leaving the turtle immortal and embarked on the journey alone. The scenery 300 years ago was much better than that of Ayaba's time. Ayaba also took the opportunity to relax and began to travel around the mountains and water. After another 3 weeks, a huge magic circle appeared under Ayaba's feet. The magic circle flashed light and produced a large amount of smoke. When the smoke dissipated, Ayaba had already left the world. Above the Kylan Tower, the sanctuary of the temple. Bobo controlled the machine in his hand and carefully brought Ayaba back. Boom! There was a huge explosion in the secret room, and thick smoke filled the room, forcing Bobo to leave the room and onto the corridor. Ahem! Mr. Bobo, how did you make so much smoke? Ayaba frowned and walked out of the smoke, covering her mouth with one hand, and said with some dissatisfaction. The machine has been useless for a long time, and some parts are beginning to age. It seems that Bobo is going to rebuild one. Bobo said calmly as he looked at the girl walking out of the thick fog. I traveled through time and space in this vintage car. I feel a little scared no matter how I think about it. If it breaks down halfway, wouldn't I be forgotten in a corner? The on the side saw Ayaba and asked, Ayaba, how is the big demon king Piccolo? Ayaba straightened her clothes, combed her hair, and then smiled lightly, I'll be the one, you can rest assured that big devil Piccolo has been wiped out by me. The turned his gaze to Bobo, and Bobo said affirmatively, according to my detection of Ayaba, she did kill the demon king Piccolo. What, probe? Did Bobo install a camera on himself? Ayaya was startled, staring at Bobo with an ugly expression, and she was shocked. Seeing that Ayaba has a tendency to run wild, Bobo quickly explained, Miss Ayaba, don't be angry, these are all I saw through the display of the time machine, and I didn't specifically monitor you. With that said, Bobo pointed his finger at the display that had become a fragment. Ayaba's breath eased, fortunately, it's just the monitor, and it didn't let them hear what she said. Otherwise, all her secrets will be exposed. It seems that we should pay attention to it in the future and can't just talk about it. Seeing Ayayi's breath disappeared, Bobo let out a sigh of relief. He was really shocked by Ayayi's terrifying breath. Chapter 34, Successor to the Gods. Affirmed by Bobo, the knew that Big Demon King Piccolo had indeed been wiped out by Ayaba, and a complicated expression appeared on his face. The looked at Ayaba and said solemnly, Ayaba, since you killed the Demon King Piccolo, then you passed the test. Test? Ayaba looked at the in a puzzled way. Could it be that the asked him to kill the big Demon King Piccolo to be a test of him? What exactly is it to test himself? Seeing that the was ready to tell the story, Popo said, this is the test of God's selection of heirs. After the unanimous affirmation of the gods and Bobo, you are listed as the heir of the gods. Ayaba was taken aback. Become the heir of the gods yourself? And it seems to have passed the test, doesn't that mean? Let me be a god. Ayaba's eyes widened, and said incredulously. He had just promoted Wu Taitu to inherit the position of the god, but unexpectedly, when he returned to his own world, the plan to let himself inherit the position of the god. To be honest, Ayaba didn't think about becoming a god, she never considered this possibility from the beginning to the end. Yes, I want you to become the new earth god. The deity had a serious expression and said solemnly, I am not qualified as a deity, and once caused the world to panic. After seeing the great demon Piccolo with my own eyes, you should know my relationship with Piccolo. Ayaba nodded, she naturally knew that Piccolo and Celestial God were one. Seeing Ayaba nodded, the Tenjin continued, the great demon King Piccolo is in trouble in the world. This is caused by me. This is my dereliction of duty as a deity. It is a pity that there has been no human being who can inherit the position of the deity for so many years. Your appearance. The stared at Ayaba, there are too many existences in the universe that are stronger than human beings on the earth. It is very important that you have a stronger power than me and can better protect the earth. More importantly, although you are not an earthly person, but you have a kind heart. Through observation of you over the past few years, I know that you also love this planet. So, I hope you can become the new of the earth. The said firmly. Facing the scorching gaze of the gods, Ayaba did not know how to refuse. Those words he said seemed to be what he said to Wu Taitu, he couldn't slap himself in the face. Isn't Mr. Bobo more suitable to be a of heaven? Ayaba said, although he did not resist being a of earth. But he can't be tied to the earth. Ayaba still has lofty goals, it is impossible to stay on the earth forever. Bobo is the servant of the gods of the past and is responsible for the guardian of the temple. He cannot become a god. Bobo explained that the division of labor between the gods and the servants of the gods is clear. The gods guard the earth, and the gods' servants guard the temple, and there can be no overstepping. But, I can't stay in the temple all the time, and I may leave the earth often. Ayaba said embarrassedly. But the gods did not intend to give up Ayaba, and said, it doesn't matter. I will still stay in the temple, just pass on the position of the gods to you. When you leave the earth, Bobo and I will take care of the earth. You only have to just come forward and protect the earth at a critical juncture. Now that the gods have spoken for one thing, and the earth will depend on herself and others guarding it from now on, Ayaba is not refusing, and agrees happily, well, I promise to be the of the earth. Seeing Ayaba promised to become the earth god, the gods and Bobo both smiled. They are happy from the bottom of their hearts to be able to choose such a young and outstanding for the earth. Next, Bobo took Ayaba to the bathroom of the temple, and let Ayaba clean her body well. Lying in the bathroom, Ayaba touched her mutton-like delicate and sensual thigh, and thought dizzily, is going to become a god. After the bath, the gods took Ayaya to a room at the bottom of the temple, where the souls of gods in the past slept. The gods respectfully bowed their heads to the rankings of the gods of the past generations, and then solemnly said, the predecessors of the past gods, the current Bodhi has selected the new Ayaha, especially to worship the ancestors of the ancestors. They pulled Ayaya to kneel down. Suddenly, Ayaya seemed to see the souls of the gods of the past detached from the tablet, and then revolved around her. A peculiar breath emerged from those spiritual positions, and then entered his body. An infinitely refreshing sensation came to my heart, and Ayaba felt her whole body warm, unspeakably happy. Greedily absorbing these peculiar breaths, Ayaba made a crackling sound like firecrackers in her ears. That did not interrupt Ayaba, because he knew that Ayaba was receiving the inheritance of the gods of the past. Ayaya accepted the inheritance power of the celestial god, and felt that her body suddenly became stronger, and there was an unspeakable sense of comfort all over her body. Ayaba stood up and stretched out her arms, but the simple movements contained endless power, and the whirlwind was swept up all of a sudden, and the wind roared, like a wild horse running off the rein, wanting to run freely. They felt the majestic aura emanating from Ayaya's body, and couldn't help feeling cold all over, as if he was suddenly placed dozens of degrees below zero. Tian Shen looked anxiously and yelled to Ayaba, quickly stop Ayaba, this is the place where the gods of the past slept. You can't be so rude. In fact, he was very happy in his heart. The stronger the new gods, the safer the earth would become. Ayaba smiled embarrassedly, and then came back to bow and apologized to the tablets of the gods of the past. After leaving the tomb of the gods said to Ayaba, Ayaba, from now on you are the gods of the earth. I will teach you how to use the powers of the gods in the next few days. Ayaba nodded with a smile. Just after accepting the inheritance of the gods, Ayaba found that his combat power had reached 180,000. With 180,000 combat power, it has truly reached the high level of combat power in the universe. In the original book, Monkey King's power when he arrived at Namek Star was almost the same, and he reached it when he just turned 15 years old, which made Ayaba's mood especially comfortable. God, I feel the existence of another world, it is full of lifelessness. Ayaba said, and they replied, that is the world of the underworld. The gods can travel between the world of the sun and the underworld, and I will take you with you at that time. Go visit Lord Yama. They said to Ayaba again, Ayaba, you are already a god, so you don't need to call me god, call me Bodhi or god. Okay, Bodhi. Ayaba said. Bodhi's name Ayaba hadn't heard of in the original work, but he thought it was the name of the himself. In the next few days, the Bodhi taught Ayaba how to use the power of the god. After the teachings of the gods, Ayaba discovered that the gods' abilities were more like magical powers, and some were like superpowers, but this kind of ability could be passed on, and there was no other way of learning other than passing on. Since the is a Namek, and the ability of the Namek himself is amazing, he has not lost the ability of the god. After Ayaba mastered the abilities of the gods took Ayaba into the underworld and went to see Lord Yama, who was in charge of the death of the Northern Galaxy. Chapter 35, Lower Bound. When I saw King Yama for the first time, Ayaba was taken aback by his huge body, and I never thought that King Yama was really as huge as the original. With her appearance and a small talkative mouth, Ayaba has a good relationship with the Yama king. He often makes Yamas laugh. Ayaba is the who has the best relationship with Yama in the history of the earth. When Ayaya was about to return to Yangjian, King Yama specially sent her out of the main hall, which made the who had never received such treatment feel envy and hatred in his heart. Ayaba stayed in the temple for a few months. Under the leadership of Bobo, Ayaba was thoroughly familiar with the structure of the temple and gradually became a qualified god. Today, Ayaba must go to the lower realm. She promised that Sun Wukong would return to the Turtle Fairy House in 1 or 2 years. However, due to various delays, she has been away for nearly 3 years. In another year, Sun Wukong will turn 12 years old. At that time, the plot will begin. He must find the 4-star Dragon Ball before then, and then take the Monkey King back to Baizai Mountain to wait for Buma to arrive. Unexpectedly, I have been in the Dragon Ball world for 15 years, and the plot will be staged next. Ayaba thought with emotion, and gently stroking her gradually growing body and the white watery skin, Ayaba felt that her body became more and more attractive. At this time, Ayaba began to feel distressed. As she faced such a beautiful, petite, beautiful and delicious body day and night, she became more and more sympathetic to this body. Ayaba felt that she was becoming more and more narcissistic. Just when Ayaya was lost, the Bodhi came to him. Ayaya, I heard that you are going to the lower realm. Ayaya returned to his usual appearance and said, yes, I said goodbye to Monkey King for 3 years. Go back and have a look. The nodded and followed Ayaba to look at the lower realm. The reminded Ayaba, after you are in the lower realm, you must be sympathetic to the people of the lower realm and fulfill your responsibility as a god. I know how to do it. Ayaba promised. Since accepting the position of the god, Ayaba has often thought about problems from the perspective of the god. That's right. Looking at Ayaya's casual and fashionable dress, the said, thinking of something, your clothes are too unremarkable, I hope you can change them. Ayaba rolled her eyes involuntarily, and said helplessly, please, God, I am not like you, I am the first goddess in the history of the earth. Is there a rule that the dress of the goddess must be the same as the dress on your body? Ayaba said with some irrational words, and she was not willing to give in to her own body dressing. God sighed and said, well, you can dress up as you want. But God's mark can't be dropped. Then, God stretched out a finger and cast magic on Ayaba's clothes. With a puff, a small word God was printed on the inner side of Ling Yi's jacket collar. A woman's white Tian Shen windbreaker was also worn on the shoulders, and the words God were printed on the chest and back of the windbreaker. She was wearing gorgeous and moving fashionable clothes, and she was wearing a heroic goddess windbreaker about 3 centimeters from her shoulders, making Ayaba look more solemn and mysterious. You don't need to wear this women's celestial windbreaker. But you must have the mark of God printed on the collar of your hundreds of coats. I know. Ayaya replied lazily, took out all of her clothes, printed the word God on the collar of her clothes, and then jumped off the temple. Looking at the disappearing figure, God smiled and shook his head. Passing through the thick lightning layer, Ayaba saw the spherical top of Kylin Tower. Thinking of the cat fairy who hadn't seen her in a few years, Ayaba stopped and stepped into Kylin Tower. At this time, the cat fairy was tasting the marine fish left by Ayaka and saw Ayaka appear in the Kylan tower. "Hey, long time no see, cat fairy." Cat fairy heard someone say hello to him, so he put down the fresh fish in his hand and turned his gaze, only to find that Ayaka was looking at it with a smile. "Hey!" The cat fairy saw the white Tian Shen windbreaker Ayaka was wearing, and his eyes widened. He didn't even know when the fish in his hand fell to the ground. He was obviously shocked by Ayaba's dress. The cat fairy pointed at Ayaba with his paw, and said with an unbelievable look, "Ayaba, your clothes, are they from the gods?" "Yes, cat fairy, I am the new of the earth." Ayaya smiled and nodded, acknowledging her new identity, and then stretched out her hand to face the cat fairy and shook it. "I will take care of you from now on." The cat fairy looked at Ayaba in amazement, feeling incredible about Ayaba's new identity. The little girl who had just climbed the Kylan tower a few years ago, she hadn't seen her in just a few years, and now she has become a god. "Ayaba, you are so unexpected to me." The cat fairy quickly calmed down and accepted Ayaba's new identity. Ayaba smiled. She herself had never thought of becoming a god, so she smiled at the cat fairy and said, "This is the choice of the god." To be honest, even I was scared at the beginning. I didn't think the would actually be. Choose me to be his heir. The cat fairy nodded. Ayaya has such a powerful strength that it is reasonable to be concerned by the gods and be selected as the new gods, but she did not expect that she would have become the gods long ago. "I happen to be in the lower realm. Since I passed through here, I will come over and see you. How does the fish taste? Do you want me to bring you some more next time?" Hearing Ayaba said that he would bring some more fish over, the cat fairy suddenly stood up, listening to Ayaba's words earnestly. "Well, those fish taste very good, if you can, bring me some more." "Okay, I will bring you a lot of fish next time." Ayaya smiled and nodded in agreement, then jumped off the Kylan tower and flew towards the human world. The cat fairy looked at the clouds below and licked his paws, looking forward to Ayaba's next arrival. Ayaya quickly landed on the ground, hit her god's windbreaker with a supernatural power shadow, and then took out the Dragon Ball radar to search for it. She retrieved Monkey King's 4 planets and the Dragon Ball of the Bull Demon King. Beep, beep. The Dragon Ball radar quickly showed the location of the 7 Dragon Balls. After a simple judgment, Ayaba chose the one closest to her, and then flew towards the position marked on the radar with a swish. With Ayaba's current strength, even if she wears a load-bearing suit, she still flies very fast. It didn't take long for Ayaya to reach a plateau with barren vegetation and yellow sand. There are clusters of stones on this plateau, and large and small stone pillars cover the entire plateau. Because it is very close to the nearby Gobi Desert, the temperature difference between day and night in the plateau is extremely large, and the water is also very scarce, so there is basically no vegetation on the desert. Ayaya landed on a cluster of rocks in the desert, looking at the dusty plateau, frowning involuntarily. "This plateau is going to be a desert soon, I'm afraid it will become a desert." Chapter 36, Looking for Dragon Ball. The Earth is a beautiful azure planet. The continents and oceans are evenly distributed on it. The comfortable climatic conditions and minimal man-made destruction have allowed countless lives to multiply on the Earth. But even on a planet suitable for life, there are extremely bad places. The environment on the plateau where Ayaba is located is not terrible, but it is much worse than other places. The temperature difference between day and night is large, and water is also very lacking. It is not very suitable for a large number of lives to survive, but there are always some beings able to survive here. Roar! A huge dinosaur came out from behind the rock pile, with a mouth full of saliva, roaring at Ayaba's demonstrator, taking Ayaba as a prey, and flying over his whole body. Ayaya looked at the dinosaur with a mouth full of saliva, and was disgusted by its image, and her feet jumped up gently to avoid the dinosaur's attack. Bang! The dinosaur's heavy body hit the stone pillar in front, making a loud sound, the earth shook, and scattered rocks rolled down from above. Smashed on the dinosaur's head, smashing its brain faintly, the dinosaur shook its head and attacked Ayaka. Are dinosaurs such stupid animals? Ayaka was a little speechless looking at the dinosaurs who continued to attack her. I remember that when Monkey King was taken by Piccolo for training, there was also a dinosaur who chased Monkey King. He wanted to treat Monkey King as food, but he cut off his tail and roasted it. Since you dare to chase me, you must be prepared to be beaten. Ling Yi's figure flashed and disappeared from the stone pillar, leaving a few after images in the air at a very fast speed. Between the electric light and flint, she had already come to the dinosaur. Below, bang! A fist hit the dinosaur's chin, and the dinosaur made a low whining sound and fainted with straight eyes. Although the head is big, but the strength is so low, I fell in twos. Ayaka struck her hair with one foot gently on the ground, and looked at the fainted dinosaur and said, Ayaka didn't want to roast it. So he left the dinosaur and left. Long after Ayaka left, the dinosaur wandered up from the ground, then looked at the direction Ayaka left in horror, and ran away in the other direction. Ayaka landed on a withered bush. Press the button of Dragon Ball radar to zoom in on the map. The radar showed that Dragon Ball was nearby. It's near here. Ayaka surveyed the surrounding environment, looking for a place where Dragon Ball might hide. But after searching for a long time, no trace of Dragon Ball was found. Ayaka cut the dead shrubs and went deep into the bushes. After splitting nearly half of the shrubs, Ayaka saw a flash of light in a cluster of shrubs. Found it. Jumped forward and came to the bush. An orange-red Dragon Ball was sandwiched between the branches of the bush, reflecting the brilliance of the sun. Pulling open the tree branch and taking the Dragon Ball into her hand, Ling Yi found that the Dragon Ball was not Monkey King's 4 planets. It's not the 4 planets, just return this one to the Bull Demon King. Ayaka received the Dragon Ball in his bag, took out the Dragon Ball radar to search for the location of the next Dragon Ball, beeps twice, the radar showed the signal of the other 6 Dragon Balls, Ayaka's body flew gently, towards the nearest one Dragon Ball flew away. The whistling sound of the wind was heard from time to time, his cheeks were blown cold by the strong wind, and the scattered hair was also blowing in the wind. Flying over the jungle and plateau, gradually came to a relatively flat place. Ayaka continues to fly forward and enters a rocky canyon. The ground of the canyon is distributed with crisscross cracks. Some cracks are slender and bottomless. The vertical and horizontal ravines form independent rock blocks. Stacked, the edge part becomes weathered and fragile under the erosion of rain, wind, and frost. It's troublesome to find Dragon Ball here. Facing the crisscrossing gully, Ayaka feels a little numb in her heart. These cracks are thick as wide as a person, and thinners are only the size of a fist, and all of them are bottomless, about a dozen meters deep. If the Dragon Ball falls into a crack in a deep groove, it will be very troublesome to take it out. Open the map of Dragon Ball radar to the maximum, and a Dragon Ball signal is displayed on the red triangle of the radar screen. It seems that the Dragon Ball really fell into the crack. Ayaka smiled bitterly. To get the Dragon Ball, he had to go through the entire canyon. Ayaka flew slowly into the air and stopped at a distance of 1 kilometer from the ground. One hand condenses the chi in the body, and the surging chi in the body suddenly erupts, flowing from all parts of the body to the palm of the hand, and condenses into a wave of qigong in the palm of the hand. To the ground. Whoosh! In the sky, a blue wave of qigong descended from the sky, and the blue wave of qigong roared like a tiger, rushing forward with an aura of destruction, and hit the canyon unstoppably. Boom! The qigong wave hit the ground and made a huge explosion sound. The deafening explosion sound was accompanied by dazzling light. The dazzling light made people have to close their eyes. The earth was swaying constantly, a lot of rocks were blown into the air, and the shock wave produced by the explosion swept all around at a very fast speed, and soon flooded the entire canyon. The explosion produced a huge mushroom cloud covering the entire sky, and a powerful whirlwind rolled up dust and sand flying in the sky. A huge change that was difficult to see directly was staged in the canyon, instantly changing the structure of the Grand Canyon. The frantic raging storm gradually subsided, the thick smoke slowly subsided, the line of sight became clear again, and the goal was an unrecognizable land. The gorge made up of rocky ravines has been razed to the ground, covered with potholes of different sizes, and a few wisps of gun smoke are still floating on the ground, as if experiencing the end of the world. Ayaka landed slowly and stood on a ruined ground. It seems to have played with fire. Looking at the gorge that has been razed to the ground, Ayaka was taken aback, not paying attention. The firepower just now seemed a bit too strong. Dragon Ball shouldn't be destroyed, right? Take out the Dragon Ball radar. It was detected carefully, but fortunately, the Dragon Ball signal was quickly displayed on the radar. Ayaka sighed. The attack just now did not destroy the Dragon Ball together, otherwise Ayaka will find the gods to remake the Dragon Ball. The whole land has been razed to the ground. It is not easy to find the Dragon Ball, but fortunately, in the explosion just now, the Dragon Ball has been knocked out. So it is much easier to find it. Ling Yi pinpointed the approximate location, and then continuously bombed with the Qigong wave. This time Ling Yi controlled the power of the Qigong wave and only blasted holes more than 1 meter deep each time. Soon, the Dragon Ball was blown out by Ayaka. Catching the Dragon Ball that flew into the sky, Ayaka carefully watched the number of stars on it. 6 planets. Ayaka was a little disappointed. The Dragon Ball found this time was not Monkey King's 4 planets. He carefully put the 6 planets into his bag, then flew away from the area, and continued to fly in the direction indicated by the Dragon Ball radar. As Ayaka kept flying, the sky gradually dimmed, and Ayaka landed near a forest lake. Bang! Throwing out the Universal Capsule, took out his luxury villa from the Universal Capsule, then went into the bathroom to turn on the hot water, and took a hot bath happily to wash away all the dust on his body. Chapter 37, Number 1 Killer in the World. After taking a comfortable bath for a while, Ayaka walked out of the bathroom just wrapped in a yukata, and picked up the hairdryer to dry her wet hair. Even though she was only wearing a simple yukata, Ayaka's exquisite body was also very obvious. The thin and gentle yukata can't hide the proudly standing breast. The snow-white skin on the chest is exposed, and 2 white, silky, voluptuous thighs are just right out of the yukata. The softness and vagueness of the beauty of the bath. His shyness makes his heart beat faster. With her hair blowing, Ayaka quickly took off her bathrobe, went to the bedroom, and pulled out a set of white underwear and put it on. Faced with such a charming body, Ayaka found that the longer she grew, the more charming she became. As time passed, she would almost become a narcissist. Swinging into the quilt, covering his head, he fell asleep. The next day, when the sun came in through the window, Ayaka got up, got dressed, and then went to the bathroom to wash briefly. After eating early, Ayaka turned the villa back into a capsule and put it away, then took out the Dragon Ball radar to look. Hey! Ayaka found that the Dragon Ball signal displayed on the radar had changed a little. In addition to the signal she was looking for, Ayaka found that a Dragon Ball was approaching at a speed of 3000 km per hour. It is expected to be in 10 minutes. Pass here. Could it be that this Dragon Ball was acquired and is flying at high speed? Ayaka intends to temporarily abandon the Dragon Ball she was searching for and wait for the one that is approaching. 10 minutes passed quickly, and from afar, Ayaka saw something flying towards here. Something is flying here. Whoosh! A red shadow flew past the sky, and quickly moved away. Although the flying time was very short, Ayaka already saw what it was. Tao Bibai, turned out to be the world's number 1 killer. Tao Bibai, the younger brother of the crane immortal. Ayaka looked at the man who flew past with some surprise. The man turned out to be Tao Bibai, who is known as the number 1 killer in the world. Tao Bibai flew across the sky on a concrete pillar. Ayaka quickly took out the Dragon Ball radar, which showed that a dragon ball was rapidly moving away. The dragon ball is on Tao Bibai. Ayaba thought affirmatively. Although I don't know why there was a dragon ball on Tao Bibai, since it hits Tao Bibai, we shouldn't let it run away. The body floated lightly, and Ling Yi accelerated, chasing Tao Bibai. Tao Bibai, as the world's #1 killer, is one of the few peerless powerhouses who can be called with Immortal Turtle, and even better than Immortal Turtle. In the original work, Tao Bibai accepted the commission of the Red Ribbon Legion to Monkey King's Dragon Ball. Later defeated by Monkey King, who climbed the Kylan Tower. Ayaba's flight speed was more than a little bit faster than Tao Bibai's. It didn't take long for Tao Bibai to catch up with Tao Bibai's standing concrete pillar, and then jumped onto the concrete pillar. Suddenly saw a young girl jumping on her concrete pillar. Tao Bibai couldn't help being a little stunned, and said in a dark tone, "Who are you that dare to automatically send you to Tao Bibai, the #1 killer in the world?" Ayaba smiled and did not answer Tao Bibai's question, but gently hit his feet. A burst of extremely explosive energy suddenly burst from the bottom of Ayaba's feet, and then the entire cement pillar shook violently. Suddenly, the cement pillar disintegrated suddenly and turned into dust flying all over the sky. The energy bursting from the solace of Ayayi's feet is powerful and destructive, destroying the structure of the cement column internally, causing the cement column to decompose into sand and dust. Tao Bibai jumped down at the moment when the cement pillar disintegrated, turned a few somersaults in the air and landed on the ground, looking at the girl not far away with horror. Ayaba used the dance technique to slowly land on the opposite side of Tao Bibai, smiling lightly on her face. "Tao Bibai, you should have a bead like this on your body." Ayaya took out a dragon ball from the bag and asked with a smile. "Dare to talk to this lord like this, the little girl is really impatient with her life. If you know, get out of me." Tao Bibai curled her lips and showed a look of disdain, but she was secretly shocked in her heart, and she was fully on guard, ready to take action at any time. Ayaya shook her head secretly. How could she not see Tao Bibai's hostility? With a helpless look, said, "I originally planned to solve it peacefully, Tao Bibai, you are too uninterested." Tao Bibai saw that Ayayi's attitude toward herself was so presumptuous, her eyebrows raised, her face became gloomy, her body's murderous aura burst out instantly, making the surrounding temperature seem to drop several degrees suddenly, a feeling. The smell spread. Ayaba frowned as she felt the murderous aura pervading her surroundings. She didn't like the dark and smell. "Little girl, I thought you were going to die without suffering for the sake of being so beautiful, but since you don't know what is good or bad, then don't blame this uncle for letting you survive and die." With that said, Tao Bibai quickly attacked Ayaba, and then turned into a sword, with the aura of an army, and attacked at a very fast speed. With a flash, he came to Ayaba and faced Ayaba. Ayaya slashed over with a palm. "Go to hell, little girl!" Tao Bibai shouted wildly, with a huge palm in his hand wide open, and with a fierce murderous intent, he slashed towards Ayayi's head. Boom! When Tao Bibai's giant palm was about to attack Ayaba's head, Ayaba's figure flashed, and the whole person disappeared, and then came to Tao Bibai's side at an incredible angle, and grabbed Tao with a small hand. White palms. The explosive palms were tightly grasped by Ling Yiswabai's little hands, and the powerful impact was instantly stopped, and a muffled sound was made. Tao Bibai stared at the girl who had received her powerful attack with a shocked expression on her face. How come? Tao Bibai couldn't imagine that such a slender little hand would take her own attack afterwards. She wanted to get rid of the shackles of Ayaba's little hand and retract her palm, but found that the girl's thin hand grasped herself firmly like iron tongs. Stopped, Tao Bibai's heart couldn't help but startled. Could it be that this young girl is a hidden master, who has kept her youth for some reason? Thinking about this, the sweat on Tao Bibai's face burst out in an instant. Ling Yi didn't know what Tao Bibai was thinking. She smiled and looked at Tao Bibai, her eyes full of teasing. Tao Bai settled down, and her face became more gloomy because of her anger. He has not been so insulted since his debut. He vowed to smash the girl in front of him. Even if the other party is a peerless master, he will let her know about it. The world's #1 killer is a vain method. Tao Bibai strenuously attacked Ayaba with his legs were very fast, and the powerful attack caused gusts of whirlwinds, and his legs seemed to have innumerable afterimages. Even so, Tao Bibai still couldn't attack Ayaba, and was easily evaded by Ayaba. He couldn't attack Ayaba for a long time, making Tao Bibai gradually depressed, and a sense of powerlessness rose in his heart. "Roll me aside." Ayaya shook Tao Bibai's arm, threw Tao Bibai out hundreds of meters, hit the tree, and then broke the whole tree, several big trees in succession. Then he fell heavily to the ground. Bang! The earth shook for a while, and Tao Bibai was thrown out of a big pit. Tao Bibai lay in the big pit embarrassedly. Chapter 38, Go back to Gaixian Yu. Damn it! Tao Bibai crawled out of the pit, clenched one hand into a fist, and shouted with an iron face. Touching his numb arm, he looked unbelievable. Ayaya stepped up to him, stroking her hair with one hand and said softly, "Hand over the Dragon Ball obediently, I can spare your life." Tao Bibai was covered in blood and killed many people for money. Ayaba is not very good to his senses, so I naturally want to show him the color when I encounter it. It's all about surrendering the Dragon Ball, and the matter of not surrendering the Dragon Ball will not end so easily. Bah! Tao Bibai shook her head, spit out, her face was solemn, and she put on an attacking style. "I don't know how to live or die." Ayaya shook his head. Shoo! Disappeared from the same place, and suddenly there was no trace of her around. Tao Bibai saw that Ayaya disappeared, and watched the surroundings more vigilantly. His eyes kept turning and his ears listened to all sounds, trying to find Ayaya's trace. But the gap between him and Ayaba is too big, there is an infinite gap between them, and Ayaba's trace is beyond Tao Bibai's grasp. Suddenly, Ayaba appeared right in front of Tao Bibai, and a delicate and beautiful smiling face appeared in front of Tao Bibai. Oops! Tao Bibai reacted, feeling that his waist had been violently attacked, and a powerful force spread across his waist. Ayaba appeared on the left side, attacking Tao Bibai's waist with a fierce attack, and burst out in his hands. With a terrifying force, Tao Bibai was blown out. Tao Bibai stood up after landing, and the sharp pain from his waist made him look a little distorted. Ayaba discovered that his combat effectiveness had risen from 140 to 180. The combat effectiveness has indeed improved a bit. As soon as the voice fell, Ayaya quickly came to the top of Tao Bibai, boom! Tao Bibai was kicked into the chest with a kick, and her entire chest was clearly recessed. His body was also lowered by dozens of centimeters by the powerful impact, and his feet sank deeply into the mud. Puff! Tobai spit out a mouthful of blood and passed out. Ayaba walked to Tao Bibai's side, stretched out a hand to pull out a Dragon Ball from Tao Bibai's coat, and counted the number of stars on it. 4 planets. Ayaba smiled happily, having obtained the Dragon Ball she wanted. Ayaba's mood became particularly comfortable, with a smile on his face, and she turned to leave. At this moment, Dong Dongbo! A beam of red energy shot from behind and directed towards Ayaya's chest. It turned out that Tao Bibai did not faint, but to deceive Ayaba's bait. When Dong Dongbo was about to attack Ayaba's chest, Ayaba turned around and stretched out a hand to take it down. The red energy wave hit Ayaya's white palm, only a few faint wisps of smoke emerged, which did not cause any harm to her. At this moment, Tao Bibai was dumbfounded, and the trick that Hexian Liu was so proud of was actually followed without causing any harm to the other party. A stern cold light flashed in Ling Yi's eyes, and for an instant, a surging breath emerged from the body, a terrifying breath enveloped the earth, and the majesty of filled the whole world. The white clouds in the sky seemed to disappear suddenly, and the earth began to tremble. Ling Yi stretched out a finger to face the sky, and the vast chi gradually converged towards the finger. slowly forming a peanut-sized blue qigong ball, and the blue qigong ball kept bouncing at the fingertips of Ling Yi. It exudes suffocating terrible energy. The peanut-sized qigong ball quickly became larger, and in a blink of an eye it became a huge energy ball with a diameter of 50 meters. The energy ball exuded a blue and cold light, and a powerful explosive force that destroyed the world was hidden inside. In Tao Bibai's horrified gaze, Ayaka gently tossed the blue energy ball towards him. Boom! A huge explosion sounded 100 miles away, and then the earth shook violently, and various rocks continued to roll down with the shaking of the earth. From afar, the huge mushroom cloud rushed up to a height of several thousand meters, and the huge shock wave rippled with a frenzy that was difficult to see directly. Looking outside the earth, you can clearly see a bright light lit up, and the world is shrouded in chaos for a whole number of minutes. It wasn't until dozens of minutes later that the earth stopped shaking, the dust flying all over the sky gradually fell, and the heaven and earth returned to calm again. At the location just now, a huge crater measuring 10 kilometers in diameter appeared. In the center of the crater, magma continuously gushed out. Ayaka slowly fell from the sky, still pulling a person in her hand, Tao Bibai. At this time Tao Bibai's eyes were pale, and she passed out completely. Looking at the unrecognizable forest being attacked by herself, Ayaka felt very sorry. Ayaba's trick just now was imitated by Frisia, and it looks a bit similar, except that the color is faint blue. At a critical juncture, Ayaka still used her own power to wrap up the entire attack area, making it impossible for the outside world to know what happened here. Otherwise, Ayaba's strength would have been known to the gods. Tao Bibai, who was about to faint, was still on the ground, and Ayaka didn't care about his life or death, and flew away alone. If it wasn't for Tao Bibai to be useful in the back, he would have killed him with a single move. After 3 years of absence, Ayaka came to Jianpan Mountain again. From a distance, I saw the blue castle standing high on Frying Pan Mountain. Surrounded by the green mountains and green water, the towering castle looks very primitive. The surrounding grasses and trees are densely branched, and they are alone in the lush mountains and forests. A feeling that spans the past and the present emerges spontaneously. Ayaka landed leisurely in the garden of the castle, watching the trees in the garden with great interest. At this time, the servant who was in charge of looking after the garden came over, saw Ayaka appear in the garden, and yelled to report to the Bull Demon King. Ayaka didn't care about the servant, and continued to watch it by herself. Soon after, the big bull demon rushed over with a big-hearted, one-person-sized black axe in his hand, shouting loudly, and he could hear the bull demon's words from far away. It's the younger Xiao Xiao, who dared to get out of this big king's garden quickly. At this time, he saw Ayaka, and her ferocious look suddenly turned into a pretty smile. It turned out to be Ayaka, who has grown into a big girl after a few years. How come you haven't come to play in Uncle's castle for so many years? The bull demon yelled and slammed the axe in his hand, smashing a big hole in the ground. Ayaka said with a smile on her face, I have been practicing all over the world for the past few years. Now that I have practiced well, I plan to go to the island of the immortal turtle. I just passed by here, so come and see. That's it. Since you are going to Teacher Wu Tian's residence, you have to say hello to Teacher Wu Tian for me. By the way, I have some specialties here. You can take them with me. Neo Demon nodded, and believed Ayaba's words, and asked Ayaka to bring some souvenirs to his teacher, so as to honor Teacher Wu Tian. Yes, wait a while before you prepare the things you want to bring, and I will help you with them. Ayaka nodded and agreed. Then he took out a dragon ball and handed it to the Bull Demon King. This is the dragon ball I borrowed last time, now I will return it to you. The Bull Demon accepted the dragon ball randomly and put it in his pocket without looking at it. He brought Ayaka to the castle hall and ordered the servant to prepare the food. He wanted Ayaka to have a good meal. Where's Kikai? Why didn't you see her? Ayaka looked around, except for the busy servants, she didn't see Kikai. Kikai went to the village to give some old people food. Biting a piece of fat, chewing constantly in his mouth, the bull demon answered vaguely. Ayaya nodded. Although people in the nearby villages are afraid of the bull demon king, they all love Kikai, and Kikai often goes to the village to help some elderly people who are in difficulties. After a simple meal, Ayaba bid farewell to the cow demon king. Put away the whole cart of souvenirs prepared by the bull demon king for the Gaixianren, and prepare to head to the Gaixian house. At this time, Ling Yi turned her head to look at the bull demon king, and said, "After more than a year, I will bring Monkey King over. Don't forget about him and Kikai then." When Ayaya left, she did not forget to remind the bull demon king about Monkey King and Kikai, and then flew towards the distance in a flash. Inside the turtle house, Immortal Turtle is drooling, and she is watching the young lady doing aerobics on TV with a wry face. Outside the house, Monkey King carried a heavy tortoise shell on his back and kept running around the island. "Drink, drink!" Monkey King panted, and ran around the island with heavy footwork, with beads of sweat on his face. Whoosh! Suddenly, Monkey King saw a tiny figure flying from a distance. When he got closer, Monkey King realized that it was Ayaya. Sister! Sun Wukong was very excited when he saw his sister he hadn't seen for many years, and ran towards Ling Yi. Ayaya landed in front of the Gaixian's house and saw Monkey King who was rushing. After 3 years of absence, Monkey King has grown up a lot, and she is also very happy. "Wukong, I am back, and then, this is your Dragon Ball." She threw the 4 planets to Monkey King. Monkey King raised his hand to catch the 4 flying planets, took Ling Yi's hand and walked towards the Gaixian house, yelling, "Grandpa Gaixianren, my sister is back. Hey! Ayaba is back." Gui Xianren's head turned from the TV, and she happened to see a big beauty entering the room. Her eyes straightened. The immortal turtle quickly jumped over from the sofa and came to Ayaya, breathing heavily in his nose, with a look of blood boiling. "Wow! It's really a beautiful woman, is this Ayaba?" "Sure enough, the longer it gets, the more beautiful it is." "Woo, can you touch my grandpa?" Immortal Turtle's eyes were red, and his trembling hands spread into claws, and he attacked Ling Yi's chest. "Hey!" Ling Yi snorted, and unceremoniously knocked off the hands of the 2 ghosts of the Turtle Immortal, and said with a cold expression, "Turtle Immortal, the old problem has not been corrected yet, you have the courage to give me a try, see if I don't break your hands." Chapter 39, Shocking Palm of the World. Immortal Turtle retracted his hands in an awkward expression, looked at Ayaya with a bit of embarrassment, and muttered, "Why my temper is getting bigger and bigger, I won't even touch my chest." "What are you muttering?" Ayaba's face became difficult to look, and there was a cold breath in his eyes. "It's nothing, I want to say why you didn't come back until now, Wukong, and I miss you very much." Immortal Turtle turned off the topic and talked about the results of Sun Wukong's 3 years of practice. Ayaya can see that after 3 years of hard practice, Monkey King's strength has grown considerably, with his combat power reaching more than 100, which is only 20 lower than when he first participated in the world's #1 martial arts conference. "By the way, when I came back, I passed by the Frying Pan Mountain of the Bull Demon King. He asked me to bring you something. Have you met the Bull Demon King?" Immortal Turtle was a little surprised, but she didn't expect Ling Ye to know his second disciple, the Bull Demon King. Ayaba nodded, took out a universal capsule, and threw it on the ground. Boom! Thick white smoke filled the entire room. When the smoke dissipated, the entire room was filled with various pieces of meat and fur, and it was hard to find a place to stay. "Wow, a lot of meat." Monkey King looked at the meat in a room, his mouth drained, and his eyes flashed brightly. Immortal Turtle looked at the flesh that filled the room, his face muscles twitched, and he had nothing to say to his second disciple. Kame Sonia is located on the sea. In normal times, there is very little meat except seafood. This afternoon, Ayaya was very busy, and a tempting smell of meat wafted out of the kitchen. Monkey King was attracted by the tempting smell, his mouth was drooling, and he couldn't wait to run back and forth in the house. When it was finally time to eat, Monkey King's mouth was stuffed with meat, and he was holding 2 pieces of fat in his hand. When his tongue was rolled, only one bone was left. He grabbed the barbecue with both hands and kept sending it to his mouth. After enjoying a beautiful dinner, Monkey King lay on the ground with a contented face, patted his bulging belly with his hands. It's so full, there are few people so full. Wukong can eat, right? How have you lived the past few years? Ling Yi asked the turtle fairy quietly. This little turtle fairy house didn't have much food in stock, and she didn't know how the turtle fairy supported Monkey King. When talking about Monkey King's appetite, Immortal Turtle seemed to be in love with the scene. His eyes turned red, and tears were about to shed when he saw it, but Ayaka was startled. She didn't know that since she left, all of this had to be borne by the turtle fairy. I didn't know that Monkey King's appetite was so terrifying. In just one day, the food in the turtle fairy house was almost consumed by Monkey King. The turtle immortal hurried to the market to buy food, but was eaten up again within a few days. Seeing the money in his pocket slowly flattened, the turtle immortal wanted to cry without tears. In the next few days, the turtle immortals and the others lived a life without a meal. It was not until Monkey King started to catch fish in the sea that their lives improved, but they never returned to the previous standard of living. Seeing the immortal turtle pitifully recounting the experience of the past few years, Ayaka could not help but begin to sympathize with the immortal turtle. In the past few years, immortal turtle has not been easy. But Ayaba's sympathy didn't last for a few seconds, and her face turned pale. After seeing Ayaba's sympathy, immortal turtle buried his head on Ayaba's chest, and kept rubbing Ayaba's soft chest. Sure enough, this dead old man deserves no sympathy at all. Ayaka grabbed the turtle immortal who was still buried in her chest, slammed it over, and hit the turtle immortal on the head. Bang! Immortal turtle was hit by Ayaka and flew straight towards the wall. With a bang, his head went through the wall and got stuck on the wall. Soon, it has been a few days since Ayaba came to the Kamisaon house. In the past few days, Ayaka has been showing no good expressions to Gaixian-ren, and from time to time he lost his temper at him, making Gaixian-ren as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a fly. Of course, this is all his own making. In the meantime, Ling Yi inspected Monkey King's practice and found that Monkey King's strength was close to the level of participating in the first martial arts club in the world, and his age was nearly 2 years earlier than the original. It seems that it was because of the Kamisunya a few years in advance. This day. Old man, come here. Ling Yi shouted at Immortal Turtle with a very bad temper. The Monkey King by the side was already quite familiar with it. What's the matter? Immortal Turtle wears a pair of sunglasses. Under the sunlight, a corner of the sunglasses reflects dazzling light. In addition to the tortoise school Qigong, don't you have a set of world-shocking palm? Did you teach Wukong? Ling Yi remembers that Gaixian-ren has 2 unique tricks, namely, Gipei Qigong and Wangguo Shocking Palm. In the original work, Turtle Fairy becomes a dragon and defeats Monkey King with Wangguo Shocking Palm. The World Shocking Palm is the same as the Qigong Canon of Hexian Liu. Due to its overpower and difficult to control, the Gaixian-ren never taught it until it was gradually eliminated in the high-intensity battle. Ayaka thought, since Monkey King can use Turtle School Qigong, he may be able to exert the power of the World Shocking Palm. She has seen Wu Taitu use the World Shocking Palm, and even the most powerful Piccolo must avoid his edge. Hey, how do you know that I will shake the world? The Gaixian-ren was surprised. When the Gaixian and Hexian-ren were still studying with Wu Taitu taught the Gaixian-ren Tianatian Zhang and Hexian's popular artillery respectively. After they came out of the teacher, they studied the Gipei Qigong and Dong Dong Wave. Since the founding of Gaixian Liu, Gaixian-ren have rarely used Wangguo Jingtian Zhang, and they usually use turtle-style Qigong instead. The power of Ginwang Guoshanzang is too powerful, and it is easy to cause devastating damage. Immortal Turtle thought that no one in the world would know 10,000 Kingdoms shocking palm anymore, but Ayaya would know it. You don't care how I know, let's go, have you taught Wukong this trick? Ayaya's eyes widened, looking fierce. The power of Wangguo's shocking palm is too powerful, I don't think it's time for Wukong to learn. The Immortal Turtle said solemnly, the world's shocking palm converts all the qi in the body into thunder and lightning. It is extremely difficult to release. And its power is many times stronger than that of Turtle Qigong. Any carelessness will endanger life. The Turtle Fairy believes that Sun Wukong is not enough to master the shocking palm of the world. But Ayaya doesn't think so. Although Monkey King's current strength is not very strong, he is at least very close to the Turtle Immortal, and Monkey King is kind-hearted. Even if he learns the world's shocking palm, there is no need to worry that he will do evil. Besides, all the people in Hexian imparted their Qigong artillery to Tianjin Fan. As a disciple of Gaixian Liu, he cannot lag far behind in his skills. Wukong's strength is gradually becoming stronger. I believe that in a year or two, Wukong will reach your level, and even far exceed you. Don't worry about uncontrollable things that will happen after Wukong learns the world's shocking palm. Seeing Gaixianren's eyes hesitated, Ling Yi knew that Gaixianren was considering various factors, so he added gusto and said, I heard that Hexianren has passed Qigong artillery to his disciples. What? Immortal Turtle's expression changed drastically. He didn't expect Immortal Crane to pass such a dangerous trick to his disciple, and his face became gloomy. That Crane Immortal actually passed such a dangerous trick to his disciple. It's a nonsense, has he forgotten Master Wu Taitu's instructions? Immortal Gui's face was covered with frost, and there was a cold light in his eyes. Immortal Crane had done too much, so how could he teach tricks like Qigong Cannon so early? Call Wukong here, I want to tell him the palm of the world. Immortal Turtle said firmly. Soon after, Monkey King came to Gaixianren. Grandpa Turtle Immortal, what can you do with me? Monkey King asked seriously. Hearing that he was about to learn a new trick, he immediately became happy. The Turtle Immortal nodded, and began to teach Monkey King about the methods of the world's shocking palm and the matters needing attention. Immortal Turtle said solemnly, the power of the world's shocking palm is amazing. It is my teacher Mr. Wu Taitu's skill. Wukong, you must not use it at will after you learn it, so as not to cause additional damage. Monkey King nodded earnestly and wrote down what the Turtle Immortal had said. In the next few days, the Turtle Immortal kept teaching Monkey King how to learn the world's shaking palm, and Monkey King also gradually mastered the tricks of the world's shaking palm, and slowly he was able to release the small world's shaking palm. When the world's shaking palm is activated, the whole body will be covered by a powerful electric current, emitting shining electric light. All the qi in the body is converted into lightning power. Two powerful electric currents shoot out from the palm of the hand, and then completely defeat the enemy. Monkey King's strength is not enough to exert the greatest power of the world's shaking palm, but even the immature world's shaking palm will be full of beep arcs when used, and two bright currents converge in the palm of the hand, glowing out the unique blue light of electric current, lightly knocking out the thunder and lightning on both hands. The two lightning bolts were like galloping silver snakes, winding and twisting and emitting dazzling electric lights, and with a roar, they shot towards the earth at extremely fast speed. Boom! The ground was hit by a blue lightning, instantly splitting countless cracks. And a strong current raged on the ground, spreading from the center to all directions, flashing a faint blue arc, and a lot of sand was squeezed and blown up by force. When he flew away, he exploded a large circular pit several meters deep, surrounded by smoke. Immortal Turtle looked at him and nodded secretly, and was very surprised. He didn't expect that Monkey King had learned the shaking palm so quickly. How long he had learned from Master Wu Taitu back then was really incomparable. The power of the world's shocking palm is indeed much stronger than that of Gipe Qigong, but the destructive power of the same qi is dozens of times that of Gipe Qigong. But it still can't be compared with the Qigong Cannon. In the original work, Tianjin Fan used the Qigong Cannon at the world's #1 martial arts conference, but it blasted the entire venue into a bottomless square pit. It should be the difference in strength. Monkey King's current combat effectiveness is only over 100 points, while Tianjin Fan's combat effectiveness was nearly 180 at that time. Seeing that Monkey King had learned the world's shocking palm, Ayaka was also ready to say goodbye to Immortal Turtle. After simply tidying up things, Ayaka will leave with Monkey King. At this time, the Turtle Immortal stopped Monkey King. Wukong, wait a minute. I have something for you. Ling Yi speculated to herself that Immortal Turtle might give Somersault Cloud to Monkey King. Chapter 40, Encounter, the plot begins. Grandpa is giving me something. Monkey King turned his head and asked Immortal Turtle. Immortal Turtle did not answer, but leaned on a cane, raised his head and looked towards the horizon, and then shouted, "Somersault Cloud!" Monkey King raised his head and looked towards the sky. In the distance, a little yellow thing flew over from the sky, and when it got closer, it turned out to be a golden cloud. The yellow clouds approached quickly, and then somersaulting clouds stopped beside the Turtle Immortal, floating about 1 meter above the ground. Wow, what a big cotton candy! Monkey King climbed up the somersault cloud and bounced on it, but didn't fall off. This cloud can still stand on people. It's called somersault cloud. It can be used as a flying vehicle. It's very fast. People who have a little evil in their heart can't go up. Ayaka explained aloud, and then jumped onto the somersault cloud. Somersault clouds can only be carried by the kind-hearted people. There are many such clouds on the Kylin Tower. The somersault clouds of the Turtle Immortal should be given by the Cat Immortal. It is not surprising that Ayaka can tell the origin of the somersault cloud. Immortal Turtle is not surprised. Since Ayaka has climbed the Kylin Pagoda, it is normal to know the information of the somersault cloud from the Cat Fairy. What surprised the Turtle Immortal was that Ayaka could ride the somersault cloud without falling down, which was beyond the turtle's expectation. In Gaixianren's opinion, Ling Yi is a mature adult, with a temper so short-tempered, and a personality that is not as simple as Monkey King. Ayaka has been nurtured by the material and spiritual aspects of the outside world, and unexpectedly was able to ride a somersault cloud. Immortal Turtle doesn't know that although Ayaka is a kind person, she is by no means pure-hearted. The reason why Ayaka can sit on the Jin Tuyun is because of her status as a god. The somersault cloud is formed under the influence of the god's divine power under the temple. As the of the earth, Ayaka can sit on it without any effort. Ayaka and Tu flew all the way through the mountains and forests, lakes and valleys, and soon came to the mountain range where Baizai Mountain was located. It was spring at this time, and hundreds of flowers bloomed everywhere in the entire mountains, and the whole mountain was dotted with red or green colors, and the vegetation was also lush and full of vitality. After Ling Yi and Monkey King jumped off the tendon cloud, the tendon cloud disappeared into the sky with a swish. It has been more than 3 years since I left Baizai Mountain, and the brick hut on the top of the mountain is a bit old. The walls are covered with moss, the open space of the yard has been covered with weeds, and the new branches of the Kisongnan bamboos at the back show a lovely green color. Ayaka opened the hut where Sun Wukong lived. As there was no one to clean it for a long time, the hut was already full of dust and the corners were covered with spider silk. Covering her nose with her hand, Ayaka walked into the room and looked at the utensils in the cabin. In addition to the dirt caused by uninhabited people for a long time, the quilt covers on some tables, chairs, and beds are also a bit decayed, and it seems that everything inside has to be prepared again. She took out the universal capsule and threw it on the open space in the yard, and took out her luxurious villa. Boom! A thick white smoke rose from the yard, and a huge 4-story luxury villa appeared in the middle of the yard. Hey! Sister, when did your house change? Sun Wukong couldn't help being surprised when he saw that Ayaka took out not the previous house, but a huge villa with a larger volume and a more luxurious appearance. Ling Yi led Monkey King into the villa and said with a faint smile, "My sister felt that the original house was not stylish enough, and it was not spacious enough, so she changed to a bigger house." Monkey King nodded unclearly. From Monkey King's point of view, as long as the house can live in people, it is enough for him to not control how big the place is. Ling Yi took out a universal capsule from her arms and handed it to Monkey King. "Wukong, this is my previous house. I don't need it anyway. Just give it to you. The daily necessities in it are all. It is complete and convenient for you to use in the future." Monkey King smiled and took the universal capsule, put it in his belt, and placed it with the 4 planets. At night, Ayaka prepared the meat that he brought from the cow demon, and made another delicious barbecue. After a brief rest for one night, Ayaka came to the nearby town alone, wanting to buy some daily necessities and a lot of food. As winter passed and spring came, time flew by, and more than a year passed in a blink of an eye. In the yard, a slim young girl was accompanying a young man to practice martial arts, and she seemed to be excited with one punch and one kick. The girl was wearing a pale yellow sweater, a pair of light cyan tights, and a red windbreaker outside. She had a pair of smart eyes dotted on her beautiful face, which made her look very youthful and adorable. This girl is Ayaka. In addition to the increase in strength, Ayaka's figure has also become more and more perfect. The exquisite curves and the white and smooth skin make Ayaka very charming. A pair of delicate, erect, plump and well-proportioned Ayabas have made Ayaka, who is 16 years old, more mature. The plot is about to begin. I have been waiting for 16 years. Ayaka pointed out Monkey King's practice while thinking that she had infinite expectations for the future. In the past 16 years, Ayaka has been practicing hard all the time in order not to be surpassed by the Dragon Ball fighters in the future. Although Ayaka is far ahead of Monkey King and others now, when he thinks of the photographable enemies in Dragon Ball Z, I didn't dare to relax for a moment. Ayaba's current combat power is approaching 200,000, which is also considered the upper-level combat power in the universe. But as long as he thinks of the strength of cosmic kings like Frieza and Kevlar, and some terrifying existences that can easily pinch Frieza to death, Ayaka feels urgency. At least before stepping into the Super Saiyan, Ayaka did not have the confidence to be able to show off among the countless powerhouses in the universe. Ayaka planned to let Monkey King and Bauma embark on a journey to find the Dragon Ball together, and then return to the temple to practice well. Of course, the universe outside the universe is even broader, and with her current strength, she should also step into the depths of the universe to cultivate. Drink! Monkey King leaped up in the air, and then struck down suddenly. Like an eagle spreading its wings and spreading its claws to pounce on its prey. Boom! Monkey King swooped down from the air standing upside down, his fist hit the ground forcefully. In an instant, the ground sank downward with the fist as the center, and the ground shook for a while. The huge force squeezed the ground, splashed a large amount of mud and sand, and a 1-meter-sized depression suddenly appeared. At the same time, Monkey King turned somersault back a few times, jumped to a distance of more than 10 meters, then folded his hands together and calmed down. After more than a year of practice, Monkey King's strength has improved a lot, and he has reached the level of participating in the first martial arts club in the world for the first time in the original book. One morning, Ayaka got up lazily from the bed, walked to the mirror, and began to dress up. Through the glass window, she saw Monkey King picking up a huge log more than 2 meters wide and throwing it into the sky. Then he jumped into the air and hit the log at an unrecognizable speed with the naked eye. After suffering countless attacks from Monkey King, the log broke apart with a bang, and broke into more than 100 pieces of wood of the same size. At the moment when the wooden block fell, Monkey King shook his figure violently, and the phantom flickered continuously, catching all the fallen wooden blocks, and recombining the original big log when it landed. Ayaka looked at Monkey King's practice, and smiled lightly at the corner of her mouth. It seemed that Monkey King had already understood his words to some extent and began to pursue natural cultivation. I'm going to catch fish, we will eat grilled fish in a moment. Monkey King shouted to Ayaba through the window, and then ran quickly towards the direction of the lake. Ling Yi shook his head helplessly, then thought, and said in his heart, calculate the time, Buma should also start heading to Bayazai Mountain. I really look forward to the beginning of the plot. After leaving home, Monkey King's figure kept moving in the forest. After a few swishes, he came to a huge lake and saw a big fish swimming in the lake. Sun Wukong immediately took off his clothes, jumped into the lake with a puff, and hugged the big fish tightly with his hands. The big fish felt that someone had grabbed it, and swayed vigorously, trying to get rid of the person on its back, and the calm lake immediately surged with huge waves. Hey! Monkey King grunted dissatisfiedly, his hands on the fish's back glowed with faint blue electric light. Monkey King turned a small part of his chi into thunder and lightning, and used the small world-shocking palm. The big fish under him was hit by the world-shocking palm, and his body was shaking and quickly rolled his eyes. Hey! A dazzling blue light lit up under the surging waves, and then the big fish and the small fish kept turning their white belly and floating on the surface. Monkey King dragged the big fish up to the shore, put on his clothes, and drove the big fish towards home with his back on his back. Thinking of eating delicious grilled fish at noon, my saliva couldn't help but shed. Hey! Hey! Monkey King heard what seemed to be a sound behind him, turned his head and saw a four-wheeled thing rushing towards him, and there were people inside constantly yelling. After Ayayi's teaching, Monkey King knew that the four-wheeled strange thing was called a jeep in the wild. And it was a means of transportation just like his own tendencies. Seeing that the jeep was about to hit the person in front of him, Boomer screamed hurriedly. But the strange thing was that the man seemed to be frightened and stood there motionless. Why didn't that person avoid it? Is it going to kill someone? Why is my luck so bad? I encountered this kind of thing the first time I went out. Bauma closed her eyes in a panic, feeling that she was not going well. It wasn't long before she learned to drive for the first time on such a rugged mountain road. Without her knowledge, she felt that a traffic accident was inevitable. The jeep didn't mean to slow down at all. When it was about to collide, Monkey King abruptly threw away the big fish on his back, and then jumped in the air, avoiding the jeep. After landing, Monkey King steadily caught the big fish, but heard a loud bang in his ear. Looking back, I saw that the jeep had hit a boulder on the side of the road, and a girl with blue hair climbed out of the jeep in black smoke. Is this a woman? Chapter 41, Embark on a Journey. Who are you? Why come to Bayazai Mountain? Monkey King walked to the blue-haired girl and knelt down and asked. The vicinity of the mountain range where Bayazai Mountain is located is sparsely populated and surrounded by mountains and forests, and the traffic is not well developed. The appearance of such a girl who does not seem to have any fighting capacity in Bayazai Mountain makes Monkey King feel very strange. Wow! Bauma was taken aback by the strange monster in front of her, and when she recovered her attention and looked at it carefully, she discovered that she was an ordinary little boy wearing a dark blue cloth. She couldn't help touching her chest and let out a long sigh. Fortunately, I haven't encountered any monsters in this deep mountain and old forest. Is there really a Dragon Ball in this place? Bauma looked around and saw the surrounding mountains and the green, deep, and quiet forest. She only felt the creeps. I felt a little regret that I ran out alone. Hey! I want to ask you, who are you? What's the matter when you come to Bayazai Mountain? Sun Wukong frowned and asked impatiently when he saw the woman in front of him just in a daze. Ah! My name is Bauma, from the western capital. How about you? How can you be alone in this deep mountain and old forest? Bauma briefly introduced, but he was curious about how the boy appeared here alone in front of him. My name is Monkey King. This is Bayazai Mountain, where I live. Bulletin Ma nodded, took out an orange-red Dragon Ball from the bag, and asked Monkey King, I came here to find the Dragon Ball. It is this orange-red bead. Legend has it that as long as it is collected, it will be distributed all over the world. With 7 such beads, the dragon can be summoned, and the dragon will satisfy any wish of the summoner that does not exceed the ability of the gods. It seems that someone has found 7 dragon and finally became a king. So I took advantage of the summer vacation. It's time to find the dragon balls and gather the lost dragon balls again. Are you looking for Dragon Ball? That's not easy. Monkey King looked at the beads and said in surprise. He has 1 Dragon Ball, a relic left to him by his grandfather. Yes, I got my first Dragon Ball from the family auction. Later, I made the Dragon Ball radar, and the other one was found in the Northern Valley 10 days ago. According to my Dragon Ball radar, there are still 2 dragon like this somewhere in this deep mountain. By the way, have you ever seen such a bead? Boomer took out a small Dragon Ball radar and pressed the radar button. With 2 beeps, the Dragon Ball signal is displayed on the radar screen. There are 2 bright spots at the red triangle in the center of the screen, and there are 2 bright spots next to each other. Boomer zoomed in on the screen, then pointed to the opposite side of the mountain and said, according to the radar display, the other 2 dragon are in that direction. Monkey King looked back at the direction Balma was pointing, and said, hey, that's the direction of my house. Your home. Boomer was taken aback, and quickly pointed to the Dragon Ball and said, my 2 dragon have 2 stars and 5 stars respectively, they are 2 planets and 5 planets, so your family should also have 2 dragon with a few stars on them. 4 stars and 6 stars. Monkey King thought for a while and said. Then take me to your house, okay? Balma eagerly looked forward to it. Monkey King glanced at her suspiciously, well, I just want to go home, you come with me. After saying that, Monkey King picked up the big fish he threw aside and walked towards his home. Balma glanced at the jeep that was upturned on the ground. The jeep couldn't be repaired in a short time. Seeing that Monkey King had gone far, she hurriedly followed. The mountain road is rugged, and Buma, who lives in the western capital, has not traveled such a long mountain road. When he came to the top of Bayazai Mountain, he was already panting and almost tired. Monkey King glanced at the door and window of the villa on the side closed, so he took Balma into his cabin first. Balma looked up and found that in addition to a masonry cottage, there was also a super luxurious villa. The villa is novel in style and spacious. It looks very similar to my own house. It seems to be produced by my own Universal Capsule Company. Buma was very surprised to see such a luxurious building in this remote and inaccessible place. Villa. Buma followed Sun Wukong into the room and saw a table placed in a conspicuous place in the room, and a dragon ball was placed on the stand of the table. Balma rushed forward excitedly and picked up the dragon ball. Wow! It's 4 planets, I finally saw other dragon balls. Seeing this scene, Monkey King shook his body and snatched the dragon ball from Balma. Don't mess with Grandpa's dragon ball, he said angrily. Sorry. I'm so excited. Balma quickly apologized when he saw Monkey King glaringly at the dragon ball. But I was thinking, this Monkey King seems to take the dragon left by his grandfather very important, I am afraid that I will not let me take the dragon balls. To collect 7 dragon balls, you must have the 4 planets in the hands of Monkey King. What should I do? Without the 4 planets of Monkey King, it is impossible to gather 7 dragon to summon the dragon. These 4 planets are indispensable, but looking at it this way, it is not easy to get the 4 planets. Monkey King will not hand in dragon that are treasures. For myself. By the way, I only need to gather 7 dragon when summoning Shenlong. You can always keep the 4-star dragon ball beside Monkey King. In that case, you only need to bring Monkey King by your side, or wait for yourself to gather. Together with the other dragon balls, go back to Bayazai Mountain and summon the dragon. Bring Monkey King by your side, or gather the dragon and return to Bayazai Mountain to summon the Shenlong. Balma considered these 2 options, thinking that she was just an ordinary girl, and she didn't have any special abilities. On the other hand, this Monkey King, although he was young, seemed to be very powerful, and he might be able to protect himself when looking for Dragon Ball in the future. Thinking about this, Balma decided to bring Monkey King with him to find Dragon Ball. By the way, what's the matter with the big villa next to it? How can there be such a luxurious house here? Buma asked strangely. That's my sister's house. Monkey King answered truthfully. Your sister? Do you have another sister? Balma was stunned. Oops, Monkey King has another sister, and that other Dragon Ball must be on her. I don't know if she will agree to take away Monkey King and Dragon Ball by herself. What if she disagrees? Is it possible to persuade their sister and brother to find Dragon Ball together? Is this possible? Can I meet your sister? I have something to tell your sister. Regardless of whether Monkey King's sister agreed to take the Dragon Ball away, Balma felt that it was necessary to meet her and discuss it with her, and it would be best for them to travel with her. Presumably, Sun Wukong's sister should not be bad, so that she can not only get 2 Dragon Balls, but also 2 more bodyguards. But how should Dragon Ball's wishes be distributed? Balma was a little bit distressed again. Okay, then I'll take you to see her. Tell her what's the matter. Just now I saw that the doors and windows of the villa were closed, and Monkey King didn't knock on the door, but directly took Balma into his house. Now that Buma wants to see Ayaka, I'll take Buma to knock on the door. Monkey King walked to the door of Ling Yi's villa and knocked on the door a few times. Soon, there was the sound of footsteps behind the door. Ayaka opened the door and saw Monkey King and a blue-haired girl outside the door. It was actually Balma. Buma is finally here. Ling Yi was delighted, with a smile on her face, hurriedly greeted Monkey King and Buma to come and sit in the house. Balma didn't expect to see Ayaka here, she was stunned. Why are you? Ling Yi smiled and said, It's me. Balma, I haven't seen you for more than 3 years. You should have come to find Dragon Ball, right? I made Balma a cup of black tea, and then brought a piece of cake for Monkey King. Ayaka's demeanor was elegant and luxurious, and Balma was stunned. Yet, I wanted to find Dragon Ball 3 years ago, but my dad always refused to let me go. I was not able to go out alone until today. Balma took the black tea, took a sip, and sighed in relief. Unexpected joy, it is an acquaintance, acquaintances are easy to talk. By the way, Ayaka, you must have gathered the Dragon Balls last time, so what wish did you make to the Dragon Ball after you found the Dragon Ball? Buma put down the black tea in her hand and asked very curiously. Ling Yi pointed to the sweater she was wearing, and said with a smile, I made a wish to Shenlong and transformed my clothes into special materials. Balma nodded. In her opinion, it is normal for Ayaka to get a few special clothes. Everyone has a heart for beauty. Just like Balma herself, she only seeks for Dragon Balls. I just want to make a wish to Shenlong to get a boyfriend. Ayaka, I'm looking for dragon now, can you lend me the dragon in your hand? Boomer nervously and excitedly said to Ayaka, as long as Ayaka's work is done, it is equivalent to getting 2 dragon at once. Dragon Ball. Ling Yi pretended to be contemplative, lifting Balma's appetite, and then said after a long while, of course you can lend the Dragon Ball, but I have a request. What do you want to say? As long as I can do it, I will promise you. Goku's 4 planets are his grandfather's relics. I can't lend it to you, so you need to bring Wukong to find Dragon Ball. I have other things to do, so I won't go with you. Don't go find Dragon Ball with us. Balma asked in amazement, you have searched for Dragon Ball once. You should be experienced. Why not come with us and be with us? Yeah, it must be very interesting to find Dragon Ball, just go with us. Monkey King also said. This. Originally, Ayaka planned to let Monkey King go on a trip with Balma, and then return to the temple to practice for a while. But seeing Buletin Ma and Monkey King persuade herself to go with them, Ling Ye hesitated a little. Thinking that it would not take a few months for Monkey King and the others to search for Dragon Ball, she made a decision. Decided to go to the upper temple later, first accompany Bauma and others to find the Dragon Ball. Okay, then, I promise to find the Dragon Ball with you. Ling Yi agreed, then took out his 6 planets and handed it to Bauma. Bauma was pleasantly surprised to take the 6 planets from Ling Yi, and carefully put it into the bag. At night, after a game dinner, Bauma stayed in Ayaba's villa for the night. With Ayaba's luxurious villa, Bauma's outdoor living room was embarrassed to take out. In the early morning of the next day, Ayaba tidied up her things, and then turned her villa into a universal capsule for storage. He also put some unused tables, chairs, sheets, and bedding in the Monkey King's room into the universal capsule, so as not to be corroded by bugs or water vapor. After getting everything done, Ayaba and the 3 of them are ready to go, ready to embark on a journey to find the Dragon Ball. Ling Yi wears a red and white sweater with a white jacket, a pair of jeans on her lower body, and a white sun hat on her head, which makes her look like traveling. Bauma, let's set out to find Dragon Ball. Reminded by Ling Yi, Bauma nodded with excitement and took out one of her outdoor motorcycles and marched into the distance. At the same time, Ling Yi and Monkey King jumped on the somersault cloud and followed Bauma. It didn't take long for the 3 of Ayaya to embark on the journey. They were attacked by a pterosaur. The pterosaur wanted to take Bauma away as food, but was solved by Monkey King with a light blow with a wishful stick. Ayaba did not intervene as a bystander, but Bauma was scared and peed in her pants as in the original work. Then they met the robber bear, and was simply defeated by Monkey King. Chapter 42, Village attacked by monsters. At night, Bauma and Monkey King live in Ayaba's luxurious villa. Hey, Ayaba, are you really brother and sister with Monkey King? Why don't I look alike? Why is there a tail behind his ass? Bauma asked Ayaba curiously. After a few years, the tail behind Monkey King has grown again. Ayaya leisurely flipped through the magazine in her hand and looked at Bauma and said, I and Wukong are not sisters and brothers. Wukong was thrown on the mountain when he was very young. He was later found and raised by his grandfather. After his grandfather passed away, he has been living alone in the mountains. I met him later. That's it. Bauma suddenly realized. What about you? We already have 4 dragon in our hands. Bauma, how do you want to find the Dragon Balls? Ayaya asked Bauma. Boomer thought for a while, took out the Dragon Ball radar, pointed to a bright spot on it and said, Look! There are 4 bright spots gathered at the red arrow position in the center, which is where we are now. The next one is here, about 1,200 kilometers to the west. Bauma knew that Ayaba also had a Dragon Ball radar in her hand, which her father made for Ayaba 3 years ago. Because I'm still in school, this time I came out to play during the summer vacation, so I only have 30 days to find the remaining 3 Dragon Balls. I am not as leisurely as you. Ling Yi and Bauma talked for a long time, and it was late at night, when Ling Yi returned to her bedroom, lying on the bed, with her hands behind her head. In the original book, Bauma and Monkey King only had 3 Dragon Balls. Later, I got one from the Turtle Fairy. Now the Dragon Ball has been used by me once, and the Turtle Fairy's Dragon Ball has not been returned to him. It is still on my body. That is to say, the other 3 Dragon Balls, one in the Oolong Mountain Village, one in the Cow Demon Kings, and one in the hands of Chowder. The next target should be the Oolong Mountain Village. In the early morning of the next day, Monkey King got up early for morning exercises. As in the original book, Monkey King encountered a turtle who had been away from home for more than a year. Since Monkey King knew the turtles of the Turtle Fairy, he decided to send the turtles back to the sea. Before leaving, Ayaya talked to the turtle quietly, and asked the turtle immortal to go to the Frying Pan Mountain to see the cow devil 10 days later, saying that the cow demon had encountered some difficulties and needed the turtle immortal's help. Wukong, I blame you for being nosy, so that we have lost a day, and I don't know if we can collect 7 dragon before school starts." Balma drove a cross-country motorcycle and said to Monkey King dissatisfied. She was a little grateful that Monkey King had such a magical weapon as Somersault Cloud, otherwise it would be more than just a day. A few days later, a group of people came to the small village shown on the Dragon Ball radar. But the strange thing is that the doors and windows of a huge village are closed, and there is no one on the street. The shredded paper branches on the street were blowing with the wind, and they looked depressed and dilapidated after the disaster. The unmanned streets and the locked doors and windows give people a deep fear of anger. Why is there no one? Monkey King looked at the whole village curiously. Ayaka shook his head, pointed to a window in a room and said, "The villagers are hiding behind the door. They are observing us. What should be happening here prevents them from going out." Boomer turned on the Dragon Ball radar and said, "Anyway, the Dragon Ball must be here. We only have to get the Dragon Ball. Is anyone here? Why don't you answer?" Monkey King leaned over to a window, saw someone hiding inside, bang. Monkey King smashed the door with a punch, then walked in. Ling Yi held her forehead with her right hand, feeling speechless at Monkey King's recklessness, and followed him into the room. At this time, a black shadow rushed out from the side of Monkey King, holding an axe in his hand and slashing towards Monkey King. "Be careful!" Balma hurriedly shouted when he saw someone attacking Monkey King with an axe. At the moment when the black shadow struck, Monkey King avoided the attack of the axe, jumped to the front of the black shadow, and snatched the axe over. Bulletin Ma saw that it was an ordinary villager who attacked Monkey King. "Why are you attacking us?" Boomer said angrily. The villagers looked at Ayaba and others with fear, and under pressure, they told them what had happened in the village. It turned out that a monster named Oolong has been attacking the village recently, and the young girls in the village one after another was taken away by the monster Oolong. The villagers were afraid to hide in their homes and did not dare to take to the streets, and their next target was their daughter. In other words, at 12 o'clock tomorrow, the monster named Oolong will come back and take your daughter. Balma asked. "Yes," the villager replied with trepidation. "We can help you solve the monster called Oolong. But the condition is that you give us an orange-red bead like this in the village." Ayaba made a condition. "Yeah, as long as you are willing to hand over the Dragon Ball to us, we can help you get rid of the monster called Oolong." Balma said excitedly, "Didn't you have seen that little boy very good? Tell me. The one next to me is also very powerful, and he can definitely help you get rid of the Oolong." "Really?" The villagers were dubious, but thought that it would cost a lot of money to hire an outside martial artist, and their small village would definitely not be able to afford it, so they nodded in agreement with the mentality of being a dead horse doctor. In the end, an old grandmother in the village took out the Dragon Ball she picked up and agreed to use it as a reward for Ayaba and the others. At noon the next day, a huge monster with 2 devil horns on his head came to the village with a bunch of flowers. After seeing the little girl played by Monkey King, he turned into a handsome gentleman and saluted Monkey King. Balma, who was hiding in the room, saw Oolong's transformation into a handsome boy, and suddenly showed love with both eyes, and wanted to rush out. Ayaya quickly took Balma's hand. "Balma, don't be a nymphomaniac. That handsome guy is an Oolong monster. If you want to be caught by the monster, just go out." When Ayaba said this, Balma shuddered all over her body, and the heat in her heart suddenly went out. Oolong soon discovered that Monkey King was played by a boy. After a fight, he became more and more shocked. Knowing that he was definitely not Monkey King's opponent, he turned into a bat while Monkey King was not paying attention, and flew away quickly. "You can't run." Monkey King summoned Somersault Cloud to pursue him. "Damn it! What a shame for the strange boy, I can't go to the village again after losing the battle." Wolong flew and cursed, seeing the people behind him getting closer and closer, he couldn't help but straighten his head in a hurry. Sweating. Change. A cloud of smoke appeared in the sky, which immediately obscured Sun Wukong's sight. Oolong took the opportunity to turn into a rocket and ran away quickly. After a while, he thought he had thrown away the strange boy, and Oolong hid on the rock. He let out a sigh of relief. Monkey King came to a mountain col, and found a luxurious building in the mountain col, which was the home of Oolong. In the luxurious building, he discovered the Oolong that had been transformed back to its original form. Oops! Oolong saw the Monkey King breaking into his home, sweating all over. The final ending is the same as in the original book. Monkey King takes the Oolong and the captured girl back to the village triumphantly, and Booma gets the Dragon Ball from the grandmother as he wishes. After getting the 5th Dragon Ball, Ayaba and others continued to set out to find the next Dragon Ball. On a sunny and windy afternoon, Ayaba and others rode Bauma's speedboat in the mountains and rivers. On the bank, there are willows, luxuriant grasses, and birds from time to time in the green bamboo forest. Ying Ying cried. There are 2 dragon left, much faster than expected. Bauma said happily. Why should I go with you? In the back seat of the speedboat, Oolong was tied with a rope and said with a gloomy expression. Ayaba also sat on the last row of seats in the speedboat, stroked the wind-blown hair with her hand, and said, because of Oolong, your transformation technique is so wonderful, maybe it will be useful halfway. And if not leave you, who knows who you will deceive again. Oolong looked at Ayaba's beautiful and attractive face, and suddenly showed a wretched smile on his face like the immortal turtle, and thought, maybe a trip is also good. Boom! Ayayi's punch landed on Oolong's head. Tell me to behave. Oolong hugged his head in pain, and he fully felt the pain of travel in the next few days, because Ayaba's fist fell on his head almost every day. Where are you going? Oolong looked at the map in Ayaba's hand. Fingpan Mountain is ahead. Jingpan Mountain? We are just going there. What? Are you going to Frying Pan Mountain? Oolong was taken aback, then cried and wanted to get off the boat, but was held tightly by Monkey King and couldn't escape. I don't want to go to Frying Pan Mountain. Don't you know? On Frying Pan Mountain, there is a terrible Bull Demon King. I heard that anyone who comes close will be attacked by the Bull Demon King. You don't know the horror of the Bull Demon King. That's definitely a demon. Oolong refused to follow Ling Yi and the others to Frying Pan Mountain, but couldn't escape from Monkey King's hands. His face couldn't help showing despair. Ayaya sits quietly, and no one, including her, pays attention to the Oolong bouncing around. After a while, Oolong also calmed down, and resigned to follow Ling Yi and the others ashore. After traveling for more than half a day, Ling Yi and others left the mountainous area with beautiful environment and abundant water sources, and came to a desert with yellow sand and flames. There were no trees and vegetation around, and only clusters of stalagmites with hollow in the middle. Exhausted, Bauma leaned on the branch and stretched out her tongue, as if she was about to die. The Oolong on one side had already lay down half dead. I can't do it anymore, I need to rest. Bauma walked under a cluster of stalagmites, sat down, and complained weakly to Monkey King. Not far away, on a rock hollowed out in the middle, a cat-like animal holding a telescope spotted Ayaba and the group of 4, and then ran into the house and shouted to his owner. Master Leaping, found the prey. Really, Pool, it's been a long time since no prey came. A long-haired young man just finished eating, wiped the corners of his mouth with a cloth, showing a pleasant smile. It's been more than half a month, and finally there are fat sheep coming back, and they will starve to death if they don't come again. This long-haired young man is the robber in the wilderness Leaping, and the kitten is his servant Pool. Chapter 43, Desert Robber Leaping. Hey! What's that? Monkey King, who was resting, saw something strange in the distance. A yellow dust filled the sky at the edge of the field of vision. The sound of the motor was from far and near, and I saw a long-haired young man driving a desert motorboat on the yellow sand, very windy. Ayaba calmed down, and then ignored it. Instead, he went to the stalagmite pillar and found a place to continue to rest. After a while, the desert motorboat stopped in front of Monkey King. As Bauma lay in the middle of the stalagmite pillar to rest, Ayaka hid in the stalagmite pillar as early as when he saw Leaping, so Leaping did not see what he called the prey. There are two women who scared him. Who are you? Monkey King looked at Leaping and Pool coming off the motorboat, asking strangely. I'm Leaping, the desert robber, and this is my partner Pool. If you want to survive, you can hand over the money and the omnipotent capsule. Leaping said to Monkey King with a cool face holding a big knife in his hand. At this time, Pool saw Oolong and yelled, Master Leaping, the pig is called Oolong. I used to bully me in the transformation kindergarten in the south. Later, I was driven out of the kindergarten because of being greedy and lazy. Really? Leaping drew out his big knife and said to Monkey King, it seems that you are not lucky. Let's send you to heaven soon. He said, waving his big knife and slashing towards Monkey King, moving very quickly, just a few seconds away. A dozen meters away, he came to Monkey King and slashed down at Monkey King. Seeing that he suddenly attacked him, Monkey King felt a little angry, and calmly moved his body to one side to avoid Leaping's attack with a broadsword. Leaping up gently, before Leaping hadn't reacted, attacked with a wishful stick. Boom! The wishful stick hit Leaping's broadsword with a crisp sound. Leaping was pressed down by the powerful force from the broadsword, and tiny cracks appeared on the ground at his feet. A lot of strength. Leaping's wrists were shocked and he was very shocked. Unexpectedly, this little furry boy has such a powerful strength. Leaping knew that only by strength, he might not be the opponent of this kid. Although he was a little unwilling in his heart, Leaping knew that he had to use his own trick, otherwise he might be defeated by this Mauto kid. Leaping leaped a few meters back, moved a certain distance away from Monkey King, and then assumed an attacking style. His hands were squeezed into wolf claws, his body floated slightly, his body was accumulating energy, and he looked ready to attack at any time. Spike Fang 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 Fist! Leaping shouted, his body resembling a loaded bullet, swishing towards Monkey King, his hands resembling wolf claws, waves of fierce attacks resembling lightning speed, and his movements were swift and fierce. Like a wolf attacking, Leaping has already sent dozens of attacks on Monkey King between the lightning and flint, his hands are like a shadow, and a whirlwind is rolled up. Leaping's attacks were swift and ruthless, causing death. But Monkey King was even better, and he took Leaping's Slang Fang 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 Fist without any error. How is it possible? Leaping attacked and was secretly frightened. The young man in front of him was able to take his Spike Fang Fang Fist, which he had never encountered since he ran across the wilderness. Master Leaping! Pool couldn't help feeling a little anxious when he saw that Leaping and Monkey King didn't have any advantage in the battle. Oolong looked at the two fighting each other, and immediately put the original nervousness behind him, and laughed at Pool with an open eyebrow. It seems that your master is not Monkey King's opponent. Pool glared at the Oolong, turned into a fly swatter and hit the Oolong. Oolong was hit by Pool's sudden attack, and then he furiously pinched Pool. In the battlefield, Leaping saw that he couldn't take advantage of his attack, so he began to change his attack strategy, hitting the flesh with one punch and one kick. However, after Ayaba's special training, Monkey King's ability to resist attack seemed far beyond what others could compare. Very happy, Ping was crushed by Monkey King at a disadvantage. Boom! Leaping and Monkey King punched each other with double fists, centering on the double fists, a whirlwind blowing in all directions. Monkey King was knocked back several meters by the powerful boxing force, while Leaping flew out suddenly and hit a stalagmite pillar. With a bang, the entire stalagmite column a few meters high collapsed and shattered into small stones. Leaping was in pain all over, and he crawled out of the gravel with difficulty. Master Leaping! Pool wept and flew towards Leaping worriedly. Damn it! Leaping beat the ground with one hand. He knew he couldn't beat Monkey King, but he was very unwilling. Since his debut, Leaping has never been so powerless. Bauma, who was resting under the stalagmite pillars, was awakened by the loud fighting, and looked at Leaping not far away, handsome. With an excited expression on her face, she ran towards Leaping. Leaping, who was regretting that he was weak and unable to defeat Monkey King, suddenly saw Balma, who appeared next to him, and his whole body trembled, with a frightened expression on his face. "Women, how can there be a horrible woman here?" He looked panicked. He jumped up, and then ran away with a wow sound. Seeing that Li Ping had escaped, Ayaya knew that there was nothing to watch, and walked out. Running. Balma looked at Li Ping, who was running away without knowing why, and asked Ayaya, "Ayaya, who is that? It looks pretty good." Looking at Balma with a face of nymphomaniac, Ling Ye spread her hands. "That's the desert bandit Leaping and his servant Pool." At night, Oolong, who was helpless because of no transportation, had to take out his omnipotent capsule and take out a double-decker RV from it. "Said it earlier, the stingy guy made me take so many unjustified roads." Balma looked at Oolong dissatisfiedly, resenting that he didn't take out the RV sooner. But Oolong looked reluctant. "I have managed to cherish this car until now." It was the night. Leaping was unwilling to lose to Monkey King, and took advantage of the night to attack Monkey King, making Pool look like Monkey King and lead Buma away, attacking Monkey King himself. It is a pity that because of Oolong's color center, Pool was led away by the fat Balma transformed from Oolong. Leaping still saw Balma sleeping on the sheets as expected, and he was ashamed of his heart. Although Leaping's battle plan completely failed, Leaping still learned about Dragon Ball from the conversation between Monkey King and Oolong. Therefore, Leaping decided to the Dragon Ball and make a wish to Shenlong to overcome his fear of girls. Early the next morning. "Oolong, didn't you say to help me wash my clothes? Why haven't I washed any of them so far?" Balma shouted at Oolong angrily. "There is a dress that you can wear on the house," Oolong said to Boomer indifferently. The girl presented to Boomer turned out to be a girl with rabbit ears. Boomer was so angry that he wanted to roast Oolong into milk. Pig, but finally put it on helplessly. Ayaba and the four were heading towards Jianpan Mountain in an Oolong RV, but on the way, they were attacked by leaping rockets, and the RV was destroyed by the rockets. As an apology, Leaping used a tracker as an apology. The car was given to Monkey King and his party. Ayaya is aware of Leaping's plan, but she is not interested in dismantling Leaping. Chapter 44, Bull Demon. The car sent by Leaping drove for another 2 days in the direction of Frying Pan Mountain, and finally got rid of a piece of yellow sand and dry desert, and entered the hilly forest area. As soon as they entered the hilly area, Ayaba and the others immediately felt that the weather had cooled down, and the sun was no longer so venomous. Looking at the dense forests all around, everything seemed alive and beautiful. It went on for another 2 days, and it was clear that the sun was not violent, but the air seemed sultry. "It's so stuffy, strange, this is the north." Balma and Ling Yi sat in the back of the car together, fanning their right hands to relieve fever. Generally speaking, the areas close to the north should not be so hot. It's probably because of Frying Pan Mountain. Ayaba said with a magazine introducing Frying Pan Mountain. FING Pan Mountain was called Liang Jingshan not long ago, and it is a very cool place. I went there a few years ago. At that time, the climate was very pleasant, but a year ago, it seemed that a big fireball fell from the sky, igniting the flames in the center of the earth. The whole mountain was burning, and the climate changed accordingly. Looking at Balma, if it weren't for her, Ling Yi and Monkey King would have been to Fingpan Mountain long ago. Ayaba, have you been to Frying Pan Mountain before? Balma asked curiously, remembering that Ayaba had been traveling around the world a long time ago. Ayaya nodded lightly, but did not tell Balma how she had come to Frying Pan Mountain in detail. That's the mountain. Oolong, who was driving, pointed to a burning mountain in front of him and shouted, so far away he could see a towering castle on the top of the mountain. "Ah, it's amazing, it's even hotter than before," Monkey King said, standing on the roof of the car, looking at Frying Pan Mountain. It's better not to go there. The bull devil lives around here. Oolong got out of the car with a pale face. The bull demon king is called the king of devil, and anyone who comes close to this mountain will be killed by him. Look, there is an old castle on the top of the mountain, which is the bull demon king's castle. There were gold and silver treasures looted from this area, and many robbers came to attack the castle, and they were defeated by the bull demon. Oolong pointed to the castle on the top of the mountain and said, and then tried to escape, but Bauma found it and kicked Oolong in the stomach. Booma took out the Dragon Ball radar and pressed the button to immediately beep on the radar, showing the location of the Dragon Ball. Boomer handed the radar to Ayaba and said, "We must go to Frying Pan Mountain." "Look, Ayaba, the radar shows that the 6th Dragon Ball is in that castle." Ayaba didn't even look at the radar. She naturally knew that the 6th Dragon Ball was in the Bull Demon King's castle, because she had personally handed it to the Bull Demon King more than a year ago. Somersault Cloud. Monkey King suddenly yelled towards the sky, "Bauma, I'll go and see above the castle." After saying that, Monkey King was about to drive Somersault Cloud away. At this time, Ling Ye grabbed Monkey King. "Wait, I'll go with you." Monkey King nodded and waited for Ling Ye to jump on the Somersault Cloud, and then ordered the Somersault Cloud to fly towards the top of Jianpan Mountain. Booma stood on the ground and shouted at Ling Yi and Monkey King who were going away, "You must find the Dragon Ball." Next, Bauma and Oolong were going to rest on the spot, but they did not expect that shortly after Monkey King left, a huge black figure came behind them, holding a giant axe, and slashing towards them. Boom! A huge axe flew from behind and slashed on a stone not far from Bauma. The stone was hit by the powerful force of the giant axe and shattered into powder in the blink of an eye. Ah! Bauma and Oolong's eyes suddenly popped out, their faces pale in fright. Turning their heads, they saw a giant in a strange armor. "Oops, it must be the Bull Demon King who knew our idea of hitting his Dragon Ball, so he sent his hand to kill us." Oolong was trembling, and he kept breaking up thoughts. Even Bauma was infected by him. She was not very courageous. She only felt that her lower body was loose, and she was so scared that she was peeing her pants, begging desperately in her heart, "Ayat, Wukong, come back quickly, we have encountered a monster here." "Who are you? What are you doing here? Are you here to steal treasures?" the bull demon asked in a bad tone, which looked fierce and evil in the eyes of Booma and Oolong. Since there have been thieves trying to steal the gold and silver treasures from his castle for many years, the Bull Demon King is very wary of strangers. Most of his fierceness is just to scare people. Not. Booma tried to explain with a trembling, but was stared at by the huge armored man in front of her, and she stunned and stammered speechless. What made her shy was that the coldness of her lower body was really true. The pea came out. In the distance, Leaping and Pool were riding in the car, staring at the screen on the monitor. They moved forward again. The direction is the Frying Pan Mountain of the Bull Demon King. It seems that the 6th Dragon Ball is in the Bull Demon King's castle. "Master Leaping, shall we also go to the Bull Demon King's castle?" The opponent was the Bull Demon, the very powerful guy in the legend. Pool was a little worried. It's really troublesome if the opponent is the Bull Demon King, but maybe that long-tailed kid has already fought with the Bull Demon King. "Let's go and see, maybe we can take advantage of the fisherman's profit." Leaping admits that he is not the opponent of the Bull Demon King. "But I thought it might be cheaper." At this time, a young girl in strange clothes ran from a distance, and a dinosaur behind it was chasing the girl continuously, and that girl was Kiki. In panic, Kiki threw the blade from her helmet and cut the dinosaur's neck in a hand, causing the dinosaur's head to fall off. Kiki, who was frightened by this horrible scene, fired an energy laser from the center of the helmet's eyebrows, blasted the entire dinosaur to pieces with a bang, and then ran away crying. Seeing Leaping and Pool on one side, Kiki mistakenly thought they were enemies again, and attacked them directly without saying a word. "Where's the wild girl?" Leaping was furious, avoiding Kikai's attack, and then slammed Kikai's neck with a knife in his palm, knocking Kikai fainted. Then he no longer hesitated, and drove the car towards Frying Pan Mountain. Arriving in front of Frying Pan Mountain, just in time to catch up with Bauma and Oolong, who were facing the Bull Demon King. They are going to fight. Li Ping saw this scene, and he must be in his heart. It seemed that things were developing in the direction he expected, so he and Pool quietly hid behind the stone to observe. We're really not here to steal the treasure. Bauma shuddered and tried to explain to the Bull Demon King, but the Bull Demon obviously didn't believe it, and still stared at Bauma on alert. At this moment, Bauma had even the heart to die. At this time, after walking around the Frying Pan Mountain Castle, Ayaya and Monkey King, who did not see the Bull Demon King, flew back again on somersault clouds. Monkey King jumped down the somersault cloud and landed between Bauma and the Bull Demon King. Who are you, uncle? Why are you so ferocious to stand in front of Bauma? Do you want to bully her? The tone was so direct and rude, Monkey King's attitude immediately made Bauma's heart raise her throat. Stupid, stupid. Be careful when you speak, that's the Bull Devil, this is all over. At this time, Ayaba rode down on the somersault cloud. As soon as the Bull Demon saw her, he was surprised. It's Ayaba, why are you here? Uncle hasn't seen you for a long time, come here, let me introduce to you, this is the grandson of Monkey King and the third disciple of teacher Wu Tian. Ayaya smiled and said with a big grin, how is it? Not bad. Right. Of course, the Bull Demon King understood what the nice in Ayaba's mouth meant. He carefully observed Monkey King, nodded, and said with satisfaction, it's a pretty good kid, I just came here sitting on somersault cloud. Somersault Yun, this is something that even teacher Wu Tian can't do, he is really a good kid. Ling Yi rolled her eyes, isn't it obvious? If the old slutty ghost of Immortal Turtle can sit on the somersault cloud, that would be a strange thing. The Bull Demon laughed heartily. After the laugh, he approached Ayaya and whispered, it's okay to make a joke, but you can't say that to teacher Wu Tian in front of you. Teacher, he is actually very good looking. Ayaya did not approve, and smiled lightly, he has already lost face in front of me. The Bull Demon King was moved when he heard the words, and he gave Ayaya a thumbs up. As expected, it is Ayaya, and only a beautiful woman like you can hold him. Hey, you have been talking for a long time, so you know each other? Bauma asked in surprise. Ling Yi looked at Bauma, and saw her with an undecided look on her face. With a glance in her eyes, she accidentally saw that the crotch of her lower body jeans was still wet, and she was speechless. How grown up, as a girl, this peeing on pants is too indecent. Ayaba's gaze shifted quickly, without breaking through, but pretending to be ignorant, explaining, Wukong is the grandson of Monkey King, and is now also the third disciple of the martial arts Turtle Fairy, and his grandfather's son Wufan and Cow Demon King are teachers' brothers, they are the eldest disciple and the second disciple of Gaixianren. Hearing Ayaba's words, the Cow Demon on the side nodded constantly, confirming that Ayaba's words were true. After a long time, you are all a family. Bauma said with a strange expression. Chapter 45, Random Mandarin Ducks. What? That boy with a long tail turned out to be the third disciple of the Turtle Immortal of Martial Arts. Li Ping looked shocked when he heard this, and couldn't help trembling. It's no wonder that the kid is so powerful, he turned out to be the disciple of the Immortal Turtle. The disciple of the of Martial Arts, the grandson of the super strong man Sun Gohan, and now the junior of the big monster Bull Demon King. What a brutal background, Li Ping felt that his teeth were aching. By the way, where is Kiki? Ayaba stared at the crowd, but didn't actually see Kiki, thinking that Kiki in the original book might go to the Turtle Fairy house at this time to find the Turtle Fairy to borrow the banana fan. Sure enough, Neo Demon said with a smile, Kiki, I asked her to borrow the banana fan from teacher Wu Tian. If we can borrow the banana fan from teacher Wu Tian, maybe we can extinguish the fire on the Frying Pan Mountain. But the banana fan was soiled by Immortal Turtle and thrown away. It's useless if Kiki goes. Ayaba reminded. Ah! The banana fan was thrown away by Teacher Wu Tian. The Bull Demon was taken aback. He never thought that Immortal Turtle had already thrown away the banana fan. Then how can we extinguish the fire at Frying Pan Mountain? Ayaya smiled when she heard this. Before, she asked the turtle to tell the Turtle Fairy to come to Frying Pan Mountain. It was expected that the Turtle Fairy should be on the way to here now, and it will not be long before she will arrive at Frying Pan Mountain. So he said to the Bull Demon King, "Don't worry, in fact, I have already notified Immortal Turtle, and he should be on his way here now. Teacher Wu Tian will come to Frying Pan Mountain." Neo Devil's eyes widened, and there was a little flash in his eyes. At first he didn't believe that Teacher Wu Tian was, but it was so free and easy that it looked like an ordinary old man. The separate top saints, the Bull Demon King wanted to entertain Teacher Wu Tian, but they were all rejected. They must have looked down upon the extravagant and luxurious layout of Frying Pan Mountain. Look, what a magnanimous gentleman! Because of this, it is difficult for the Bull Demon King to believe that Teacher Wu Tian will come to his Frying Pan Mountain. Looking at Ayaba with admiration, the Bull Demon King gave a thumbs up. I didn't expect Ayaba to do the job of Teacher Tong Wuxian. It's amazing to let him come to Frying Pan Mountain. Is his job difficult? Ling Yi curled her lips in disdain. Presumably as long as she knew she was here, the old man would rush over. Neo Demon looked happy. Great, as long as Teacher Wu Tian can come here in person, there must be a way to solve the blaze in Frying Pan Mountain. At this time, behind the rock in the distance, Leaping showed a shocked look on his face, covering his mouth and whispering to Pool, "Have you heard? They said that the of martial arts, known as the of martial arts, would come here. That legendary character." Pool wagged a tail and nodded to Leaping. Unexpectedly, the small Frying Pan Mountain has gathered so many famous people all at once. "Hey, Monkey King, can you go to Teacher Wuxian's direction and bring my daughter Kikai back?" Neo Devil said to Monkey King, then leaned down and whispered, "My daughter is a very cute girl. You can take her back in the future. How about marrying you?" Upon hearing this, Ayaya stood calmly, with a slight smile on her face. The people on the side shuddered. The daughter of the Bull Demon, in the minds of Baoma and Oolong, a female version of the Bull Demon appeared, and she couldn't help but want to laugh. Only Ayaba knows that Kikai, the daughter of the Bull Demon King, is indeed a very cute girl. "This is a picture of my daughter Kikai." The Bull Devil took out a picture and handed it to Monkey King. The picture was a picture of the upper body of a young and lovely girl. This lovely girl is the daughter of the Bull Demon King. Baoma and the others were surprised when they saw Kiki's picture. The Bull Demon King's daughter is so beautiful, it's unscientific. Li Ping used the telescope to see the girl in the photo from a distance, and his entire eyes stared out. She is the daughter of the Bull Demon King. The girl who was knocked out by him came to mind, and he couldn't help being frightened. This is a huge time bomb. "Leaping, what should I do? It's the girl." Pool was panicked. If the Bull Demon knew that he and his daughter had knocked out his daughter, he would definitely not let them go. Li Ping swallowed, and panicked. He didn't dare to make any movements. He could only watch Monkey King take the picture of Kikai, and then flew towards the place where Kikai fainted. Sun Wukong flew all the way towards Gaixian Wu on the somersault cloud, and saw a fainted the road. After comparing photos, it was determined that the girl who fainted was Kikai. So he landed next to Kikai and woke Kikai up. Kiki woke up from her dizziness, and when she looked at the boy standing in front of her, she felt a little familiar. Where did she see it? Suddenly, Kiki remembered the photos Ayaba had shown herself, and said this. The boy will be his future husband. Thinking that the boy in front of her might be her future husband, Kiki's face turned red. "Are you Kiki?" Looking at the girl with a little red complexion curiously, Monkey King was puzzled. Kiki nodded shyly. When Monkey King saw that the girl in front of him was the one he was looking for, he picked up Kikai involuntarily and put it on the somersault cloud. Kikai did not fall from the somersault cloud. Only people with a pure heart can sit on this mindset, and your heart must be very pure. Monkey King couldn't help but praise. Kiki said shyly, "My heart is as clean as spring water." Looking from a distance, Sun Wukong and a cute girl came back on the somersault cloud together, and Oolong said to himself in a sour tone, "What a jealous guy, there is a beautiful sister who doesn't say that, now I am with such a cute girl. Ride together. Oh, I'm so envious. Look at Wukong and Kiki, what a perfect pair." Ling Yi smiled and said to the Bull Demon King. The Bull Devil nodded honestly, "It's really very good. I can rest assured that Kikai is his bride." With a jealous expression on Oolong's face, his teeth gnawed his nails vigorously, and he grinned his teeth and said, "Gaku is so fateful." Everyone present was taken aback by the word bride in the mouth of the Bull Demon King. This progress was too fast. Only Sun Wukong of the party concerned looked confused. "Well, what is a bride?" "Idiot! The bride is the one who will live with you in the future." Bauma knocked Sun Wukong on the head, as if Sun Wukong was very disappointed. "Gaku, do you think Kiki is cute?" Ling Yi pointed at Kiki, and Monkey King answered directly, "Cute. Then would you like to be with Kiki?" "Yes. That's it." Ayaya said to the Bull Demon King and Kikai with a satisfied look, "You see, Wukong is also willing, so let's make it, and wait until they get married when they are 18 years old." Neither New Demon King nor Kikai had any objection. Just like that, Sun Wukong had a fiancé without knowing the situation. Damn it! Oolong bit his clothes with tears in his eyes, and said sadly, "Why is Wukong so simple to have a fiancé? Just because of you, like a pig, you still want a fiancé, dream about it." Bauma kicked Oolong's stomach and kicked Oolong to the ground. Then he came to Ayaba and whispered, "Ayaba, is that okay? You seem to be a trick. Gaku doesn't seem to know what his fiancé represents." Ayaya smiled and replied, "Kiki is as simple and cute as Wukong, I think they will be a good pair." At this time, a huge sea turtle crawled from a distance, carrying a person on the tortoise shell. It was an old man with a white beard in a fancy dress, a tortoise shell on his back, and sunglasses on his head. Chapter 46, Gaixianren's Gipe Kigong. The tortoise fairy sits on the back of the turtle, and the turtle is carrying it forward slowly step by step. The sunglasses on his head reflect the dazzling light under the sunlight. The turtle's speed is not fast, and it moves with one step, which is very calm. It made Ayaba and the others anxiously waiting. After a long time, Immortal Turtle finally came to Ayaba and them. Monkey King happily cried out when he saw Immortal Turtle, "Grandpa Immortal Turtle, you are really here. That bad old man is Immortal Turtle, the legendary strong man." Bauma looked at Immortal Turtle's scrawny body with a look of disbelief. "He is Gaixianren, the Wuxian teacher who is known as the of martial arts." Ling Yi proved his identity for Gaixianren with certainty, but her eyes showed contempt like deliberately, and he warned Buma, "But he is with him. A big pervert like an Oolong, don't let him get close." Boomer looked carefully and seemed to disagree. The Bull Demon King saw the turtle immortal, fell to the ground and saluted the turtle immortal. "Teacher Wu Tian, it's been a long time since I saw you." Immortal Turtle nodded slightly, leaned on a cane, and walked to the Bull Demon King. "Your name is not small, you have killed many people in order to protect your property. You know it all." With sweat on his head, the Bull Devil kept kowtow to Immortal Turtle with a look of shame. "I have no place to show myself, it is a disciple who is obsessed with ghosts, but please take action to extinguish the fire in Frying Pan Mountain first." Immortal Turtle turned his head to look at the burning Frying Pan Mountain, and said seriously, "This flame is not easy to extinguish." At this time, Immortal Turtle noticed Ayaba and Buma, and his eyes became nasty. "Wow, Ayaba, you are more beautiful, and the lovely lady next to him, Do you want to have an unforgettable date with Grandpa? What? Snap! A blue vein appeared on Aya's forehead, and then the whole person exuded a cold breath, and the eyes looking at the immortal turtle became cold. Haha, kidding, I just want to make friends with the lovely lady next to you. Under Ayaba's chilling momentum, immortal turtle immediately chuckled. Is this really the of martial arts? This is exactly an old man. Bauma didn't doubt Ayaba's words at this time, and the image of the of martial arts in her mind was completely subverted by the performance of the turtle immortal. Li Ping, who was hiding on the side, was also shocked by Gaixianren's strangeness. He didn't expect that teacher Wu Tian turned out to be this virtue, and he was frightened by Gaixianren in vain. Turtle immortal, you should put out the fire as soon as possible. Ayaba said impatiently. Look, let me put out the fire. Immortal turtle is holding a cane with a happy face. Immortal turtle will behave well in front of Buma and other girls in a while, so that these girls will realize their stalwart body. Thank you, teacher Wu Tian. New Devil thanked excitedly. The turtle fairy nodded to the bull demon king, then took off the tortoise shell and an outer shirt on his back, revealing a skeletal body, and 2 large pieces of wound ointment stuck on his back, giving people a feeling of dying. I said, this old man won't have an accident, right? Bauma asked Ling Yi in a low voice. She looked at the thin body of the immortal turtle. Worried that the old man would die if he didn't pay attention. Don't worry, although immortal turtle is very old, his strength is very powerful, and he should be a little stronger than Wukong. Aya didn't care, and said lightly. On the other end, immortal turtle climbed up the stone wall with difficulty, and then held his breath in the direction of Frying Pan Mountain, with a serious look flashing in his eyes. Ha! Immortal turtle yelled, and a shocked aura burst out of his frail body, and an overwhelming aura rushed toward his face. At this moment, he was like a descending into the world, giving people a strong sense of oppression that one man should be in control. Then there was another low voice, the muscles of the turtle fairy began to move, and the originally shriveled muscles suddenly swelled, forming an image of a stronger man than the bull demon king. If it weren't for the white beard at the corner of Gaixianren's mouth, it would be hard to imagine that Gaixianren was a few hundred years old. Bauma and the others were stunned by the astonishing changes of the turtle immortal, craned their necks, and looked at the strong man in front of them with disbelief. Is this the old man who seemed to have difficulty even walking just now? It's going to show up, teacher Wu Tian's special skill, Turtle School Qigong. The bull demon looked at the pose of the turtle immortal, and immediately yelled in horror and excitement. Turtle! The immortal turtle claws into claws, gave a soft drink, and then slowly moved his hands closer together, the muscles of his body suddenly tightened, and blue veins burst up and down. Immortal turtle slowly gathered chi into his hands, and a stronger sense of oppression was released from his body. This is, to condense the energy together and spray it out in one breath. This is the trick passed down by teacher Wu Tian. I didn't expect to see it today. Leaping, who was hiding behind the stone pile, saw the movements of the immortal turtle and couldn't help but marvel. Stand up! Send! The chi on both palms gathered more and more, gradually causing the air to be transparent and twisted, and the chi on his body was like a tiger coming out of its cage, unscrupulously displayed. The earth began to shake, and the entire sky seemed to change color for it. Gas! The strong hands of Gaixianren slowly put them away, and then moved them to his waist. The chi condensed in his hands gradually piled up. In the end, the quantitative change produces a qualitative change, and the chi is transformed into a Qigong wave, which emits dazzling blue light in the hand. The dazzling blue light lit up in the hands of Immortal Turtle, instantly illuminating the surroundings, and the bright light made all light sources seem so insignificant. Gong! The Immortal Turtle suddenly pushed out the Qigong wave on his waist, spreading his claws forward, and a powerful Qigong wave was launched in vain. The dazzling blue light caused Buma and the others to close their eyes. A large blue Qigong wave shot in the direction of Frying Pan Mountain, as unstoppable as a tiger descending the mountain, with a powerful and compelling momentum, mixed with the power of destroying the world, roaring and shredding everything encountered along the way. Boom! The powerful Qigong wave hits the Frying Pan Mountain, with a violent explosion. The entire Frying Pan Mountain collapsed in the big explosion. And the earth began to vibrate violently. A powerful shock wave spread from the top of the mountain to all directions into the sky. The cloud was dissipated instantly, and the shock wave pounced towards him with unimaginable visual impact. When the shock wave passed, everything subsided and the smog that permeated gradually receded. What you saw before you was a cratered flat land, where there were traces of Frying Pan Mountain. The mountain and the castle are gone. Balma and others were shocked. They found that the entire Frying Pan Mountain had been razed to the ground in a huge explosion. What's so surprising? Turtle Qigong itself is a powerful technique. It is not surprising at all to cause such an effect. Ayaka looked at the raised Frying Pan Mountain, without much surprise, but Balma and others. The small and weird expression makes her very interesting. Yes, Gipei Qigong is very strong. Although I can do it, it seems that it is not as powerful as the Gaixian Grandpa. Oolong was stunned, then turned to look at Monkey King. You said, you can also send Qigong. Monkey King was staring at him. He smiled and scratched his head. It will be, but the power is not that strong. It seems a bit too much. Seeing the scorched appearance in front of him, Immortal Turtle was startled. For a long time, he said embarrassedly. After Leaping saw the terrifying strength of the Gaixian, his whole body was boiling, but he was worried that he would be discovered by them, so he slipped away secretly. Leaping didn't know, but Ayaka had already discovered him since the beginning. Afterwards, Balma found the sixth Dragon Ball among the collapsed ruins of Jianpan Mountain, and Ayaba and his party bid farewell to the Cow Demon and his daughter. When she was leaving, Kikai asked Monkey King to marry her in the future, but Monkey King thought it was for him to fetch something, and didn't think too much about it, so she agreed without thinking. Later, Ayaba and the others came across the rabbit army that could turn people into carrots. After the rabbit army was eliminated, Ayaba and his party marched towards the castle of the last Dragon Ball, the Risotto. Chapter 47, Ayaba's Strength. When the rabbit army was eliminated, Leaping also joined the battle, and then naturally, as described in the original book, Leaping joined the team searching for Dragon Ball. After more than 10 days of traveling together, Leaping gradually overcame his fear of women. It seems that habitual nature has a very significant effect here. Although Leaping would instinctively feel fear when he saw women, it was no longer as serious as before. It is estimated that in a short while, Leaping will no longer be afraid of women. 10 days later, a group of 6 people entered the territory controlled by Risotto, surrounded by an endless wasteland, full of tall plants like mushrooms everywhere. Inquire about it, Balma. What do you want to achieve after you gather the Dragon Balls? Sitting in the driving position of the air suspension vehicle, Oolong asked Balma curiously. I know that, Boomer wants a Prince Charming. Ling Yi sat aside and replied for Balma. Balma blushed, embarrassed and annoyed. Ayaba, how can you? Feel free to speak out the wishes of others. What, Prince Charming? Oolong was taken aback. He suddenly felt that a gloomy wind was coming. Could it be that the so-called journey of searching for Dragon Ball was a trifle, so why did he join in? For such a boring wish, are you still running around the world? Booma hit Oolong's head with a fist, and Oolong leaned down in pain, and stared at Booma dissatisfied. A woman has no ambition. If it were me, I would have the love of all women in the world. You think everyone is a pervert like you? Ling Yi glanced at Oolong, and said disdainfully. It seems that Oolong's ambition is not much higher. Then Leaping, what is your desire to find Dragon Ball? Monkey King asked Leaping behind, but Ayaka helped Leaping answer again. Leaping wants Dragon Ball to help him overcome his fear of women. It's all small-hearted wishes. For a while, Everyone was speechless. After all the hard work to find the Dragon Ball, let's make a decent wish. King of Chowder, I'm at location 15 and a car passes here. They are what we are looking for. A woman stood on a mushroom tree, reported to her boss, and then said to a dog ninja, Soba, have you seen that car? Our goal is it. There are 6 dragon in the car. The woman took out a rocket launcher, aimed at Ayaba and their levitating car, and launched a rocket launcher. Boom! With a violent shaking and a loud noise, Balma was stunned by the sudden rocket attack. She didn't even know that a robot appeared and took her Dragon Ball. Chowder 3. Ayaba's eyes lit up as she watched the dog ninja running away with the robot. The last scene of the first round of the plot is about to begin, which means that the dragon will be summoned and a wish will be made soon. Wow, our dragon were robbed. Looking at the 5 dragon that were stolen, Balma suddenly burst into tears. Finally, he collected 6 dragon and was robbed of 5 at once. Balma's the heart is no less than falling from heaven to hell. Okay, don't cry. Wukong's 4 planets are still in our hands, and we just have to grab all the dragon together. Ayaya took out a handkerchief and handed it to Balma, then took out the Dragon Ball radar and said, you see, except for Wukong's 4 planets, the other 6 have all gathered. This is a very good opportunity. Now it's our turn to attack. Balma was stunned. Remembering that there were 3 great masters including Ling Yi, Monkey King, and Leaping on his side. It is also very easy to back the Dragon Balls, he couldn't help but smiled, and said fiercely, yes, those who dare to our Dragon Balls must give a severe lesson, and then all their Dragon Balls. A cold smile flashed across Balma's face, and Oolong was startled. Sure enough, a woman can't be offended. Next, the 6 rushed all the way to the castle of Risato. When they arrived at the castle, the sky was already dark. As in the original work, without Ayaba's intervention, Buma and others were caught in the Risato trick and were trapped in the castle. Gaku, you go and destroy the castle. Ling Yi told Monkey King. Monkey King nodded, jumped out, and then assumed the starting position of Turtle Kigong. This, could it be? Oolong rubbed his eyes, remembering the powerful trick the Gaixian had used in Frying Pan Mountain more than 10 days ago. The appearance of Monkey King turned out to be exactly the same as Immortal Turtle at the time. Didn't I say that Immortal Turtle's unique skills and Wukong are good, and the power is not much worse? Ayaya said with a light smile. He actually knows the skills of teacher Wu Tian. Leaping looked surprised. He felt that the gap between himself and Monkey King seemed to be getting bigger and bigger. Turtle, send. Chi. Gong. Monkey King slammed the turtle-style Kigong on his waist forward, spreading his claws forward, and a powerful wave of Kigong suddenly burst out. Turtle Kigong emitted a dazzling blue light, and Buma and the others closed their eyes subconsciously. Only Ayaya was watching calmly, unaffected by it. Feeling the violent vibration brought by the castle, Buma and others tried to stabilize themselves and opened their eyes. They found that the whole castle had been destroyed by Monkey King's Turtle School Kigong, and a full moon was hanging tightly in the sky. Ayaya saw Monkey King staring at the full moon in the sky, and her heart made a bang, and she suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Oops, everyone get away, she yelled quickly. Balma, Leaping, Oolong, Pool, although they didn't know what happened, they quickly avoided as instructed. Looking at Monkey King at this time, I saw him standing blankly, his eyes lost, his mouth was fierce, his body grew out of beast hair, his body gradually grew, and finally he became a giant ape as huge as a castle, losing his illness. Furiously attacked the castle. Boom! With a light punch, the giant ape completely destroyed the tall castle. Broken rocks mixed with sand and dust fell from a high place. Around the giant ape, an unstoppable momentum emerged spontaneously, which made people daunting. What is that? What's wrong with Wukong? Balma looked at the sabotaged ape with a horrified expression on his face. As long as Wukong sees the full moon, he will lose his reason and become an inhuman monster, and his strength will increase tenfold. Stay here and don't move, let me subdue Wukong. With that, Ayaba ignored Bauma's yelling and flew in front of the giant ape. Her face was as calm as ever, a coldness flashed in her eyes, and the corners of her mouth could not help but raised slightly. She did not put the giant ape in her eyes at all. As soon as the great ape turned around and saw Ayat, he immediately yelled at Ayat. It can be regarded as two encounters with Ayat. And both the old and the new hatred were reported. Ayat leaped into the higher air, making the giant ape's attack rush into the air. Upon seeing the giant ape roared in anger, and a beam of Qigong wave ejected from his mouth. The pale yellow Qigong wave is a violent pure energy attack, like a blue dragon, sweeping towards Ayat in anger. The huge energy that shocks the world will be gathered together, and the power is condensed to the extreme. The strength has been increased 10 times, and the combat power has exceeded 1000, which is not bad. But, it is not enough. Ayat smiled lightly, and gently waved the giant ape's Qigong wave in other directions. Boom! A huge explosion sounded from a mountain in the distance, and a mushroom cloud rose from far. After a while, a powerful shock wave counter-attacked from a distance, causing Bauma and others to lie down on the ground and cover their eyes with their hands. Bauma, Leaping, Oolong, and Pulton were not calm from time to time. They opened their mouths and watched the high-level battle in amazement, with shocked expressions on their faces. Ling Yi's hand condensed a vitality cut that was as thin as a cicada's wing. Suddenly, her figure flashed, and she disappeared from the place instantly like lightning. In an instant, he had come behind the giant ape, and when the giant ape had no time to react, he issued a vitality cut to the giant ape's tail. Fuck! The giant ape's tail was cut off by Ayaba for the second time, and the thick tail fell in the earthquake, causing dust. The great ape uttered a loud roar, then fell to the ground and passed out into a coma. Its body gradually became smaller, and finally returned to the appearance of Monkey King. Ling Yi picked up the naked Monkey King, took out a sheet to wrap the Monkey King, and then gave it to Bauma. Bauma tremblingly took over the Monkey King. She didn't expect that Monkey King would have such a terrifying transformation. She vowed that he would never let Monkey King see the full moon again. At the same time, Bauma was more concerned about Ayaba's strength, and she didn't expect Ayaba, who is usually gentle and not too powerful, has hidden strength that is even more terrifying than Monkey King. This is the real master. When I don't show it, I never thought that Ayaya was so strong. Chapter 48, Dragon Ball Wish. In the battle between Ayaba and the giant ape just now, the 3 masters and servants of the chowder have been stunned. Bauma easily retrieved 6 dragon from them. In addition to Monkey King's 4 planets, all 7 dragon have been gathered. Up! Have you decided what you wish to make? Ayat asked Bauma and the others. Boomer glanced at Li Ping. I originally wanted to find a Prince Charming, but I have found it now, so I don't need this wish. I don't need it anymore. Li Ping shook his head. With the help of Ayat, he overcame his fear of women, and his purpose of searching for Dragon Ball had been achieved. Then give me the opportunity to make a wish to Dragon Ball. Oolong said to Ayaba with an expectant look. However, in response to him, Ayaba unceremoniously refused. No, the wish of Dragon Ball cannot be given to you. Why? Bauma and Leaping both asked whether to make a wish to Shenlong, and I didn't even have a chance. Oolong shouted angrily. Ling Yi ignored Oolong's complaints, and said with indifference, who calls you a pervert? If you give the Dragon Ball to you to make a wish, I don't know what perverted wish you will make. Yes, Ayat is right, everyone here has the right to make a wish, but you don't. Bauma looked at Oolong contemptuously, and Pool flew in the air with a smirk, and looking for in the process of Dragon Ball, you thought about running away all day long. There was no strength at all. Bauma and Pool's words made Oolong squat weakly on the ground, with dissatisfaction on his face. How can you do this? Everyone is a companion. It's a pity that Ling Yi, Buma, and Leaping all turned their heads and ignored Oolong's complaints. Hey, yeah, there are also 2 dragon in it that belong to you and Wukong anyway, and you contribute the most, so leave this wish to you. Bauma is very sensible. Since he, Leaping, and Oolong didn't make a wish, then it may be the best choice to give this opportunity to make a wish to Ayaba. Ayaba smiled. She had anticipated this result a long time ago, so she would make a wish by herself. It just happened that her hundreds of clothes had to be remodeled, instead of letting Oolong make a wish for the tattered girl's underwear. It's better to let yourself come. Ayaya nodded slightly, and then picked up the 7 dragon balls. The 7 dragon kept shining with golden light, making a buzzing sound every time they flickered. Come out, Shenlong! Ayaya shouted at the dragon ball. As soon as the voice fell, the 7 dragon emitted golden light more violently, the flickering frequency became faster and faster, and the buzzing sound kept ringing in the ears of Bauma and others. Boom! Boom! There were several thunderous sounds in the sky, and a large swath of dark clouds gathered together, and the overwhelming dark clouds gathered like the top of Mount Tai. Thick dark clouds soon covered the entire sky, causing the surroundings to plunge into terrifying darkness. Golden lightning flashed continuously in the dark clouds, and the roar of thunder came deafeningly, as if the world was the end of the world. Wow, why is it so terrible? Bauma was trembling with the sudden change. Looking at the sky that had become dim, she felt hairy in her heart. Ayaya didn't feel strange at all. She looked at the dark sky indifferently and said, "This is the sign before the appearance of the Shenlong. When the Shenlong appears, the sky will fall into darkness." Boom! The golden lightning resembled an angry dragon, slashing straight down from the black sky. The golden light shining from the dragon ball grew bigger and brighter, echoing the golden lightning in the sky. At this moment, the world seemed to be plunged into chaos. A breath of shock and vulgarity flew out of the dragon ball, mixed with huge power. Roar! The dragon ball burst out a lot of golden light. The golden light snaked to the sky and merged with the lightning in the sky. A huge dragon chant resounded through the sky and the earth. Shenlong has appeared. In the sky, the green dragon circling in the black clouds, finally stared at Ayaya and the others with red eyes. That is Shenlong. Bauma and the others looked at the huge figure circling in the sky with horror and curiosity. They were shocked by the shocking aura of Shenlong. At this time, Monkey King also woke up from the coma, looked at the huge dragon in the sky, with a dazed expression. "Okay, what a powerful aura! Say your wish, I can satisfy any of your wishes." The huge dragon eyes of the Shenlong shone red light, and the rough and loud voice spread throughout the wilderness. "Shenlong, please add the clothes that I remodeled last time, and add functions that can restore instantly." Ayaya took out the universal capsule and took out more than 100 sets of clothes. "It's so easy." Shenlong's eyes glowed with red light, exerting divine power on the more than 100 sets of clothes to transform it. Ayaba stared at her clothes intently, and soon the transformation of Shenlong was completed. "Your wish has been fulfilled, so goodbye." After saying that, the Shenlong turned into 7 dragon balls, and then after spinning a few times in the sky, it flew towards the world, and the sky regained its brightness. "Ayaya, that is the Shenlong, it is really spectacular." Bauma swallowed, stroking her chest with a look of horror. For Ayaba, who had made a wish, she was very envious. Oolong trembled and said, "Yes, it's terrible, I thought it was the end of the world." "This is because you have seen Shenlong for the first time. The powerful aura of Shenlong is really not something ordinary people can bear." Ayaya said with a smile. She picked up a piece of clothing on the ground, hissed, and tore it to pieces, but in an instant, a bright light flashed, and the clothing had returned to its original state before she recovered. Ayaba looked at the clothes in her hand with satisfaction and put them away. The transformation of the Shenlong is really satisfying, and Ayaba will not worry about being seen by others because of his clothes bursting in the battle in the future. Bauma looked at Ling Yi's clothes curiously. This is the clothes you made Shenlong transformed? It looks so good. Ayaba nodded. With these clothes, it will be much more convenient for future battles. After that, Ayaba suggested that Monkey King and Li Ping participate in the world's #1 martial arts meeting 8 months later. Bauma and Wukong didn't know much about it, so she explained, the world's #1 Budokai is a grand gathering of the world's best martial artists. There will be many strong men from all over the world to attend. And after winning can get a lot of bonuses. Wow, there are martial arts masters from all over the world, I want to participate. Monkey King suddenly struggled. Ayaba smiled and said, no problem. After 8 months, everyone will join the world's #1 martial arts club. Li Ping will also participate, right? Of course, how could such an interesting conference be missing me? Li Ping smiled. Although he knew that Monkey King would participate, the champion would definitely not be him, but Li Ping also hopes to grow and grow stronger in the world's #1 martial arts club. After getting to know Monkey King and others, Li Ping knew that he had been sitting in a well and watching the sky. Then let's go out and practice separately. Gaku, you go to Immortal Turtle, and I still have things to do, so I won't be with you. Ayaya said to Monkey King that it was time to go to the temple to practice, but it has been delayed for more than a month because of helping Buma and the others find the Dragon Ball. Monkey King nodded, and then the few people said goodbye to each other and left. Ling Yi also flew towards the direction of the temple. Chapter 49, Blue Hair Soft Girl. Ling Yi flew all the way towards the temple, and arrived at the temple soon. Ayaya, did you find the Dragon Ball? The stood on the edge of the temple, looking at the lower realm. He was clear about what had just happened in the lower realm. Ayaba nodded to the god, then put on her white god's windbreaker and put it on her shoulders. Fortunately, the people who are with you are kind-hearted. If you get Dragon Balls by someone like Chowder, it will be a disaster for the world. God shook his head and said helplessly, sometimes I am here. Think, I made Dragon Ball, is it right or wrong? God's expression was contradictory, and the existence of Dragon Ball in the world gave people a kind of hope. But it also gives those evil-minded guys an opportunity to take advantage. If the evil people get Dragon Ball, it is indeed a disaster for the entire world, as he said. Ayaya didn't know how to explain this contradiction. If there is gain, there will be losses. The exquisiteness of the Dragon Ball world is that there is a Dragon Ball. If there is no Dragon Ball, the pure world will be eclipsed a lot. Whether or not Dragon Ball should exist in the world can only be tested by time, but Ayaba agrees with the existence of Dragon Ball. Ayaba stayed away from the gods and Bobo, and lived in his room in the temple. In the next few days, Ayaba continued to practice in the temple. God, this is the fruit for you. Papato came in with a plate of fruit and put the fruit on the table. Bobo watched Ayayeduan sitting on the carpet and meditating. Without disturbing him, he planned to go out. Bobo is responsible for all the things in the temple. In addition to taking care of the lives of the two gods, Bobo has a lot to do. At this time, Ayaba opened his eyes and stopped Bobo. Bobo, wait a minute, I have something to tell you. Bobo stopped and came to Ayaba, staring at her. Bobo, you are busy alone, and you have to take care of me and the gods, is it very tired? Ayaba asked with concern. Don't think about it as if there is nothing in the temple. In fact, only when Ayaba sat in the position of a deity, did she really feel the busyness of being a deity. Not only need to keep abreast of the dynamics of the nether realm at all times, and act in a timely manner when the nether encounters something that cannot be dealt with, but also communicate the connection between the underworld and reality. Every quarter, a report on the relevant jurisdiction of the underworld must be given to the underworld. These reports are not necessary. No matter the details, that is to say, there is no need to write everything on it, but important events and records of several key personnel are indispensable. 00 total, but also busy enough. Although Ayaba became a deity, but in fact the work is still being done by the deity and Bobo. This is Bobo's duty. Bobo's task is to take care of everything in the temple and to assist the gods to manage the earth together. Then, how about I find someone to help you take care of the temple together? Ayayi's bright eyes looked at Bobo, thinking of Bobo's hard work. It became more and more necessary. Anyway, there are only 3 of us in this temple. People, blame the deserted ones. Should you no longer find someone to come up? From now on you will help the gods to manage the earth, and leave the rest to others. Bobo didn't speak, and for a while. Ayaya didn't know whether Bobo agreed with her proposal. Ayaba's suggestion is very good, Bobo, you really can't take care of so many things by yourself. The gods didn't know when he came over, looked at Ayaba, and then seriously said, Ayaba can find another person to come up, take care of the temple with Bobo, so that both of them will have a lighter task. Seeing that the gods also agree with Ayaba, Bobo nodded and said, since the gods agree, please ask the gods to find a suitable person in the lower realm. This matter is on my body, I will definitely find a suitable person to come up. Since it was her own suggestion, she naturally wouldn't shy away from it. Ayaba smiled on her face and agreed. Thinking of having to seize the time to practice, Ayaba decided to choose a suitable upper bound as soon as possible. After talking to the gods, Ayaya flew towards the lower realm, wondering what kind of person should be found. That person must be able to do housework and have a certain martial arts potential, so that he can cooperate with Bobo to manage the temple. In a city in the western hemisphere of the earth, in front of a luxurious restaurant, Ayaba used her non-eyes to observe the strength of the people around her. There is a huge flow of people here, and Ayayi's eyes continue to show figures such as 2, 3, 2, and 4. These are the combat values of the locked person. It was all too low, she shook her head. As expected, most of the people in this world are ordinary people. It is too difficult to meet someone with potential. A young woman walked out head-on, the combat score is only 3, unqualified. After observing nearly 1,000 people, Ayaba abandoned the lot, teleported to a nearby city, and then looked for suitable candidates. After that, she kept switching cities, but there was no suitable candidate. Sitting on a swing in a park, Ayaba frowned. She is not very demanding. She is able to do housework, is responsive, and looks good. She is definitely not selected for the ugly appearance. Most importantly, she must be a woman. These requirements are not excessive, why can't find the right person? Those who can do housework do not necessarily have a high combat value, and those who have a high combat value are already very few, and they may not be able to do housework, not to mention that they are not beautiful. Kiki is pretty good, but she is still too young now. If it's a few years later, Ayaba will definitely choose her. By the way, there is another person, if it is her, it should be very suitable. Ayaba thought of a person, and thought that person would be very suitable for going to the temple to assist herself and Bobo, and then quickly flew towards the place where that person appeared. The person Ayaya is looking for is Lan Qi. In the original book, Lan Qi is a strange woman with a dual personality. Lan Qi, with blue hair, is a gentle, virtuous, innocent, and industrious soft girl. When she sneezes, she turns into blonde hair, her personality becomes very violent, and she becomes a robber who is wanted everywhere. In the original work, Lan Qi was rescued by Monkey King and Klin heroes and took her to the Turtle Fairy house. After that, he stayed in the Kamimian house and took care of the housework. In other words, doing housework is definitely okay. Later, Jinjin Lankai fell in love with Tianjin Fan in the world's #1 Budo club. And left Gaixian Wu to live with Tianjin Fan and Dumplings until the Tianjin Fan and Dumplings in Dragon Ball Z came to the temple to receive martial arts guidance from the gods. Lan Qi has been silent since then. It wasn't until Majin Bu appeared and Wukong gathered the vitality of the Earthlings that Lan Qi appeared again. In that scene, Lan Qi is already very old, as if she works in a courier company and is unmarried for life. It's a pity that such a distinctive and combative girl was finally abandoned by the author. Since the temple needs a helper, Lan Qi is a more suitable candidate. By the way, Bobo and the gods can also guide Lan Qi to practice, at least not worse than Klin in the future. Ayaya flew to a desert full of sandstone, surrounded by yellow sand flying in the sky, rugged rocks scattered on the ground, and the rocky mountains standing in the distance cracked fine lines after the wind and frost. Ayaba saw a blue-haired girl squatting on the spot, looking around helplessly. Not far away, 2 policemen lay on the ground with foam at their mouths, and police cars that fell apart were everywhere. Monkey King and Klin were standing beside the policemen. At this time Klin was still relatively young. It seems that Wukong has rescued Lan Qi from the police. Ayaya guessed from the situation in front of her, and then slowly descended from the sky. Gaku, look, someone flew down from the sky. Klin was taken aback. Why, people can still fly? Is it a monster? Thinking of this, he immediately hid behind Sun Wukong, revealing half of his bald head. Sun Wukong looked up, and unexpectedly saw that the person was Ayaya, and said in surprise, "Sister, why are you here?" "Hey, Wukong, do you know this big beauty?" Klin asked curiously. "Yet." Monkey King nodded earnestly, "She is my sister." "Sister?" Klin was shocked by Monkey King's answer. He looked between Monkey King and Ling Ye with a disbelief, with a skeptical look on his face. "I never heard that Wukong has such a beautiful sister, and she can fly, what a strange ability." "Wukong, is this your friend?" Ling Yi smiled and greeted Monkey King. "Well, his name is Kellen, and he wants to go to Gaixianren's grandfather to practice, but the grandfather doesn't agree and wants Klin to find a beautiful girl back." Sun Wukong nodded and said, "Sure enough, Immortal Turtle is that stinky virtue, Gaku, don't learn from him that bad problem." For Immortal Turtle, his hobby is really speechless. Find a beautiful girl to go back, but he can't figure it out. Doing this is still the standard for accepting disciples. Isn't it afraid that your personal mentor will completely collapse in front of your disciples? Shaking his head, Ayaba looked at Klin and said with a faint smile, "Hello, my name is Ayaba." "Hello, my name is Klin." Klin was a little nervous, his face turned red. He has never spoken to such a beautiful big sister. Really an innocent child, Ayaya smiled in her heart, then pointed to Lan Qi, who was squatting on the ground. "I want to take this girl away. Don't worry about the turtle fairy. I'll talk about it and let him accept you as a disciple." "Really?" Klin looked at her excitedly, "Can you let teacher Wu Tian accept me as a disciple?" "It's definitely possible." The old turtle immortal seems to be very afraid of Ling Yi. Monkey King whispered to Klin this key secret. Ayaya didn't care too much, smiled lightly. Then walked to Lan Fa Lankai's side and helped her up from the ground. "If there is nowhere to go, just follow me." Lan Qi was squatting on the ground helplessly, and nodded unexpectedly when she heard Ayayi's words. "Ah, that!" Lan Qi suddenly reacted, feeling as if she had sold herself just now, and suddenly regretted it. "Haha!" Ayaya smiled forward and embraced Lan Qi's slender waist, and then jumped into the air amid Lan Qi's screams. "Gaku, I'm leaving first, I'll talk to Immortal Turtle, don't forget to practice hard, and see you at the world's no." Chapter 50, Just Want to Subdue Like This. Seeing Ayaya go away so freely and casually when he came, Klin looked demented, and it took a while before he recovered. Afterwards, Monkey King and the frightened Klin took a somersault cloud to return to the turtle house overseas. In the sky, Ayaba quickly flew with the blue-haired Lankai, and a comfortable cool breeze was blowing on her face. Because of fear, Lan Qi closed her eyes tightly. Of course she didn't know that a few hundred meters below was a vast ocean. The moment Lan Qi embraced her whole body, the girl's soft and boneless body pressed tightly against Ayayi's chest. A tender and soft touch came from her arms, which gave Ayaka a strange excitement. The feeling of beauty in her arms and pity for Jade filled her chest, and it was really wonderful. Wow, flying so high! Lan Qi opened her eyes and looked down, and was immediately taken aback. Ayaka smiled faintly, and with a snorted sound, the speed suddenly increased. Soon they came to the small island where the Gaixianya was located, and Ayaba and Rankai landed. Immortal Turtle was basking in the sun. Seeing the arrival of the two beauties, he immediately threw away the pictures and ran over. Ayaba, why are you free to come to me? Who is this beautiful beauty? Ling Yi glanced at Immortal Turtle and said lightly, this is the assistant I'm looking for. Of course, I brought her here not because she has anything to do with you, but just passing by and telling you something. What's the matter? Immortal Turtle became serious. There is a man named Klin, you can accept him as a disciple. That's the little monk with the light on his head. Immortal Gui was a little surprised, you came here all the way because of this, right? That's it. I don't know the turtle. Immortal shook his head again and again, no, that little guy has some martial arts skills, but if you want to join me, you must pass my test. Your test is to let him bring a beautiful woman over. Ayaba said mockingly, it's really a very difficult test. Immortal Turtle saw Ayaya know this, his face flushed and said, have you seen Klin and Wukong? They told you all this? Yes. Gaixianren jumped into a thunder, and said viciously, Wukong, this shameless disciple, told others about such important things at will. And that Klin, whose mouth is so dishonest, if you take him as a disciple, I will be the martial artist of Gaixian Liu. Isn't it possible to learn to make the world known? No, this person will definitely not be able to enter my turtle fairy stream. Are you irritated into anger? Ayaya couldn't help but glared at him. Tell you, accepting Klin as a disciple will never treat you badly. With his aptitude, you will definitely be an outstanding disciple that Guizian Liu is proud of in the future. If you miss such a disciple, it will be too late to cry. Are you telling the truth? Guizianren looked surprised. Seeing Ayaya nod his head affirmatively, he couldn't help but ponder. Ayaya's eyesight is beyond doubt. Could it be that he really missed his eyes? This bald head named Klin will have some great achievements in the future? Well, for your face, I can make an exception and accept that kid as a disciple. Looking for a step to borrow the donkey from the slope, Gaixian looked like I care for your face. After the things here were settled, Ling Ye took Lan Qi and flew towards the direction of the temple. Along the way, Lan Qi was battered by the harsh wind and her cheeks were sore that she was fainted. Now, my name is Ling Yi, what's your name? Ling Yi tried to say hello to Lan Qi, but Lan Qi's face was still a little pale, and she faintly replied, my name is Lan Qi. Where are we going? Hehe, don't you have no place to go, then I will take you to where I live. Although Ayaba's rhetoric is a little overbearing, Lan Qi did not produce much resistance. Perhaps it was because Ayaba's graceful and attractive posture along the way was too attractive, or perhaps because Lan Qi was tired of running around and wandering about no place to live. Life. When Ayaba expressed her attitude anyway, Lan Qi didn't reject her in her heart, so she acquiesced in Ayaba's words. Seeing this, Ayaya couldn't help but smile, and the stream of light in her eyes flashed, so that her choice of assistant was decided. Tweeted. A leaf in flight, a trace of her hair touched Lan Qi's nose, and she sneezed. All of a sudden, the blue-haired Lan Qi turned into the blonde Lan Qi. Seeing that she was being held in her arms by a beautiful girl and the cold wind was coming back in her face, the blonde Lan Qi immediately trembled, her hands and feet struggling to break free. Who are you? Let go of me, or my old lady will kill you. Blonde Lan Qi screamed angrily, trying to break away from Ayaba's hand, but Ayaba's strength was something that blonde Lan Qi could break free. With a glaring look, a force of strength passed from between her fingers to Jin's hand. Be quiet, a girl should look like a girl, Don't always call me an old lady, learn from yourself. No matter how the blonde Lankai yelled, Ayaka was unmoved, she was really stunned. The noise became unbearable, and she slapped the blonde Lankai's buttocks heavily. To treat such a rough girl, she must use a more rough way. Blonde Lankai was stunned by Ayaka. You dare to beat my old lady won't let you go, let me go. Really? Ling Yi looked at Jinjin Lanqi coldly, and an aura of horror struck at her. Jinjin Lanqi seemed to be in the severe cold, and the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped to freezing point. You said it, I let it go. Ling Yi suddenly released her hand holding Lanqi, and Lanqi suddenly fell from a high altitude. Ah! Long and stern yelling, the blonde Lankai's body kept falling down. Seeing getting closer and closer to the canyon below, blonde Lankai regretted in her heart, how could she tell that woman to let her go? But there will be such a vicious person in the world, and if you say it, you will really let it go. Swish, when the blonde Lankai was 2 or 3 meters above the ground, Ling Yi's figure flashed, and suddenly caught the blonde Lankai. After a short buffer, the two landed smoothly. Blonde Lankai felt her feet soft for a while, and fell to the ground feebly. Her whole body was limp, tears kept flowing out of her eyes, and she started crying loudly. Chapter 51, Samurai. Ayaka handed a paper towel to wipe away the tears from the blonde Lankai's face. You will obey me obediently in the future, and the thing just now won't happen again, you know. She warned the blonde Lankai fiercely. Blonde Lankai was intimidated and settled down, letting Ayaka take her. She didn't dare to move, for fear that the girl in front of her would throw her down from the sky again. Where are you taking me? Blonde Lankai was uneasy. Go to the place where I live, and you will stay there in the future. There will be special people who will teach you to practice. Ayaka lowered her head and said in a calm tone, you don't have to think about running away. When you get there, you have nowhere to escape. You must know that the temple is suspended high in the sky, and I don't know how far it is from the ground. If you really want to escape, there is nowhere to escape. Ordinary dance art can't be performed at such a high place. Why did you choose me to go to you? Because you are a very suitable candidate, you will be my private property from today. Ayaka smiled, frightening the blonde Lankai. The latter didn't know that she was playing around, and was really frightened for a while. It's over, I met a female gangster. Blonde Lankai believed it to be true. She felt that her future was in darkness, and there was no hope of any more. So, you have to be obedient in the future, as good as the other you. Don't always look like this true, otherwise I will teach you a good lesson. Ayaka reprimanded the blonde Lankai while flying towards the temple. Soon after, they passed through the thick clouds and came to the temple located high in the sky. Bobo and the gods were already waiting there. Seeing Ayaka brought a girl, they knew that this girl was the candidate Ayaka had chosen. The first time I saw the temple with my own eyes, the blonde Lankai was shocked by the majestic appearance of the temple. I didn't expect that there would be such a majestic temple in the distant sky. God, is she the of samurai you found? Why is the breath so chaotic? Bobo felt the chi coming from Lanqi, a little confused. If he can't even control his chi, it seems that strict teaching is also required. Could it be that the practitioners of the lower realm are already so unbearable? The of heaven walked forward, put his hand on the blonde Lankai's head and felt it, and said in surprise, this girl seems to have a soul in her body. She is a very rare dual spirit person, because there are two souls in one body. It caused the confusion of the breath in the body. Such people are very clear about good and evil, and they are indeed suitable for Ayaba's servants. Ayaba nodded. God's judgment on Lanqi condition was very correct. Because Lanqi has two souls, it has created a rare double personality, and the personality differentiation is very clear. The blue-haired Lanqi is gentle and virtuous, while the blonde Lanqi is rude and cruel. Yes, God is right. She is indeed a twin soul. Pointing to Lanqi, and then said to Bobo, in the next few months, Bobo, you will train me severely. Blonde girl, I want her to be strong in a short time. As for the blue-haired girl, it depends on the situation. With that, Ayaba put a piece of hair in front of the blonde Lan Kai's nose. Ah! Lan Chi sneezed, her hair turned blue immediately, her whole body became gentle, and there was a slight smile on her face. Wow, what a beautiful house! Ayaba, this is ours home. Bobo and the gods looked at Lan Chi, whose personality had changed, and nodded. Sure enough, it is a double personality, and this blue-haired girl is really pure and innocent. Don't worry, God, Bobo will train the blonde girl just now, she has also become a kind person. Ling Yi smiled and walked to Lan Qi's side, and said to God and Bobo, in order to distinguish the two Lan Chi, the girl with blue hair will still be called Lan Chi from now on, and the one with blonde hair will be called Lan Chi. Afterwards, Ling Ye took Lan Chi to familiarize himself with the environment of the temple, and Lan Chi, who had just arrived, looked around excitedly. Unexpectedly, Ayaya turned out to be the of the earth. She was very surprised. On the second day, Bobo took Lan Chi into the bottom of the temple to perform the transformation to serve the gods. First, he formed a master-servant relationship with Ling Yi, and then Lan Chi stripped off her clothes and entered the holy pond naked, receiving the divine water transformation produced by the temple. The cool divine water poured into Lan Qi's body little by little, constantly improving her gradually. Lan Qi's physique was continuously purified, transforming into a demigod body, and her martial arts potential began to slowly increase. A deity can be equipped with a patron, and as a patron, her source of power comes from her own main god. Shen Shui only has a master-servant relationship that can bear it. If there is no master, then Shen Shui is just like the corrosive sulfuric acid. When Lan Chi walked out of the holy pond, her body had undergone earth-shaking changes, her skin became more delicate and rosy, and her delicate and soft body also contained amazing potential. The next step is to train Lan Chi. Ayaba and Bobo train Lan Chi and Kyanite regardless of day and night. Ayaba's training target is Lan Chi, who trains mainly at night. During training, Ayaba will be relatively gentle. On the contrary, Bobo's training is more cruel. During the day, Bobo will conduct brutal training for Kyanite, and all kinds of impacts and screams are endless. 7 months of training made Lan Chi feel like living in a purgatory on earth. Besides training Lan Chi, Ayaya never stopped exercising. After 7 months of unremitting efforts, Ayaba's combat effectiveness finally broke through the 200,000 mark and reached 210,000 combat effectiveness. And because of the fact that the two personalities share the same body for cultivation, Lan Chi has a combat power of 140, which is at the high end of human combat power on Earth. This is the result of the baptism of divine water, and over time, this effect will gradually show up. At this time, Ayaya also knew Lan Qi's age. It turned out that she was only 16 years old. Finally, there is still a month to go before the 21st Budokai in the world. Chapter 52, the world's #1 Budo Club. On this day, Ayaba dressed up and came to the temple square early. Her flaxen reddish hair was cut into shreds. The braids had been cut off when she was a child, and a cyan ribbon was tied to one side of the shreds. The upper body was only wearing a white camisole, the chest stood upright, with 2 white arms exposed, the lower body was dressed in denim shorts, dark green casual dress, and the legs exposed to the air could react at any time. Lan Qi's dress is similar to Ling Yat, with a red ribbon tied on her head. Her upper body is wearing a green camisole, and her lower body is blue denim shorts. With the guidance of Ayaya and Bobo, with the modified body, Lan Chi can easily master the use of Qi, and can already use the dance technique. The temple is located high in the sky, surrounded by divine power, and ordinary dance techniques cannot be performed here. Ling Ye and Lan Chi flew down to the temple, through the thick clouds, and soon saw a round tower top. Since the cat fairy on Kylan Tower has eaten the sea fish brought by Ayaya, he has liked the fresh sea fish, so every time Ayaka comes back from the ground, he is always very excited. According to the original work, the time when Monkey King boarded the Kylan Tower was very close. Although Monkey King's strength under Ayaba's influence has improved by leaps and bounds, and has surpassed Tao Bibai in the original work, Tao Bibai has also practiced a lot under the great stimulation that Ayaka gave him, and his strength has far surpassed the original. Ayaka was worried that Monkey King would still lose to Tao Bibai, so he greeted the cat fairy in advance, and next time when Monkey King came up, exercise him. When the cat fairy saw Ayaka and Lan Chi, his eyes lit up and he ran over the teapot in his hand. Ayaba, here you are, who is this young lady? Her name is Lan Chi, she is the new patron of the temple. Cat fairy, hello. Lan Chi greeted the cat fairy with a smile. The cat fairy laughed, touched his beard, turned around and found a can of fairy beans and gave it to Lan Chi. These things are something Ayaba likes very much, so I will give it to you. It's so generous. Ayaya's eyes were itchy. A jar of celestial beans, after a brief estimate, there must be more than 10,000 celestial beans in it. Ayaba smiled and said to the cat fairy, there may be a young man with a long tail climbing the Kylan pagoda in a few months, and then you will have to train him well. Yet. No problem, I must train him well for anyone who climbs the Kylan tower. The cat fairy licked his paw and said greedily, Ayaba, don't forget to bring it again when you come next time. Some fish come. Hee, I know. Ling Yi waved to the cat fairy, and jumped off Kylan tower. At the same time, Gaixian Wu, Sun Wukong and Klin were cultivating with heavy tortoise shells on their backs. For 7 months, under the leadership of the Turtle Immortal, Sun Wukong and Klin kept delivering milk and plowing land with bare hands. Due to the solid basic skills, the strength of the two is unknowingly improving, especially Monkey King, whose strength has completely surpassed the Gaixianren. In the next test, Immortal Turtle pointed to a huge rock the size of a small hill and asked them to push it away. As a result, Sun Wukong stepped forward and completed it very easily. Although Klin did it barely, he did his best. Arrived. Immortal Turtle was very satisfied with the results of the test. He nodded, thinking in his heart that Monkey King is a monster. Let's not talk about it. I didn't expect that Klin had cultivated to this level after only 7 months. The anticipation of the Immortal Turtle. I have nothing to teach you anymore. The Immortal Turtle wears sunglasses with a serious face. The basic essentials are included in your 7-month training. You have already practiced your eyes, fists, and feet, your entire body and brain without knowing it. The so-called boxing technique is just basic skills. It's just application. Martial arts is not to compare wins and loses, but to defeat yourself. So you have to use the basic skills learned these days flexibly to create your own boxing skills. Immortal Turtle said, thinking of his master, Wu Taidu in his mind. In another month, it will be the world's #1 martial arts club. I won't teach you specific martial arts. You still train as usual, but you have to increase your weight. As a result, Monkey King and Klin carried 40 kilograms of tortoise shells. While mastering the basic skills, they began to explore their own tricks in their spare time. Soon, 1 month passed. According to the universal unit of measurement, Monkey King's and Kellen's strengths reached 160 and 120 combat effectiveness, respectively. On this day, Immortal Turtle took Monkey King and Klin into suits made at some time, and boarded the plane to the place where the world's #1 Budokai was held. The place where the world's #1 martial arts club is held. Numerous world-renowned powerhouses gathered, making the entire venue extremely lively. Wow, so many people, there are many players, right? Monkey King looked at the crowd of people coming and going, exclaiming loudly. Let's register first, and then go to the preliminaries. Don't look around, be careful of getting lost. Immortal Turtle bends over, and sternly warns Monkey and Klin, who are a little overexcited. then led the two to the place where they signed up. Such a small child, come to participate in the competition. The staff member looked at the two people behind Gaixianren in surprise. Yes, they are not here to observe, they are here to participate in the competition. The turtle fairy nodded, and then filled in the names of the two monkey kings on the entry form. Then he opened the suitcase and took out 2 sets of Gaixian Liu martial arts uniforms. This is our Gaixian Liu combat uniform. You will wear this when you wait for the game. Athletes participating in the martial arts conference, please go to the Jingguo Gymnasium for qualifiers. At this time, a staff member said with a loudspeaker. Monkey King looked around, followed the crowd and began to enter, looking for Aya's trace as he walked. Why didn't you see it? Didn't you come? Didn't you say that you should come and participate in the world's no? Aya may have already entered the Jingguo Gymnasium. You should be able to find her after you enter. Immortal Turtle said calmly. Seeing Monkey King nod his head, he sneaked out and signed himself up as Jackie Chan. Only then entered the Jingguo Hall. In the Jingguo Gymnasium, the players who came to participate in the competition had already filled the venue. The martial arts masters from all over the world looked strange, including werewolves, giants, and even beasts. It's amazing. On the podium, the organizers first explained the rules of the game. 137 players will be divided into 4 competition areas, with 2 remaining in each competition area to determine the top 8. Then all the players began to draw lots, and Monkey King and Clin drew number 69 and number 93 respectively. Hi, Gaku! A clear voice came from one side, and Ling Yi and Lan Kai walked over from the crowd. Monkey King looked at them happily, and said firmly to Aya, Sister, I have become a lot stronger, I want to compete with you. Looking at the confident Monkey King, Ayaba smiled and shook her head, if you want to compete with me, you have to enter the top 8 first. She checked her number and said, I am number 8, Division 1. Don't worry, I will definitely enter the top 8. Chapter 53, Quarterfinals. At this time, the organizer announced the official start of the qualifiers, and Ayaba came to the first division. Because Ayaba's number was relatively high, it was soon her turn to play. Ayaba's opponent was a tiger, twice as tall as Ayaba, and his golden fur could not hide his strong and developed muscles. A pair of ferocious eyes flashed with icy cold light, and his eyes were sharp and bloodthirsty. Haha, the opponent turned out to be a charming little girl. Obediently listen to Lord Tiger's words, go back to wash and cook, this is not the place your little girls should come. The tiger man laughed arrogantly, and don't let Aya go. In the eyes. As a result, this tiger man is going to be tragedy. Drink. The tiger man took the lead, clenched his fist and slammed at Aya. His fist was strong and powerful, and an overwhelming momentum came towards him. Ayaba just stood there without any defense, as if the fist didn't exist at all. Until the fist approached, Aya stretched out her palm to block the tiger's giant fist. Boom! The tiger's fist stopped dumbly, and the huge tiger fist was caught by a small palm. Ayaba's figure suddenly disappeared, and suddenly appeared behind the tiger, and lightly touched the tiger's back, as if being impacted by a huge force. The tiger's large body flew straight out and hit the wall with a bang. With a loud noise, the whole person fainted. The people watching in the audience were dumbfounded, the noisy voice stopped abruptly, all of them stared wide, and fell into weird silence. It wasn't until the referee announced that Ayaba won, that everyone came back to their senses. Wukong, this big sister named Ling Yi, really is terribly strong. Clin's eyes were full of shock, and Ling Yi's strike just now seemed light, but it actually contained several attacks. Clin could barely see a few of these attacks, but the actual situation was unclear. Monkey King nodded solemnly. Aya came down from the stage, and the people under the stage gave up one way after another, and the performance of the strong stunned them deeply. Soon it was Monkey King's turn to play. Monkey King's young appearance also brought a lot of laughter, but Monkey King quickly used his strength to make everyone dumbfounded. After a few easy punches, the opponent stunned, and Monkey King quickly became a big game. Popular candidates. In the match between Clin and his senior brother, Clin easily defeated the former senior brother, which made Clin realize that he had really become very strong without knowing it. The game continued, and people in the 4 major competitions continued to be eliminated. There was a certain day in the sky. Ayayi's luck was very good and they did not meet in the qualifiers. The final result was that Ling Yat, Lan Chi, Monkey King, Kailin, Liping, and Jackie Chan all advanced to the top 8, and the remaining 2 were Nanwu and Lan Fang. 6 people in the top 8 basically know each other. Ayaya walked to Jackie Chan while everyone was not paying attention. "Old man, what are you doing in the competition?" Jackie Chan was shocked. He didn't expect to be recognized so soon, so he laughed and touched his head. "Unexpectedly, I was recognized by you so quickly. It is worthy of Ayaya. I participated in the competition to test the strength of Wukong and Clin." Jackie Chan said solemnly, "In his youth, Gaku and Clin are both my turtle fairy streamers. My disciples. I can't make them proud and complacent, otherwise it will be detrimental to their future martial arts." Ayaba nodded. The secret path tortoise immortal is indeed a competent teacher. The way the turtle immortal teaches disciples is to let the disciples explore on their own, and then cultivate their martial arts accomplishment, so that they can go further in the martial arts. Outside the Jingguo Hall, there are crowds of people, clustered in a pile, and it is very difficult to move it around. Ayaba walked ahead, sending out an icy aura from his body, and the crowd around unconsciously gave way. Although Ayaba was very eye-catching, the aura of coldness in the polar wind and snow forced people to stay away. She was. Immortal Turtle followed Ayaba, holding a handkerchief in his hand, constantly wiping the cold sweat on his head. "Ayaba is such a cute girl, how can she give out such a terrible breath? How did she practice?" After leaving the Jingguo Gymnasium, Ayaya saw Buma and others on the other side of the crowd. At this moment, Li Ping squeezed from the crowd and looked at Li Ping, who had cut his hair. Buma and the others did not recognize it at first. "Wow, Li Ping, you look even more handsome after cutting your hair." Bauma stared at the stars and put her hands on Li Ping's shoulders. Li Ping waved his hand in embarrassment, but his face was full of smiles, obviously very helpful. The world's #1 Budo Club is about to begin. Please gather the 8 contestants in the Budo Temple Hall. After chatting and resting for a while at the stalls of a cold drink stand, the big horns around the venue sounded to notify the 8 contestants to enter the Budo Temple. "Let's go." Ayaba stood up. Then Lan Chi, Monkey King, Kailin, and Liping walked towards the Budo Temple behind the Great Budo stage. "See you in a while, go on. Come on." Bauma, Oolong, and others worked hard to cheer for Ayaba and the others. Ayaba smiled lightly and waved to Bauma. In the Budo Temple Hall, all 8 contestants gathered. It's rare for this competition to have 3 women breaking into the quarter-finals, namely, Ayaya, Lan Chi, and Lan Fang. The blonde host first introduced the 8 players, and then briefly described what will happen to the competition later. According to the rules, the staff immediately took out a game map and a box of lottery boxes. In order to determine the opponent and order of the competition as soon as possible, please call the name of the contestant to draw lots. The host took the microphone and said, "Nano contestant." A man dressed as an Indian stepped forward and put his hand into the box. Contestant Nanwu drew number. Next, it was Ayaba's turn to draw the lottery. After Ayaba stretched her hand into the lottery box, she flicked her finger to use the power of the gods. The number bar in the box was rotated in the box, and a number numbered flew into Ayaba's hand. Ayaba contestant number 1. After the host announced the result, the staff wrote Ayaba's name on the first position of the battle map. Under Ayayi's secret operation, the order of the 8 players was fixed. Starting from the first number, they were Ayat, Lan Fang, Leaping, Lan Chi, Monkey King, Nan Wu, Kailin, and Jackie Chan. In the first game, Ayat vs Lan Fang. In the second game, Leaping vs Lan Chi. In the third game, Monkey King vs Nan Wu. In the fourth game, Klin vs Jackie Chan. Under Ayaba's intervention, the quarterfinals and the order of the battles have changed drastically from the original. When the order of the battle was announced, Li Ping's heart suddenly cooled down. His opponent was rumored to be Miss Lan Chi, who is no less powerful than teacher Wu Tian. Even if he wins Lan Chi by chance, there is a more terrifying Ayaba waiting behind. Yourself. Leaping shuddered when thinking of Ayaba's strength at the beginning. The gap was too big. It's not that Ayaba is embarrassing Leaping, but that there are only 8 people, 6 of whom still know each other. Ayaba is really not in the rankings, so if you come out and mix, it is still necessary to beaten soy sauce. Chapter 54, the game is in progress. Let everyone wait for a long time. Now, the 21st World No. 1 Budokai will begin. This competition brought together martial arts enthusiasts from all over the world. After screening through the qualifiers, 8 martial arts masters were selected. They will compete in the venue and compete for the world's first title. In addition, they will win the world. The champion of the first Budo club will also receive a reward of 500,000 yuan. On the competition stage, the host held the microphone and announced passionately. The originally crowded crowd quickly boiled and noisy, and one by one, they rushed to the viewing seats, damaging the surroundings of the conference venue. Bauma and Oolong struggled to get to the front of the stands. The first game was played by Ayaba and Lan Fang. Both players participated in the competition for the first time. After the harsh test of the qualifiers, they finally stood out. They are strong, and both players are still very beautiful. Girl. The host briefly introduced the situation of Ling Yi and Lan Fang. Now, please let the 2 players play. Ayaba, come on. Bauma stood in the audience, clenching fists with both hands, looking very excited. The noisy venue was already boiling when the host announced the start of the competition. When Ayaba stepped onto the martial arts stage of the contest, there were even more voices, with all kinds of shouts and praises. The venue of the entire conference has 3 sides facing the crowd, and it is blocked by a small wall to separate the martial arts stage from the audience. In the middle is a wide martial arts platform with a length of about 30 meters and a width of more than 30 meters. It is tiled with special stone slabs. There is a green lawn between the martial arts platform and the surrounding wall, which is a place for the staff to maintain the order of the competition. Behind the Budokai is a high wall, leaving only one entrance, leading directly to the Budo temple, only for contestants and staff to enter and exit. Then another contestant, Lan Fang, walked onto the martial arts stage, and there was another cheer in the crowd. Lan Fang was a blonde woman dressed in an enchanting manner, not as pure as Ayaba. The 2 stood together to form a strong contrast. Oh! The host attendant knocked down the sledgehammer, several bronze bells rang loudly, and the game officially began. On the martial arts stage, Lan Fang assumed an offensive and defensive posture. With a swish, he launched an attack, leaning forward and rushing forward, like a bullet that had just been ejected, as fast as a gust of wind. In the blink of an eye, he came to Ayaba's body and kicked at Ayaba with his foot. Ling Yi's body was swaying, and she suddenly jumped up and jumped into the air at a height of 7 or 8 meters, avoiding Lan Fang's attack. Then his body rushed towards the ground, approaching the ground at an incredible speed, and attacked Lan Fang. Lan Fang didn't expect Ayaya to move so quickly, he couldn't help but shook his body, and hurriedly avoided Ayaya's downward attack. Bang! Ayaba's palm hit the ground with a muffled noise, and the stone slab of the martial arts platform was slightly loosened, cracking a few cracks. Ayaba twisted with one hand, and his body spun, like a storm, bringing up gusts of wind. The strong wind blew the dust that took off, and the audience had to close their eyes. Ayaba is really strong, and he used such a magical trick, he deserves to be a player in the top 8 of the conference. The host's timely exaggeration of the atmosphere made everyone's mood suddenly elevated a lot. Bang! Before everyone reacted, Lan Fang's body was like an offline kite, flying high by the whirlwind used by Ayaya, then flew out of the martial arts platform with a pop, and fell onto the lawn outside the court. The audience in the audience watched Lan Fang fly out of the field dumbfounded. They didn't react for a while. After a while, they recovered and burst into applause. Lan Fang fell off the court, and Ayaba won. Next will be the second game, Leaping vs Lan Qi. When the host announced the start of the second game, Leaping and Lan Qi walked up to the martial arts platform, and then stood on both sides of the martial arts platform. Da-da-da! There was a fierce battle between Leaping and Lan Qi. Both you and I were constantly impacting, and the figures kept flashing on the stage, and the real fight with one punch and one kick gave the audience a hearty feeling. Bang! Li Ping and Lan Qi launched a counterattack, their palms hit each other, and there was a loud bang. The stone slabs under the feet of the two suddenly cracked, and the explosive force caused the broken stones to bounce heavily, splashing out in all directions, and a whirlwind shot away from the place where they hit, blowing a gust of wind. Leaping and Leaping flew out, and after spinning a few times in the air, they landed on the ground with both hands. With a squeak, the two of them bounced up quickly, swooping toward each other like lightning, and a new round of fighting took place. Wow! Players Leaping and Lan Qi attacked again. As expected of world-class players, both of them performed exceptionally well. Let us continue to watch their performances. The host took the microphone and lay on the edge of the martial arts stand due to the fierce battle between the two on the field. The whirlwind that rolled up made the host unable to get close. After such a fierce battle, even so calm, this man named Lan Qi is really very powerful. With sweat on Li Ping's cheeks, he stared at Lan Qi dignifiedly, but saw her face as usual, as if she had not gone through any battle. If this continues, the hope of winning will continue to diminish, and it looks like a trick is going to be made. Leaping wiped off the sweat on his face, a light flashed in his eyes, and he became vigilant. Miss Lan Qi, please take my trick, Spike Wind Fist. Li Ping yelled, and a terrifying aura emerged all over his body, and a cold light flashed in his eyes, like a lone wolf from the wasteland, attacking Lan Qi with a ferocious and bloodthirsty aura. Leaping's movements are swift and ruthless, hitting the key with every punch and claw. The Spike Wind Fist is as fast as a gust of wind, and moves like a wolf attacking, making the opponent seem to be in an endless sea. Leaping's attack was powerful and swift, and if it were an ordinary martial artist, he would definitely not be able to avoid his offensive. But unfortunately, Leaping's opponent was Lan Qi. After the dual training of Bobo and Ling Yi in the temple, Lan Qi's strength had already surpassed Leaping. Leaping's seemingly crazy and brutal attack was full of loopholes in Lan Qi's eyes, tweeted. At this moment, Lan Qi sneezed, her hair instantly turned golden, and her breath became a little different. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, a mocking smile appeared on his face, and the expression of madness flashed in his eyes. Blonde Lan Qi appeared, her character turned 180 degrees, and her whole person looked aggressive. Leaping's luck is also too bad. If it was Lan Qi before, even if he lost, he would be very decent. But now I have encountered Jin Lan Qi, and he seems to be leaving soon. Please bless him not to suffer too much. You're hurt. Ayaya said silently in her heart. Blonde Lan Qi looked at Li Ping, who was standing on the opposite side, with a sneer in the corners of her mouth. It's just that you are going to compete with my old lady, and you can't do anything. Disappear to the old lady. Amaranth laughed frantically, a sharp light flashed from the corner of his eyes, and suddenly disappeared in place with a movement. It moved quickly at an extremely high speed, resembling lightning, flashing rapidly on the venue, leaving behind a phantom that looked like real people on the martial arts stage. Remnant Shadow Fist. Jackie Chan was startled. The blonde Lankai, that is, Amaranth, turned out to be Gui Xian Liu's unique afterimage fist. The residual shadow fist generally only left one afterimage, but two afterimages were left behind. It's called the double afterimage fist, and the afterimage left by Aquamarine is as many as dozens. Bad. Li Ping was shocked and wanted to avoid Lan Qi attack, but it was too late. With a sneer on his face, Lan Jing kicked it dismissively and hit Li Ping's back with a slap. With a bang, Li Ping slammed into the wall outside the court, and then fell into the lawn. Leaping player fell off the court, Lan Qi won. The host excitedly announced that such a high-level battle has also made the world's #1 martial arts club more attractive. Okay, let's go to the third game. The contestants are Sun Wukong and Nan Wu. The host wiped the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief, and continued, Sun Wukong is only 12 years old, so he is the contestant. The youngest of them. But being able to break into the top 8, the strength is definitely not to be underestimated. Now we invite 2 players to compete. Bronze sounded, and Monkey King and Nanwu began to attack. The purpose of Nanwu's participation in the martial arts conference is to win a bonus of 500,000 yuan and then improve the living environment in his hometown. As in the original book, Nan Mao and Monkey King continued to fight each other, but after using the Sky Cross Fist, he was completely countered by Monkey King. In the end, Nan Mao had no choice but to leave the field sadly. But with the help of Ling Yi and Jackie Chan, Nanwu returned home with a universal capsule containing a large amount of water. In the fourth game, Clin played against Jackie Chan. This battle was almost a one-sided battle. Jackie Chan's strength was far above Clin. At this point, the top 4 of the martial arts club have been formed, namely Ayayat, Lan Qi, Monkey King, and Jackie Chan. They will oust the best player in the world in the next game. After a break, the semi-finals of the world's #1 Budo club kicked off as everyone expected. In the first game, Ayayat played against Lan Qi. As soon as the host's voice fell, Ayayat and Lan Qi walked to the venue. The battle between the two beauties attracted the attention of countless people, and various praises and flattery voices were endless. Lan Qi, you should do it first. Standing on the venue, Ayayat put her arms around her chest, and said leisurely. There was no suspense in this game, and Lan Qi was destined to only practice her hands and feet. The next battle level is already very high. With a squeak, Lan Qi disappeared instantly, and the whole person moved at a high speed. Only slight footsteps could be heard in the venue, but Lan Qi was not seen. Ayaba smiled, squeak. She concentrated her strength on one point, and lightly stepped on the ground with one foot, and the terrifying explosive force poured out from the soles of her feet. With a muffled bang, Ayaba shot out like thunder, and the masonry on the ground smashed due to the strong recoil force. Under the strong pressure of the huge force, it splashed around, leaving a shallow pit. Holes, all around the potholes are covered with criss-cross cracks. Ling Ye was extremely fast, and came to Lan Qi in an instant. Bang! With a hit, Lan Qi was kicked straight by Ayaba. The two men engaged in an extremely rapid battle. They flashed on the competition stage for less than a second, and then disappeared immediately. All that was passed to the ear was the pounding blow. Sound. It's terrible. Clin watched the two Ling Yi who were constantly fighting in the venue. Cold sweat broke out on their heads. Their strength has completely exceeded the imagination of ordinary people. Jackie Chan looked serious. As long as you reach the strength of any of them, you can stand at the pinnacle of mankind. Li Ping's face was a little pale, his feet trembling, and he felt a little afraid. If Lan Qi fights with this strength in the morning, I am afraid that I can't take a single blow. Only Sun Wukong had excited eyes, grinned and shouted loudly. The two people on the court were so powerful, which made Sun Wukong extremely excited. Chapter 55, Warring. Lan Kai, use your best, we will end this battle as soon as possible. Ayaya looked at Lan Qi, who had been fighting with herself for more than half an hour. Her breath had begun to be disordered, and this trial should be over. Lan Qi nodded, and then mobilized all her qi. Suddenly, a shocking energy emerged from Lan Qi, the violent energy with a huge momentum of destroying the world, resembling a dragon rising to the sky, rushing in all directions, a kind of breathlessness. The suffocation felt spontaneously. With Lan Qi as the center, a powerful storm swept across the venue, bringing chaotic dust and spreading everywhere, making people have to caress their hands and protect their eyes. The audience became more and more excited, seeing this kind of battle, which made them feel lucky for Sans Hung, and the ensuing battle made them all excited. Looking at Lan Qi, who was fully releasing energy, Ling Ye smiled and nodded. She mobilized the load on her body, suppressing her breath like Lan Qi, and then burst out her breath. Boom! A whirlwind was rolled up with Ayaka as the center, and an aura no less than Lan Qi filled the entire venue. Ayaka and Lan Qi are left and right, like two typhoon eyes, attracting everyone's attention. What a terrible breath! Li Ping tilted his body, covering his eyes with his hands. On the martial arts stage, fierce confrontation began again. Every action brought a powerful storm. The violent whirlwind mixed with the vibration from time to time, let the viewers more intuitively experience the impact of iron and blood. After a few minutes of fighting, the two stopped one after another. The silent atmosphere made the audience in the stands unable to hold their breath, and the audience fell into a strange silence. Then, Ayaka and Lan Qi both moved. The two of them stood separately on both sides of the martial arts platform, stepping up at the same time, then placed their hands on their chests, and slowly lifted their hands away, with their fingers separated and shaped like eagle claws. Seeing the movements of Ling Ye and Lan Qi, Jackie Chan, Monkey King, Li Ping, Baoma, and Oolong all opened their mouths with an unbelievable expression. Could it be what they want to use? Turtle. Pi. Qi. Gong. The immortal turtle wants to cry without tears, and his unique knowledge has become a commonplace, and a powerful master seems to be able to do this. Ling Yi and Lan Qi respectively pushed the Qigong wave in their hands forward, and their claws moved forward naturally. A blue light shining Qigong wave was suddenly launched. The dazzling blue light illuminates the entire conference venue, making people have to close your eyes. Boom! Two blue Qigong waves violently collided, and then a terrible big explosion occurred. The shock wave generated by the explosion spreads around with huge energy. Suddenly, a violent hurricane swept everywhere with deafening noise, and the entire venue was filled with thick smoke. Gradually, the smoke cleared, and Ayaka stood unscathed on the venue. It turns out that human beings can perform such powerful tricks themselves. This turtle-style Qigong is the unique skill of teacher Wu Tian's Guizian Liu. Let us pay tribute to teacher Wu Tian and express our admiration to all martial artists. Sheng said, dedicated to the promotion of martial artists. Jackie Chan's face was a little comforting. The host's attitude of advocating martial arts and strong professionalism made him very pleased, especially the advertisement, which made Gaixian's heart soar. I surrender. Just as everyone was looking forward to the next confrontation, Lan Qi suddenly raised her hand and gave in to the audience's stunned eyes. Lan Qi gave up, she actually surrendered. Contestant Ayaka won the game and advanced to the final. The host came back to his senses and announced loudly that Ayaka had advanced to the finals. The audience consciously clapped and burst into enthusiastic cheers. The game was really exciting. Although everyone still had some ideas, it was a result a very ideal ending. In the next game, Monkey King vs Jackie Chan. Game start. The host stood aside and announced the start of the game. The atmosphere on the court once again solidified and made people breathless. Ha! Jackie Chan let out a low cry, and his body rushed forward. The rapid speed caused a few wisps of smoke from the original earthquake, and a gust of wind was generated. Jackie Chan's body was like a chariot, mighty and fierce, with a vigor that could not be taken lightly, and suddenly rushed towards Monkey King. Monkey King responded calmly, staring closely at Jackie Chan. With a snap, he touched with his hand, took the kick that Jackie Chan flew over, then turned around and came to Jackie Chan's side very quickly. When Jackie Chan didn't have time to deal with it, he made a powerful attack. Hey! Jackie Chan was startled, his eyebrows frowned slightly, and Monkey King didn't know when he had already come to him. Faced with a violent attack from Monkey King, Jackie Chan had no time to make any dodge moves. In desperation, Jackie Chan closed his arms and prepared to take the attack from Monkey King. Boom! Monkey King's fist hit Jackie Chan's body with heavy blows, but Jackie Chan flexed his arms and took it easily. However, the strong attack power still made Jackie Chan's arms aching, and his body was shot out like a cannonball. What an overbearing strength! Wow! Jackie Chan twisted his body, making a chuckle of bones. He touched the place where Monkey King attacked with his hand, and his entire arm felt numb. A powerful punch. The whole hand is numb. Gaku has really grown too much. Normal attacks have no effect on him. What a terrible kid! Jackie Chan's face was serious, his eyes gleaming, and he looked at Monkey King sternly, his whole aura was surging, giving a huge sense of oppression. Suddenly, Jackie Chan's complexion on the stage began to turn red, and the whole person shook as if he was drunk. What's going on? What happened to Jackie Chan? The whole person swayed like he was drunk. Did the wine he drank yesterday come up? What's the situation? Li Ping had doubts in his eyes. With Jackie Chan's strength, he shouldn't get drunk during the game. It's drunken master. Ayaba's eyes are like a torch, and he can see at a glance that Jackie Chan is using drunkenness. The deceased grandfather is also very good at this type of boxing. Attacking opponents without guard. Monkey King calmed down and remembered his grandfather's tricks. The whole person became crazy, his eyes showed a brutal light, his teeth came out of his mouth, and a drop of saliva dripped continuously. What's wrong with Wukong? Clin was taken aback by the look of Monkey King. Jackie Chan also felt very puzzled. At this moment, Monkey King suddenly flew over and bit him violently. This shocked Jackie Chan and hurriedly avoided, but Monkey King quickly followed and attacked him. Unprepared, Jackie Chan was attacked by Monkey King several times and all his clothes were torn. What is your attack? Crazy fist. What kind of crazy boxing? It's obviously rabies. Jackie Chan roared angrily, and drunken boxing couldn't use it anymore. Dao is 1 foot high and the devil is 1 foot high. It is worthy of the level of the semi-finals. It is really exciting. It seems that the younger Monkey King is even better. The blue veins on Jackie Chan's forehead were exposed. He suddenly gestured with his hands to Monkey King, muttering to himself from time to time. This was hypnotism. Monkey King fell to the ground when he heard the sound and was taken by Jackie Chan into a deep sleep state. Referee, not a few seconds. After being reminded, the host came back to his senses and began to face Monkey King for a few seconds. Gaku, wake up soon. Stand up quickly, if you don't get up again, you will lose. But Monkey King was still lying on the ground and sleeping. It's useless, I don't call him, he won't wake up. Jackie Chan confidently put his hands behind his back and looked at Monkey King indifferently. The reason why I participated in the competition is to make Wukong and the others understand. There are people outside, and there is reason for mountains outside. Gaku, it's time to eat. Bauma suddenly remembered something and shouted to Monkey King. It's useless. Jackie Chan was about to continue, when he was dumbfounded to find that Monkey King actually swooped up from the ground, looking around looking for food. What? How could it? Jackie Chan was startled. A meal actually made Monkey King break free of his hypnotism. A drop of sweat ran on Jackie Chan's forehead. Since hypnotism is not good, then it can only be hard. Chapter 56, Advance to the Finals. Monkey King quickly reacted from the hypnosis. The embarrassment just now made him more careful. The moment Jackie Chan hit him, his body quickly jumped up and turned somersaults in the air to avoid Jackie's attack. Idiot, do you think you can avoid the attack like this? Jackie Chan saw this, his body suddenly slammed his feet on the ground, and then quickly rushed into the air. Gaku, be careful behind! Clin and others exclaimed in surprise. But Monkey King didn't make any response, so he stayed in the air and let Jackie Chan attack him. What? Jackie Chan kicked Sun Wukong and immediately felt something wrong. His kick was like a void, without any real feeling. No, when did this kid learn the Shadow Fist? Jackie Chan was startled, and he felt a cool breeze on his head. I don't know when, Monkey King has already arrived above him. Hi! Monkey King kicked down, hitting Jackie Chan's head hard. Jackie Chan's body suddenly plunged under the action of great strength, and with a bang, a thick smoke was stirred up on the ground. That blow was enough to make the opponent unconscious. The Monkey King hit Jackie Chan on the head. Did the Monkey King really win? The host held the microphone with an agitated expression. Great, it looks like Wukong is going to win. Clin and Leaping said happily. Ayaya shook his head. You are too simple to think, Wukong didn't hit it. That's just an illusion made by Jackie Chan himself. The real backhand should be behind to confuse the opponent. Clin was stunned for a moment, and turned his gaze to the ring in amazement, only to see Monkey King watching around with a vigilant look, as if to prevent something. Suddenly, Monkey King raised his head to the sky. There! Monkey King yelled, his whole body was on guard, and the breath of his body suddenly condensed, as if something existed at an altitude of several hundred meters. The audience also raised their heads, but they couldn't see the situation clearly, and it felt like a black spot in the blur. It's Jackie Chan! At some point, Jackie Chan jumped hundreds of meters into the sky. The host took the binoculars and looked to the sky, and the black spot turned out to be Jackie Chan, who had hit the ground of the martial arts platform. Hey, when did Jackie Chan go up? Clin and Leaping were shocked, so that Jackie Chan was far stronger than them. The blonde Lankai's eyes were disdainful, and the corner of her eyes glanced at Clin and the others. Hey, such simple tricks can't be seen through, I really don't want to stand with weak people like you. Hey! Ling Yi's fist fell on Lan Qi's head. In the moment before being hit by Wukong, Jackie Chan used the afterimage fist to avoid the attack, and then used the second afterimage to pretend to be hit and flew to the ground. In fact, it was to launch an attack on Wukong, you see. Ling Yi pointed her finger at Jackie Chan in the sky, and saw that he clenched his hands tightly, condensing his breath, a light blue light shining from his hands, as bright as stars, instantly obscuring the sun's rays. Is that the tortoise-style Qigong? Jackie Chan would also use the tortoise-style Qigong. Kellen and Leaping were taken aback. The legendary Gipei Qigong has really become a popular item, and it has been used one after another. If Monkey King is counted, all the contestants in the top 4 of the martial arts club can release Gipei Qigong. That bright blue light, ah! It's the tortoise-style Qigong of teacher Wu Tian. I didn't expect that Jackie Chan also used the legendary tortoise-style Qigong. Could it be said that Gui Xian Liu's tricks have spread to all the top masters in the world? The host said excitedly with a look of sunglasses. The more surprising the player's performance, the more excited as the host of the conference. Indeed, Wukong, your comprehension ability is very powerful, then see if you can take over the power of the Qigong wave that I have studied for many years. Before you go out of the teacher, let me take a good look at your strength. Jackie Chan flew in the air, looking at Monkey King below with a serious face. The tortoise school Qigong with blue light in his hand gradually accumulated, emitting a light brighter than the sun. Below, Monkey King also looked at the sky dignifiedly, his hands agitated, and the qi in his whole body continued to gather, and he also made a happy release of Turtle School Qigong. I promised Ayaya to enter the finals, how could I lose here? See whose Qigong wave is strong, take it. Monkey King grinned, shouting with pride, the Qigong wave in his hand converging, it emits a dazzling blue light. Turtle Qigong! Turtle Qigong! The two shouted at the same time, and two blue Qigong waves were launched straightly opposite each other, rushing towards each other in an unstoppable posture. Boom! The two Qigong waves collided in midair and burst into a huge explosion. In an instant, the sky and the earth seemed to vibrate. The violent fluctuations spread in all directions, and the powerful shock wave surged and continued to spread to the surroundings. The fierce whirlwind was mixed with dazzling light, and it swarmed in spectacular scenes that were hard to see directly with the naked eye. The dazzling and intense visual sensations constantly impacted the audience's eyeballs, making them stare dumbfounded and afraid to make any sound. Unbelievable, Wukong used Qigong wave to block my turtle school Qigong back. Slowly, the gunpowder dissipated, and Jackie Chan slowly landed on the ground, staring at Monkey King breathlessly. Exerting Gippei Qigong with all his strength just now has consumed a lot of his chi. It's amazing. The secret of the unspoken tortoise-style Qigong, known as Teacher Wu Tian, has been used again and again. In addition to Ayaya and Lan Chi, Jackie Chan and Monkey King also used the turtle sending Qigong. It was a suffocating battle, and now they are in a tie. The powerhouses that emerged at this conference are the best since the conference was held. Every battle is so shocking. Cameraman, we must keep the video data of these battles well. The true situation of these battles must be passed on. The host roared with excitement. He wants to let the world know what the real powerhouse of the world's #1 martial arts club is like. Wukong's breath hasn't been worn down yet. It's really bottomless. I'm not his opponent at all. It seems that the future belongs to your young people. The next battle is no longer necessary. With a relieved expression on Jackie Chan's face, he said to the host, "Referee, I surrender in this battle. That kid is very powerful and he can advance to the final." After Jackie Chan finished speaking, he ignored the host's shocked expression and left the venue. Jackie Chan abstained, and Monkey King won and advanced to the final. The final will be held in 1 hour. Please pay attention to the performance of the two players in the final. As the host announced loudly that Monkey King had won the game, fierce applause erupted from the crowd. Although the tickets for the world's #1 Budo Club are expensive, the ability to see the peak showdown between the strongest players makes them feel that they are worth the money. P.S. The next chapter is the final, which is the battle between Ayaba and Wukong. According to my original idea, there is no need to write more. As soon as Ayaba comes on the field, he will lose Wukong in seconds, and then the Dragon Ball chapter will come to an end. But looking at the saved manuscript below, it seems that I am a little reluctant to delete it all at once. So far, 10 chapters have been reduced. Let's stick to a few more chapters. After a few chapters, the conference will end and the universe will be interspersed. Chapter 57, the final begins. In the original story, Jackie Chan was just lucky enough to get up one step earlier than Monkey King and won the championship. It is not that Jackie Chan's strength is weak, but because Jackie Chan used nearly 70% of his power to attack the Monkey King, who became a great ape at that time. The moon is up. At that time, there were only 3 people standing on top of the world, namely Gaixianren, Cranaxianren, and Tao Bibai. The skills of the 3 are extremely similar, and the gap is not very large. Although the Turtle Immortal's physical strength was greatly reduced by attacking the moon, Monkey King was still defeated by him. Therefore, Monkey King did not face the Tao Bibai in the later heyday. Will lose easily. Now, Monkey King is much stronger than in the original book, able to defeat the Turtle Immortal in his heyday, and his skill is the same as when he first climbed the Kailan Pagoda. If Tao Bibai hadn't made much progress in the past few years, he should not be Monkey King's opponent. Ayaya took out a capsule from her waist, took out 2 green beans from it, and handed them to Monkey King and Jackie Chan. "What did you take out 2 beans for?" Li Ping watched Aya's movements strangely. Aya smiled, "This is not an ordinary bean. It is called Xiandu. It is from the martial arts sacred place of Kailan Tower. As long as you eat one, you can not only stay hungry for 10 days, but also no matter how many injuries you suffer. Eat one and you can recover immediately." In the previous battle, both Wukong and Jackie Chan consumed a lot of physical strength, but as long as they eat fairy beans, they can immediately return to their full state. So amazing! Clin cried out in surprise, looking at Xiandu's face about to move. But neither Kellen nor Leaping asked Ayaba for fairy beans. They thought that the fairy beans with such an effect should be very precious, and Ayaba certainly didn't have much. But they didn't know that in the past few years, when Aya was okay, she always liked to run up to the Kailan Tower, but she often searched for fairy beans from the cat fairy. In the past few years, Aya Xiao said that he has hidden hundreds of thousands of fairy beans. But these are all secrets, and Ayaha will definitely not reveal them unless she has to. Jackie Chan looked at the fairy beans in his hand in amazement. He had seen this kind of fairy beans on the Kailan Tower. At that time, they were only used to satisfy hunger. He didn't know that fairy beans had such effects. Put the fairy beans into your mouth and chew them. In an instant, I felt a heat flow in my body, the injuries on my body were gone, and my strength was restored to its heyday. This fairy bean is really amazing, it's really the holy medicine that martial artists dream of. 1 hour passed quickly, and the finals were about to begin. Everyone, the final is about to begin. Ayaba and Monkey King, please come on stage. In the host's voice, Aya and Monkey King stepped onto the martial arts stage. Guests, the decisive moment is coming. The finals of the world's #1 Budokai will begin soon. Who will be the world's #1 in this competition? Let's wait and see. Monkey King looked at Aya not far away, suddenly bursting into a powerful aura, and then the whole person moved quickly, and quickly came to Ling Yat. And dozens of afterimages that looked like a real person appeared on the martial arts stage immediately. Wukong unexpectedly used so many afterimages. Li Ping looked at the Monkey King who was constantly moving on the stage, and he was surprised. Multiple shadow fists, this kid is so savvy. Jackie Chan said with a faint smile. Ling Yi calmly looked at the countless afterimages left by Monkey King, feeling a monkey juggling in front of an elephant, and smiled faintly. The gap between the two is too big, even without full force, Monkey King's movements can't escape her eyes. At this time, Ayaba stretched out a hand flatly, and struck it lightly towards the side. Boom! The punch hit Monkey King's cheek directly, and Monkey King was smashed into the air, drawing a shallow trace along the ground. Amazing! Everyone in the stands, including Jackie Chan, was a little stunned. It's really amazing. Monkey King got up from the ground and uttered a low voice, faster than before, and attacked head-on with his fists. Ling Yi flickered sideways, but her figure flickered, appearing beside Monkey King in a moment. Bad! Monkey King was startled, his face suddenly changed. He saw a claw grabbing towards him, and wanted to lower himself to avoid it. Unfortunately, Aya's movements were so fast that he immediately grabbed Monkey's arm. Suddenly, a huge force came from his arm, and Monkey King's whole body was thrown high, and when he reacted, he was already flying in the air. Aya's figure suddenly appeared in the corner of his eyes, and Monkey King looked up and saw that Aya didn't know when he came to him. You don't need too many actions in battle. The bigger the action, the more the flaws. The strong attack only needs one deadly move. Ling Yi clenched fists with both hands and hit Monkey King head-on. Boom! Monkey King was too late to react, and instinctively resisted the attack with his hands. With a loud noise, Monkey King's body was like a cannonball, flying straight down from the sky, hitting the ground with a bang, and smashing the ground out of a deep pit. The smoke and chaotic rocks splashed and continued to fly around. Everyone felt that the earth was shaking, and then there was a cracking sound. When they recovered, they were shocked to find that the slabs of the martial arts platform had been completely lifted and loosened, and there were crisscross cracks everywhere, and in the middle position, there was a huge pothole several meters deep. Wukong is okay. Clin stared at the big hole on the martial arts stage dumbfounded. Ayaya is too ruthless to start. Jackie Chan stared at the martial arts platform, sighing in his heart, Monkey King and Ling Yi are not at the same level. Ayaya hit the Monkey King with a single blow and knocked the Monkey King into the ground. I don't know if the Monkey King can stand up. The host lay on the edge of the martial arts stage and watched the scene carefully. Ling Yi floated to the side of the big pit with a calm expression, and she grinned as she looked at the dusty pit. Boom! Suddenly a blue beam of light flew out of the big pit, wiping Ayayi's cheek. The energy wave drove the air to rotate, and felt a flow of heat passing through the face. Ayayi's hair was driven by the wind, but that's all. When Monkey King performed the tortoise-style qigong again, it bounced from the ground with the reaction force. In the middle of the sky, Ayaba slapped him back to the ground with a palm. Obviously, Sun Wukong would not stop here. Another qigong wave with blue light shining from the palm of his hand, and it flew towards Ling Yi at an extremely fast speed. Interesting. Ling Yi's mouth raised slightly, with a smile on her face. She stood there calmly, without any defense. Just as Qigongbo was about to approach, she suddenly waved her arm and folded her 5 fingers together like a knife. Throw the Qigong wave aside. The mighty turtle Qigong seemed to have encountered an irresistible force, rotated 90 degrees, changed its direction and shot out toward the sky. With a bang, he wiped the eaves of the Budo temple, and completely destroyed a corner of the Budo temple's eaves. Unexpectedly changed the direction of Turtle School Qigong, so Wukong's Turtle School Qigong is completely useless. Jackie Chan's face was shocked, and it can be seen that Ling Yi's grade is high, and the Turtle School Qigong has already completely failed. Qigong is condensed and unreal. There are actually many ways to deal with this kind of attack. As long as the body is strong enough, even if it is hit face to face, there will be no harm. Ayaba said flatly. In our eyes, the tortoise-style Qigong is already perfect, but in her eyes it is not perfect. Clin said in amazement. Ayaya is right. He releases the qi from his body in the form of Qigong waves. If there is not enough foundation, it is indeed condensed and not solid, and it is easy for people to find a way to crack. Seeing Ayaya and Monkey King attacking each other on the martial arts stage, Jackie Chan fell into deep thought. Chapter 58, The conference ended. On the martial arts stage, Sun Wukong's body slowly floated in the air. Ayaya smiled lightly when he saw this, and then flew into the sky. In the sky, Ling Yi's fist and shadow are intertwined, and there are mountains and mountains, like a tide rushing towards Monkey King. Monkey King reviewed the situation, constantly changing his body shape, avoiding attacks time and time again. There was a deafening sound from the fierce battle, and every sound of the sound touched the hearts of the audience. A light blue wave of Qigong rushed straight up from below, and a light smile flashed across Ling Yi's face, then came to Monkey King's side, and then hit Monkey King with a heavy kick. Hey! At the moment when he kicked Monkey King, Ayaya knew that what he had kicked was only an afterimage. Ha! Monkey King suddenly appeared and attacked Ayaya. Ayaya didn't have time to escape, and she was really affected. Punch hard. But you still think too simple. The voice rang in her ears, and Ling Yi suddenly came close to Monkey King's ear, and then slammed it down. With a swish, Monkey King was hit by a huge force. Boom! His body fell heavily to the ground, and the stone slab on the ground was shaken high. After the two confrontations, the entire martial arts platform was full of potholes and cracks. Monkey King gritted his teeth and climbed up from the ground with difficulty, wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth. His face was a little pale, but his eyes were still fixed on the sky. Seeing this, Ayaya nodded slightly, and then slowly landed from the sky. Let's take the last trick. Monkey King said, preparing to use the shocking palm of the world. It's really exciting. This is the final of the world's #1 Budokai. Which of the two players is #1 in the world? Let us wait and see. The host said loudly. Wukong is going to use the last trick. Qin's face turned straight, his eyes full of expectation. But Ling Yi's strength is not trivial, and Wukong's tricks may not work. Jackie Chan said solemnly. In the sky, Monkey King closed his eyes, his muscles kept trembling, moving one by one like a heartbeat. He gritted his teeth and tried his best to mobilize all the breath in his body. Suddenly, a huge aura that overwhelmingly exploded from his body, the huge aura with a violent wind, like a blue dragon hovering, whizzing towards the ground and attacking the sky and the earth. The violent momentum rolled up the wind, and the suffocating sense of oppression pressed against everyone. For a moment, everyone felt as if they were in the Azura hell, feeling that the surroundings suddenly became creepy. A weird sense of oppression pressed people. Even breathing is very difficult. Woo, I'm almost unable to breathe. In the stands, Bauma and Oolong turned pale and trembling all over. Gosh, is this Wukong's full power? Qin felt that he was hit all at once. This little devil has such a strong qi in his body. I am afraid that his strength has surpassed his grandfather, Sun Wufan. Jackie Chan found that he still underestimated Sun Wukong. This family is a terrifying monster. Monkey King transferred his whole body's energy to his hands, and saw sparks from his hands. Two powerful currents were generated from the palms of his hands and instantly turned into fierce and surging thunder and lightning. The entire sky was full of thunder and lightning. And the white thunder and lightning were like countless silver snakes. They were constantly flying and surging in the sky, making a sizzling roar toward the ground. Take it! Monkey King was ready, his entire face tense, big beads of sweat flowed out, his body was covered with beep arcs, two bright electric currents converged in the palm of his hand, emitting the unique bluish light of electric current. He lightly knocked out the lightning on both hands, and then shouted to the ground. World-shocking palm! In an instant, two lightning bolts were like galloping violent dragons, emitting snaking electric lights, and roaring towards the earth at extremely fast speeds. Everyone felt that there was a bright, dazzling light in the sky that made them have to close their eyes. On the ground, Ayaya stood proudly, raised his head and half squinted his eyes to look at the world-shocking palm from Monkey King. Vientian shaking fist. This is a trick evolved from the world-shocking palm. Suddenly, the ground centered on Ayaya suddenly sank, and the surrounding rocks quickly cracked and formed a huge pit. In an instant, the entire martial arts platform was submerged in a huge circular pit. The dazzling light rose from the pothole, like a phoenix spreading its wings, rising into the sky with a proud aura and bright thunder light, and attacked the blue dragon in the sky. Boom! The vigorous and invincible thunder dragon slammed into the oncoming thunder phoenix, making a loud noise that resounded through the world, and a bright, shocking light erupted in the sky. At this moment, the sun seemed to disappear suddenly, and the earth began to tremble. At this moment, the whole world is in chaos, and it is no longer clear which is the sky and which is the earth. The terrifying huge shock wave with shocking thunder and lightning roared in all directions. The rumbling sound was connected into one piece, intertwined with the distant echoes and rang in the sky. Gradually, the bright light began to disappear, the earth stopped shaking, and the strong wind slowly slowed down and turned into a fine wind. Everyone's eyesight began to recover, and when they opened their eyes, they were stunned by what they saw. The martial arts platform, which is more than 30 meters long and wide, has become completely unrecognizable. There is a huge pit with a diameter of more than 20 meters in the middle, surrounded by pits and small pits and irregular cracks. It is impossible to find a good stone block up. And in the center of the pit, a girl with a beautiful face and clear eyes stood unscathed, and even the clothes on her body did not see any broken places. In her hand, she was holding a young man who had been in a coma. Is this the strength of Ling Yi? Qin swallowed, it was the first time he encountered such a terrifying big sister. He has fainted, let's start a few seconds. Ayaba said when she came to the host. The host then recovered from his undecided mind, and then began a few seconds, and soon, 10 seconds passed. The decisive battle of the conference is finally over. The champion of the 21st World Martial Arts Club has been produced, and that is Ayaba. Miss Ayaba has become the world's #1 in this conference. Please applaud and shout, "Thank you Ayaba!" A wonderful competition brought by the Monkey King. The host was extremely excited to announce the news, and the audience instantly became a sensation, with crackling applause and cheers constantly ringing. Chapter 59, Looking to the Future. With the closing of the world's #1 Budokai, the crowds gradually dispersed. After the conference, Ayat, Jackie Chan, Clin and others walked beside Le Ping, who was carrying Monkey King, and met with Bulletin Ma and others. Wukong is okay. Bauma looked at Monkey King on Leaping's back. It's okay, it's just too tired. Ayat said with a light smile. What Scion Physique needs most is this kind of high-intensity combat stimulation. It is conceivable that when Monkey King regains his physical strength, his combat effectiveness will definitely rise a lot. Seriously, the battle between you and Wukong made our hearts throbbing. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Sitting in the rest area, everyone began to chat. Clin thought of the battle just now. I felt chills in my heart. Ayaba smiled and said, "Don't say that, I believe you will be able to do it in the future." Ayaba is not to comfort them, but the future Clin and others do have strength far beyond their current scale. Really? Clin asked expectantly. Certainly possible. Ayaba smiled and replied, "You are already very good now. As the opponents you encounter continue to increase, your own abilities will also greatly improve." That's great. Clin felt a little airy after listening to Aya's words, thinking that this big sister was not only powerful, but even comforting words made people so comfortable. By the way, this is for you. Ling Yi took out a dozen fairy beans and handed them to Clin. This is... Clin's eyes widened suddenly. Fairy beans, they are actually fairy beans with magical effects. Are so many fairy beans for me? Clin asked incredulously. Yes, this is for you. By the way, you also have a share. As she said, Ayaba took out a few more copies and gave them to everyone present. Even Bauma got a few by accident. Holding a few celestial beans in their hands that could save lives at a critical moment, Clin and Leaping were about to burst into tears with excitement. It would be great if the fairy beans could be planted scientifically. Boomer fantasized. Give up, it's impossible. Ayaya smiled and shook his head. At this time, Monkey King woke up, and when he saw Ayaya was distributing fairy beans, he suddenly became energetic. He took his own fairy beans into his arms without hesitation. He really understood the importance of fairy beans too much. Thank you so much, Ayaya. Clin carefully took the fairy bean into his arms and said excitedly. Ling Yi raised her mouth, smiled and nodded. She didn't feel any distress when she sent out dozens of fairy beans, but there were hundreds of thousands in stock in her bag. It was the touched appearances of Clin and Leaping that made her a little proud. Hey, how about Grandpa Gaixianren, why didn't he see him? Monkey King shook his head and looked around, but he didn't see Gaixianren's figure. Have never seen it. Didn't you watch the game? Hi. An old voice came from a distance, and I saw Immortal Turtle wearing a black suit and running from a distance with a suitcase in his hand. Teacher Wu Tian, where did you go? I'm watching from behind, I went to the bathroom just now. Now, Teacher Wu Tian, have you watched my game? Well, I watched them all, your performance is very good. Ah, you are here, I have been looking for you for a long time. The blonde host yelled and ran towards them. Miss Ayaba, this is your 500,000 bonus, please take it away. The host took out a thick pile of cash from the bag and handed it to Ayaba. Thank you. Ayaba smiled and accepted the bonus. For her worth billions, she would not take these hundreds of thousands of dollars in her eyes, but for this host who has always adhered to professional ethics, she still, if you have a good heart, even decades later, this martial arts host still insists on hosting the world's #1 martial arts club. By the way, will you participate in the world's #1 martial arts club next time? My words are not necessarily, but the three of them will definitely participate. Ling Yi pointed to Monkey King, Kailin, and Le Ping and said, "Ah, that's really a shame, but I think if there are 3 Monkey Kings participating, the next martial arts meeting will be very exciting." The host regrets that Ayaba does not plan to participate in the next competition, but there is Monkey King waiting for someone to participate. He thought it was pretty good news. Don't worry, there will definitely be new strong players in the next conference. This time it is mainly Gaixian Liu who dominates the mainstream. I think after the live TV broadcast, the people of Hexian Liu should have seen this game, and maybe they will also next time. Will participate. Ayaya said casually. Really? Knowing that Hexian Liu might participate in the next world's #1 martial arts conference, the host became excited. Ayaya, will the people of Hexian Liu really participate in the next competition? After the host left, Clin asked suspiciously. I think it will. Guizian Liu was too showy in this competition. Hexian Liu's people will definitely look down on it. It is very possible to send disciples to the next competition. Ayaya said calmly. Ayaya is right. With Crane Immortal's character, he will inevitably send his disciples to participate in the next world #1 martial arts association, so you must step up your cultivation in the past few years, and don't be overtaken by Hexian Liu's disciples. Go. Immortal Turtle said with a serious expression. Teacher Wu Tian, don't worry, we will definitely work hard to improve our strength. And with Wukong's strength, I think we can definitely defeat the disciples of Hexian Liu. Kellen didn't have much pressure. How could Hexian Liu compare with Gaixian Liu? Immortal Turtle pondered, lowered his head to think. He didn't know the strength of the disciple of Immortal Crane. He should be able to deal with it with the strength of Monkey King. Clin, you are wrong. Although Wukong's strength is strong, Hexian Liu also has an outstanding talent, and his strength may not be lower than Wukong. Ayaba suddenly intervened and said that Clin's pride was unacceptable. What, are you telling the truth? Hexian Liu has a disciple that is stronger than Wukong. Kellen and Gui Xianren's expressions changed greatly, and they asked in surprise. Ayaba nodded. As far as I know, Crane Immortal has 2 protégés. One of them can use superpowers, and his strength is similar to the current Clin. As for the other, his strength even surpasses Tao Bibai, the world's #1 killer. Tao Bibai, even more powerful than Tao Bibai. Le Ping looked surprised, then cold sweat broke out. Fortunately, he looked down on the disciples of Crane Immortal just now. Hearing what Ayaba said, he knew that they were such a difficult role to provoke. Unexpectedly, the Crane Immortal would have such excellent disciples. Wukong and Clin, you must hurry up and practice, and let everyone have a good understanding in the next martial arts meeting, whether it is the Gaixian Liu or the Crane Immortal. Immortal Turtle said solemnly. Chapter 60, Beyond the Earth. After the end of the world's #1 martial arts club, Monkey King, Clin, and Le Ping will begin their own practice, and Ayaya and Lan Qi will also embark on their own journey. After returning to the temple, Ayaya decided to tell Lan Qi and others some information about other planets. In a few years, the Earth will enter a severe test period. Whether it is the big demon of Piccolo or the later Z, the enemies will be stronger than one. As the of the Earth, Ayaba's pressure is still relatively large. So the only thing she can do is to continuously improve her strength. As for some trivial matters, she still has to leave it to God and Bobo to deal with. Of course, even if it is not the of the Earth, since he is reborn in the world of Dragon Ball, the increase in power is a barrier that cannot be overcome. Only by becoming stronger can he live in this world. On this day, Ayaka summoned the gods, Bobo and Lankai, to introduce them to the alien planet. Although our strength is not bad, even I am very weak when it comes to outside the earth. Ayaka said straightforwardly. Outside the earth? Lan Chi asked in surprise. God and Bobo are also a little confused. Of course, they don't doubt the existence of aliens. After all, God is a typical alien. What they are bewildering is the sentence Ayaka said that even she is very weak. Words. Although Ayaba's strength is not very public, the gods and others still have a consensus, that is, her strength is at least 10 times that of the gods, and even 100 times may not be impossible. Such a powerful person, as the of the earth, makes the gods at ease. Well, the earth is only a very weak planet, and it ranks very low among the lower-level planets. For life on other planets, the combat effectiveness of human beings is really not worth mentioning. Is there a specific reference for this? Bobo raised his hand and asked. Yes. Ayaka nodded. The universal rule of the universe is to divide the ranks of the stars according to the numerical value of combat effectiveness. Since this rule has a large consensus in the universe, it is relatively accurate. In the criteria for classification, planets with the strongest combat power below 1000 are low-level planets, those with combat power between 1000 and 10,000 are mid-level weaks, and those with combat power above 10,000 are high-level planets. For the specific reference standard, for example, 1 mm. Ordinary humans with no combat ability can only have a pitiful 5 points of combat effectiveness when holding a firearm. It's only 5 points of combat power with a gun in hand? Why is it so demanding? How much combat power do I have now? Lan Chi widened her eyes in disbelief. Ling Yi glanced at her, observed with her unsighted eyes, and said precisely, your current combat power is almost 140, which is about the same as the turtle immortal. You can rank in the top 10 on the earth. And Wukong is relatively strong, reaching about 160. Is one of the most powerful people on earth. But compared with the thousands of people on the outer planet, it is still not enough. Then she looked at the gods. The fighting power of the gods is around 280. In fact, the gods are not much different from ordinary humans, except that they have more skills that are unique to the gods. In addition, the gods are the name Nemesis, and they have some of the special abilities of the name Kians. Even the gods have a combat power of 280, so Bobo must be around this level. Then what if someone from another planet invades the Earth? Isn't there no resistance at all? Hearing that God and Bobo are also a little moved, this is what they are worried about at the moment. If Ayaka was not talking about aliens, they would never worry about invasion. But in fact, this kind of danger exists. If that day comes, they will definitely be unable to resist with their combat power of less than 1000. Didn't Ayaka say that, the ones below 1000 are only low-level planets? Ayaka smiled and shook his head. Ordinary aliens will not look at the Earth, but it is not absolute, so there must be enough fighting to protect the Earth, which is why there are temples on the Earth. The gods do not only maintain in addition to the order of the Earth, it is also responsible for protecting the Earth from invasion by aliens. But with our abilities, it seems that we can't resist most external threats at all. God said worriedly. Don't worry about this. Compared to the chilling monsters, my strength is good in the galaxy. Don't worry too much about me being defeated. After listening to Ayaba's words, God's heart was a little bit clear. This is the first time Ayaba has revealed information about strength in front of him. Listening to her tone, it seems that she is more confident, about the kind that is more ranked. At least it should be considered medium. God thought, 10,000 or more is a high-level planet. As long as Ayaka has a combat power of 10,000, he should be in line with the tone of saying that. Ayaba, tell me the truth, what is your strength? God asked seriously. Lankai and Bobo are also very curious about Ayaba's strength. This is not very high, Ayaba said modestly. I just looked at it, and it looks like around 213,000. Boom! Thunderbolt! What? Yeah, I heard you right. How much is your combat power? 210,000. Lan Qi's face was shocked. Although she had been prepared, the horror power of 210,000 was indeed too shocking. So she was shivering. 210,000, you actually have a strength of 210,000. The of heaven was a little sluggish, but he recovered quickly and smiled and said, it seems that my vision is still very good. The of 210,000 is enough to guarantee the earth. It's safe. Ayaba, do you have any way to quickly increase your strength? Lan Qi asked expectantly. No, my strength is cultivated by myself. I grew up in a harsh environment where gravity and air composition are somewhat different from those of the earth, and are much worse than the earth in comparison. Speaking of secret skills, Ayaya still has a few stunts learned from the stars of Adrets, but they cannot be taught to others without the consent of the stars of Adrets. Seeing that Ayaya didn't have any way to grow her strength quickly, Lan Qi couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. Wait, there may be a place where you can grow your strength quickly. Ayaya saw the appearance of the gods, and suddenly thought of the magical abilities of the Great Elder of the Mecha. If the Great Elder is allowed to develop his potential, not only Lan Qi, but also herself can greatly increase in strength. Ayaya couldn't help but scolded herself for being confused, and she had forgotten such an important thing. If it weren't for Lan Qi to remind her, she wouldn't know when she would have to wait until she remembered going to Namek. As long as one's own strength is strengthened, the effect of absorbing energy will be better when using world energy. If you improve your strength as soon as possible, you can enhance the effect of the energy faster. Where can I improve my strength? Looking at the god, Ling Yi narrowed his eyes and said, that's Nemesis.